Transported back to Hong Kong in the 1980s, Lin Hao finds himself extorted for protection money by the Triads the moment he arrives. Just as he faces a desperate dead end, Lin Hao awakens the dead soldier system. Each day, he can summon loyal dead soldiers, gradually forging an underground force of his own. From a nobody on the streets, he will come to sweep aside Hongxing Dongxing, and he Lianxing seize control of the lifelines of the world economy, monopolize global energy, and build the largest arms warehouse on the planet. From ruling Hong Kong's underworld to erecting a vast capital empire that sweeps across the globe. Late 1980s, Shangjiang Causeway Bay. In front of a small newspaper stall, a harsh voice rings out. "Hey kid, it's time to pay your sanitation fee for this month." Several thugs cluster around a young man, shouting aggressively at him. The young man's expression darkens, then he says calmly, "I've been cleaning the area every day. I shouldn't have to pay you." His name is Lin Hao. He has already spent several days here after crossing over from a parallel world. When he first arrived, Lin Hao had been full of joy and anticipation. Yet after a few days, he has nothing left in his hands except for this newspaper stall inherited from his father. As for the so-called system, it had never appeared. In this era of coiling dragons and lurking snakes where societies are everywhere and the line between black and white is blurred, it is nearly impossible for a young man with no background or status to carve out a name for himself. Thus over these days, Lin Hao can only cling to this little stall, earning a meager income just enough to keep himself alive. He never expected that today would happen to be the day the protection fee is collected again. The one sent to collect money from him is Jiao Pai, a subordinate of Big Brother B, the Hongxing leader in Causeway Bay. The so-called sanitation fee they mention is in truth nothing more than disguised protection money. The stall has barely earned anything recently, so Lin Hao truly does not want to hand over this protection fee. In the next instant, Jiao Pai erupts in fury. "Damn it, are you planning to stop doing business here altogether?" The underlings around him instantly close in. Seeing this, Lin Hao knows he is at an absolute disadvantage. If he truly provokes them, he might not even be able to keep this stall. Just as he is about to hand over the money, the system finally descends. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the dead soldier system. Newbie reward is now issued. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 primary level dead soldiers. Please open the system panel to view details. Hearing this, Lin Hao narrows his eyes sharply. With a thought, he activates the panel. In the next moment, a stream of data clearly surfaces within his mind. Personal skills none. Number of dead soldiers 100 primary level dead soldiers. Fear value 0. Seeing these figures, Lin Hao is momentarily stunned. What exactly are dead soldiers? Ding. Dead soldiers are warriors who pledge absolute loyalty to the host. They obey only the host's commands and will go through fire and water for the host without hesitation. Then what traits do these dead soldiers possess? Ding. Dead soldiers are divided into 3 tiers. Primary dead soldiers have weaker combat power and require 30 Shangjiang dollars per day to sustain life. Intermediate dead soldiers possess stronger combat power and require 50 Shangjiang dollars per day. Advanced dead soldiers have the greatest combat power and require 80 Shangjiang dollars per day to sustain life. Hearing this, Lin Hao feels a jolt of shock within. These 100 dead soldiers alone will cost him 30 Shangjiang dollars each day. What if I run out of money? Ding. At midnight every day, the system will automatically deduct fees from your account. If the balance is insufficient, your bond with the dead soldiers will be automatically severed, so he will have to find a way to earn money to support them. Then what is fear value? Ding. The system provides a fear value store where you may exchange fear value for corresponding rewards. At once, Lin Hao uses his thoughts to open the system store. In the next second, a dazzling array of goods is neatly displayed before his eyes. Primary dead soldier recruitment scroll recruits 100 dead soldiers, at once costing 100 fear value. Intermediate dead soldier enhancement scroll enhances 100 primary dead soldiers, at once elevating them to intermediate dead soldiers, costing 300 fear value. Advanced dead soldier enhancement scroll enhances 100 intermediate dead soldiers, at once elevating them to advanced dead soldiers, costing 500 fear value. These are the system rewards related to dead soldiers. From this, it is clear that to recruit 100 primary dead soldiers and elevate them all the way to advanced dead soldiers will require a total of 900 fear value. Looking further down, Lin Hao discovers rewards meant for himself. Body enhancement strengthens the host's physical body in one go, making it robust and powerful, costing 500 fear value. Top-tier combat arts grants the host elite combat techniques, costing 500 fear value. Scanning further down, Lin Hao finds that all these rewards require 500 fear value, and the abilities themselves are of every imaginable kind. There are even driving skills, culinary skills, and a whole series of related abilities. After quickly browsing through, Lin Hao gains a deep understanding of the system. This dead soldier system is essentially a barracks capable of supplying him with a continuous stream of troops. The catch is that while recruiting dead soldiers, he must also find ways to provide vast funds to keep them serving him. For now, the most critical priority is making money. With that thought, Lin Hao returns to reality. He lifts his head and gazes at the aggressive Hongxing members before him. He smiles faintly. "Wait here. I'll go get the money for you." With that, Lin Hao rises and walks away from the stall. Seeing him so cooperative, a trace of satisfaction appears on Jiao Pai's face. Lin Hao uses fetching the money as an excuse, but in truth, he is using his thoughts to summon the dead soldiers stationed nearby. The moment these dead soldiers are summoned, they are automatically granted legal identities. They become legitimate citizens of Shangjiang. Meeting them on the street, no one would be able to distinguish them from ordinary people. The only difference is that their minds are entirely under Lin Hao's control. Within a few minutes, the dead soldiers assemble in a narrow alleyway. There Lin Hao meets all 100 of them. Their gazes are sharp and bright, their faces grave and solemn. From head to toe, they emanate an indescribable aura of terror. As they stand in a row before him, even Lin Hao cannot help feeling an invisible pressure bearing down on him. They truly are dead soldiers. Lin Hao is thoroughly satisfied with this contingent. With a single command, he leads the dead soldiers in a mighty procession back to the stall. At this moment, Jiao Pai and his men are still leisurely flipping through the colorful magazines on the stall. When they see Lin Hao return not only with himself, but also with a batch of strangers, Jiao Pai's brows furrow at once. "Hey kid, what do you think you're doing?" "Nothing much. You're with Hongxing, right?" "Good that you know. I'm Jiao Pai of Hongxing. Do you know who my big brother is?" Here in Causeway Bay, the territory belongs to Hongxing, so Jiao Pai feels no fear at all. "Who is your big brother?" "My big brother is Chun Haonan, and my big brother's big brother is Brother B, the Hongxing boss of Causeway Bay." Jiao Pai declares this with smug pride. Hearing this, Lin Hao lets out a cold laugh. Is Chun Haonan really that impressive? He clawed his way up from a mere lackey, carving a bloody path to become a boss. Lin Hao can do the same. With those words, his voice fell into a cold silence. The death warriors behind Lin Hao moved at once. Over 100 men surged forward like a raging flood of beasts, crashing toward Jiao Pai and his companions. Jiao Pai and the others were weak fighters to begin with, and now faced enemies several times their number. They were beaten on the spot, helmets tossed aside and armor stripped, fleeing in all directions in utter disarray. The next instant, countless system notifications popped up in Lin Hao's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for plundering 12 points of fear value from others. Ding, congratulations to the host for plundering 7 points of fear value from others. Ding, congratulations to the host for plundering 10 points of fear value from others. In this single battle alone, Lin Hao siphoned a total of 217 points of fear value from Jiao Pai and the surrounding onlookers. When he opened the system again, the data on the panel refreshed at once. Host Lin Hao. Personal skills none. Number of death warriors 100, primary level death warriors. Fear value 217. Yet even after driving his enemies away, Lin Hao showed no sign of joy. He knew this had been nothing more than an appetizer. Next, he would have to confront a colossal behemoth, one of Shangjiang's largest societies, the Hongxing Society. More importantly, his savings at the moment added up to less than 20,000 yuan. That meant if he could not find a way to make money within a week, this mere 100 death warriors would all leave him. At that thought, Lin Hao steeled his heart and conceived a bold plan. Causeway Bay, is it? Let's see just how tough you Hongxing people really are. In barely half a day, the news of Jiao Pai and his men being beaten in Causeway Bay spread throughout the entire district. Although Jiao Pai was merely a minor 49er, insignificant in rank, being injured on his own turf by a street vendor, and that vendor having brought over 100 men with him, such a humiliation Chun Haonan could not stomach, and Big Brother B even less so. Thus that very afternoon, Big Brother B summoned Chun Haonan and the others to his Causeway Bay stronghold, the New Peacock nightclub. Seeing Jiao Pai lying on the sofa, face bruised and swollen, bandages wrapped around his head, Big Brother B burst into instant fury. Damn it, who can tell me what identity that vendor has? BG, I think he's definitely not simple. How could an ordinary street vendor summon over 100 men just like that? The Tian Air immediately jumped out to reply. That's right. Jiao Pai said he's never seen those men around Causeway Bay before. No one knows where they suddenly came from. Jiao Pai's elder brother Bao Pai echoed his words. To hell with it, I don't care what his identity is. Since he laid hands on our people, we've got to show them some real color. At that moment, Shan Ji, who had just come back from a massage parlor, also began cursing under his breath. Among the brothers, only Chun Haonan kept his face composed and said nothing, seemingly pondering something deeply. Seeing Chun Haonan remain silent, Big Brother B asked at once, Haonan, what are you thinking? BG, do you think this guy might have come deliberately to pick a fight? What do you mean? He clearly knew we would be collecting protection fees today, yet he deliberately brought over 100 men in advance and even injured Jiao Pai. I don't think this matter is that simple. Chun Haonan laid out his view. Hearing this, Big Brother B's brows furrowed at once. After a brief moment of thought, he spoke again. You're saying there's someone backing this guy from behind? Exactly. Dongxing, Heji, and Hongla. These societies have always wanted to plant their flags in Causeway Bay and dip their hands into some of its gray industries. It's only because we are strong in arms that they haven't dared take a single step in. But now that this incident has happened, I suspect that behind that vendor there's definitely a powerful force hiding in the shadows. Chun Haonan's words were not without reason. After all, no one would believe that a man making a living by selling newspapers and magazines could in an extremely short time find over 100 underlings. and that these men would dare lay hands on members of Hongxing. At this thought, a dense, killing intent surfaced in Big Brother B's eyes. Honam, what do you plan to do? Very simple. Since they want to play, we'll play a big game with them. We want to go all out in a bloody clash with them. Big Brother B sensed what he was implying. No rush. I'll head over first, test his background, and then decide. Names, you must be careful. The men around that guy are all utterly reckless. Their origins seem anything but small. Frightened by the beating, Xiao Pai hurriedly reminded him. I, Chan Honam, have been in this world long enough not to know how to write the word fear. You few just come with me. Xiao Pai, stay here and heal. Don't show yourself lightly these next few days. Chan Honam gave his reminder. Yes, Nangek. Understood, Nangek. Shortly after, Chan Honam and the others climbed into a newly purchased red Ferrari and drove straight toward the spot where Lin Hao kept his stall. Lin Hao, for his part, truly had not left. He knew Hongxing would definitely come looking for trouble. As long as he stayed put, he was certain he would wait them out. And the reason he waited for them boiled down to a single purpose. He intended to seize this opportunity to utterly crush Chan Honam and his men and thereby monopolize all society business in Causeway Bay. Just as Lin Hao sat in front of his stall, leisurely reading a newspaper, a conspicuous sports car instantly drew his attention. The car pulled up right in front of his stand. He stood up at once. The man stepping out was none other than Chan Honam, wearing sunglasses and sporting a head of flowing long hair. Chan Honam removed his sunglasses, his sharp gaze locking onto Lin Hao. At the same moment, Shan Ji and De Tian moved in, surrounding Lin Hao from either side. Lin Hao snorted coldly. What, you've come for revenge? Damn you, which turf do you belong to? You actually dare to beat members of Hongxing. Are you tired of living? The one who spoke was the furious De Tian. A natural battle junkie, he would strike the moment Chan Honam gave the word, eager to teach Lin Hao a savage lesson. My name is Lin Hao. I sell newspapers. I don't belong to any society. Lin Hao replied with composure. Hearing this, Chan Honam let out a mocking laugh. Kid, you think I'm a vegetarian? You're selling newspapers, and yet you managed to summon over 100 men at once and injure my underling. Believe me, or done, it's up to you. Besides, your boy came to provoke me first. Hitting him was already letting him off lightly. Lin Hao shrugged his shoulders. Damn it, Name, stop wasting words with him. Let's just do it. I want to see how capable he really is. Shanji could no longer hold himself back. Yet in Chan Honam's eyes, the calmer Lin Hao appeared, the more it proved that this matter was far from simple. At once he decided to lure the snake from its hole. You should know that in Causeway Bay, Hongxing does not permit the presence of any other force. So either you pack up your newspaper stand and get out of Causeway Bay, or you reveal your trump cards, and let me see whether you're truly qualified to contend with me. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao realized the opportunity had arrived. What do you want? It's simple, I'll give you 5 hours. Tonight at 9 o'clock at the Tanlong Stadium, bring your people, and I'll bring mine. We'll have a showdown there. Whoever loses must leave Copper Gong Wan for good, never to set foot again. How about that? Chen Haonan said this to force the opposing force behind to reveal themselves. However, he did not expect that Lin Hao truly had no background at all. Seeing Chen Haonan take the initiative to challenge him, Lin Hao agreed without hesitation. All right, then you better bring more people tonight. Don't worry, we from Hongxing have plenty of people. Bai Pai scoffed from the side. Good, I'll wait for you. After Chen Haonan finished speaking, he waved his hand and left the scene with a few people. After Chen Haonan left, Lin Hao took a deep breath and opened the system panel. At this moment, the fear value he had was still not enough to exchange for any talents of his own. Therefore, tonight he could only rely on the Death Warriors by his side. Before this, he had asked a few Death Warriors to pack up his stall, then returned home. His home was in a housing estate. The housing estate, commonly known as public housing, was built with funds from the Hong Kong government. These houses are leased to local citizens through a lottery system. Moreover, only families with poor conditions can apply. Because of this, the living environment in the housing estate is quite complex. It is also a breeding ground for crime. Lin Hao returned home, tidied up briefly, and then went out. However, just as he reached downstairs, he suddenly heard a commotion of smashing and shouting nearby. If you don't go, do you want me to be killed by loan sharks? I'm your father, you ungrateful daughter. A fat middle-aged man was verbally abusing a young woman. At this moment, the young woman was crying and shouting, I don't want to sell myself, I don't want to. As she spoke, Lin Hao got a clear look at her face. In just an instant, Lin Hao was stunned by her beauty. She is so beautiful, and she looks so familiar. Her features were exquisite and flawless, her skin snow white, and her big watery eyes were particularly heart-wrenching. More importantly, Lin Hao immediately recognized her identity through her appearance. She was Qiu Shuzhen, who would later become a superstar in the Hong Kong entertainment industry. However, at this time, Qiu Shuzhen had not yet entered the Miss Hong Kong pageant, nor had she caught the eye of the renowned director Wang Jing. She was just an ordinary girl working at a nearby convenience store. Lin Hao did not expect to encounter Qiu Shuzhen here. Moreover, through his memories, he already knew that Qiu Shuzhen's father was a gambling addict. Since the couple divorced, he had been living alone with Qiu Shuzhen. However, this person had extremely poor character, often borrowing money to gamble, and when he lost, he would send his daughter out to earn money. Now he had debts to loan sharks that he could not repay, so he planned to send Qiu Shuzhen out to sell herself. Originally, Lin Hao did not intend to meddle, But how could he stand by when it was Chiu Shuzhen? Even if she had to sell herself, she should sell to him. Thus, without a second thought, Lin Hao stepped forward and pushed aside Chiu Shuzhen's father Chiu Xiong. They were neighbors, so Chiu Xiong naturally recognized Lin Hao. He immediately shouted angrily, "Lin Hao, what do you want to do?" "It's nothing, I just can't stand your behavior," Lin Hao said coldly. The moment Chiu Shuzhen heard this, she was somewhat confused. Although she lived in the same housing estate as Lin Hao, they rarely interacted. Even when they met, they would only nod at each other. But today he took the initiative to stand up for her. This made her feel a little touched inside. "If it's my business how I discipline my daughter, what does it have to do with you? You better get lost." Chiu Xiong was now furious and pointed at Lin Hao while shouting, "Try pointing at me again, do you want to die?" As soon as Lin Hao's words fell, several death warriors who had been hiding in the shadows to protect him immediately sprang out. In an instant, they surrounded Chiu Xiong. Lin Hao's actions also attracted the attention of the residents in the entire building. Everyone leaned out to observe the scene. Chiu Xiong was also frightened by this situation, immediately shifting his anger towards Chiu Shuzhen. "You little wretch, are you now planning to have outsiders teach your father a lesson? I don't have a father like you." Although he was her father, Chiu Shuzhen clearly did not intend to acknowledge him anymore. "Very well then, get out of here and never come back again." Knowing he couldn't gain any advantage, Chiu Xiong angrily closed the door, leaving Chiu Shuzhen outside. After all, Chiu Xiong was Chiu Shuzhen's father, so Lin Hao did not want to take action against him. He turned around and said, "If you need help, just come to me directly." "Thank you, brother Lin Hao." Chiu Shuzhen hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke. This was also the first time she called Lin Hao brother. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's lips twitched slightly. "Don't call me brother. How can we develop further as siblings?" However, he had big matters to attend to now, and naturally had no time to think about such things. "Here is the key to my house. If you have nowhere to go, you can stay at my place for now." After saying that, Lin Hao handed Chiu Shuzhen the key to his room. This public housing estate was very small, and since Lin Hao's father had fallen seriously ill, both parents were recuperating in their old house in the countryside. So usually only Lin Hao lived in this house. "Is this okay, eh?" Chiu Shuzhen was somewhat surprised, but felt more uneasy inside. After all, she had been in society for some time, and knew that no one would be nice to her for no reason. Not to mention a male. Anyone who tried to get close to her had ulterior motives. Lin Hao could also see Chiu Shuzhen's concerns, and immediately stated, "We are neighbors, you still don't trust my character." "Tu didn't mean that," Chiu Shuzhen hurriedly explained, as Lin Hao saw through her thoughts. Lin Hao chuckled lightly, and then left the scene with his subordinates. Now what he needed to do was to gather more death warriors to fight for him. Watching the departing figure, Chiu Shuzhen hesitated for a long time before finally going upstairs with the key. On the other side, after leaving the housing estate, Lin Hao immediately opened the system store. Hongxing had a strong presence in Copper Gongwan, and this time Chun Haonan personally led the team, so his younger brothers would certainly not be few. He immediately took out 200 points of fear value and directly exchanged them for 2 beginner death warrior recruitment scrolls. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for beginner death warrior recruitment scrolls X2, consuming 200 points of fear value. As the system prompt sound fell, Lin Hao's system panel was updated. Host Lin Hao. Skills none. Number of death warriors 300 beginner death warriors. Fear value 17. After seeing the additional 200 death warriors beside him, Lin Hao waved his hand. Soon 300 people marched towards the Tianlong Stadium. Tianlong Stadium, the largest stadium in Causeway Bay, is surrounded by residential buildings where many petty thugs and idle individuals often gather. This place is also one of the most chaotic open-air stadiums. However, tonight Tianlong Stadium is unusually quiet. The vast basketball court is completely empty. Before long, more than 10 cars slowly arrived at the side of the stadium. From the cars, dozens of people got out, led by the popular enforcer of the Hongheng Society, Chen Haonan. At this moment, although he had not yet become a prominent figure in the society with the help of Debi, he had already gained a certain degree of fame in Causeway Bay. As soon as he got out of the car, it immediately caused a stir among those nearby. In the distance, numerous men and women who had already received the news began to chatter excitedly. "Is that Chen Haonan? He really has a powerful aura. Chen Haonan is really handsome. I like him. Damn, I want to be like him in the future." As Chen Haonan got out of the car, dozens of his subordinates immediately surrounded him. At the same time, over 100 people also emerged from the surrounding darkness. In an instant, the number of Hongheng members on Chen Haonan's side exceeded 200. In Causeway Bay, being able to gather dozens of people is already considered significant in the underworld. Gathering over 100 people, however, is something only Hongheng can achieve. Now Debi had completely delegated power and entrusted everything to Chen Haonan. Thus on this night, Chen Haonan's reputation reached its peak. He was well aware that this battle was crucial. No matter what organization the opponent belonged to, or who they had backing them, he had to drive them out of Causeway Bay completely. Otherwise, losing face would be a minor issue, but if someone planted their flag in Causeway Bay, it would be a major problem. Are all the brothers ready? Chen Haonan looked at the big brother beside him. Except for Zhao Pai, who got injured, Bao Pai is taking care of him. Everyone else is here. Damn it, Bao Pai always does this when trouble arises. He's really useless. Shanji commented. Forget it, let's not say that among brothers. Let's have everyone tie red ribbons to avoid friendly fire later, as a fierce battle was likely to ensue, and since not everyone in their own team knew each other, everyone would tie red ribbons as markers before the fight. This was to prevent any instances of friendly fire. Just then some indistinct figures began to appear in the distance. In an instant all eyes were drawn towards them. Soon under the illumination of the streetlights, Lin Hao arrived punctually with his death warriors. Looking at the dark mass of people behind him, Shanji's earlier bravado instantly deflated. Nangu, that kid brought a lot of people. Shanji initially thought they were just going to bully an easy target, since they had mobilized their entire force. But he didn't expect the opponent was not easy either, gathering at least over 100 people. Even more frightening was that those people looked fierce and menacing. The imposing aura they exhibited was completely unlike that of ordinary petty thugs. They resembled a well-trained army. This inevitably made him a bit worried. Chun Haonan naturally noticed this as well. There are at most just over 100 of them, about the same as us. Don't worry, you'll deal with that kid later. Chun Haonan whispered to reassure him. At this moment the surrounding audience also noticed Lin Hao and his group. Who are these people? Why haven't we seen them before? I don't know where these thugs came from. They probably belong to some gang. Now there's a good show to watch. They dare to cause trouble in Causeway Bay. They really have guts. Soon the two groups of people came together. Looking at the report stand vendor before him, Chun Haonan couldn't help but speak again. Kid, can you tell me the force behind you now? Do you still think someone is orchestrating all this from behind? Lin Hao retorted with sarcasm. If no one was backing you, how could you gather so many people, eh? Sorry, but I'm just a self-employed individual. Seeing Lin Hao stubbornly refusing to speak, Chun Haonan lost patience. I don't care who is behind you. Since you're here today, don't expect to leave. Charge for me. With a command from Chun Haonan, his subordinates immediately raised their arms and shouted in unison, kill them. On the other side, Lin Hao merely furrowed his brow slightly. His thoughts quickly transmitted to the heads of the hundreds of death warriors behind him. In the blink of an eye, the death warriors had already charged forward, rushing towards the opposing crowd. In an instant, the two sides rapidly clashed. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, who possessed no combat power, quickly retreated. After all, he was the commander. If he fell, everything would be lost. Kill them. Chop them to death. The sounds of chaos erupted within Tianlong Stadium. Knives and clubs were flying everywhere. Although Chun Haonan and his men fought fiercely, they quickly subdued the death warriors around them. However, the combat strength of his subordinates was not strong. Before long, Hung Hing began to fall behind. Nangu, we need to find a way to deal with that guy, or we will be in trouble. The big guy nearby shouted. Chun Haonan's expression tightened. Then he wielded the machete wildly, carving a bloody path with the aim of finding Lin Hao. The big guy and Shanji moved closer, and in a very short time, they managed to break through the encirclement. Looking at the fallen Hung Hing members behind him and the possible deserters who had long since fled, Chun Haonan's face turned extremely grim. He was also inwardly astonished. His brothers had fought alongside him for many years, but when it came to a life-and-death moment, some still chose to desert and become traitors. In contrast, the other side seemed to be fighting with all their might, charging at them recklessly. One person even lunged at him while having their own arm severed. Had he not been battle-hardened, he would have been terrified by everything happening before his eyes. Seeing his side on the verge of defeat, Chun Haonan knew that Lin Hao was his only chance. As long as he could kill the opponent, this battle would be completely over. Kid, this time next year will be your death anniversary. After finishing his words, Chun Haonan charged towards Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao, standing at a distance, smiled. That smile was radiant. Just as Chun Haonan was puzzled, suddenly over 100 more people appeared behind him. Halfway through his charge, Chun Haonan suddenly sensed a hint of despair. Kill them all. This time Lin Hao boldly issued the order. The remaining 100 or so people behind him charged towards Chun Haonan and his men without any hesitation. At this moment, Chun Haonan and his group had no time to think, brandishing their machetes as they were forced to confront the enemy. Already at a disadvantage, the Hongxing gang was utterly crushed in this wave of assault. A large number of Hongxing gangsters dropped their weapons and scattered in all directions. After cutting down over 10 people, Chun Haonan was finally struck by 2 blows. Blood oozed from the wounds on his chest. His arms were also covered in blood. At that moment, Daitian Air rushed back to Chun Haonan's side. Brethren, run. If you don't hurry, it will be too late. Though Chun Haonan was unwilling to concede, he knew the situation was dire. There were fewer than 20 of them left. If they continued to fight, he feared he would not survive this encounter. Thus, Chun Haonan led Daitian Air and the others in an attempt to carve a path through the bloodshed. However, Lin Hao had issued a death sentence, and the assassins surrounded them one after another, providing no chance for. Ultimately, at the cost of Shanji being cut down on the court and Daitian Air sustaining severe injuries, Chun Haonan fled the Tianlong court in a wretched state, with only a few remaining subordinates. Seeing Chun Haonan and others escape, Lin Hao felt a bit frustrated, but had no way to stop them. After all, these were merely low-level assassins, and their combat power was naturally not very strong. At best, they were just slightly stronger than average people. However, looking at the hundreds of fallen bodies on the ground, most of whom were from Hongxing, Lin Hao couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. As he walked into the center of the court, cries of agony echoed all around. At that moment, the sounds of police cars and ambulances could be heard in the distance. Lin Hao understood that in reality this battle had not even begun, and everyone in Copper Lobo Bay who needed to know was already aware of it. Even those who shouldn't have heard probably got some wind of it. The reason the police had yet to appear was that in this day and age they were reluctant to risk their lives to apprehend people. From the police's perspective, they preferred to see gangsters fighting among themselves. Thus they would only arrive tardily as the fight neared its end. With a little time left, Lin Hao quickly surveyed them. Soon he spotted a figure. It was Shanji lying on the ground with a painful expression. Approaching Shanji, he saw him clutching his arm and howling in agony. "You were quite arrogant in front of the newsstand today, huh?" Lin Hao bent down and spoke slowly. Shanji knew he had suffered greatly today, but he still retorted defiantly, "Damn it. If I find out where you guys are from, I won't let you off." In his view, although Lin Hao and the others were fierce, they would never dare to kill him easily. After all, lives were at stake, and there were so many witnesses around. But in the next moment he realized he was wrong. Lin Hao stood up and coldly commanded the assassins beside him kill him. An expressionless assassin nodded, and then picked up a machete, walking towards Shanji. Under Shanji's terrified gaze, the sharp blade plunged into his abdomen. Blood spurted out. Shanji instantly ceased to breathe. At that moment the scene fell into a deathly silence. Meanwhile, the system prompt in Lin Hao's mind was ringing incessantly. "Ding, congratulations to the host for plundering 35 points of fear value from another. Ding, congratulations to the host for plundering 19 points of fear value from another. Ding, congratulations to the host for plundering 25 points of fear value from another." In just 1 minute, Lin Hao had madly plundered 16 points of fear value. When he opened the system panel again, new data appeared before his eyes. Host Lin Hao. Skills none. Number of assassins 297 low-level assassins. Fear value 1233. Seeing that his fear value had surpassed 1,000, Lin Hao felt quite pleased. However, he also noticed that the number of his assassins had decreased by 3. This meant that 3 assassins had perished. Lin Hao focused his thoughts once more. In the next second before the police arrived, the remaining assassins swiftly carried away their injured and dead comrades, leaving the scene. And Lin Hao also vanished from the court under the terrified gazes of everyone. Soon the wailing of police sirens echoed as they arrived at the scene. The first to get out of the car was the leader of the anti-black group in Copper Lobo Bay, Inspector Li Xian. "Wow, so many people. Looks like it was a fierce battle." Upon seeing this scene, Li Xian coldly mocked. He was more than happy to witness such a situation. Both parties were the very people he despised, fighting each other without damaging public property or harming innocents. It was even possible that no one would report it afterward. For him, this was quite the delight. At that moment, the terrified residents around began to complain upon seeing the tardy officers. "You come now? The flowers have already wilted. If you always hide when needed, what use is it to show up afterward? If Hong Kong relies on these people for protection, then it's doomed." Facing the public's doubts, Li Xian and his team were completely unconcerned. At this time, a police officer hurried over to report. "Report, Sir Li, those lying on the ground are all members of the Hongxing gang, totaling 72 individuals, of which 16 are already dead and the rest have various degrees of injuries." Why didn't more of them die? What a letdown. By the way, Sir Li, among the deceased is Zhao Shana, known as Shanji, who has recently been quite prominent in the Hongxing gang. Oh, Li Xian, having served in Copper Lobo Bay for many years, was very familiar with the local gangsters. Especially with Hongxing, he had dealt with them multiple times. And this Shanji was one of the most notorious gangsters in Copper Lobo Bay at present. This is truly interesting. This kid is always making a fuss, and I haven't had the chance to deal with him, yet he died on his own. Boss, what should we do about this? This is a major violent brawl, an underling quietly reminded him. Clearly, such a significant incident occurring in their own jurisdiction of Copper Lobo Bay could lead to serious consequences if the higher-ups were to blame them. Yet Li Xian laughed. Those who kill each other are not good birds. Besides, the severity of the issue depends on whether anyone reports it. I've seen many gang fights like this, so rest assured they will digest it internally. However, we do need to provide an explanation to the outside world, so you need to start investigating right away. Find out which other gangs were involved in this incident besides Hongxing. Also immediately bring in to B. I want to give him a warning, and let him know who truly has the final say in Copper Lobo Bay. Understood. The next morning, the large-scale melee incident at the Tin Lung Stadium in Causeway Bay had already spread throughout the streets and alleys of Hong Kong. This large-scale fight not only involved a significant number of participants, but also resulted in casualties that were rarely seen in history. Thus, major media outlets launched extensive coverage. At the same time, Lin Hao's name also appeared in front of the public for the first time. Soon rumors about him began to spread wildly. Have you heard? The one who fought against Hongxing is a kid named Lin Hao. This guy has no influence at all and has been living in a housing estate. I heard that too. It said he's just a newspaper vendor who got into a conflict with Hongxing over protection fees, which led to this incident. This kid is really something. A poor boy can actually gather hundreds of people. Isn't that right? Hongxing is now in complete disarray, especially the Causeway Bay faction, which has completely vanished. It seems that a change is coming to Causeway Bay. Furthermore, media magazines began to sensationalize the event. The powerful Lin Hao's identity exposed a housing estate youth. Lin Hao officially claims Causeway Bay Hongxing's DAB loses its status in the underworld. With one battle, Lin Hao becomes the focus of all major factions. Amidst the rising fame, Lin Hao found himself in a headache. Because right now he needed to pay nearly $9,000 in living expenses to the Death Warriors every day. In just one night, over 8,000 Hong Kong dollars were automatically deducted from his account. With just over 10,000 left in savings, Lin Hao knew he must find a way to make money quickly. Once the Death Warriors broke free from his control, his situation would become extremely dangerous. However, what Lin Hao did not know was that while he was worrying about money, the Council of Hongxing was already bustling with activity. Damn it, who is this Lin Hao? How could he suddenly gather hundreds of people to seize territory? The speaker was Jiang Tianxing, the leader of Hongxing's Mongkok faction, and one of the only 2 women among the 12 factions, Sister 13. Well, that's obvious. This kid must have someone backing him, otherwise how could he support his little brothers? A local influencer from the Xiangjiang region, Baki, chimed in. Baki's words were affirmed by several other brothers present. After all, they were all leaders and knew well how difficult it was to support hundreds of younger brothers. Lin Hao had no territory and no assets. It was simply impossible for him to support hundreds of subordinates with just a small newspaper stand. Thus, everyone present unanimously believed that Lin Hao must have a powerful force behind him. Because of this, everyone in attendance clearly felt some trepidation towards Lin Hao. Just as everyone was discussing, then Hongxing's leader Jiang Tianxing and the strategist white paper fan Shen Yao walked in briskly. Upon seeing them, everyone spoke up. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Hello, Brother Yao. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Hello, Brother Yao. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Hello, Brother Yao. Although Chen Yao was not the head of the 12 factions and had no territory or influence, he held a very high status within the organization, second only to the leader. All faction leaders had to give him face. Seeing the serious expressions on the 2 men, everyone present knew that the situation was not good. Sure enough, as soon as they sat down, Shen Yao looked towards Dab, who was sitting nearby, and looking gloomy. Abi, how are your men? Dab helplessly complained, they've all been wiped out. One of my most capable subordinates died directly at the Tin Lung Stadium. This battle can be said to have deployed all the elite forces of Causeway Bay. But unexpectedly, they lost miserably at the Tin Lung Stadium. Not only were Chun Haonan and others seriously injured, but the chicken also tragically died on the spot. Now he had practically become a lone commander in Causeway Bay. Abi, if you need anything, just ask. We will help you. At this moment, Prince of Tsim Sha Sui was the first to speak. He was usually very righteous and had a good relationship with Dab. Today, seeing Dab in trouble, he naturally wanted to lend a helping hand. Yeah, if you need someone to watch the venue, I can lend you a team. The speaker was Han Bin, the leader of the Quiet Sing district. Thank you, but I will handle the situation in Causeway Bay personally, so you don't need to worry. At present, Dab indeed lacked manpower, but he had never liked to bow his head and ask for help. Especially at this critical juncture, once he allowed others to intervene, it would be unrealistic for him to regain full control of Causeway Bay. After all, in this day and age, where could one find a free lunch? If others truly helped him, he would have to give them a certain reward. More importantly, this involved his reputation and standing in the underworld. If he were defeated by an unknown little punk, how would he survive in the future? However, just then a mocking voice suddenly came from behind. Abi, it's not that I want to say anything, but your subordinates are too weak. They actually got beaten up by an unknown brat like this. I think you should consider stepping aside as the leader of Causeway Bay. Dab turned his head to see that the speaker was not the leader of Hongxing, but Li Qianquan, who had a certain influence within the organization. Li Qianquan, nicknamed Liang Kuan, had always held a grass shoe identity in the organization. Although this identity was lowly, he still had the qualification to recruit younger brothers. Moreover, he operated a film production company, making money by shooting small films and helping some of the older brothers in the organization launder illegal income. Thus, he was quite favored by the various older brothers in the organization. Even Jiang Tianxing appreciated him very much and made an exception to allow him to attend the internal meeting of the organization. However, Liang Kuan was not satisfied with the status quo. What he wanted was to become a local overlord. Plus, he and Dab had never gotten along. So when he saw Dab in trouble, he naturally took the opportunity to strike and planned to take over Dab's territory. Dab immediately became furious. He slammed the table and pointed at Liang Kuan, shouting, "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much. I'm just worried that you don't have anyone around you now, and if other organizations take advantage of the situation to seize our territory in Causeway Bay, that would be bad. Don't you all agree?" At this, Dab understood completely Liang Kuan intended to go against him. What surprised him even more was that several faction leaders sitting next to him unexpectedly began to support Liang Kuan. The leader of the North Point district, Li Biao, was the first to speak. "I think Liang Kuan's words make sense. Dab, you definitely cannot hold Causeway Bay anymore." The leader of the Kuntong district, Du, also echoed, "If this continues, Causeway Bay will definitely be claimed by other factions." Hearing these words, Big B's heart instantly turned cold. He never expected that Liang Kuan had already secretly bribed other decision-makers. As a result, his situation became quite passive. At this moment, Jiang Tianxing finally spoke up. All right, at this critical juncture, let's not have any more discordant voices among us. As for the matter in Causeway Bay, we will give AB 3 days to resolve it. If he cannot settle this within 3 days, we will gather again to discuss this matter. Although Jiang Tianxing appeared to be speaking on Big B's behalf, in reality, he was indifferent to the matter. From beginning to end, he only expressed verbal support for Big B, but had no intention of using his gang's power to. This left Big B looking ashen, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Liang Kuan looked at Big B with a smug expression. Brother B, let's look forward to the next 3 days during which you must turn the tide. Oh, by the way, I should remind you, your little brother Chen Haonan seems to be wanted by the police, so you better be careful. Last night's incident at the Tianlong Stadium shocked the entire Hong Kong. The police were unfamiliar with Lin Hao's name, but were well aware of Chun Haonan and others. Moreover, Causeway Bay has always been under the control of the Hung Hing gang, so the police's anti-gang unit focused all their attention on Chun Haonan and his group. Although Big B did not take action himself as the head of the faction, he knew very well that the police would not let him off. If you should take care of yourself, what could happen to me? I just shoot some small films and earn a bit of living expenses. No one will bother me. Liang Kuan continued to mock him. Big B grew tired of Liang Kuan and found an excuse to leave the meeting hall. After leaving Hung Hing Company, Big B quickly drove to the countryside in Yunlong. There he met the injured Chun Haonan and the gravely wounded Tian Air. How did you get hurt so badly? Big B frowned upon seeing this. He knew last night's battle was fierce, but he never expected his top aide Chun Haonan to be so severely injured. They were too afraid of being hunted by the police to seek proper medical treatment. Therefore, their injuries only worsened. Yesterday, we were too careless. We didn't expect the enemy to be well prepared, sending in strong and reckless fighters. Chun Haonan explained gloomily. Brother B, what happened to Shanji? Although gravely injured, the robust Tian Air still endured the pain to ask. He clearly saw Shanji fall into a pool of blood yesterday, but couldn't reach out to help. This made him worry deeply for his good brother. Big B's expression changed instantly, becoming somewhat unnatural. After seeing his unusual demeanor, Chun Haonan and Tian Air immediately sensed that something was wrong. Brother B, Shanji hasn't gone to the hospital, has he? At this moment, Pao Pai swallowed hard and asked. Shanji is dead. When Big B uttered these words, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Including Chun Haonan, everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at their leader. How could Shanji die? He still had breath when I left. Yeah, I remember he was only wounded in the leg. How could he die? No one could believe this fact. But Big B continued, the autopsy report is out. He died from excessive bleeding after being stabbed in the abdomen with a blunt object. Upon hearing this, everyone present instantly understood everything. Damn it, this bastard actually used lethal force on Shanji. Tian Air shouted angrily. But at this moment, he had no fighting power left. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have long lost consciousness. Leave this matter to me. They'll arrange a private clinic for you to recuperate peacefully. But at this moment, Chun Haonan suddenly stood up. Brother B, Shanji is dead, and we've lost our territory. Do you think I can swallow this anger? Chun Haonan knew full well that after last night's fierce battle, they would not be able to hold on to their territory in Causeway Bay. If he hid now, he would have even less standing in the underworld in the future. Haonan, this matter is beyond your control. I plan to unite with other decision-makers in the gang over the next few days to see if we can work together to drive the enemy out of Causeway Bay. Big B explained helplessly. Brother B, you gave me this life. Just give me one more chance. Chun Haonan stepped forward, speaking earnestly. Looking at Chun Haonan's resolute eyes, coupled with Big B's unwillingness to easily give up their territory, Big B finally nodded after much hesitation. What do you plan to do? I want to kill that kid. Big B frowned, puzzled, and asked, given your current situation, that might be impossible. But Chun Haonan shook his head dismissively. I noticed a detail while I was fighting last night. What detail? I suspect that the kid named Lin Hao can't fight at all. How is that possible? If he had no real strength, why would so many people be willing to follow him? Brother B, Shanji is dead, and we've lost our territory. Do you think I can swallow this anger? Chun Haonan knew full well that after last night's fierce battle, they would not be able to hold on to their territory in Causeway. If he truly had strength, why would he hide on the sidelines and not dare to join the fight? Chun Haonan's words made Big B fall into deep thought. In the underworld, during a gang fight, the leader usually leads by example. Unless he is weak, there is no way he would hide behind as a coward. Moreover, in everyone's eyes, Lin Hao seemed merely to be a puppet, and thus he couldn't possibly possess any real. Considering this, Big B agreed with Chun Haonan's opinion, but still cautiously reminded him, however, that kid has many underlings around him. It won't be easy to get close and kill him. If I took a knife to cut him, I indeed couldn't do that unless. Chun Haonan left the sentence unfinished, but his eyes hinted at everything. Do you want me to help you get a gun? Big B asked in response. Chun Haonan simply nodded. Only a handgun can kill him at close range. Big B knew the pros and cons of this. After taking a deep breath, he slowly replied, guns are not easy to get. In the era of Xinjiang, despite the prevalence of gangs and the existence of various underworld figures, firearms have always been strictly controlled by the police. Most fights among thugs are typically with knives and sticks, and only in rare instances do people resort to guns. More importantly, if one possesses a firearm and is discovered by the police, there will be serious consequences. Thus, even for Dabi, he needed to find a way to procure a gun from the black market. I also need to know where that guy lives. Seeing Dabi agree to his proposal, Chun Haonan continued to speak. I've already instructed someone to investigate this matter. I believe we will soon uncover the details about him. After bidding farewell to Chun Haonan, Dabi quickly got in touch with another formidable figure in the gang, Defei. Although Defei was not one of the 12 Hall Masters, he used to be under Dabi's command. When Defei switched from 14K to Hongxing, he came under Dabi's wing and became his top subordinate. As he grew more powerful, he eventually left Dabi and took a group of his brothers to Yao Mati to make a name for themselves. Therefore, when trouble arose this time, he immediately thought of this former subordinate. Soon he met Defei at the Defei Financial Company in Yao Mati. Upon meeting, Defei proactively said, Brother B, I already know about your situation. Oh, just let me know if you need any help. Seeing Defei still being loyal to him, Dabi nodded with appreciation. Defei, you know that I have a fierce feud with Lin Hao. If I can't take him down, I won't be able to survive in Causeway Bay. I can bring people to find him. Defei immediately volunteered. But Dabi shook his head. No, this task must be done by Chun Haonan. Oh, otherwise how will he manage in Causeway Bay in the future? Defei thought this made some sense. Before this, Chun Haonan had always been Dabi's favorite underling. It was said that Dabi intended to support Chun Haonan to rise in rank and become a prominent figure in the gang. However, after Chun Haonan's recent crushing defeat, his reputation in the underworld had completely evaporated. If he wanted to make a comeback, he would only have the path of avenging his enemies. What are your plans? Help me get 2 guns. To be safe, Dabi requested 2 handguns in one breath. Guns are akin to ticking time bombs, especially handguns used for killing, which can easily lead the police to one's doorstep. Yet despite this, Defei agreed without any hesitation. Leave this matter to me. Alright, I'll wait for your news. Just as Dabi was busy arranging the assassination task. On the other side, Lin Hao had already returned home. Last night, to be on the safe side, he deliberately stayed outside and did not return. But by the next day, he realized that the police had no intention of causing him trouble at all. According to his own analysis, on one hand, he had not taken action, and on the other, he had no direct connection with the 300 dead soldiers. On the other hand, despite the numerous casualties, it was highly unlikely that anyone would report to the police. Under these circumstances, the police might not focus their attention on a relatively unknown character like him for the time being. Then Lin Hao dragged his tired body back into the house. However, when he opened the door, he suddenly widened his eye. Lying on the sofa was an incredibly beautiful woman. Qiu Shuzhen was dressed in a black nightgown, sprawled out on the sofa. Her long fair legs were exposed, looking exceptionally alluring. At that moment, Lin Hao remembered that he had given her a key yesterday, but at the time he had been busy, so he couldn't confirm whether she would actually come. While Lin Hao was lost in thought, Qiu Shuzhen also woke up. Upon seeing Lin Hao, she hurriedly sat up and exclaimed, Brother Lin, you're back. Are you alright? Lin Hao instinctively nodded and blurted out, I'm fine, but last night my dad found out I was staying here, so he came to knock on the door to force me to go home. I didn't dare open the door at the time. He forcefully kicked the door. I don't know if he damaged your door. Qiu Shuzhen, your dad really isn't a good person. Lin Hao said coldly upon hearing this. There's nothing I can do. Who knows, I ended up with such a father. He owes a loan shark outside, and they will soon come knock. At that time I won't know what to do. Qiu Shuzhen replied helplessly. Although she hated her father, he was still her blood, thus she still hoped to help her father. On the other hand, Lin Hao originally did not want to care about Qiu Shuzhen's fate. After all, such a gambling addict was beyond saving. But in that instant, something suddenly occurred to him. Got it. Brother Lin, what is it? It's nothing. Wait for me here, I'm going to talk to your dad. Huh? What are you going to talk to my dad about? Qiu Shuzhen looked confused. But Lin Hao didn't have time to explain much and directly walked out. When he reached downstairs, he happened to encounter several thugs standing at Qiu Shuzhen's door knocking. Hey Qiu Shuzhen, if you don't come out, I'm going to tear down your door. After saying that, they prepared to make a move. At that moment, Qiu Shuzhen finally had no choice but to bravely open the door. Upon seeing Qiu Shuzhen, the leading thug rushed forward and kicked him. You hid away when it was time to pay back the money. Do you really not take our Poison Snake Gang seriously? Hearing the name Poison Snake Gang outside, Lin Hao immediately realized. This gang isn't very large in Xinjiang, but their business is quite different from Hongxing. The Poison Snake Gang mainly runs small gambling houses and lends money at high interest to gamblers, profiting immensely from it. It is likely that Qiu Shuzhen borrowed money from the Poison Snake Gang's gambling house, which is why they have come to collect. At that moment, Qiu Shuzhen simply knelt down. Brother Chong, please give me a little more time. In a couple of days, my daughter will... After hearing this, Brother Chong suddenly squinted his eyes and said slyly, Humph, where is your beautiful daughter? How about letting her accompany me for a night? Then I might consider extending your deadline. Upon hearing this, Qiu Shuzhen not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled apologetically. Brother Chong, my unfilial daughter is upstairs right now. Shall I take you to her? Oh, you really are something. Lead the way. Qin Chong had long been coveting Qiu Shuzhen's beauty, so he immediately agreed without hesitation. Upon seeing this, Qin Chong and the others immediately halted their steps. Meanwhile, Qiu Xiong's expression darkened the moment he spotted Lin Hao. After all, it was Lin Hao's appearance yesterday that had emboldened his daughter to challenge him. Realizing that the other party was attempting to thwart his plans, he decided to take decisive action and approached Qin Chong whispering, "Brother Chong, my daughter was led upstairs by this kid." Having not watched the news, he was unaware that Lin Hao had already acquired terrifying strength. Even though dozens of people surrounded Lin Hao, he perceived him as nothing more than an ordinary lackey. Upon hearing this, Qin Chong immediately furrowed his brows. There were only a few of them, clearly at a disadvantage in numbers. If a fight broke out, they would likely face dire consequences. However, if he backed down now, how could he hold his head high in front of his subordinates in the future? After weighing the pros and cons, Qin Chong mustered his courage and walked up to Lin Hao. "Could I advise you not to meddle in our affairs? You don't think you're all that, do you?" Lin Hao responded dismissively. Seeing the other party belittle him, Qin Chong suppressed his inner fury and spoke again. "Where are you from?" "I am from the Poison Snake Gang, and my boss is Sang Bo." Sang Bo was a prominent figure in the Wanshai area, and also one of the key members of the Poison Snake Gang. Thus Qin Chong mentioned his boss name in hopes of intimidating Lin Hao. After all, in this small estate no one would dare to challenge his boss. Upon hearing this name, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, but then he quickly concocted a profitable scheme. He feigned a look of surprise. "So your boss is Sang Bo?" Seeing Lin Hao seemingly fearful, Qin Chong straightened his posture, boasting, "How about that? Now you know fear, right? Quickly hand over that girl to me, and our Poison Snake Gang might spare your life." "Brother Chong, actually I've always admired Sang Bo's reputation. Could you introduce me to him?" Qin Chong questioned in confusion. "What do you want to do?" "It's nothing. You see, I have a group of younger brothers behind me who want to make a name for themselves in the underworld. However, we have been struggling without connections and can only live in this small estate. If we could climb the ranks of the Poison Snake Gang, it would be perfect. Of course, if you don't mind, we can also follow you." Lin Hao added, deliberately pulling out the few $1,000s left in his pocket as a gesture. Upon receiving the money, Qin Chong's eyes brightened. He hadn't expected this kid to be so accommodating. Moreover, with a group of younger brothers at his side, if they could obey his orders, his standing in the Poison Snake Gang would surely rise. Then Sang Bo would value him even more. With this in mind, Qin Chong decided not to waste any more words and stated, "You know how to conduct yourself, but whether I accept you depends on my boss' decision." Qin Chong was hesitant to take matters into his own hands, so he could only verbally agree for now. This was precisely the outcome Lin Hao desired. "Then please, Brother Chong, lead the way and take me to see Sang Bo." "That's not a problem, but how do you plan to handle his daughter?" At this point, Qin Chong, having dealt with Lin Hao, naturally redirected his attention to Qiu Shuzhen. Hearing this, Lin Hao's mind began to brew a strong intent to kill. However, he remained calm and replied, "Brother Chong, isn't this matter simple? Qin Chong thought that this matter could not be rushed, and given that it was broad daylight, it was indeed inappropriate to carry out such actions. "All right, but I must say this up front, by nightfall you must deliver her to me. Otherwise I'll make you regret it, understand?" "Understood, understood." At this moment, Qiu Xiong appeared. He never expected that Lin Hao would so easily sell off his daughter. Watching his daughter become someone else's pawn without gaining anything himself, he immediately became furious. "Hey Lin Hao, what does my daughter's matter have to do with you?" "Old man, shut your mouth." Lin Hao scolded. Seeing this, Qiu Xiong hurriedly sought Qin Chong's help, saying, "Brother Chong, what do you think about this?" "What do you think? Your daughter doesn't even listen to you anymore, and you still have the nerve to shout in front of me." Qin Chong replied impatiently. In his eyes, it was irrelevant who Qiu Shuzhen's daughter was. What he wanted was the other party's person. Then how am I supposed to settle this debt?" "Fine, considering your daughter, they'll give you 3 more days. If you don't return the money with interest within 3 days, don't blame me for being ruthless." Hearing this, Qiu Xiong dared not speak any further and started to ponder how to find money to repay his debts. Afterward, Lin Hao followed Qin Chong and the others to a restaurant in Wanshai. There he met Sang Bo, who was currently enjoying a delicious meal with a fierce expression at the dining table. Standing behind him were more than 10 younger brothers, creating an imposing presence. Before they arrived, Qin Chong had already informed Sang Bo of the entire situation over the phone. Therefore, upon seeing Lin Hao and the others, a broad smile immediately appeared on Sang Bo's face. "Ah Chong, is this the younger brother you brought from the estate?" "Brother Sang, they are all gathered here having long admired your name, and the Poison Snake Gang eager to seek refuge and earn a living." Qin Chong quickly flattered him. Hearing this, Sang Bo became even more pleased. "Kid, what's your name?" "My name is Lin Hao and I live in building 3A room 605 of the estate." "Haha, you really are a fool. I asked for your name, not where you live. It's hard to believe that someone like you has so many younger brothers following you." Sang Bo thought that the people behind Lin Hao were all rustic bumpkins from the estate. Thus he spoke without restraint, completely disregarding Lin Hao and the others. The Death Warriors following Lin Hao would only obey his commands. They would never act impulsively without Lin Hao's mental directive. Seeing Sang Bo becoming overly self-satisfied, Lin Hao wasted no more words and stepped forward saying, "Brother Sang, do you think you can accept us? Accepting you isn't impossible, but you should know the rules of joining the Poison Snake Gang, right?" "What rules?" "You have to pay the joining fee. Here's the deal: each person from your side needs to give me a red envelope of $10,000. Sang Bo replied. After hearing Sang Bo's words, Lin Hao chuckled softly and then sat directly opposite him. 10,000 yuan per person is not much, but I'm currently short on cash. How about this: you lend me some first, and I'll pay you back with interest once I earn some money. Lin Hao's demeanor was quite sincere. Sang Bo was completely baffled and coldly reminded him, "Humph, you haven't even joined the gang yet, and you're already thinking of borrowing money from me. Also, the interest on my loans is quite high, and if you can't pay it back, the consequences will be dire, so think it over. That's not a problem. It's only right to repay debts. Alright, since you were so straightforward, I'll cover the joining fee for you for now. But the interest will be calculated at loan shark rates, do you understand?" "No problem, but I also want to borrow another million from you." "What? Are you crazy?" Upon hearing Lin Hao audaciously ask for $1,000,000, Sang Bo's expression changed, and his tone grew stern. At the same time, Qin Chong beside him sternly warned, "Lin Hao, don't push your luck. Be careful or Brother Sang will get angry, and you'll have to face the consequences." But Lin Hao merely sneered, crossed his legs, and leisurely replied, "Don't say it like that. We're coming to rely on you. What's wrong with borrowing some money? Kid, you've already provoked me, do you know that?" At this point, Sang Bo finally realized that something was amiss. Looking at Lin Hao sitting across from him, he felt that the other party had no intention of joining him, and was instead toying. "Since I've already angered you, let me add some fuel to the fire, and make you even angrier." Before Sang Bo and the others could react, Lin Hao had already issued a command with his thoughts. In the next second, dozens of death warriors surged forward. Sang Bo was taken aback and slammed his hands on the table, pushing it forward. Then he shouted, "Damn it, cut them down." In an instant, the two sides were embroiled in chaos on the second floor. Taking advantage of the commotion, Lin Hao focused his thoughts and opened the system shop. While everyone was engaged in the fight, he quickly exchanged for a talent skill close combat martial arts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for close combat martial arts, consuming 500 fear. As the system voice faded, Lin Hao's system panel changed. Host Lin Hao. Skills close combat martial arts. Number of death warriors 297. Junior death warriors. Fear points 733. In an instant, countless memory fragments surged into Lin Hao's mind. Moments later, Lin Hao grasped all the essentials of close combat techniques. With newfound combat abilities, Lin Hao clenched his fists and charged into the crowd. Soon he spotted Qin Chong among the crowd. The latter had humiliated Qiu Shuzhen multiple times today, and Lin Hao could no longer contain his anger. Now that the fight had broken out, he naturally intended to seize the opportunity to teach him a harsh lesson. At this moment, Qin Chong also noticed Lin Hao's figure. He was still furious from being outsmarted by Lin Hao, and seeing that the latter dared to approach him, grabbed his steel pipe and swung it. But Lin Hao simply sidestepped, easily evading the attack. Before Qin Chong could attack again, Lin Hao's iron fist struck his head hard. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Qin Chong felt a surge in his head, and his blood rushed to his brain. He staggered backward for 2 steps before collapsing on the spot unconscious. Lin Hao was equally astonished by his own strength. This close combat martial arts was indeed monstrous. What he didn't realize was that he had unconsciously targeted the vital area of Qin Chong's head, allowing him to knock him out with a single blow. Sang Bo, watching from a distance, gasped in shock. He now realized just how terrifying Lin Hao was. However, the current situation left no room for him to think. He then grabbed a sharp machete and charged at Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, you will die." Facing Sang Bo's fierce charge, Lin Hao showed no signs of fear. He stepped forward and suddenly kicked out his right foot, sending Sang Bo flying before the blade could even touch him. After being kicked, Sang Bo felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. As he gritted his teeth and stood up again, Lin Hao had already reached him. "Still want to resist?" After saying this, Lin Hao lifted his right foot and stomped down on Sang Bo's right hand. "Aunt!" Sang Bo's painful wail echoed throughout the entire restaurant. Seeing their boss injured, the members of the Poison Snake Gang completely lost the will to resist. Stop! Run! In the blink of an eye, Sang Bo's subordinates fled. Only a few seriously injured remained on the ground, unable to move. After resolving the financial matters, Lin Hao secretly let out a sigh of relief. With this 1 million, he no longer had any worries for the time being. Meanwhile, in the recent battle, Lin Hao successfully gained a few points of fear value. Although this amount of fear value was not sufficient to fill the gaps, it was better than having none. As long as he patiently developed, it wouldn't be long before he could form a powerful army of death warriors. At that moment, Qin Chong, who was lying on the ground, finally woke up. When he opened his eyes and saw everything around him, he was immediately frightened and stared wide-eyed. "Brother Chong, you finally woke up." Lin Hao's words made Qin Chong even more terrified. He never expected that his boss Sang Bo would now be kneeling beside Lin Hao like a dog. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his brothers had long since vanished. What remained were all the people brought by Lin Hao. Qin Chong swallowed hard and quickly spoke, Brother Lin Hao, I'm sorry. Come on, weren't you thinking about getting close to Miss Chiu Shujin? They'll take you back to the house later. Lin Hao continued to mock. Even Qin Shang, no matter how foolish, understood Lin Hao's intentions and hurriedly ran forward, kneeling in front of Lin Hao with a thud. Brother Hao, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. You're magnanimous, so please don't hold it against me. After speaking, Qin Shang even raised his hand and gave himself a hard slap. Slap. Hearing the crisp sound, Lin Hao laughed. Not bad, I like that sound. Keep going. Lin Hao's words sent a chill down Qin Shang's spine. It was clear that the other party had no intention of letting him off easily. But now he had no way out. Even the ruthless Sang Bo had already softened. Such a small fry like him was simply insignificant. So he gritted his teeth, then extended his hands and began to slap his own face fiercely. At that moment, a series of police sirens came from below the tavern. While the two sides were fighting, the tavern manager had quietly called the police. After receiving the call, the anti-triad team from Wanchai rushed to the scene along with colleagues from the police station. Seeing the police arrive, Lin Hao immediately looked at Sang Bo. Brother Sang Bo, the police will be coming up soon. You should know what to do, right? Sang Bo had a number of criminal records, and he wanted to avoid the police station even more than Lin Hao. Moreover, if this matter got out, it would be a huge disgrace for him and the Poison Snake Gang. After much thought, Sang Bo could only nod helplessly. Brother Hao, don't worry. I know what to do. That's good. While the two were talking, the police had already rushed to the second. Everyone, don't move. Put your hands up. Immediately, a familiar voice came through. The speaker was none other than Li Xian, the head of the anti-triad team from Wanchai. As soon as he went upstairs, Li Xian saw a familiar face. Looking at the chaos in the scene, he couldn't help but scold. Sang Bo, what the hell are you doing? Why are you causing trouble here? Sang Bo had grievances he couldn't express. Clearly, he was the victim in this situation. Yet the police still blamed him. But it was not entirely Li Xian's fault. After all, Lin Hao had just revealed himself, and there hadn't been enough time for the police to notice. With a sigh, Sang Bo helplessly explained, Surly, we were just having a meal, and suddenly felt inspired, so we decided to spar a bit here. Upon hearing this, Li Xian immediately scoffed. You really have a great taste for sparring in a tavern. But I see that all your little brothers are heavily injured. You wouldn't have gone all out in your sparring, would you? Excluding the escaping Shorty Sang Boss, little brothers at the scene were almost all beaten half to death by Lin Hao's death warriors. Therefore, Li Xian didn't believe Sang Boss' explanation at all. Sir, what law states that we can't spar in this tavern? You can spar, but damaging someone else's private property is not acceptable. Li Xian warned sternly. He didn't care what trick Sang Bo was up to. But since the tavern had been vandalized, causing the owner to suffer losses, the police naturally had to intervene. However, Sang Bo casually waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll handle the compensation with the tavern owner myself. You don't need to worry about it. Immediately, he instructed one of his little brothers to call the tavern owner over. The tavern owner naturally knew Sang Bo's background. Seeing that Sang Bo had said this, he dared not voice any complaints and had no choice but to agree to reconcile in front of the police. Once both parties finished their private negotiations, no one among the injured expressed any intention of filing a report. Just as it seemed the matter was resolved, Li Xian inadvertently caught a glimpse of Chun Chong, who was kneeling on the ground. Oh, isn't that silly, Chong? Why are you kneeling on the ground? Chun Chong knew there was something in Li Xian's words, but he still dared not say much, only kneeling there awkwardly and looking at Lin Hao. Seeing this scene, Li Xian immediately focused his attention on Lin Hao, this unfamiliar face. Earlier there were too many people, so he hadn't noticed. Now that he looked closely, his expression changed instantly. This guy looked like the one from the Tianlong Gymnasium last. He then walked up to Lin Hao and coldly said, Hey, show me your ID. I need to check it. Sir, I am a good citizen. You dare claim to be a good citizen while being with Sang Bo. Do you think we are fools? Look at what you're saying. I have always abided by the law. If you don't believe me, you can check. Lin Hao confidently took out his ID information, knowing that the other party had no dirt on him. Upon seeing the name on it, Li Xian gasped. He never expected that after organizing the largest scale brawl last night, this guy would still dare to show up again today. Moreover, this time his target was not Hongxing, but another gang, challenging two major gangs in 24 hours, and both were notable leaders in their respective gangs. It was clear that this young man before him was not simple. You are Lin Hao. Oh, Surly has heard of my name. Not just heard, but the thing you did at Tianlong Gymnasium last night has already spread far and wide. I was just about to find you to have some tea at the police station to understand the situation, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my door. Hearing this, Sang Bo was immediately startled. He never expected that the young man before him was actually one of the main characters in last night's gym brawl. If he had known Lin Hao had such a powerful background, even with 100 lives, he would not dare to ask Lin Hao for money. But now it was too late to say anything. Not only did he gain nothing, but he also got beaten up. After realizing that the police had already noticed him, Lin Hao's expression remained calm, showing no signs of panic whatsoever. Officer, are you mistaken? When did I cause a disturbance at the court? 5 witnesses near the court last night have all given testimonies. Many of them stated that you not only participated in the brawl, but were also one of the organizers. If that's the case, why are you still standing here talking nonsense with me? Lin Hao retorted with authority. The atmosphere on site instantly became tense. Li Xian standing in front also turned pale. Indeed, Lin Hao was absolutely right. The reason he hadn't taken any action against Lin Hao was simply due to a lack of evidence. Although Hong Kong was chaotic in this era, the police still adhered to the law. Otherwise, a careless move could lead to the suspect countering and suing in court. Although Lin Hao was witnessed at the scene, no one stepped forward to accuse him of being one of the masterminds. More importantly, after inquiring from various sources, he learned that although Lin Hao was at the scene last night, he hadn't made a move at all. He had simply stood quietly by. As a result, even if he took the other party as a suspect, they would eventually be released due to insufficient evidence. Thus, Lin Hao's words left Li Xian at a loss as to what to do. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and turn to the kneeling Chen Chong, asking, "Chen Chong, what happened to your in? If someone hurt you, just tell me, and I will definitely seek justice for you." In his view, Chen Chong had clearly been beaten. Sang Bo was his boss, and now Sang Bo was also injured. So the one who hurt him must have been Lin Hao and his underling. As long as Chen Chong was willing to stand up and accuse Lin Hao, even if Lin Hao couldn't be locked up for 10 or 8 years, a few months in jail would be unavoidable. However, Chen Chong with a mournful face replied, "Officer Li, I accidentally bumped into something, no one hit me." "You truly lack courage. You were beaten and still don't dare to report it." Li Xian was getting a bit angry. "Officer, you can't say that, he's just being honest." Seeing that Li Xian was trying to provoke Chen Chong, Lin Hao decisively intervened. "This is none of your business." Chen Chong, stand up. "I want to ask you properly about what happened just now." As soon as Chen Chong heard this, he was about to get up. But just then Lin Hao suddenly voiced his dissatisfaction. Seeing Lin Hao was angry, Chen Chong hurriedly knelt down again, ignoring Li Xian. Li Xian was furious. "Chen Chong, didn't I tell you to stand up? Didn't you hear me?" Lin Hao also retorted, "Chen Chong, that sound just now was quite nice. Why did you stop?" Chen Chong felt deeply troubled. He never expected to become a pawn in the struggle between the two. Yet facing the terrifying pressure from Lin Hao, he chose to yield. After all, not listening to Li Xian wouldn't bring him any trouble, but angering Lin Hao might mean he wouldn't see the sunrise. Thus, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, he slowly raised his hand and slapped himself several times. The police officers on site were stunned by this scene. After working in law enforcement for so many years, they had never seen such an arrogant young man like Lin Hao. Li Xian couldn't hold back and immediately shouted, "You are truly bold, daring to pull this stunt in front of me. Someone investigate their ID information one by one. If any suspicious identities are found, take them all back to the station for questioning." Although he couldn't immediately charge Lin Hao, the police had the authority to detain any suspicious individuals. Thus, under Li Xian's orders, the officers began to investigate the identities of the mercenaries. Fortunately, before recruiting these mercenaries, the system had already automatically assigned them legitimate identities. Therefore, after the investigation, Li Xian and the others found nothing. They could only find a random excuse and take a few people back to report. Lin Hao knew that he must not oppose the police at this moment, so he conveyed information through brainwaves, instructing the mercenaries not to resist and to cooperate with the police investigation. Finally, Li Xian focused his gaze on Lin Hao and Sang Bo. "Gentlemen, I won't pursue this matter with you today, but if you still think about causing trouble in Wanchai, don't blame me for being rude." Sang Bo glared at Li Xian, not taking his words to heart at all. Lin Hao, however, smiled and assured, "Rest assured, officer, we will not cause you any trouble." "That's good to hear," Li Xian replied curtly, then hurriedly left the scene with his team. Apart from the 3 people who were symbolically taken away for questioning by the police, Lin Hao's side suffered no losses. Yet Sang Bo faced heavy losses. Seeing that the police had been sent away and he had paid his due, Sang Bo was about to get up and leave. "Brother Hao, if there's nothing else, shall we take our leave?" "Wait a moment, it seems there's something you haven't handled." "What matter?" Sang Bo was startled, wondering what he hadn't done. Then Lin Hao waved his hand, calling over the restaurant owner, standing at a distance. The restaurant owner was now nervous. He dared not provoke these figures from the underworld. As a small business owner, simply trying to run a shop, if he truly angered them, his restaurant would be finished. "Boss, could you estimate how much loss there was today?" "Oh, no need, we can bear this little loss ourselves." The owner replied respectfully with a smile. He didn't dare to truly ask for money from them. After all, if he did, he would definitely be in deep trouble. But Lin Hao suddenly became stern. "Since I've caused you a loss, I must handle this matter. If you don't provide a figure, I will come here every day with my little brothers for tea. At that time, things won't be so easy to resolve." Lin Hao threatened. Hearing this, the owner jumped in fright and hurriedly reported, "The loss might be around 10,000. However, under Lin Hao's coercion, Sang Bo reluctantly pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket. Seeing Sang Bo still counting the money slowly, Lin Hao domineeringly snatched it all away. Upon counting, there was over 20,000. He directly took out 20,000 and handed it to the hotel owner. "You keep this money as our compensation." Sang Bo beside him seethed internally. "Damn it, using my money to compensate others, you really are something." But he could only dare to grumble in secret. The boss fearfully took the money, trembling as he looked at Sang Bo, afraid that if Sang Bo was unhappy, he might just end him. But Lin Hao spoke up. "Brother Sang Bo, you're not thinking of wanting this money back later, right?" Sang Bo forced a smile. I sang Bo am all about integrity. After all, if I don't keep my word, how can others dare to come to me for loans? That's good. With that said, I can rest assured. Also, boss, here's my landline. If anyone troubles you, just contact me. Lin Hao made his hint very clear, and Sang Bo was prepared to completely abandon any crooked thoughts. The boss, upon hearing this, hurriedly thanked Lin Hao repeatedly. At this moment, Sang Bo stood up again. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. You guys can go, but Chin Chong has to stay, or I need to take him to a place. Ah, brother Sang Bo. Chin Chong immediately sensed that something was wrong and quickly sought help from his boss. But Sang Bo only wanted to leave immediately and didn't care about Chin Chong's fate. Chin Chong, you can just fend for yourself from now on. I'll consider me as if I have no little brother like you. After quickly severing ties with the other party, Sang Bo hurriedly left the restaurant with his other subordinates. Upon hearing this, Chin Chong's face turned ashen and he slumped to the ground. Just as Lin Hao was about to get up and leave, the restaurant owner pulled him into a private room. What do you want? Lin Hao asked in confusion. The owner, however, flattered him with a smile. Brother Hao, I want to collaborate with you. I wonder if you are interested. Collaborate on what? Lin Hao retorted. It's like this, our restaurant has been frequently troubled by people, and someone like Sang Bo comes by every now and then looking for excuses to extort money. So I thought if you could protect our restaurant, I could give you and your brothers a little tea fee every month. This would be beneficial for all of us. What do you think? The intention of the restaurant owner was quite clear. He wanted Lin Hao to protect his establishment, and he was willing to pay a protection fee. After all, he had just felt Lin Hao's terrifying strength, and he sensed that Lin Hao was different from other thugs. He was a principled leader who didn't bully the weak. Lin Hao initially didn't want to entertain the owner. However, upon a moment's thought, he conceived an excellent money-making idea. Yes, collecting protection fees. In Xiangjiang, doing business, whether it be running a hotel, a tea house, or even a small newsstand, one must have someone to protect them. Thus, the market is vast, and the profits substantial. If Lin Hao could monopolize this market, would he still have to worry about not having the funds to support his death squad? However, collecting protection fees is illegal under Xiangjiang law. But if he established a security company and provided security services to the restaurant, then the fees collected for those services would be completely legal and compliant. Thinking this through, Lin Hao decisively said, "Your proposal is good. During this time, I will secretly protect you. Once my security company is established, we can sign a service contract. At that time, we will cooperate according to the terms of the contract." The restaurant owner was left baffled. How could it be that even in this day and age, gangs need to sign contracts for protection fees? Brother Hao, what do you mean by this? Lin Hao then simply explained to him. He also stated that this approach would greatly benefit the restaurant owner, since once a contract was signed, the cooperation would have legal validity. There would be no situations where someone takes the protection fee and then vanishes. Thus, upon hearing this, the restaurant owner was overjoyed and quickly nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lin Hao took the opportunity to seize the moment and said, "I also need you to help me with a small favor. Brother Hao, just give the orders as long as I can do it. It's simple. You need to help me promote this matter privately, and it would be best if you could help bring in more customers, understand?" Lin Hao wanted to use the restaurant owner to attract more business for himself. This way, his security company could quickly establish a foothold in the Wanchai district. "No problem, I'll take care of this. In fact, as long as your strength is strong enough and your dealings are fair, even if I don't say anything, many people will come looking for you. After all, who wouldn't want to pay for good service?" Seeing the restaurant owner being so agreeable, Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. After assigning some tasks, Lin Hao finally brought the terrified Chin Chong back to the housing estate. When he returned with Chin Chong, the entire housing estate had already buzzed with news. A large crowd had gathered, eager to see what had happened. At this moment, Chiu Shuzhen and Chiu Xiong also came out at Lin Hao's call. When they saw Chin Chong, who was beaten black and blue, both father and daughter were taken aback. "Brother Lin Hao, what happened?" "Chonga, what happened to you?" Chin Chong felt his heart dying. He never expected that coming to collect a debt would lead to such big trouble. Now he was not only abandoned by the Poison Snake gang, but had also fallen into Lin Hao's hands. To survive, he had to put aside his pride and plead, "Miss Chiu Shuzhen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have harbored ill thoughts towards you. Please show mercy and spare my life." Everyone present had heard of Chin Chong's infamous name. Now seeing him beg, they all showed expressions of shock. Chiu Xiong even widened his eyes in disbelief at everything unfolding before him. Chiu Shuzhen looked at Lin Hao in confusion. She had no idea what had transpired in this short half a day. "What exactly is going on?" "It's like this, Miss Chiu Shuzhen. This kid wanted you to accompany him to bed today, and your father also agreed. So do you still want to forgive him? If you don't forgive him, I'll throw him into the open sea to feed the sharks." Lin Hao threatened. At these words, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Everyone was neighbors and acquaintances, and they knew Lin Hao quite well. But they never expected that in just a few days Lin Hao seemed to have turned into a completely different person, leaving everyone confused. After hearing this, Chiu Shuzhen's expression changed slightly. Her gaze towards Chiu Xiong was now filled with anger. After much contemplation, Chiu Shuzhen decided to let the matter go. On one hand, Chiu Xiong was her father. On the other, she didn't want Lin Hao to bear the burden of a murder charge because of her. Thus, Chiu Shuzhen spoke up, asking Lin Hao to release Chin Chong. Lin Hao did not waste words, and directly said, Chen Chong, why don't you thank Miss Chiu Shuzhen? Thank you, Miss Chiu. Chen Chong expressed his heartfelt gratitude. By the way, how much does Chiu Xiong owe you? No debts, no debts. This matter is our fault, so let's consider it a small token of compensation from us. Chen Chong had just witnessed Lin Hao's methods. At this critical moment, even if he had 100 more guts, he wouldn't dare to ask Chiu Xiong for money. Oh, since you say so, I'll thank you on their behalf. Hearing this, Chiu Xiong was instantly overjoyed, and his furrowed brow quickly relaxed. A broad smile appeared on his face. Once everything was settled, Lin Hao allowed Chen Chong to leave the building. Those present, upon realizing Lin Hao's prowess, no longer dared to provoke him lightly. Chiu Xiong rushed to Lin Hao's side, and respectfully said, Brother Lin Hao, this time I truly owe you. Lin Hao had no intention of showing any kindness to such scum as Chiu Xiong. He cast a cold glance at him, and said flatly, don't get me wrong, I'm not helping you, I'm helping Chiu Shuzhen. After all, if you don't settle this debt, it's Chiu Shuzhen who will suffer in the end. Lin Hao understood that Chiu Shuzhen was a very kind girl. Once her father used morality to bind her, she would have to work hard to earn money to pay off his debt. Therefore, Lin Hao's actions could be considered a significant help to Chiu Shuzhen. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Chiu Shuzhen felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart. Having lived in this world for so long, today was the first time she felt the sense of security that comes from being cared for by the opposite sex. Looking at Lin Hao, her little heart couldn't help but start thumping with excitement. As a perceptive person, Chiu Xiong immediately understood what was happening. He realized that Lin Hao represented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. He then said with a sly grin, I understand you are doing this for my daughter's sake. So when are you two getting married? Chiu Xiong's words shocked both Lin Hao and Chiu Shuzhen. At this moment, Lin Hao realized that Chiu Xiong had completely misunderstood him. Chiu Xiong, what are you thinking? Chiu Shuzhen and I are just friends. Chiu Xiong, however, did not take this to heart. Hey, if you aren't interested in my daughter, why are you wading in these muddy waters? But don't worry, it's only natural. Who told my daughter to be so beautiful? This made Chiu Shuzhen's face flush with embarrassment. She never expected her father to be so shameless as to want to sell her off in public. Lin Hao was instantly enraged. He couldn't believe that Chiu Xiong was still such a scoundrel. What angered him even more was that the other party actually perceived him as that kind of petty person. If I were truly that kind of person, how would I be any different from Chen Chong? Without waiting for the other party to react, Chen Chong was sent sprawling to the ground by the kick. However, Chiu Shuzhen stood still, seemingly believing that her father had brought this upon himself. Chiu Xiong climbed up, enduring the pain. He was now stunned. He initially thought he had climbed up the big tree that was Lin Hao, and once his daughter married into that family, his life. But he never expected that the other party was not thinking along those lines at all. Chiu Xiong, remember this, if you ever use your daughter as a bargaining chip again, don't let me see you in Xiangjiang. Do you understand? Chiu Xiong could only weakly nod while holding his abdomen. At the same time, he felt a hint of fear towards his daughter, no longer daring to easily let the other party make money for him. Then Lin Hao approached Chiu Shuzhen. Alright, this matter should be settled now, you can go home. I believe your dad won't dare to let you go out to make money again. Chiu Shuzhen was momentarily stunned, then showed a conflicted expression. After a moment, she quietly asked, Brother Lin, how can I stay with you? Lin Hao's heart raced. Wasn't this walking into a tiger's den? Yet in reality, the direction of the plot was just as he wished. After all, he had helped Chiu Shuzhen tremendously. Moreover, which man would refuse Chiu Shuzhen? However, on the surface, Lin Hao still pretended to be a gentleman. A girl living with me might attract some gossip. I don't care. Chiu Shuzhen replied decisively, without a second. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Lin Hao knew that Chiu Shuzhen had already been moved. After feigning hesitation for a moment, he finally relented. Alright, then you can stay with me for now. Upon hearing Lin Hao's agreement, Chiu Shuzhen immediately sighed in relief, and a happy smile appeared on her face. It was as if she had found true love. She then turned around and returned home, starting to pack her belongings, preparing to officially move to Lin Hao's place. Seeing this, Chiu Xiong immediately approached her. Daughter, you must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and win that guy's heart. Only then can our lives change. Chiu Shuzhen's expression darkened again after hearing this. I warn you, don't meddle in my affairs anymore. Also, Lin Hao is just an ordinary person. Don't expect him to support you. In Chiu Shuzhen's view, Lin Hao is merely an ordinary person with many friends. If he were truly wealthy, why would he willingly live in such a dilapidated building? But Chiu Xiong snorted dismissively. In any case, you are my daughter for life. If you two become successful in the future, don't forget about me. Just take care of yourself. Chiu Shuzhen didn't want to say another word to her father, grabbing her luggage and going upstairs. As she entered the house, Lin Hao was just taking off his shirt and relaxing in the living room. In this era, people living in the building couldn't afford air conditioning. Therefore, during the sweltering summer, most people preferred to walk around shirtless at home. When Chiu Shuzhen saw Lin Hao bare-chested, instead of being angry, she felt a flutter of excitement in her heart. His muscles were so well defined. Lin Hao, who regularly worked out, had very prominent muscle lines on his upper body, causing Chiu Shuzhen's heart to race, and she even blushed shyly. Misunderstanding, Chiu Shuzhen dared not look directly at Lin Hao, merely nodding gently. Meanwhile, Defei had also procured 2 handguns from the black market. With the guns in hand, Da Bi returned to the rural area of Yuanlong at the first opportunity. Fortunately, De Tian received timely treatment and was temporarily out of life-threatening danger. However, for the short term, he was devoid of any combat capability, and Bao Pai was evidently of no use. Jiao Pai had not recovered since being injured by Lin Hao. Nevertheless, under such circumstances, Jiao Pai still volunteered to step forward. Brother Thanan, let me accompany you. With 2 of us working together, our chances of success will be higher. Chen Haonan had no one else to rely on at this moment, so he could only grit his teeth and agree. Anan, I have already found out that Punk's address. He lives in Wanchai Estate. Chen Haonan nodded, a fierce glint appearing on his face. Lin Hao, tonight it's either you die or I perish. After tidying up briefly, Chen Haonan and Jiao Pai followed the BS vehicle back to Wanchai. By nightfall, the area around Wanchai Estate was eerily silent. Due to the aging public facilities, most of the streetlights were broken. In the pitch darkness outside, people were naturally unwilling to linger. Inside, Lin Hao was sitting on the sofa with Qiu Shuzhen watching television. Since helping her earlier in the day, their feelings had rapidly intensified. Especially Qiu Shuzhen, who not only took the initiative to cook and wash dishes for Lin Hao, but even helped him wash clothes without a washing machine. Lin Hao naturally observed all of this. In his eyes, it was an established fact that he had won over Qiu Shuzhen. However, he was not one to rush. He understood that feelings needed to be cultivated slowly. Once the time was right, Qiu Shuzhen would naturally. If he rushed things now, he feared it would make the other party uncomfortable. Hence, Lin Hao did not hasten to take action. Yet although he had not acted, his heart could not find peace. This was simply because the person sitting beside him was the future, most alluring movie star of Xianjiang. Tonight, Qiu Shuzhen was wearing a black lace nightgown. Her pristine feet were exposed, and her enchanting figure was partially visible, exuding a myriad of charms and immense allure. Lin Hao said nothing, yet his peripheral vision frequently darted towards Qiu Shuzhen's remarkable figure. Naturally, Lin Hao's subtle movements did not escape Qiu Shuzhen's keen eyes. After working in a convenience store for many days, she had already learned to read people's expressions. She could detect within the shortest time whether there were any males secretly watching her. Noticing Lin Hao occasionally glancing at her, Qiu Shuzhen's mood began to grow a bit anxious. She had already planned to be with Lin Hao. As long as he really liked her, she would not regret giving everything. However, with their relationship having escalated to this point, Lin Hao had shown no actual moves. This left her somewhat puzzled, unsure of what he truly thought. Seeing that Lin Hao was hesitant to take action, Qiu Shuzhen felt a sense of urgency. She gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and slowly leaned towards Lin Hao. Before long, her body was pressed against Lin Hao's side. They sat close together on the sofa, watching a movie. Yet at this moment, both of them had completely diverted their thoughts away from the television. Lin Hao clearly sensed the signals Qiu Shuzhen was sending. Taking another glance at the beauty beside him, Lin Hao swallowed hard, then quietly reached out from behind, gently wrapping his arm around Qiu Shuzhen. Qiu Shuzhen trembled slightly, her whole body immediately stiffening in place. How tense! Qiu Shuzhen's heart raced with excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's palm was already sweating. After all, this was far more challenging for him than cutting someone. Seeing that Qiu Shuzhen had no reaction whatsoever, Lin Hao gathered his courage, tightly wrapping his arms around Qiu Shuzhen's slender waist, then pulled her into his embrace. Aunt! Qiu Shuzhen let out a soft protest, but made no further reaction, directly falling into Lin Hao's arms. Throughout this process, neither of them spoke a word. Yet both understood that everything was unsaid. At this moment, an ambiguous atmosphere began to permeate. Gazing at the goddess in his arms, Lin Hao took a deep breath, then gently leaned in to kiss her. Qiu Shuzhen also slowly closed her eyes, beginning to savor everything that was about to happen. But just then the doorbell suddenly rang. Upon hearing it, Lin Hao instantly became furious. Who the hell was looking for him at such a crucial moment? The Death Warriors certainly wouldn't, as they would never act without his orders. Could it be someone from the Poison Snake Gang, coming to seek revenge? Or the Hung Hing members? For a moment, Lin Hao lost all interest. He pulled Qiu Shuzhen close, whispering, "It might be my enemy. Stay here, and don't move." Qiu Shuzhen was unclear about what Lin Hao had done outside. Hearing him say this, she immediately became worried. Is it that guy from earlier causing trouble? I don't know, we'll check at the door. Lin Hao stepped forward and peered through the peephole, but in the next second his face immediately darkened. He then flung the door open and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you doing here at this hour?" Standing at the door was none other than Qiu Shuzhen's father, Qiu Xiong. Qiu Xiong, scolded unexpectedly, was instantly dumbfounded. He thought that he would take this opportunity to connect with Lin Hao. How come he hadn't even spoken, and the other party was? Seeing the rage on Lin Hao's face coupled with Qiu Shuzhen inside completely ignoring him, Qiu Xiong also understood that tonight was truly not the right time for his visit. He then awkwardly chuckled and softly asked, "Lin, how is my daughter doing? Okay? Of course she's fine after leaving you," Lin Hao replied irritably. Inside, Qiu Shuzhen turned her head away, completely unwilling to acknowledge her beastly father. Seeing himself rejected, Qiu Xiong also felt embarrassed to linger. After exchanging a few trivial words, he left. Once Chiu Xiong departed, Lin Hao's earlier anxious heart finally helplessly shaking his head. Lin Hao did not rush to return to Chiu Shuzhen to rekindle their romance. Instead, he went to the corridor and pulled out a cigarette to light up. However, just after lighting it, Lin Hao inadvertently caught sight of a car, suddenly stopping outside. In this era, ordinary office workers could hardly afford a car, let alone the poor residents of the estate. Thus, the sudden appearance of this car in the dead of night immediately captured Lin Hao's attention. Then Lin Hao slightly crouched down. He peered through the gaps in the railing. In the next moment, the car quickly turned off. Two figures emerged from the vehicle. By the faint moonlight, Lin Hao recognized one of the faces. In that instant, Lin Hao was taken aback. The newcomer was none other than Chun Haonan. Seeing Chun Haonan suddenly visiting in the dead of night, even Lin Hao knew what that meant. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party had not discovered him, Lin Hao quickly returned to the room and turned off all the lights and electrical devices. Chiu Shuzhen, puzzled, asked, "Brother, how, what happened? You hide in the bathroom. Without my signal, you are not to come out." Although Chiu Shuzhen did not understand Lin Hao's intentions, she immediately sensed that something was wrong upon seeing his serious expression. She quickly kept quiet and hurried into the bathroom. She turned off the light, and the entire room was instantly plunged into darkness. Next, Lin Hao grabbed a small knife from the kitchen, donned a pair of disposable gloves, and hid by the door. After Chun Haonan and Jiao Pai quietly arrived at Lin Hao's door. After glancing around and finding no one, Chun Haonan nodded at Jiao Pai. Jiao Pai understood the signal, took out a handgun attached to silencer, and fired a shot at the doorknob. Whoosh. After one shot, the lock was instantly shattered. Then he gently pushed open the door. Looking into the dimly lit room, Jiao Pai cautiously took 2 steps forward. However, as soon as he entered, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Before he could react, he felt a sharp object pierce through his abdomen. Oh! The intense pain caused Jiao Pai to howl instantly. Having mastered close combat techniques, Lin Hao was naturally skilled with firearms. Without any hesitation, he seized the moment while the opponent was defenseless and snatched the handgun from Jiao Pai. At that moment, Chun Haonan outside the door raised his gun in a hurry. Lin Hao, however, cleverly grabbed Jiao Pai and used him as a shield. Chun Haonan aimed his handgun at Jiao Pai but hesitated to pull the trigger. This gave Lin Hao an opportunity. He swiftly raised his gun and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Caught off guard, Chun Haonan was shot in the right chest and arm. The gun in his hand fell to the ground. Severely injured, Chun Haonan realized that the assassination attempt had completely failed. He immediately prepared to turn and flee. But Lin Hao had no intention of giving him that opportunity. The so-called cutting the grass must also remove the roots. He had an irreconcilable grudge against Chun Haonan. If he did not take the chance to kill him today, it would lead to endless troubles in the future. Just as Lin Hao was preparing to go outside to eliminate Chun Haonan, Jiao Pai suddenly rallied. He directly lunged fiercely at Lin Hao. With a surge of murderous intent, Lin Hao raised his handgun and pressed it against Jiao Pai's chest, pulling the trigger repeatedly. Several bullets struck his body. Moments later, Jiao Pai lay lifeless. Outside, Chun Haonan watched all of this unfold, feeling an intense desire to tear Lin Hao apart. However, he was powerless to do anything and could only take advantage of this brief moment to escape downstairs. Meanwhile, many residents around had heard the commotion and opened their doors to check. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Hao quickly hid back inside. At that moment, Chiu Shuzhen inside the house was already scared out of her wits. Although separated by a door, she could clearly hear the sounds of fighting. Once Lin Hao closed the door, Chiu Shuzhen gathered her courage and opened the door. But upon seeing Jiao Pai lying on the ground, Chiu Shuzhen instinctively let out a cry. Oh! Lin Hao immediately stepped forward and covered her mouth. "Don't make a sound. He came to assassinate me, but I turned the tables on him." Chiu Shuzhen had never seen such a scene before. Hearing that someone was dead made her legs go weak, and she nearly collapsed to the floor. Lin Hao's strong hands quickly supported Chiu Shuzhen up. Looking at the terrified Chiu Shuzhen, Lin Hao suddenly felt a rush of emotion and directly kissed her lips. After the kiss, Chiu Shuzhen was once again stunned. Her previously tense emotions were completely released at that moment. Soon she fell into Lin Hao's embrace. After embracing for a moment, Lin Hao reluctantly released Chiu Shuzhen. "Shuzhen, since you are willing to be my woman, no matter what difficulties we encounter in the future, we must support each other and get through it together, understand?" Chiu Shuzhen slightly nodded and then gave him a resolute look. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt completely relieved. Fortunately, the earlier fight did not attract the attention of the surrounding people. Soon the neighborhood returned to its usual tranquility. However, with Jiao Pai dead in his house, it was imperative to deal with it promptly. Thus, Lin Hao immediately summoned several death warriors nearby through his mind. He then bound Jiao Pai with a sack and quietly carried him out under the cover of night. As for when the police would discover it, that depended on their efficiency. After dealing with everything, Chiu Shuzhen was still. After all, a person had died in the house, and she could not sleep no matter what. Lin Hao had no choice but to hold her tightly, not letting go for a moment. Early the next morning, Lin Hao immediately took Chiu Shuzhen away from the house where the incident had occurred. He quickly arranged for her to stay in a heavily guarded 5-star hotel. "You stay here for now, and once I resolve the issues outside, I will come to take you back." Killing Jiao Pai this time meant he had completely fallen out with Hongxing. Moreover, even if they did not seek him out, he would bring people to kill in Causeway Bay. Therefore, both parties must resolve this quickly. Lin Hao then opened his system panel. Host Lin Hao. Skills Close Combat Techniques. Number of Death Warriors 297 Junior. Fear value 786. He still had over 700 fear points, but he was not in a hurry to recruit more Death Warriors. Instead, he swiftly exchanged for 2 intermediate Death Warrior enhancement scrolls. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for 2 intermediate Death Warrior enhancement scrolls, consuming 600 fear value. In an instant, the system panel changed again. Host Lin Hao. Skills Close Combat Techniques. Number of Death Warriors 97 Junior Death Warriors 200 Intermediate Death Warriors. Fear value 286. His 200 Junior Death Warriors had completed their transformation and become more powerful Intermediate Death Warriors. He planned to use these 200 warriors to storm Causeway Bay and completely drive out the Big B. After successfully enhancing the strength of the Death Warriors, Lin Hao immediately selected 5 from the Intermediate Death Warriors and brought them downstairs to the hotel. As soon as they met, before Lin Hao could say anything, these 5 stepped forward respectfully and said, "Hello, Brother Hao." Their actions startled Lin Hao. It's important to note that the Junior Death Warriors would never take the initiative to greet him. They simply followed his orders. However, it was clear that these Intermediate Death Warriors were completely different from the Junior ones. They seemed to have independent thought processes much more akin to ordinary people. Then Lin Hao tentatively asked, "Do you have independent consciousness?" After exchanging glances, they began to explain, "Brother, how we have become Intermediate Death Warriors, so we possess the ability to think independently. Nevertheless, no matter what, as long as you give an order, we will unconditionally obey your decisions." These Death Warriors were quite astute. After expressing their independent abilities, they did not forget to pledge their loyalty to Lin Hao. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was overjoyed and quickly asked, "Then if you are promoted to Advanced Death Warriors, will your brains become even more developed?" However, this time they all shook their heads. "Sorry, this question exceeds our realm of awareness, so we cannot answer." It was then that Lin Hao realized he had been overthinking. Perhaps only after they were strengthened to Advanced Death Warriors would they know what kind of existence they truly were. Regardless, Lin Hao was very happy. With Death Warriors having independent consciousness, their combat power would naturally multiply. "I am assigning you a task now, which is to protect Miss Chiu Shuzhen in the hotel. No matter the circumstances, you must not let her be harmed in the slightest, understand?" "Yes, Brother Hao." The 5 responded in unison. After outlining the relevant matters, Lin Hao immediately set off for Causeway Bay to make the final preparations. Meanwhile, in a KTV room on Portland Street in Mongkok, several leaders of the Hung Hing gang gathered together. Big B sat on the sofa with a gloomy expression. Sitting next to him were the Mongkok representative Sister 13 and the Kwai Tsing representative Han Bin. Although they had not officially announced their relationship, the bond between them was quite ambiguous. It was precisely because Han Bin was backing her that Sister 13's influence in Mongkok was growing stronger. Today, Big B had called them for one purpose. That was to discuss the upcoming strategies. Last night, upon learning that Chun Haonan had been shot and that Jiao Pai was missing, Big B knew his power was waning. It was impossible to rely on his own strength to hold on to Causeway Bay. Therefore, he had to seek assistance from others. Within the gang, the only ones who shared a bond with him and had a decent relationship were these 2. At this moment, Sister 13, smoking a cigarette, casually asked, "How is Annan doing?" Big B smiled bitterly and shook his head. "His right hand is completely useless. It's a miracle he's still alive." Hearing this, Sister 13's expression softened slightly. She had a decent relationship with Chun Haonan and often helped each other. Now, knowing Chun Haonan had fallen to this state, she couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. With his right hand gone, his life is probably over. Big B echoed, "I think if there's ever a chance in the future, just giving him a small territory to manage would suffice." After the Tianlong Stadium incident, Chun Haonan's reputation had plummeted. Now that his hand is useless, it's uncertain if anyone would still want to follow him. Those who had grudges against him in the past would probably come looking for trouble. Thus, Big B understood deep down that Chun Haonan would never have a chance to turn his life around. Han Bin, upon hearing this, cursed, "Damn it, who exactly is that Lin Hao? Why haven't we figured him out yet? Haven't I told you? He's just a small character raised in a public housing estate, but the identities of those around him are somewhat suspicious," Sister 13 explained. "What did you find out?" "I found that these people do not have direct connections with each other. They each know Lin Hao individually. Moreover, what's more frustrating is that Lin Hao has no connections, no background, and doesn't control any territory. So what kind of spell did he cast on these people to make them so devoted to him?" Sister 13's words left Big B and Han Bin deep in thought. Indeed, they couldn't figure out what was going on. However, the most important thing now was how to deal with Lin Hao. Otherwise, if someone took over Causeway Bay, Big B's position would be at risk, and Sister 13 and Han Bin would not be able to benefit from it either. Then Han Bin also expressed his stance. The urgent task now is to hold on to Causeway Bay and then see what that kid plans to do next. Exactly, the other side has no territory, so it's not easy for us to target him. Moreover, Chen Haonan has already startled the snake in the grass, so looking for trouble with him is not realistic. Seeing that Han Bin and Sister 13 both said so, Big B momentarily had no good ideas, so he could only nod in agreement with their suggestion. How do you plan to help me? It's simple, we each send people to help you watch the territory, but you need to share some of the profits with us. After all, I can forego this money, but my brothers still need to eat. Han Bin spoke with righteous indignation. Yet he was internally still concerned about the protection fees for guarding the territory. Sister 13 also picked up exactly, I was thinking the same, the bars and nightclubs can be handled by Han Bin. As for the Phoenix Towers and saunas in Causeway Bay, he'll let my people handle them. They're specialized so they can work more. The two of them collaborated seamlessly, quickly dividing all of Big BS territory in Causeway Bay. Though reluctant, Big B, now a mere figurehead, could only grit his teeth and agree to protect his meager assets. In the end, the three established an alliance. Big B would let them help look after the territory. After deducting the portion for the gang, the remaining profits would be split 8,020. Big B would enjoy 20 of the profits while Han Bin and Sister 13 would take 80. This arrangement seemingly favored Big B, but in reality, it was a severe loss. After all, having been in the underworld for many years, he understood one principle. That is, it's easy to invite a deity, but hard to send them away. If he truly drove Lin Hao away this time, he would have to face Han Bin and Sister 13 next. However, he couldn't think that far ahead. As long as he could kill Lin Hao, all sacrifices would be worth it. After establishing the alliance, Sister 13 and Han Bin quickly set off, each mobilizing their forces. By nightfall, Causeway Bay was as bright as ever. The streets were filled with young men and women. The atmosphere was incredibly lively, and there was no indication that any major events were about to unfold. Meanwhile, Big B sat in the new Peacock nightclub drinking alone. Seeing that the place was filled with Han Bin's men, he felt extremely depressed. After downing a couple of shots of strong liquor, he finally collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep. At that moment, the 200 intermediate death warriors led by Lin Hao had already arrived at Causeway Bay. Tonight, he was officially declaring war on Hung Hing here. Fortunately, the death warriors behind him had gained independent consciousness, so Lin Hao quickly divided them into 10 small teams. Each team consisted of 20 members, and they would act separately, aiming to smash all of Hung Hing's establishments in Causeway Bay by nightfall. Subsequently, the 200 warriors received their orders and swiftly dispersed, vanishing into the streets of Causeway Bay. Lin Hao, on the other hand, led 20 men and grandly arrived at the entrance of the new Peacock nightclub. As soon as Lin Hao reached the entrance, several younger brothers stationed there quickly approached. They didn't recognize Lin Hao, but seeing so many people suddenly appear, they cautiously blocked Lin Hao's path. "Hey, what are you doing?" One of the young men with dyed yellow hair arrogantly asked. "We just want to go in and have some fun, is that not allowed?" Lin Hao asked with a smile. The young brother scrutinized Lin Hao and his companions before frowning and asking, "You don't look like you're here to spend money. If you really want to go in, can we search you?" Upon hearing this, the death warriors behind Lin Hao immediately became displeased. After all, they were indeed armed. At this moment, one of the death warriors stepped forward, pointing at the young man's nose and scolding, "Do you want to do business or not?" The young man immediately got angry upon hearing this. "Damn it, where are you from to dare speak to me like that?" Lin Hao felt a hint of confusion. Clearly, Big BS Elite had already been defeated by him at Tianlong Stadium. Why were Big BS men still so arrogant in this situation? He couldn't help but squint and retort, "And where are you from?" "My boss is Han Bin. Have you heard of him?" "Han Bin? Isn't he operating in the Quiet Sing district? Why did he come to Causeway Bay?" Lin Hao pretended to be curious. Upon hearing Lin Hao mention his boss name, the young man's confidence grew. "Isn't it because some issues recently arose in Causeway Bay? So our boss and Sister 13 negotiated with Big B. From now on, the establishments in Causeway Bay will be overseen by us. Since you know our background, you'd better behave and not cause any trouble here, understand?" Seeing the other party still daring to threaten him, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, the death warriors beside him were already ready. As soon as Lin Hao gave the order, they would immediately take action. However, Lin Hao communicated through brainwaves, urging everyone not to act recklessly. They were still on the street, and if a fight broke out, it could lead to chaos. The police would rush over at the first sign of trouble. Therefore, he had to go in and take action quietly. Because Lin Hao was very cordial, the guards at the entrance also relaxed their vigilance. After reiterating a few times, they directly let Lin Hao and his group in. Once Lin Hao left, the leading henchman with blonde hair smugly bragged to his companions, "See, Brother Han Bin can handle things in Causeway Bay just fine." Indeed. If we had known the boss was this capable, we should have come here to stake our claim long ago. Exactly. The nightlife here in Causeway Bay is vibrant, or just look at those girls, how sexy they are. While they were chatting outside, Lin Hao had already brought his men into the nightclub. As soon as he entered, a waiter immediately approached him with enthusiasm. "Gentlemen, how can I assist you?" Lin Hao stretched lazily and replied nonchalantly, "Clear everyone out for me. I want to book the entire venue." The waiter was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded with a smile, "I'm sorry, sir, but we can't book the venue today. So you're refusing to give me face?" Lin Hao's tone grew serious. The waiter sensed that things were getting a bit out of hand, but still politely explained, "We can't easily ask guests to leave. We hope you can understand." Understand. Sorry, that word doesn't exist in my dictionary. With that, Lin Hao focused his mind. His bodyguards immediately spread out. "Hey, stop hugging and get up and get out. You guys turn off the microphones and get lost. We're booking this place today. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly." Instantly, the entire KTV was thrown into chaos. Lin Hao's group was numerous and displayed an imposing demeanor. The vast majority of customers dared not voice any complaints. Some even got up and slipped away. Lin Hao's actions also made the nightclub staff understand that he was deliberately causing trouble. A waiter quietly approached and woke up Big B. "Brother B, trouble. Someone is causing a scene. Who the hell dares to cause trouble here?" Big B stood up after saying that. But the next moment a figure appeared right in front of him. Looking at the other party, Big B felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, having drunk too much, he couldn't recall immediately. At this moment, Lin Hao voluntarily spoke up, "Hello, Brother B. Who are you? Don't you recognize me? You should know the name Lin Hao." Hearing that name, Big B instantly sobered up. The guy in front of him was precisely the one who had intended to kill him. Seeing the other party dare to come to his turf, Big B was filled with rage. "You dare come to see me? Today I will make sure you don't leave." With that, Big B picked up a bottle and smashed it directly. Before the bottle even reached him, Lin Hao had already kicked out. Bang! Big B was sent flying. Lin Hao's kick marked the beginning of the battle. Suddenly, the entire nightclub was filled with the sounds of fighting and smashing. Meanwhile, the blonde henchman outside received the news. What? A fight broke out inside. Upon learning that someone was causing trouble, the blonde waved his hand. The few people beside him quickly followed him inside. But as soon as they entered the nightclub, before they could even assess the situation, they were immediately knocked down by people rushing in from all directions. The group of bodyguards Lin Hao brought had clearly upgraded their combat capabilities. If the low-level bodyguards were comparable to ordinary thugs, then the mid-level bodyguards were akin to somewhat skilled ruffians. The blonde and his group had little strength, otherwise they wouldn't have been sent by Han Bin to guard the streets. Thus, in just a few moments, the blonde and his companions were knocked to the ground. Although the blonde was now spitting blood, he continued to shout, "My boss is Han Bin, do you dare hit me?" But as soon as he finished this sentence, a storm of fists rained down upon him. By the end, all that remained in the room were the groans of the blonde and his gang. On the other side, Lin Hao had successfully knocked Big B to the ground after a few exchanges. Seeing Big B about to stand up and resist, Lin Hao swiftly stepped forward and placed his foot on Big B's face. "Brother B, you really don't take me seriously, do you? You even dare send your little brothers to assassinate me. Fortunately, I'm lucky, otherwise you wouldn't be seeing me today." Big B, realizing that his assassination plot had been exposed, decided to stop hiding. He retorted defiantly, "Lin Hao, if you have the guts, kill me today. Otherwise, I will make sure to tear you apart." Lin Hao chuckled coldly. "Sorry, I won't kill anyone in public. Don't you want me to make a mistake?" Lin Hao was no fool. If he were to kill Big B in front of everyone, he would definitely face serious consequences. Now that the authorities had already set their sights on him, if there was a chance to convict him, Li Xian and others would surely do everything they could to capture him. Even if he had many bodyguards around him, it would be of no help. Moreover, his purpose for coming today was to ensure that the Hongxing gang had no foothold in Causeway Bay. Therefore, all he needed to do was smash everything here. With a command, he ordered his bodyguards to start smashing. Big B, who was being stepped on, could only watch helplessly as his nightclub was destroyed. Lin Hao, Big B will never— Damn, your mouth is really tough. Lin Hao didn't want to listen to Big B's nonsense, and directly raised his right foot to kick hard. Bang! After a dull thud, Big B instantly collapsed unconscious. Once the destruction reached a certain point, Lin Hao signaled for everyone to stop. He then walked over to the blonde, who was lying on the ground. At that moment, the blonde was already terrified. As Lin Hao approached, he didn't even dare to breathe. "Hey, I heard you were quite arrogant just now." Lin Hao gripped the blonde's hair and asked with a smile. "Two was wrong. Is it a bit late to realize your mistake now?" What do you want?" the blonde asked tremblingly. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life, letting you deliver a message to Han Bin." "What message?" "Tell him to stay put in his Kwai Chung area. Causeway Bay is not a place he should come." After saying this, Lin Hao waved his hand and left the nightclub with the Death Warriors. Meanwhile, a multitude of system prompts continuously echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for plundering 23 points of fear value from others. Ding, congratulations to the host for plundering 21 points of fear value from others. Ding, congratulations to the host for plundering 18 points of fear value from others. After this battle, Lin Hao once again earned over 300 points of fear value. The system panel refreshed accordingly. Host Lin Hao. Skills: close combat techniques. Number of Death Warriors: 97 Junior Death Warriors, 200 Intermediate Death Warriors. Fear value: 613. Throughout the entire incident, not a single person in the New Peacock nightclub attempted to call the police. Thus, when Lin Hao left Causeway Bay, he encountered no obstacles at all. At the same time, many conflicts erupted in other entertainment venues in Causeway Bay. According to Lin Hao's instructions, the Death Warriors' only objective was to smash the venues, completely avoiding any conflict with the paying customers. Due to the sheer number and surprise attack of the Death Warriors, the guards in each venue were utterly unable to withstand. Soon the entire Causeway Bay was in chaos. Meanwhile, the anti-Triad unit in Wanchai finally sprang into action. Police cars roared through the streets of Causeway Bay. This night was destined to be a sleepless one, until Don Li Xian ordered the team to disband. After a night of action, the police arrested over 100 gang members involved in the brawls. However, the vast majority of those arrested were members of the Hongxing gang. Only a handful of a dozen Death Warriors were captured by the police. Lin Hao also instructed them via mental waves to take full responsibility. Fortunately, the smashing incidents from last night did not result in severe casualties. As long as compensation was adequate, even if the prosecution pressed charges, they would only face a few months in prison at most. Lin Hao could easily bear such consequences. However, the Hongxing gang was in an uproar. The so-called largest gang in Xianjiang Hongxing had suffered consecutive defeats in its confrontation with Lin Hao. Moreover, this time Lin Hao did not only defeat Dabi. The disciples of San Mei and Han Bin also fell in Causeway Bay. In the council meeting, the leaders began to engage in fierce debates. Damn it, this Lin Hao is truly overstepping. Does he think we Hongxing are without anyone? Brother Ji slammed the table angrily. Although he had no cooperation with Dabi, he certainly could not sit idly by while someone bullied Hongxing. He understood the principle that the entire gang rises or falls together. Exactly, if we let such a nameless junior ride on top of us Hongxing, where do we put our faces? Big Dragon, the boss of Tunmun, also spoke up. He and Han Bin were brothers, and since Han Bin suffered a great loss in Causeway Bay, he naturally wanted to help his brother regain face. Moreover, Tunmun was known as the only pure faction among the 12 halls of Hongxing. The entire Tunmun was under the protection of Hongxing. External gangs could not set foot in Tunmun at all. Thus, Big Dragon held significant authority within the gang, and his words carried weight. But we can't say that if we mobilize all our forces that would truly make others laugh at us. Outsiders would say that Hongxing truly lacks talent if we need to mobilize the entire gang to deal with a small character without any background. Don't you think? At this moment, Fei Li, the leader of the North Point area, expressed a different opinion. His words were also supported by several other bosses present. What Brother Li said isn't wrong. I think there's no need to raise a ruckus and involve everyone. In my opinion, whoever caused the trouble should solve it. Immediately after, Liang Kuan entered the room. Seeing Dabi with a mournful face, Liang Kuan felt an immense sense of joy within. Oh, isn't this our most formidable fighter, Brother Dabi? Why is your face so swollen? The incident where Dabi was beaten at the New Peacock was already well known. Thus, he generously admitted to the matter today. Seeing Liang Kuan rubbing salt in his wounds at this moment, Dabi instantly exploded with rage. Liang Kuan, what do you want to say? Nothing much, I just remember Mr. Zhang once said that if you can't drive Lin Hao away within 3 days, then the territory of Causeway Bay must be surrendered. As for your position as a hall master, it will naturally be abolished. Liang Kuan only wanted to take over Causeway Bay, so he planned to take this opportunity to put Dabi in a dire situation. Liang Kuan, you are going too far. Can't you see we are currently resolving this matter? Seeing someone trying to cut in and take a share, San Mei could no longer sit still. Last night, she had suffered significant losses. Not only were dozens of her subordinates arrested, but also the venues she managed were completely smashed. As a result, many venue owners came to her for an explanation at the first opportunity today. After all, the owners had paid high protection fees, yet the venues were still not protected. Can you all handle it? The 3 of you joined forces, and yet one night you were driven out of Causeway Bay. Additionally, I have heard that Lin Hao has already been in contact with many owners privately. Everyone acknowledges his strength and intends to entrust their venues to him in the future. Liang Kun's words, they shocked everyone present. No one expected Lin Hao to act so swiftly. In a very short time, he had already started to lay out his plans in Wanchai. Sitting in the leading position, Jiang Tianqing couldn't help but furrow his brows. Yao, what do you think of this matter? Chen Yao, as the strategist of the white paper fan, Jiang Tianqing would always seek his opinion on significant issues. Other leaders in the gang also held great respect for him. Therefore, Chen Yao's opinion carried substantial weight. Chen Yao scanned the scene and then spoke. I believe Lin Hao must be dealt with, but indeed there is no need to mobilize the entire gang's power. If it comes to that, even if we eliminate Lin Hao, the external world will still look down on us. Hearing this, Dabi's heart sank. He wondered if he would be pushed out of the game now. Sure enough. The next moment, Chen Yao continued. But now, AB clearly no longer has the ability to continue to contend with the other party. Thus, I believe the urgent task is to select someone to take on the responsibility of guarding the territory of Causeway Bay. Yaoga, who do you mean to send to Causeway Bay? I think the other halls should not get involved in this matter, and instead choose someone capable from among the subordinates. As soon as Chen Yao finished speaking, the scene was instantly in an uproar. Besides the bosses of the 12 halls, the one with the most prestige and the most money was undoubtedly Liang Kuan himself. At this moment, Liang Kuan displayed a confident demeanor, as if he had long anticipated the direction of this matter. Seeing this scene, to be sure, San Mei and Han Bin all turned solemn. Clearly, before the meeting, Chen Yao had already been bribed by Liang Kuan. However, they indeed failed to guard the Causeway Bay territory, and coupled with continuous losses, it made it difficult to launch another attack on Lin Hao in a short period. Therefore, in response to Chun Yao's proposal, the other leaders present also expressed their agreement. But just as Jiang Tianqing was about to finalize the decision, a man with long hair wearing sunglasses, digging his nose, and walking with a swagger walked in with a group of Hello, good morning, everyone. Upon seeing the newcomer DB's eyes suddenly lit up. DeFei, you came at the right time, or I was just about to nominate you to take my place as the new leader of Causeway Bay. Brother B, don't say anything, I heard everything outside. Brother Yao said we need to nominate someone capable to take on this responsibility. If I DeFei don't step up, who else has the qualification? DeFei's words were laden with meaning, clearly mocking Liang Kuan. Both of them, as subordinates of the 12 Hall Masters, held a certain level of prestige and position within the gang. Although DeFei was not as wealthy as Liang Kuan, he had followed DeB for many years and valued brotherhood, so he had many followers. Coupled with his own formidable strength, he was by no means inferior to Liang Kuan on paper. Seeing his good fortune being disrupted, Liang Kuan immediately coldly reminded, DeFei, why don't you just sell your tips and earn some small money from gamblers? Why come to stir up trouble? Be careful, you might not even save your own life. After all, that Chun Haonan only escaped by sheer luck. DeFei remained unfazed, taking off his glasses, and retorted, I, DeFei, have never been afraid of anyone, and besides comparing me with a small character like Chun Haonan, are you insulting me? At this time, Chun Haonan had yet to assassinate Ba Bai, so his influence was limited to Causeway Bay. DeFei belittling Chun Haonan was entirely normal. Oh, it seems you really want to test your strength against me. Not necessarily to take over Causeway Bay, but I simply cannot swallow the fact that you, a small fry, are riding on my head. All right, enough arguing. Since both of you want to contribute to the gang, how about we do it democratically and use an on-site vote to select one person for this important responsibility? At this moment, Jiang Tianqing finally spoke. As the leader of the gang, he had the power to make decisive decisions. Moreover, doing so was fair, so everyone naturally raised their hands in agreement. Good, let's listen to Mr. Jiang. Hand-raising voting, very democratic, I like it. Haha, the old method of drawing lots is outdated, it's time to keep up with the times. Then Chun Yao continued, we will now begin voting. The 12 people present, as well as Mr. Jiang and I, all have voting rights. Whoever gets the most votes wins, understood? DeFei and Liang Kuan nodded slightly. How many people support DeFei? Please raise your hands. As Chun Yao's words fell, the 7 heads of the factions, including DeB 13 sister Han Bin and Dinosaur, all raised their hands. He raised his hand first after finishing his statement. Then Jiang Tianqing and Li Fati also raised their hands one after another. In an instant, both sides reached a stalemate at 7-7. What should we do now that it's even? Brother G asked in confusion. Chun Yao was also at a loss and could only look towards Jiang Tianqing. After a pause, Jiang Tianqing spoke again. Then both of you will compete for the position together. Whoever can defeat Lin Hao will take the place of the faction leader in Causeway Bay. With Jiang Tianqing's declaration, this round of contention came to a temporary halt. DeFei and Liang Kuan locked eyes. Liang Kuan, I'm just waiting for you to make a move and see if you really have the ability. You'd better take care of yourself first, or you'll end up like your old boss, beaten black and blue, bringing shame upon yourself. DeB's status had plummeted, so even when faced with Liang Kuan's insults, he could only sit in his chair clenching his fists. After the meeting, DeB immediately approached DeFei alongside 13 sister and others. At this moment, they were already bound together by interests. DeFei also knew that relying solely on his own strength was far from enough. Thus, he had to depend on 13 sister and others to have any chance of taking over Causeway Bay. Soon, everyone reached a consensus. They aimed to find a suitable opportunity in a short period and completely eliminate Lin Hao. During this time, they would have to temporarily relinquish control of Causeway Bay, allowing Lin Hao to take over. On the other hand, Liang Kuan also chose to remain motionless for the time being. After all, he understood the principle of the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waits behind. If he launched an all-out attack against Lin Hao and DeFei seized the chance to strike from behind, it would be an unwise loss. Thus, both sides shared the same thought. They would avoid a large-scale direct conflict with Lin Hao for now and secretly prepare for a surprise attack. This way, Lin Hao would gain a brief period of development time. During these days, Lin Hao first rented a storefront in Causeway Bay and quickly established a new company, Hero Security Limited. Hero Security Limited's main business was to provide security protection services for merchants. On the opening day, firecrackers blared and drums sounded, creating a lively atmosphere. As the person in charge, Lin Hao personally attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony. In the entire Wanchai district, many prominent local businessmen also attended, sending floral wreaths while signing security service contracts with Lin Hao on the spot. Prior to this, Lin Hao had already made a name for himself in Causeway Bay, especially after he forcefully eliminated all of Hung Hing's establishments. Hung Hing had surprisingly made no strong counterattack. This led the outside world to believe that Hung Hing seemed to have no way to deal with Lin Hao. Moreover, the incident between Lin Hao and Sang Bo at the restaurant quickly spread in the Causeway Bay business community with the help of the restaurant owner. Upon learning that Lin Hao was a principled person with a sense of loyalty, all the bosses expressed their willingness to cooperate with him. After the establishment of Lin Hao's security service company, he demonstrated sufficient sincerity. Not only did he assume more legal responsibilities in the fixed contracts, but he also offered merchants considerable discounts. After all, the cost of supporting a death warrior was extremely low, manageable for just a few dollars a day. Thus, most merchants chose to stand by Lin Hao's side. In their eyes, Lin Hao was the future master of Causeway Bay. After signing dozens of major contracts, Lin Hao's account quickly swelled with over $1 million Hong Kong dollars. And this was just the security service fee for 1 month. As long as he could grow stronger, earning tens of millions, or even over 100 million monthly was not a dream. However, after establishing cooperative relationships with these merchants, Lin Hao found his warriors were clearly insufficient. Among the 297 death warriors, more than 10 were still injured, and over 20 were locked up, unable to come out in the short term. The remaining 200 warriors had to manage dozens of establishments simultaneously, which was evidently not an easy task. At that moment, Lin Hao finally understood the meaning behind a saying. It's easy to conquer a land, but hard to defend it. Following this, Lin Hao exchanged for 2 more junior death warrior recruitment scrolls through the system store. When facing some street thugs, junior death warriors were already sufficient. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for 2 junior death warrior recruitment scrolls, consuming 600 fear points. At this moment, the system panel refreshed again. Host Lin Hao. Personal skills, close combat technique. Number of death warriors 297, junior death warriors 200, intermediate death warriors. Fear points 13. After careful consideration, Lin Hao decided to divide the remaining over 200 junior death warriors into 9 small teams. Each team would be managed by 2 intermediate death warriors. These teams would operate in 3 shifts, patrolling the various establishments 24 hours a day. Meanwhile, Lin Hao also established a reserve team composed of 50 intermediate death warriors. Should any urgent matters arise, this reserve team could promptly arrive at the scene to handle the situation. In this era, smartphones had yet to enter Hong Kong, and the most commonly used device was still the pager. However, using a pager for communication was quite troublesome and rather ineffective. Thus, the radio phone became a standard for successful individuals in society. Because of this, a radio phone cost at least over $20,000. However, to ensure smooth internal communication within the team, Lin Hao invested heavily and bought more than 10 radio phones at once. Each patrol team, as well as the reserve team, were equipped with a radio phone for real-time communication. Lin Hao kept 2 for himself, 1 for him, and the other naturally for Qiu Shuzhen. When Lin Hao returned to the hotel with the radio phone, Qiu Shuzhen immediately jumped up excitedly. Oh, is this the radio phone? How about I give you a call to try? Sure. Qiu Shuzhen happily agreed. Then the 2 faced each other in the room and dialed the radio phone. Hello, can you hear me? I can really hear you. We can talk without wires. It's simply amazing. If you can hear me, then hurry and hang up. Oh, why? Qiu Shuzhen asked curiously. No kidding, this thing costs a lot to use. Lin Hao reminded with a smile. Oh, well, then I won't call. Qiu Shuzhen obediently placed the radio phone down. Then she took small steps and directly pounced into Lin Hao's arms. Since their last kiss, their relationship had rapidly heated up, and they had officially established a romantic relation. After a long moment of tenderness, Qiu Shuzhen lay in Lin Hao's embrace and softly said, How go I want to go out and find a job. Lin Hao frowned immediately upon hearing this. Why? Isn't it nice to stay in this hotel? Or are you running out of money? Qiu Shuzhen shook her head. Of course it's comfortable to stay here, besides I rarely spend any money. Then why are you so eager to go out and work? Because you are always working hard on your career, and I don't want to just stay in the hotel all day. This not only disconnects me from society, but might also create distance between us. Qiu Shuzhen's concerns were not unfounded. During this time, she had gradually learned some things about Lin Hao's achievement. However, these were things that Lin Hao had intentionally revealed. Upon learning that Lin Hao had established a security company and successfully secured many contracts, Qiu Shuzhen could no longer sit still. Right now, she felt like a failure with nothing to her name. And women grow old. Once she loses her external advantages, would Lin Hao still like her? Therefore, Qiu Shuzhen desperately wanted to achieve something on her own and not rely on a man for survival. After learning all this, Lin Hao affectionately stroked Qiu Shuzhen's hair. I am pleased to see your ambition, but have you thought about what you want to do? Well, I actually want to compete for Miss Xianjiang. After saying this, Qiu Shuzhen picked up a nearby flyer. The flyer prominently displayed the promotional information for the Miss Xianjiang competition. Why choose something like this? To me, those beauty pageant experts are just a bunch of idiots. What gives them the right to categorize people into ranks? Or rather, what qualifies them to define the standards of beauty? Lin Hao scoffed at such programs, fully aware that none of the contestants in these competitions were clean. Either they had a good father or they needed a rich sugar daddy. If they had neither, they would be eliminated immediately. So when Qiu Shuzhen proposed this idea, Lin Hao reacted quite intensely. Qiu Shuzhen was startled by Lin. She quickly explained in a low voice, I just feel that my figure and looks are quite outstanding, so I want to take this opportunity to see if I can develop in the entertainment industry. Although there are many successful people in every profession, why do you want to enter the entertainment industry? The people there may seem glamorous on the surface, but behind the scenes, it's a different story. But I haven't studied much and have no connections under such circumstances. What suitable job can I find? Should I work as a waitress in a convenience store for the rest of my life? You wouldn't want your woman to work in places like that, would you? Qiu Shuzhen's words left Lin Hao momentarily speechless. Indeed, becoming a star in the entertainment industry would naturally elevate one's social status. The wealthy elite of Xinjiang also tended to favor beauty pageant winners. However, Lin Hao understood that it would not be easy for Qiu Shuzhen to stand out in this competition. He then warned her, "I've heard that many girls who participate in beauty contests have to offer themselves, otherwise they'll be eliminated in the preliminaries." Qiu Shuzhen immediately scoffed at this. "If I would never do that. If it's that dirty, then I will just withdraw from the competition." Seeing Qiu Shuzhen stand her ground, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. It seemed that most beautiful stars were quite innocent before becoming famous. It was the entertainment industry that transformed their initial intentions. In the end, they became materialists, willingly sacrificing everything, including themselves, for the sake of fame. Thinking of this, Lin Hao was determined not to let Qiu Shuzhen participate in the beauty contest. This would not only expose her to the darkest side of the entertainment industry, but she would also have to wear revealing swimwear in front of the public. This was something Lin Hao absolutely would not allow. He then said seriously, "I don't like you participating in such beauty contests. If you really want to become a star, I can create a movie tailored for you, letting you play the lead role. How about that?" Qiu Shuzhen originally felt a bit down, but hearing that Lin Hao actually wanted to make a movie for her, her eyes lit up again. "Are you serious? I've never acted in..." Is the most popular male star in the entertainment industry. Chen Long, also formally trained. Acting is something that can be gradually learned during filming. Besides, your biggest advantage is your appearance. As for acting skills, don't worry too much about that for now. Lin Hao knew that in the coming years, Zhangjiang's film industry would experience explosive growth. Xinjiang could produce hundreds or thousands of films in a year. Among them, Lin Hao knew better than anyone which films would be profitable and which would suit Qiu Shuzhen. So for now, all he needed to do was find a suitable director and filming team to help Qiu Shuzhen quickly rise to fame in the entertainment industry. After hearing Lin Hao's words, Qiu Shuzhen felt a sudden sense of clarity. "Okay, when can we start filming the movie?" Looking at Qiu Shuzhen's innocent face, Lin Hao felt both amused and exasperated. "Do you think it's child's play? Filming a movie requires a good script first, then finding the right director and actors. Only after the team is finalized can we begin official filming. And right now, we don't even have a script. Where are we going to find people to make a movie for you? How does that mean I have to stay in the hotel for a long time?" Qiu Shuzhen's mood instantly deflated. Lin Hao thought this wasn't feasible, so he simply said, "How about this? You go to the security company and help me manage the daily affairs of the company. Once I find the right script and director team, you can come over to film. But I have no experience in managing a company." Qiu Shuzhen became a bit worried. No worries, you just need to sit in the company. Everyone knows you are my woman, so they naturally won't dare to pull anything under your nose." Although Lin Hao had many loyal warriors around him, not all of them had business acumen. Additionally, running a company required talents from various fields. Thus, Lin Hao hoped to have Qiu Shuzhen assist him in managing the company. Hearing this, Qiu Shuzhen seemed to find some reason, and the pressure on her shoulders instantly lightened considerably. After blinking her beautiful eyes, she readily agreed. "All right, then I'll personally step in and help you manage the company." In the following days, Kowloon became unusually peaceful. Everyone emerged from the shadow of the previous van. The entertainment venues on both sides of the street reopened with great fanfare. However, this time, it was completely different from before. A group of individuals dressed in black uniforms appeared on all major thoroughfares. These were the death warriors assigned by Lin Hao to patrol. They could arrive at any venue experiencing trouble. As a result, the owners of various establishments in Kowloon felt much more at ease. After swiftly handling 2 incidents involving drunken guests causing disturbances, Lin Hao's security company gained unanimous recognition from the business community in Kowloon. Every day, many people came to the company to discuss cooperation with Lin Hao. Meanwhile, at the office of Qinkuan Film Company in Mongkok, Liang Kuan was sitting with his good brother Ba by discussing how to resolve the matter with Lin Hao. Ever since Liang Kuan took on this job, he did not first seek cooperation from other brothers in the gang. Instead, he turned to his sworn brother Ba, who was also a big brother in the underworld. Ba was affiliated with He Jihonggun and held a certain influence in the circles. However, Ba was different from others. He was in the business of selling white flour. Although this business had significant risks, it also yielded immense profits. This time, Liang Kuan offered him the condition to sell white flour in major entertainment venues in Kowloon, asking him to help eliminate the big trouble that was Lin Hao. Ba was well aware of the vast market in Kowloon, and if he could truly get a foot in it, would yield astonishing profit. Moreover, Lin Hao himself had no gang backing him. To Ba, he was just a small player from a housing estate. It was only because Big B and others had underestimated him that they were caught off guard by Lin Hao. Therefore, when Liang Kuan spoke up, Ba immediately agreed. Once seated, Ba took the lead in asking Kuan, "How do you plan to handle this matter?" Liang Kuan squinted his eyes. "This matter of course requires some brain work. Do you think we should confront him head-on? I don't want to see any fighting or killing. Especially after hearing that Chun Haonan and others were utterly defeated by Lin Hao, I am even more determined to resolve this matter through cunning means. What do you mean by that? It's simple. In this day and age, heroes struggle to get past the beauty barrier. This kid has just been in the limelight and will naturally indulge in life. At this critical juncture, I would send some of my female stars to seduce him. Wouldn't he then fall into the trap I've set? Liang Kuan said, beaming with pride. Upon hearing this, Bob, I became interested and asked, Kuan, who do you plan to send from your company? Recently, you should know that I made a woman named Fong Ting famous. This time I plan to invest heavily and have her personally seduce Lin Hao. Fong Ting. Bob, I was shocked upon hearing this. After all, he knew she was the top star of Chinquan Film Company. Liang Kun's film company usually produced small films. Among them, Fong Ting quickly gained recognition from the otaku community due to her stunning figure and alluring beauty. Thus, she rapidly rose to fame in the small film industry. Exactly. This time I plan to strike at the heart of the matter. Looking at Liang Kun's confident expression, Bob, I felt puzzled. Since you are so confident, why do you need me? It's simple. I want you to bring Fong Ting to get close to Lin Hao, giving her a chance to seduce him. Upon hearing this, Bob, I understood Liang Kun's intentions. Currently, he couldn't find a suitable opportunity for Fong Ting to approach Lin Hao. Moreover, he wasn't part of Hongxing and had no connection with Tongluan. If he were to step in and find an excuse to discuss cooperation with Lin Hao, the odds would naturally be much greater. Realizing he only needed to have a meal with Lin Hao and wouldn't bear any risks, Ba immediately agreed. Lin Hao opened a security service company in Tongluan. You can talk to him about the venue matters. I'm sure he will respect. Kuan, since we've come this far, I have a small favor to ask of you. At this moment, Bob, I suddenly smiled slyly. Liang Kuan sensed that the other party was up to no good. We are brothers, just tell me what you need. Well, to be honest, whenever I see Fong Ting performing in those small films, I always imagine myself as the male. Now that you're going to offer Fong Ting, why not let me indulge a little before that? Satisfy this small wish of mine. Bob's words were nearly a demand for Liang Kuan to hand her over. Liang Kun's face twitched slightly upon hearing this. After all, Fong Ting had previously served only him. Especially when he was feeling particularly hot, Fong Ting's role was even more significant. But now he had to give her to Ba. Yet at the moment, he hoped Ba could help him take care of Lin Hao. So after weighing the pros and cons, Liang Kuan revealed a cunning smile. Then in a hoarse voice, he slowly said, why should we brothers discuss this? If you really like her, let her accompany you tonight. You won't mind, right? Ba swallowed hard and asked, who do you think I am? Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. If clothes get dirty, they can be changed at will, but can limbs be exchanged? Besides, I have so many women, losing one Fong Ting is nothing to me. Seeing Liang Kuan being so generous, Ba finally felt relieved. After Ba left the office, a furious Liang Kuan immediately called Fong Ting to his office. Shortly after, the office was filled with sultry sounds. 2 days later, Ba dressed in a suit, appeared in front of Haojia Security Company with the sexy beauty Fong Ting by his side. Remember, let's see if you can seduce that guy, Ba said with a sly smile at Fong Ting. She flicked her hair and confidently replied, as long as he's a normal man, I have absolute confidence in making him bite the bait. Fong Ting believed she understood men well. In her eyes, how could there be a man who didn't like beauty? This time, Liang Kuan was also invested heavily, promising her an additional 200,000 yuan as a reward, along with the opportunity to shoot a legitimate movie to elevate her status as a film star. Therefore, no matter what, she had to win over Lin Hao today and complete the task assigned by Liang Kuan. She then took out a lipstick from her bag and gently applied it to her alluring lips. Upon entering the company, the receptionist warmly welcomed the two. May I assist you with something? Take me to see your person in charge. I have important matters to discuss with him. Bai spoke with an air of dominance. The receptionist, noticing Bai's attire which suggested wealth, hurriedly entered the office. After a moment, she came out again, smiling broadly, and said, please follow me. Following that, Bai and Fong Ting entered Lin Hao's office. As soon as they entered, Bai had not yet spoken, but his eyes were drawn to the chair beside him, where Qiu Shuzhen sat. Today, Qiu Shuzhen was dressed in a long black dress, her delicate feet encased in exquisite black high heels, incredibly sexy and alluring. When Bai saw Qiu Shuzhen's stunning beauty, his heart immediately stirred with mischief. Although Fong Ting was already a stunning beauty, she still fell short in comparison. At this moment, Fong Ting also noticed Qiu Shuzhen's presence. Upon seeing the other's beauty, she felt a twinge of panic. She hadn't expected such a breathtaking woman to be by Lin Hao's side. This greatly reduced her chances of successfully enticing him. Nevertheless, Fong Ting still played with her long dark. Then she straightened her posture, fully showcasing her alluring figure. Though Qiu Shuzhen claimed to be at work, she was essentially there to keep Lin Hao company. Seeing Bai and Fong Ting, she instinctively regarded them as business visitors, thus not thinking too much. In contrast, Lin Hao frowned slightly upon seeing the two. He knew that these two individuals were not to be underestimated. Although he had no conflict with He Ji nor any disputes of interest. However, at this critical moment, Bai suddenly arriving in Causeway Bay was not a good sign. Additionally, wasn't Fong Ting always with Liang Kuan? Why was she holding Bai's hand today? Could it be that they shared women among their brotherhood? Thinking of this, Lin Hao decided to remain calm, feigning ignorance of their identities, and probe their intentions. Please have a seat. What business do you wish to discuss with me? Kid, your name is Lin Hao, right? Bai asked, crossing his legs after sitting down. Haha, yes, I'm Lin Hao. I don't know your name. Have you heard of He? Oh brother, you are also from the Underworld. I'm Bai from He, and I've been active in the Hong Kong area. Bai introduced himself. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao showed no reaction at all. Then may I ask what brings you here? Seeing that Lin Hao seemed not to recognize him, Bai's mood immediately said, damn, this kid hasn't even heard of my name. Yet he still forced himself to hold back his displeasure, and continued, I've recently wanted to open a sauna in Causeway Bay, but am worried someone might secretly cause me trouble. Now I hear you have some influence in Causeway Bay, so I wanted to come and discuss cooperation. What do you think? As he spoke, Fong Ting had begun to employ her charms. She was wearing a low-cut neck dress today. While the two were chatting, she deliberately pulled her neckline down a bit. This way, everything inside was fully visible to Lin Hao, who was seated opposite her. At first, Lin Hao was still wondering what trick Bai was up to. Now, witnessing Fong Ting's strange behavior, he suddenly entertained a bold thought. This flirt, was she intending to use a beauty trap? He couldn't believe that Fong Ting would come to seduce him for no reason. And she came with Bai. But at that moment, he had no evidence and did not know who was orchestrating things behind the scenes. So he decided to play along, setting a trap to lure the snake out. Then when Bai wasn't paying attention, he deliberately glanced at Fong Ting a couple of times. Fong Ting instantly understood and revealed a charming and seductive smile. Lin Hao smiled faintly, silently reaching a consensus with her. Seeing how quickly Lin Hao was hooked, Fong Ting's lips curled up, feeling quite pleased. Meanwhile, everything they did was entirely observed by Qiu Shuzhen, who sat nearby. Seeing a woman enticing Lin Hao, Qiu Shuzhen immediately grew anxious. How outrageous. What does that woman want? Doesn't she already have a man? Why is she throwing flirtatious glances at brother Lin Hao? Moreover, brother Lin Hao had clearly responded to her earlier. Could he really not resist temptation? Thinking of this, Qiu Shuzhen began to feel aggrieved. However, due to the presence of others, she held back her tears. On the other side, Bai and Lin Hao were having a pleasant conversation, and they exchanged contact information in the end. When Bai got up to go to the bathroom, Fong Ting quickly wrote her phone number on a piece of white paper on the table. The implication was for Lin Hao to take the initiative to contact her. Lin Hao accepted the note with a smile and gave Fong Ting an affirmative glance. All right then, I wish us a successful cooperation in advance. When Bai returned, Lin Hao also stood up and spoke first. No problem, I'll be relying on you in Causeway Bay from now on. Haha, let's make money together. Great. After finishing, Bai wrapped his arm around Fong Ting and left the office. Just as Lin Hao closed the door, he suddenly heard a sobbing sound from behind. Turning around, he found Qiu Shuzhen looking at him with teary eyes. Her pitiful expression was extremely aggrieved. What happened to you? Lin Hao asked in confusion. What do you mean, what happened? If I had known, I would have stayed at the hotel. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao realized the misunderstanding. He immediately stepped forward and pulled Qiu Shuzhen into his embrace. Did you think I was enchanted by that? Of course. You were staring at her figure and giving her signals. Did you think I didn't see? Qiu Shuzhen pouted and complained. Haha, do you find it ridiculous? Of course. I've never seen such a shameless woman. How could she try to seduce someone at first sight? Moreover, her man is sitting right beside her. Isn't she ashamed? Lin Hao laughed again. Since even you find it unbelievable, do you think I would have failed to notice something was off? What do you mean something was off? Recently, I've established a foothold in Causeway Bay, which has threatened many people's interests. So at this critical moment, many people want my life. Lin Hao did not finish his sentence, but Qiu Shuzhen immediately understood. Are you saying this is actually a trap? Lin Hao nodded slightly. These two individuals are not to be underestimated. Their sudden appearance here is certainly not for a business discussion. However, I still don't know what they intend, so I can only play along with their trap for now and see what tricks they have up their sleeve. Lin Hao's explanation relieved Qiu Shuzhen greatly. Fortunately, Lin Hao had not truly harbored any malicious thoughts. So what do you plan to do next? Of course, I will invite her out and see what she wants to do. Qiu Shuzhen's heart tightened again upon hearing this. What if she really wants to seduce you? What will you do then? Seeing Qiu Shuzhen so anxious, Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle. If she really tries to seduce me, then I might have to play along. After all, I can't let her efforts go to waste. You're such a jerk. Qiu Shuzhen clenched her delicate fists and punched Lin Hao. Haha, you're getting anxious, I can see it. The two immediately started to playfully tussle in the office. That evening, Lin Hao took out his mobile phone and dialed Fong Ting's number. Soon a soft voice came from the other end. Hello, who is this? You left your number this morning and already forgot it by night. Lin Hao snorted lightly. Oh, it's you. I thought you didn't care about me anymore since you have someone else. Fong Ting's words were filled with temptation that ordinary men could hardly resist. Fortunately, Lin Hao was not one to fall for such tricks. Even if he didn't know about her schemes, he wouldn't be interested in her. His own Qiu Shuzhen was much stronger than her. They were not even comparable. Thus, Lin Hao naturally wouldn't lose it. We're all adults here, let's not beat around the bush. I want you, what do you want in return? Well, I'm also interested in you, what now? Lin Hao couldn't help but sneer inwardly upon hearing this. In that case, I can't let you spend this long night alone. So are you coming to find me, or shall I come to find you? You come over him at Building 2, Apartment 601. Fong Ting readily provided an address. Alright, you better get ready for me. Don't worry, just hurry over. After saying this, she hung up the phone. Lin Hao squinted his eyes. Although he knew this was a trap, he couldn't resist the temptation. If he didn't show up, he wouldn't be able to uncover what they were really up to. Then Lin Hao took out a black handgun from the cabinet. This handgun was the very one left behind by Chun Haonan and Zhao Pai when they attempted to assassinate him. One of the bullets in the handgun was spent while the other still had 6 rounds left. Therefore this time Lin Hao decided to bring the gun to the banquet. If necessary, he wouldn't mind taking Fong Ting out right there. After leaving Qiu Shuzhen's room, Lin Hao immediately contacted his death warriors. Soon dozens of mid-level death warriors arrived before Lin Hao. These individuals had their own consciousness, making it much easier to convey instructions. There was no need for Lin Hao to say much. Through mental communication, the death warriors quickly understood Lin Hao's intentions. Don't worry, brother, how we will eliminate all the dangers surrounding that apartment. You all need to be cautious. We don't know how many ambushers they have, but remember, if you see any suspicious person, it's better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one escape. Lin Hao was not a naive person. There could be no mistakes tonight. Understood. After that, everyone dispersed, each heading towards their respective destinations. Lin Hao then took a cab to the apartment where Fong Ting resided. It was an ordinary apartment complex, and there was nothing unusual about its exterior. However, this only solidified Lin Hao's thoughts. It was precisely in such an inconspicuous apartment that hidden dangers could lurk. Thus, as soon as he entered the apartment, Lin Hao became vigilant of his surroundings. Fortunately, the other party was not foolish enough to show themselves openly. When Lin Hao arrived at the door of the room Fong Ting had provided, he found no signs of anything amiss. Lin Hao then pressed the doorbell. After a few seconds, the door opened. Fong Ting stood before him dressed in a sheer white nightgown. This alluring outfit instantly made Lin Hao's adrenaline surge. However, after a brief moment, he steadied his mind. At the same time, his right hand rested on the gun tucked in his pants. Seeing Lin Hao arrive alone, Fong Ting was overjoyed. Previously, she had already informed Liang Kun. Now the entire apartment was filled with Liang Kun's subordinates. Lin Hao coming in alone meant there was no way for him to leave alive. Realizing this, Fong Ting immediately displayed a delighted smile. You made it. Should I come in and sit for a bit? Of course, I've been waiting for you. Fong Ting then invited Lin Hao inside. However, as soon as Lin Hao entered, he sensed something was off. Aside from the living room, the bathroom, and 2 bedrooms, all had their doors tightly shut. This was clearly very unusual. At that moment, Fong Ting wrapped her arms around Lin Hao and attempted to lead him toward the bedroom. Seeing her eagerness, Lin Hao was fully prepared. There were techniques for using firearms within close combat skills. Thus, while Lin Hao couldn't claim to be able to shoot perfectly at 100 paces, he could still hit his target accurately at close range. Just as the door opened, Lin Hao clearly saw a figure inside. The other person immediately raised a handgun, and Lin Hao was already prepared and forcefully pushed Fong Ting forward. She lost her balance and directly lunged toward the other person. Seeing Fong Ting lunging forward, the other person dared not pull the trigger and reached out to catch her. But at that moment, gunfire erupted. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 bullets shot out from the gun like cannonballs. One struck him in the forehead, while the other hit Fong Ting in the back. Both of them fell after being shot. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted within the room. Lin Hao quickly turned around and pointed his gun outside. In the next second, a killer rushed out from the bathroom and another from the balcony. Lin Hao didn't give them any opportunity, raising his hand and firing 2 shots. The bullets sliced through the air, instantly hitting their targets. As the 2 fell, the doorbell suddenly rang. But when Lin Hao saw who was at the door, a strange smile appeared on his face. Then the door opened. Standing at the entrance was Liang Kun himself, but at that moment his face was filled with terror. Surrounding him were not his subordinates, but the death warriors sent by Lin Hao. While Lin Hao was taking action, the death warriors had also found Liang Kun nearby. The death warriors quickly subdued the people he brought with him and then escorted him here. When Jing Kun saw Lin Hao, unscathed, despair washed over his face. He was all too aware of Lin Hao's methods, otherwise Shan Ji and Zhao Pai would not have met their gruesome fates at his hands. However, with his mouth covered, he was unable to scream for help. Soon he was escorted into the living room by the death warriors. Upon seeing several of his little brothers brutally killed in the living room, as well as his most beloved woman Fong Ting, his heart sank. Jing Kun completely broke down. His expression turned frantic and his entire body trembled violently. Lin Hao, noticing this, signaled for the death warriors to loosen Jing Kun's mouth. Once he could speak, Jing Kun immediately began to plead. Lin Hao, I truly did not intend to cross you. It was the gang that issued a death order for me to deal with you. I had no choice. At this moment, Jing Kun tried to deceive Lin Hao, hoping to muddle through and save his life. Yet Lin Hao coldly chuckled. If you want to spare your life, that is possible, but it depends on your cooperation. Hearing that he still had a chance to live, Jing Kun was instantly overjoyed. Lin Hao, as long as you can spare my life, I will agree to any condition you propose. Jing Kun, wealthy and confident, believed he could satisfy Lin Hao's desires. But Lin Hao suddenly made a shocking demand. I want all the shares of your film company. What? Jing Kuan never imagined Lin Hao would ask for such a hefty price. The Qian Kuan Film Company was his entire life's work. More importantly, through the operations of this film company, he could launder some illicit money. But now Lin Hao wanted to take it all away. What is your life worth less than a film company? Lin Hao's desire for the film company was also to pave the way for Qiao Shuzhen. At the moment, he really had no time to establish a new film production company. Now that the opportunity was presented to him, he certainly did not want to miss it. Jing Kuan immediately fell into hesitation. If he lost the film company, he would have nothing left. Lin Hao, if you take away my film company, how will I survive in the future? If it seems you truly do not wish to live. With that, Lin Hao raised his gun and aimed at Jing Kuan's head. At this moment, Jing Kuan immediately surrendered. He quickly declared, no problem, I will give you this film company. Words alone are not enough. You need to write down your promise, sign it, and seal it. Under Lin Hao's threat, Jing Kuan had no choice but to draft an agreement to transfer all his company shares to Lin Hao. In this era, the legal system in Xiangjiang was still relatively lenient. As long as there was a signature and seal from the parties involved, it could be submitted to the relevant authorities for share transfer. When Jing Kuan signed his name, the agreement officially came into effect. After receiving the agreement, a smile finally appeared on Lin Hao's face. Li Qiankuan, I must truly thank you for sending me such a great gift. Now can you let me go? Not yet, you must answer 2 more questions. Seeing that Lin Hao still had conditions, Jing Kuan felt both angry and helpless. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and nodded. The first question, what is the current attitude of Hongxing towards me? Jing Kuan had long anticipated Lin Hao would ask this question, so he had prepared an answer in advance. Mr. Jiang said to take you out. As long as I eliminate you, I can sit at the top of Tsimsha Sui. Of course, he also said that this matter can only be handled by me, so I was forced into this. Why? Lin Hao asked in confusion. Because your status is not even worth a straw sandal. If someone else from the gang were to handle it, even if they won, they would be criticized. Jing Kuan's words made Lin Hao suddenly enlightened. Within the internal management system of the gangs in Xiangjiang, the leader is the highest authority. Next is the strategist sitting in the center by Jishan. Following that are the various leaders of the lower halls. Below the leaders are the senior enforcers of the gang, also known as the 426 Red Sticks. Among them, 4 times 26 plus 4 equals 108, referring to the 108 heroes of Water Margin. Thus, those who become Red Sticks are recognized heroes in the Underworld. Not only must they possess formidable strength, but they must also have a certain level of prestige. Below the Red Sticks are the gang's foot soldiers. Jing Kuan's current status was that of a foot soldier in Hongxing. This was also a significant reason why he was so eager to secure Tsimsha Sui. Only by being promoted to a hall leader would his status in the gang and the underworld rise dramatically. Below the foot soldiers are the lowest tier of the gang, known as the 49s, or cannon fodder. And Lin Hao, as someone without a gang, naturally didn't even qualify as a 49. After listening to Jing Kuan's explanation, Lin Hao's expression changed. He immediately raised his gun and aimed at him again. You lied to me. I truly didn't lie to you. Humph, do you think I don't know about the internal affairs of Hongxing? I only said that to test you. I didn't expect you to babble nonsense, even when facing death. With that, Lin Hao pivoted the gun and shot directly at Jing Kuan's right thigh. Whooshed. After the shot, Jing Kuan immediately knelt down, clutching his wounded thigh, his expression one of agony. Don't shoot, don't shoot. I'll tell you. You better tell me the truth, or the next shot could take your life. Jing Kuan knew Lin Hao was ruthless, so he didn't dare to be bold, and immediately revealed everything about his turf war with Defei. At this moment, Lin Hao learned that besides Jing Kuan, Defei was also involved in this battle. After obtaining all the internal information from Hongxing, Lin Hao suddenly thought of something else. Did Babai also get involved in this matter? I was the one who brought him in. If I see, then I can't let him off either. What? Jing Kuan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Jing Kuan, I must truly thank you for helping me out so much. With that, Lin Hao raised his gun again. At this moment, Jing Kuan fully understood everything. Lin Hao never intended to let him go. Now that he knew he was finished, Jing Kuan panicked once more. Don't shoot. As long as you don't kill me, I, Jing Kuan, will serve you unconditionally. Facing Jing Kuan's desperate pleas, Lin Hao simply laughed. Haha, Jing Kuan, you waste, you still think you can serve me. Without waiting for Jing Kuan to react, Lin Hao pulled the trigger. At such a close distance, the bullet accurately pierced through Jing Kuan's forehead. In the next second, Jing Kuan fell into a pool of blood. The once great leader of the underworld had fallen again at Lin Hao's hands. At that moment, Lin Hao's eyes were filled with intense murderous intent. Hongxing, is it? I want to see just how much power you still possess. Then Lin Hao addressed the death warriors beside him, saying, since you all have gained your own consciousness, I do not wish to issue orders directly. Instead, I hope you can make your own decisions. Everyone present understood Lin Hao's intention and immediately said in unison, please give us your instructions, brother Lin Hao. With so many lives lost here today, it is impossible to cover it up. Especially since Liang Kuan is the owner of a film company, the police will undoubtedly investigate this matter. Therefore, I now need someone to step up and bear the full responsibility for this incident. Lin Hao's idea was simple: to have someone stand up and kill Liang Kuan and the others in his place. The Death Warriors raised their hands immediately. He'll do it. I volunteer. Seeing the unwavering loyalty of the Death Warriors, Lin Hao felt this also ensures that they will not turn against him in the future and become witnesses against him. You can decide by drawing lots, but rest assured there is no death penalty in Xinjiang. So at most you will receive life imprisonment, and if you perform well you might even have your sentence reduced and be released. Moreover, each of you has a legal identity and family, so whoever is chosen to take my place in prison, I will provide a generous settlement for his family. At the same time, I will personally take care of any issues his family encounters in the future. Everyone present was already completely loyal to Lin Hao, so upon hearing Lin Hao's heartfelt words, everyone felt even more moved. They all expressed their willingness to go through fire and water for Lin Hao. Soon the Death Warriors quickly drew lots and selected someone to be the scapegoat. Lin Hao handed over the gun. Go clean up my fingerprints and wait here for the police to come. Also during this time you need to think about what to say. Do you understood? The Death Warrior nodded, displaying an attitude of facing death without fear. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao was very satisfied and left the apartment. However, just as he left, his phone rang. Seeing that it was the Death Warrior protecting Qiu Shuzhen, Lin Hao instantly furrowed his brows. What is it? The next second, a trembling voice came from the other end of the line. Brother Hao, I'm sorry, Miss Qiu Shuzhen has been taken away. What? Lin Hao was furious upon hearing this. What happened? Explain it clearly to me. Tonight, Miss Qiu Shuzhen wanted to eat late-night snacks at a food stall across from the hotel. We thought it would be fine to hide far away and protect her without disturbing her enjoyment. However, unexpectedly shortly after she sat down, a van came roaring up and stopped beside her. Although we reacted immediately, Miss Qiu was still swiftly taken away by their people. Hearing this, Lin Hao clenched his fists. So who exactly are they? We haven't investigated it clearly yet. I assigned you to protect her, and you lost her. What use do I have for you? Lin Hao was unusually furious. It wasn't just because the Death Warriors had failed in their duty, but more importantly, Qiu Shuzhen's whereabouts were now unknown. Please punish us, Brother Hao. We all willingly accept our punishment. The Death Warriors expressed their stance again over the phone. At this moment, Lin Hao's irritable emotions suddenly calmed down. He knew that the Death Warriors would never betray him. At this point, punishing them would serve no purpose. The urgent matter now was to quickly find out Qiu Shuzhen's whereabouts. Just then a spark of inspiration struck him. A name suddenly appeared in his mind. Ba Bai. Lin Hao quickly returned to the company and took out the business card Ba Bai had given him. He dialed. Moments later, Ba Bai's voice indeed came through the phone. Hello, who is this? Is this Ba Bai? Upon hearing Lin Hao's voice, Ba Bai was taken aback. Where are you? Obviously, he thought Lin Hao had already met his demise. But he never expected that the other party was perfectly fine and calling him. This meant that the assassination attempt on Liang Kuan had failed. So did you not expect that I am still alive? Lin Hao laid it all out, and Ba Bai understood that Lin Hao was aware. However, Ba Bai did not panic. Instead, he mocked. You are quite something, managing to escape a calamity. It seems Liang Kuan has failed to get rid of you after all. I don't have the energy to waste words with you. Did you kidnap my woman? During the day, Lin Hao had sensed something off in Ba Bai's gaze towards Qiu Shuzhen. At that time, he hadn't thought too much about it, and was only focused on luring out the person behind Fong Ting. This allowed Ba Bai to take advantage of the situation. Ba Bai, upon hearing this, did not conceal the truth, but rather generously stated, Miss Qiu is on her way to my room. She should arrive shortly. Since Lin Hao already knew about the conspiracy between Ba Bai and Liang Kuan, Ba Bai saw no need to be polite and directly admitted that he had sent someone to kidnap Qiu Shuzhen. Originally, Ba Bai's plan was to take advantage of Lin Hao's betrayal to launch a surprise attack and take Qiu Shuzhen for himself. Once he learned of Lin Hao's death, Qiu Shuzhen would naturally dare not oppose him. At that time, she would undoubtedly follow him wholeheartedly. Now seeing that Ba Bai had boldly confessed to this, Lin Hao was utterly enraged. He then spoke sternly word for word. If you let her go now, I might consider sparing your life. Haha, who do you think you are? If I refuse to let her go, what can you do to me? Ba Bai was not intimidated. As one of the Hongji brothers, he had formidable strength. So when faced with Lin Hao's threat, he showed no signs of fear. In that case, tonight prepare to face my wrath. After finishing, Lin Hao stopped talking nonsense and directly hung up the phone. The current situation was extreme. According to Ba Bai's earlier words, Qiu Shuzhen had not yet fallen into his hands. Therefore, he had to find her immediately. However, with so many hotels in Xinjiang, it was unrealistic to search them one by one. If he wanted to force Ba Bai to reveal himself, there was only one way. With this thought, Lin Hao concentrated his mind. In no time, all his death warriors gathered together. Listen up, tonight, I want to bloodily wash out all the territories of Hongji in the Xinjiang area. Ba Bai's base was in the Xinjiang area, and Lin Hao was certain he was there at the moment. What Lin Hao needed to do now was to smash Ba Bai's territory, completely forcing him to show himself. Yes, then Lin Hao led a group of death warriors and swiftly headed to the Xinjiang area. At this time, no one in Xinjiang had any foreboding of the impending chaos. Soon Lin Hao appeared in Xinjiang with a large group of subordinates. Looking at the bustling streets, Lin Hao's face darkened as he coldly commanded, act. In the next second, nearly 500 Death Warriors sprang into action. Their target was clear the territory guarded by Hongji. A group of Death Warriors rushed into a sauna and immediately began to smash everything inside. At this moment, a lobby manager saw this and hurriedly shouted, "Where are you guys from? Do you want to die? This is our brother Bob Biss territory." The leading mid-level Death Warrior smiled coldly and grabbed the manager by the collar. "Sorry, we are here to smash Bob Biss territory today." Upon hearing this, the lobby manager realized that Bob Biss enemies had come knocking. Seeing the other party was not intimidated, the Death Warriors took out a large mobile phone. "Quickly call your boss and tell him everything here." The lobby manager, though bewildered, dared not resist and nervously took the phone, dialing Bob Biss' number. On the other end, Xiao Shuzhen had just been brought into the room where Ba Bai was. Seeing such a sexy and charming beauty, Ba Bai instantly became lustful. "Haha, this little girl is quite beautiful. Tonight you will serve me well." Xiao Shuzhen, upon seeing Ba Bai, shouted loudly, "If you dare touch me, I will call the police on you." "Haha, you're quite interesting thinking you can call the police on me." Seeing that the police could not intimidate him, Xiao Shuzhen quickly mentioned Lin Hao. "My man is Lin Hao, how can you afford?" Ba Bai's eyes flashed with menace. "He has a bit of power in Causeway Bay, but this is my turf. Oh, what does he imagine?" At present, he was still unaware that Liang Kuan had died, so he believed that Lin Hao had no ability to send forces to deal with him. Knowing the other party did not fear Lin Hao, Xiao Shuzhen understood that she was doomed today. She immediately began to cry. "Ha, the louder you cry, the more excited I become." With that, Ba Bai took off his shirt, preparing to force himself on her. But just then a subordinate walked in. "Damn it, don't you know I'm busy? Get out." Ba Bai erupted in anger. But the little brother smiled bitterly and said, "Ba Bai, not good. It seems something has happened to our territory." Ba Bai was taken aback and immediately took the phone. "I am Ba Bai. Brother Ba Bai, someone has come to smash our territory and told me to call you." The other party quickly reported the name of the establishment. Upon hearing that it was a sauna club on his turf, Ba Bai was instantly alarmed. "Who are they?" "I'll ask. Have Lin Hao call me, and you all better stop immediately." Ba Bai hurriedly spoke. "Sorry, you should contact our boss yourself. Besides, we need to get back to work." The other party hung up the phone. "Boss, it's bad. Our people have been scattered, and the venue is wrecked. Boss, hurry and send someone. We can't hold." "Boss, it's bad. Our people have been scattered, and the venue is wrecked. Boss, hurry and send someone. We can't hold on any longer." Receiving one distress call after another, Ba Bai finally showed a panicked expression. He quickly dialed back. At this moment, Lin Hao was sitting in front of a roadside snack stall in Xingjiangzi, quietly eating a bowl of noodles. "Hey Ba Bai, what do you want from me?" After the call connected, Lin Hao asked sarcastically. "Lin Hao, you need to make your little brother stop, or else I won't be polite to your woman." At this moment, Ba Bai was still reluctant to back down, even continuing to threaten Lin Hao over the phone. But Lin Hao knew that dealing with such people required a firm approach. He had to be tougher than the other party to intimidate them. Then Lin Hao coldly said, "I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can't bring my woman to Huangji Noodle House, I will wash away all your venues in Xinjiangzi tonight." After saying that, Lin Hao decisively hung up before Ba Bai could respond. Now Ba Bai couldn't bear it any longer. Seeing his venues about to be lost, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Gazing at the beauty who was finally in his grasp, he gritted his teeth and sent Xiao Shuzhen to the location. When Lin Hao saw Xiao Shuzhen get out of the van, he rushed over immediately. Xiao Shuzhen threw herself into Lin Hao's arms, crying, "I thought I would never see you again." Lin Hao held Xiao Shuzhen tightly, continuously reassuring her, "It's okay. As long as I'm here, no one can touch you." At that moment, police cars quickly arrived. In just a short time, dozens of armed police officers surrounded Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at the police unperturbed and asked, "What do you want?" Then a leading officer stepped forward. "Lin Hao, we suspect you are directly involved in the multiple vandalism incidents in the Xinjiangzi area tonight. Please come with us to the police station for questioning." "What if I don't go back?" Lin Hao retorted. "Then I'll charge you with obstructing justice and not cooperating with the police. You'll be in a worse situation, understand?" "Who police do you think you're impressive?" As Lin Hao finished speaking, hundreds of Death Warriors suddenly surged out. They quickly surrounded Lin Hao and the officers present. In an instant, the entire street was filled with palpable tension. "What are you doing? Do you want to attack the police?" The lead officer shouted angrily. "If you don't have direct evidence proving I did it, I advise you not to provoke me." Lin Hao spoke with a cold tone. He knew very well that the Death Warriors would never betray him. So even if the police took him back, they wouldn't find any issue. The police chief across from him felt a bit uneasy. He had heard of Lin Hao's infamous reputation. Despite causing chaos in Wanchai for so long, the anti-Triad unit hadn't been able to catch him. Now he indeed had no direct evidence linking Lin Hao to this incident. Additionally, if he forcibly made a move here, it would likely trigger unnecessary chaos. So after swallowing hard, he stepped closer to Lin Hao. "Please cooperate with us for the investigation. If you are truly innocent, we will immediately release you. But if you insist on being stubborn, we won't be polite." His tone had softened considerably, clearly hoping Lin Hao would recognize the situation and compromise. Lin Hao took a deep breath and glanced around. He knew that since the police had already acted, he had to return to the station for questioning no matter what. Otherwise, if he really embarrassed the other party, they would find countless ways to deal with him. However, Lin Hao wasn't someone to be trifled with. He promptly stated, "My woman just received a shock, and I plan to take her home to settle her down first. I will personally report to the Zhangjiangzi police station tomorrow morning." Lin Hao's tone was firm, showing no intention of negotiating with the other party. The other side understood that this was the best outcome. It could preserve the face of the Xianjiang police while also following the necessary procedures. "All right, but you need to get in our police car first, and then we will escort you back." In the end, he made a concession. Lin Hao understood that if he left under the watchful eyes of everyone, the other side wouldn't be able to report back, so he nodded in agreement. Then Lin Hao and Xiao Shuzhen got into the police car together. "So how does it feel to ride in a police car for the first time? Are you getting used to it?" Sitting in the back seat, Lin Hao was not the slightest bit anxious. Instead, he took the opportunity to tease Xiao Shuzhen. However, at this moment, Xiao Shuzhen's face had already gone pale. Having just escaped death, she now had to face the situation of Lin Hao being arrested by the police, which made her very worried. "Lin Hao, you won't get into trouble, right?" Lin Hao smiled as he gently stroked Xiao Shuzhen's face, reassuring her, "Don't worry, no one in Xianjiang can do anything to me." Hearing this, Xiao Shuzhen finally felt a bit relieved and leaned her head against Lin Hao's chest. Although Lin Hao didn't personally take action, that night his imposing demeanor during the standoff with the police was noticed by countless people. In an instant, he gained nearly 100 points of fear value through the system. Opening the panel again, the data had changed. Host Lin Hao. Skills: Close Quarters Combat Technique. Number of Death Warriors 297, Junior Death Warriors 200, Intermediate Death Warriors. Fear value 102. Thus Lin Hao had a new understanding of this system. To gain fear value, he didn't necessarily need to act personally, nor did he need to kill. He just needed to let those around him feel fear through his words and actions. As Lin Hao and Xiao Shuzhen left the Zhangjiangzi area, rumors were already swirling in the underworld. In Zhangjiangzi, some were rejoicing while others were in despair. Upon learning that more than 10 of his entertainment venues had been smashed to pieces by Lin Hao's people, Bai wished he could slap himself hard. He had paid a painful price for a woman. What was worse, he hadn't even touched a hair on Xiao Shuzhen. Then he received a shocking piece of news. "What? Are you saying Liang Kuan is dead?" Bai questioned. His younger brother hurriedly explained. Just now the Wanchai police station issued an announcement saying several bodies were found in XX apartment. Among them were not only Liang Kuan, but also Fong Ting and others. Upon hearing this, Bai felt darkness cloud his vision. "Bai, please accept my condolences. Death cannot be reversed, don't be too sad." Seeing this, his younger brother quickly stepped forward to comfort him. But the next moment, Bai angrily shouted, "Do I care about Liang Kuan's life or death?" He wasn't heartbroken over his sworn brother's death. Rather, he was starting to worry about what would happen next. Once Liang Kuan was dead, Lin Hao might have the chance to deal with him. Thinking of this, he could only wait until dawn and return to the He headquarters to find help. Meanwhile, in Zhangjiangzi, someone was laughing heartily. As the person in charge of the Hongxing faction in Zhangjiangzi, Ji Good jumped up and danced with excitement after, Bai, you also have today. Why provoke that calamity? Now look at the mess you're in. I wonder how you'll continue to fight with me in Zhangjiangzi." He and Hongxing had always been at odds. Now that Bai had suffered a heavy loss, Ji Gu immediately sensed an opportunity. As for Liang Kuan, he had no connection with the other party. If he was dead, so be it. "Boss, what should we do now? Should we take action immediately and seize Bis territory?" Baji waved his hand. "Don't rush, let's wait a bit. Someone might step in to help us deal with this trouble with Bai." Ji Gu knew Lin Hao was vengeful. Since Liang Kuan had met such a terrible fate, could Bai escape? On the contrary, if they launched a full-scale attack on Bis territory now, it would inevitably provoke a counterattack from Bai and He. Even a cornered dog will jump over the wall. Although Bai was severely weakened, he still had some strength. So in his eyes, they only needed to wait patiently for a while, and they could reap the benefits. The next morning, Lin Hao got up from Xiao Shuzhen's side and went alone to the Zhangjiangzi police station. After arriving at the police station, he was taken into the interrogation room. But no matter how the other party interrogated him, Lin Hao consistently denied all accusations. He also stated that everything that happened in the Zhangjiangzi area had nothing to do with him. At this moment, the officer in charge of the interrogation suddenly changed his tone. "Lin Hao, don't think we can't do anything to you like this. Last night, a major criminal case occurred in Wanchai. Although someone has stepped forward to take the blame, don't think you can escape this easily." The officer's words hinted at the murder of Liang Kuan and others last night. Lin Hao pretended to be curious and asked, "What case are you talking about? I haven't heard of it." "Stop pretending." After saying that, the officer directly threw today's newspaper headlines in front of Lin Hao. Upon seeing the report of Liang Kuan's death, a look of shock suddenly appeared on Lin Hao's face. "He's dead. What happened?" Lin Hao pretended to be surprised. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Li Xian was closely watching Lin Hao's expression on the screen. After observing for half a day, he found that Lin Hao's expression showed no signs of unusualness. This made him furrow his brows. "Boss, could this guy really be related to the murder of Liang Kuan?" This kid is definitely not simple. According to the information provided by my informants, Liang Kuan was supposed to set a trap to kill Lin Hao last night. However, it is likely that Lin Hao is already aware of his scheme, which is why he was ambushed. That doesn't necessarily mean he is directly involved. Perhaps Lin Hao found out, and sent his own men to eliminate. The subordinate police officer began to analyze. Even if he didn't personally take action, he is still the mastermind. As long as we find the evidence, we can convict him. But the problem is the so-called suspect has completely confessed and claimed this was solely his doing. If we've investigated that guy, he had no grievances with Liang Kuan before, so how could he suddenly kill him? Moreover, this person seems to have had close ties with those around Lin Hao. In Li Xian's view, Liang Kun's brutal death last night was no accident. This incident must involve Lin Hao. However, he was currently at a loss for direct evidence and did not want to alert the snake, letting Lin Hao come to the police station for questioning. So he could only hide in the shadows, quietly observing Lin Hao's every move. Unfortunately, Lin Hao's performance was flawless, showing no signs of a flaw. With that, Li Xian had no choice but to temporarily give up on further investigating Lin Hao. After all, someone had already stepped up to take all the responsibility, and as a police officer, he had no excuse to continue making things difficult for Lin Hao. Soon Lin Hao was released. However, when he walked out, hundreds of death warriors had already gathered outside the police station. Lin Hao's actions undoubtedly showcased his strength to all factions. His arrogant demeanor also attracted attention from all sectors of society. In particular, the media in Wanchai had begun to report extensively on Lin Hao. For a time, Lin Hao's influence surged, and he seemed to have become the strongest figure in Causeway Bay. Meanwhile, at the Hongxing meeting, Jiang Tiansheng's expression was exceptionally grim. The various hall masters under him were also silent. Liang Kun's brutal death was completely unexpected for everyone. Now that the gang had lost a key player, it had greatly diminished Hongxing's standing in the underworld. Even his leadership was under scrutiny. There were even those within the gang who had started secretly mocking Jiang Tiansheng. They believed it was his poor leadership of the gang that led to them being bullied by outsiders. Therefore, during today's meeting, Jiang Tiansheng looked at everyone present and set a tone that was unprecedented. From now on, I demand that all of you unite against Lin Hao. Jiang Tiansheng's rare anger left everyone present holding their breath. At this moment, Defei also took the initiative to speak up. Mr. Jiang, rest assured, Causeway Bay will be mine. Just let that kid continue to bounce around for a few more days. I will definitely take him down in the shortest time possible and give everyone an explanation. With Liang Kuan gone, Defei has become the biggest winner. As long as he can successfully deal with Lin Hao, he will become the next spokesperson for Hongxing and Causeway Bay. I hope all of you present will fully cooperate with Defei's actions. After all, if we let Lin Hao continue to show off, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone understood that they were now all in the same boat. If Lin Hao continued to wield power, the repercussions would. On the surface, everyone appeared indignant. However, each harbored their own ulterior motives. Baji naturally did not need to say much. He was eager for Lin Hao to continue making a scene, thus helping him get rid of the Therefore, he would definitely not send anyone to assist Defei in dealing with Lin Hao at this critical moment. Additionally, the spokespersons from North Point and Kuntong, like Li Biao and Guantong, who had no business dealings with Causeway Bay, also did not want to attract trouble. It was fine to shout slogans, but if they were asked to send troops to help, they could find 100 excuses to avoid it with it. Among the remaining people, Hanbin and Shursan may have been depressed ever since they suffered a severe blow from Lin Hao last time. The various forces in the underworld took advantage of this to harass their territories. As a result, the two were stretched thin and unable to spare manpower to assist Defei. Thus, although Defei appeared to have the support of the entire gang, the number of people he could actually utilize was quite limited. However, he had never feared anyone in his life. Even though Liang Kuan had met a tragic end, he still had confidence in taking down Lin Hao. Therefore, Defei boldly declared, "Within a month, I will ensure Lin Hao lies dead on the streets." On the other side, one of the strongest gangs in Xiangjiang, Heji, was also holding a meeting in high spirits. All 10 red sticks of the gang had gathered. Naturally, the meeting was presided over by the gang's leader Gao Wenbiao. "Baba, you asked me to gather everyone here. Are you looking for our help?" "Boss, my territory has been ravaged by Lin Hao, and I urgently need the gang to step in and help me." Baba did not hold back and openly expressed his desire to borrow troops to deal with Lin Hao. However, his words were met with skepticism from the other red sticks present. "Baba, have you lost your mind? Why are you provoking Lin Hao? Now look, after getting beaten up, you come back to seek our help. What do you take us for? Yet if you can't win, don't go looking for help. That's not your style. You were reluctant to share a piece of the pie with us in the flower market, but now that you've been ousted, you come looking for us." Heji was different from Hongxing. Its internal management was extremely chaotic. The bosses of various regions schemed against each other and did not get along. Furthermore, Bai had offended many peers due to his failure to play politics. Thus, when he asked for help today, no one was willing to assist. Seeing this, Gao Wenbiao immediately stated, Bai, because of what happened last night, the police have already come to me, you know." "Boss, what did the police say?" Bai asked cautiously. "They asked me to resolve this matter quickly, otherwise they will conduct a large-scale sweep of our Heji's venues. At that time, if Heji suffers any losses, can you bear the responsibility?" After being warned by Gao Wenbiao, Bai became even more compliant. Boss, if this continues we won't be able to maintain our foothold in Heji. Gao Wenbiao understood Ba Bis' importance. The latter's flower business still contributed a considerable amount each month. At this moment it was not an option to sit idly by. Let's do this for the time being. We will hold back and wait for the storm to pass. I will have everyone help you resolve this trouble later. Seeing Gao Wenbiao say this, Ba Bai naturally had no choice but to refrain from saying anything more. Fortunately, Lin Hao's territory was not in Xiangjiang, so he only needed to focus on his own plot of land. After being released, Lin Hao did not head straight to Causeway Bay. Instead, he went to the Qingquan Film Company. At this time, the entire company was in a state of anxiety. Everyone knew that the boss had been brutally murdered, and there were rumors in the underworld that Lin Hao had done it. Now, with Lin Hao personally arriving with his subordinates, the ordinary staff at the scene were so scared that they did not dare. Lin Hao entered the company and casually pulled someone over to ask, "Who is in charge here now?" "He is our..." The other party quickly pointed to a middle-aged man wearing glasses beside him. Seeing this, the man quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and stepped forward saying, "Mr. Lin Hao, what brings you here?" "Oh, nothing much. You know your boss Li Qingquan is dead, right?" "Yes, the newspapers reported it." "That's good. I'm here to inform you that everything in this company now belongs to me." "Oh." The other party looked bewildered, wondering how this film company had fallen into Lin Hao's hands. After all, although he could kill Liang Kuan from a legal perspective, this film company could not simply be transferred to Lin Hao. But then Lin Hao took out the agreement personally written by Liang Kuan. "Take a closer look. Can I take over this film company now?" The supervisor hurriedly took the agreement to check. When he confirmed that the signatory was indeed Li Qingquan, he was astonished and widened his eyes. "All right, I don't want to waste words with you. I'm here to give you two choices. One choice is to continue working for me in the company, and I will raise your salary by 20 on the basis of your original pay. The other option is that you leave immediately, and I won't make things difficult for you. Those who want to stay can remain here today. If anyone wants to leave, please pack your things and leave now." As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, the scene erupted in a commotion. Everyone began to whisper among themselves. These people were not necessarily those who had followed Liang Kuan. At most they were just his hired employees. So in their eyes it seemed irrelevant whom they followed. Moreover, Lin Hao promised them promotions and raises, which was far more practical than any flowery rhetoric. Given the current poor employment environment, no one wanted to resign without another position lined up. Subsequently, the employees, led by the supervisor, began to speak up. "Mr. Lin, we will follow you from now on. Rest assured, boss, we will work hard and will not disappoint you." Seeing everyone so agreeable, Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. With this film company as a foundation, it would be much easier for him to enter the film market and promote Xiaoshuzhen. After acquiring Qingquan Film Company, Lin Hao promptly moved the company to Causeway Bay. After all, Causeway Bay is his territory, and having the film company there would ensure greater safety. After settling matters with Liang Kun's film company, Lin Hao turned his attention back to Ba Bai. Although Ba Bai had been quiet recently and dared not attack him, Lin Hao could not forget that Ba Bai had kidnapped Xiaoshuzhen. In his eyes, Ba Bai had to die. However, after days of searching, without finding Ba Bis' whereabouts, he realized that Ba Bai had already gone into hiding. Furthermore, he had to guard against the counterattack from Hongxing. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon the thought of seeking revenge on Ba by lying low and waiting for the right moment to strike. That night, a bar in Causeway Bay celebrated its grand opening. The bar's owner warmly invited Lin Hao to attend. Prior to the opening, the owner had signed a 2-year cooperation contract with the Hero Security Company, so out of courtesy, Lin Hao decided to bring Xiaoshuzhen along dressed to impress for the bar's opening. When Xiaoshuzhen walked out of the restroom in a strapless black short dress, Lin Hao, who was sitting on the sofa, instantly felt his blood rush. Gazing at the stunning beauty before him, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. No wonder all the wealthy elites of Xiangjiang went crazy for her back in the day. Xiaoshuzhen truly had that kind of allure. Seeing Lin Hao's eyes widen in amazement, Xiaoshuzhen playfully smiled and asked, "How do I look? Am I embarrassing you? Why have you changed your usual style and dressed so sexy today?" In Lin Hao's previous understanding, Xiaoshuzhen always wore long dresses that covered her knees or simply jeans that concealed her figure completely. But today she had completely changed her style, embracing a seductive, mature look. Xiaoshuzhen pouted and said, "Ever since I met that Fong Ting last time, I've realized that men are visual creatures who like women who dress sexily. So now I need to dress up for myself, otherwise some people might stop liking me soon." Xiaoshuzhen's words were loaded with meaning. The implication was obviously a hint to Lin Hao not to be fickle. Haha, so someone is still jealous of Fong Ting. After saying this, he walked up and wrapped his arms around Xiaoshuzhen's slim waist. Lin Hao didn't tell Xiaoshuzhen that Fong Ting had already died by his hand, so during this time, every time Lin Hao went out, Xiaoshuzhen couldn't help but feel a bit worried. She was afraid that another Fong Ting might appear to compete for her man. However, nestled in Lin Hao's embrace, Xiaoshuzhen suddenly made a surprising remark. "Actually, I'm not jealous. I know that a man like you will definitely have more than one woman in the future. It's just that I'm not psychologically prepared for that, so naturally I feel a bit worried." Xiaoshuzhen's words shocked Lin Hao. He never expected that Xiaoshuzhen would have such an open-minded perspective. In fact, she seemed to understand things even better than he did. How could you have such strange thoughts? What's so strange about it? Look at those wealthy tycoons in Xiangjiang who doesn't have multiple wives and concubines. Moreover, you are in the underworld. You will inevitably encounter many temptations in the future. I can't expect to keep you by my side for a lifetime. That's unrealistic. Xiao Shuzhen was clear-headed, which left Lin Hao momentarily at a loss. In fact, he currently had no intention of seeking a mistress. However, hearing Xiao Shuzhen say this made him start to seriously contemplate the matter. If he were to encounter temptation in the future, could he truly resist it? Unable to figure this out, Lin Hao could only chuckle. Let's not think too much. Isn't it better to enjoy the present? Upon hearing Lin Hao's response, Xiao Shuzhen felt a little disappointed inside, but she quickly regained her composure. All right, let's not talk about these unhappy things anymore. Let's hurry to the banquet. We can go, but you must stay close to me and not be targeted by other men. That wouldn't be good. Ever since the last kidnapping incident, although Xiao Shuzhen didn't say anything, she would still be quite anxious. To be safe, Lin Hao had even assembled a team of 20 intermediate assassins to serve as bodyguards specifically for Xiao Shuzhen's safety. This way she could feel a bit more at ease when going out. Hearing this, Xiao Shuzhen linked her arm with Lin Hao's. Of course I will stick close to you, otherwise in that dazzling place one careless moment and countless Fong Tings could appear around you. At that time I would have to personally intervene to chase them all away. Haha, then you better keep a close watch. With that, the two of them exited the hotel and headed to the Causeway Bay night bar. When they arrived at the entrance of the night bar, numerous young men and women had already gathered outside. Typically, new bars offer various promotions and unique services upon opening, so naturally the local youth were eager to come and show their support. Upon Lin Hao and Xiao Shuzhen's appearance, they immediately attracted the attention of many around them. Especially Xiao Shuzhen. Her outfit today was simply that of a goddess. Standing there in her black high heels, she exuded an irresistible charm. In an instant, she drew many lustful gazes from the opposite sex. A group of people even began to whisper among themselves. This girl looks really good. I really want to get to know her. What a pity the guy next to her seems to be her boyfriend. Even if he is her boyfriend, so what? He looks like some rich second generation from who knows where. Such people are usually timid. Then among the group, a young man who appeared quite arrogant couldn't help but whistle at Xiao Shuzhen. Hearing the lewd whistle, Xiao Shuzhen frowned slightly, but didn't intend to pay him any mind. After all, for her, being teased by men when going out was too common. During her time working at a convenience store, she often encountered customers who would make lewd remarks. She knew that the more one engaged with such people, the more excited they would become. So the best way to deal with it was to ignore them. However, seeing that Xiao Shuzhen was ignoring him, the man became even more arrogant. He directly insulted her, saying, "Hey babe, how much for a night with you for this rich kid?" Upon hearing this, a trace of anger had already appeared on Xiao Shuzhen's face. However, she was here to accompany Lin Hao for socializing, so she naturally didn't want to ruin everyone's mood over her own issues. Thus, even in the face of his insult, she didn't show a hint of displeasure. But Lin Hao, while chatting with the owner at the entrance, inadvertently heard this remark. When he turned around, he happened to see the young man continuously hurling insults at Xiao Shuzhen. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Hao's expression darkened instantly. After all, no one in Causeway Bay dared to treat his woman with such lewd behavior. Subsequently, Lin Hao took Xiao Shuzhen's hand and approached the young man. Seeing Lin Hao approach, the young man's expression immediately turned serious. At the same time, several of his companions surrounded Lin Hao. The two sides confronted each other at the entrance of the bar, and the atmosphere became tense. "What did you just say to my woman?" Lin Hao asked calmly. Xiao Shuzhen wanted Lin Hao to let it go, but Lin Hao glared at her, signaling her to remain silent. The young men opposite, not knowing Lin Hao, thought he was just another rich second generation, so they showed no fear. "Kid, your girl is pretty good. Where did you find her? Do you not realize the severity of the situation?" Lin Hao sneered after seeing that they didn't recognize him. "How serious? Are you planning to eat me or something?" the young man said dismissively. At that moment, the bar owner also noticed the commotion and hurriedly approached, saying, "What are you guys trying to do? If you want to cause trouble, just get out. Boss, we're here to support your opening. Why are you not welcoming us?" The owner was mentally screaming, feeling that these guys had no idea what was good for them. He had already hinted for them to leave, yet they seemed completely oblivious to his good intentions. He wasn't worried about their lives, he just didn't want anyone to get beaten up at the entrance on opening day. Moreover, he knew Lin Hao's methods. He was someone who wouldn't hesitate to kill. "Boss Chow, you don't need to worry about this matter, I'll handle it," Lin Hao said slowly. Upon hearing this, Boss Chow immediately felt that things were going south and hurriedly lowered his voice, saying, "Brother Lin Hao, it's the bar's opening today, or I hope you don't let things get bloody at the entrance." Although his voice wasn't loud, the young men heard him clearly. When they heard the name Lin Hao, they instantly panicked. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, he is Lin Hao. No wonder he looked a bit familiar just now. "It's over, this is really over." At that moment, the previously arrogant young man hurriedly stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Brother, how we didn't recognize the mountain earlier, we didn't know she was your woman. We hope you can show mercy and let us off this time." "Yes, please spare us, Brother Hao," the others pleaded in unison. But Lin Hao's expression remained icy. With that, he raised his hand and in front of everyone slapped the young man across the face. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. The young man's face instantly bore the imprint of a hand, and his face turned fiery red. Does that feel good? Yes, it feels good, the man said, covering his face in panic. All of you kneel down. Immediately Lin Hao issued another order. The several men didn't dare hesitate, and promptly knelt before Lin Hao and Qiu Shuzhen. Brother Lin Hao, just let it go. Let them go. Qiu Shuzhen hurriedly interjected, fearing that things would escalate. But Lin Hao coldly replied, men speak, women should keep silent and quietly watch. Sure enough, once several people knelt down, all eyes in the room turned towards Lin Hao. The moment they heard this, the group was taken aback, yet under Lin Hao's sharp gaze they dared not resist. Subsequently, two of them repeatedly slammed their heads against the concrete floor in front of everyone. Once, twice, 3 times. After countless attempts, one person's forehead finally broke skin and started bleeding. Only when everyone was bloody did Lin Hao finally call for them to stop. At this moment, those in front of him were already covered in blood. Are you feeling comfortable now? They all dared not speak, and the more timid among them even started to cry out. From now on, remember, not every woman is someone you can tease. Got it? Understood? How go? Get lost. With Lin Hao's command, the group heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't care how battered their heads were, and quickly scurried away from the scene. At this moment, Lin Hao took the opportunity to address the crowd, saying, from now on, anyone who dares to cause trouble in my territory will definitely pay the price. Lin Hao's words were immensely intimidating. Instantly, everyone became obedient. The bar owner, witnessing this, not only felt no resentment, but instead smiled broadly. With Lin Hao's statement, who would dare to create a ruckus in his territory? Meanwhile, numerous system notification sounds echoed in Lin Hao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for plundering 15 points of fear value from others. Ding! Congratulations to the host for plundering 17 points of fear value from others. Ding! Congratulations to the host for plundering 15 points of fear value from others. Ding! Congratulations to the host for plundering 17 points of fear value from others. This also refreshed Lin Hao's understanding of the system. As long as there were many people around and his actions were sufficiently outrageous, acquiring fear value would be much easier. Upon reopening the system panel, the data was updated accordingly. Host Lin Hao. Skills: close combat. Number of assassins 297, junior assassins 200, intermediate assassins. Fear value 352. Lin Hao was very satisfied with the results of this display. Moreover, he secretly decided that such events should happen more frequently in the future. Following this, Lin Hao, feeling content, entered the bar with Qiu Shuzhen, accompanied by the bar owner. After sitting down at a booth, Lin Hao and Qiu Shuzhen began drinking red wine. It appeared to be Qiu Shuzhen's first visit to such a place, as she curiously looked around. However, when she saw several young women in revealing outfits dance provocatively on stage, she immediately turned her gaze to Lin Hao. As expected, Lin Hao was indeed fixated on their performance. Qiu Shuzhen then gently reached out, pinching Lin. Ouch, what's wrong? Lin Hao asked, puzzled. Someone is peeking. Lin Hao then realized. He leisurely replied, you are mistaken. I'm not peeking, I'm watching openly. Good thing I came along today, otherwise you might have jumped up to dance yourself. Hey, that's a good suggestion. Come on, let's go up on stage and have some fun. Lin Hao said this while trying to pull Qiu Shuzhen up. But this time, Qiu Shuzhen hesitated. No way, I can't dance, I'll embarrass myself. Haha, aren't you trying to become a movie star? If you can't even showcase yourself on this little stage, how will you ever perform? Just as Lin Hao teased Qiu Shuzhen, a commotion arose at a nearby table. The music abruptly stopped. Everyone turned to look. There sat 3 men dressed very ordinarily at that table, all with fierce and intimidating expressions. One of them yelled, damn it, why hasn't our drink arrived yet? Are you looking down on us 3 brothers? At this moment, a waiter couldn't help but softly remind, sir, you need to pay first before we can serve the drinks. What did you say? He immediately slapped the waiter. At this moment, the assassins guarding the bar quickly surrounded them. Just as they were about to take action against the 3, Lin Hao spoke up, wait. Upon seeing Lin Hao, the assassins immediately halted and respectfully stood aside. The 3 brothers, upon seeing Lin Hao, did not dare act presumptuously and stood up. Typically, if someone dared to cause trouble in a place under Lin Hao's watch, he would not be polite. However, tonight the troublemaking trio was different from others. Lin Hao had already recognized their identities. These 3 were the Tony brothers who would later become famous in Xinjiang. According to memories from his past life, these 3 had smuggled over from Vietnam to make a living. They quickly established a foothold in Xinjiang with their intelligence and strength. These 3 were ruthless and unscrupulous in their dealings, truly overbearing. However, to Lin Hao they were the helper. Now, not only was he in a full-blown war with Hongxing, but there were blood debts with He Ji as well. Even the Snake Gang might be secretly watching him. Therefore, he needed some strong, intelligent individuals to assist him. The Tony brothers clearly looked like newcomers. If he could recruit them now, it would be perfect. As for whether they would obediently listen, Lin Hao was not worried at all. If they showed any signs of defiance, he wouldn't mind dealing with them personally. After all, with the system in hand, he had nothing to fear from the 3 of them. At this moment, the eldest brother, Aja, spoke up, are you the one in charge here? Indeed, the 3 brothers had just smuggled ashore, but unfortunately, because they were illegal immigrants, they couldn't find suitable work. They were unwilling to do manual labor, and soon all their money ran out. Tonight they stumbled into this place, simply hoping to enjoy a free meal. Lin Hao smiled faintly. I'm Lin Hao, have you heard? Aja snorted disdainfully. Sorry, I've never heard of anyone named Lin Hao. You three are from Vietnam, right? Seeing that Lin Hao had accurately stated their backgrounds, Aja instantly withdrew his contemptuous expression. Not only do I know this, but I also know that both of your brothers are quite capable. At this moment, the three finally realized they had provoked someone they shouldn't. For a moment, Aja didn't know how to respond. At this time, the second brother Tony stepped forward. What do you want? Nothing much, since you caused trouble in my territory, and even hit the bar's waiter. If I just sit back and do nothing, how will I ever make a living in the future? So do you want to spar with me? Tony asked. Lin Hao nodded. How go leave this to us, we don't need you to take action. A leading intermediate assassin hurriedly stepped forward to persuade. But Lin Hao knew that to recruit these three, he must demonstrate absolute strength. Moreover, Tony's fighting ability far exceeded that of an intermediate assassin. Even if a senior assassin challenged him, it probably wouldn't even scratch him. The assassins dared not oppose Lin Hao and had to stand to the side reluctantly. Meanwhile, the center stage of the venue cleared out. It was evident that a showdown was now unavoidable. Without further ado, Tony jumped onto the stage and gestured for Lin Hao to come up. After calming Chiu Shujin, Lin Hao also stepped onto the stage. In an instant, all the lights in the bar focused on the two. Everyone sat in their places beginning to watch this. How do you want to compete? Tony asked. No rules, just fight freely until one side falls off the stage or admits defeat. How about that? Upon hearing this, Tony squinted his eyes, showing a hint of disdain. That's what you asked for. Let's do it. A stop talk. With Lin Hao's domineering retort, Tony charged forward in a flash. As he reached Lin Hao, he suddenly raised his forceful punch, accompanied by a gust of wind, rushed towards Lin Hao. However, facing Tony's deadly attack, Lin Hao simply raised his left hand and effortlessly blocked it. Having missed his target, Tony was startled and quickly lifted his leg to kick. Yet his move was still a moment too slow. Before his foot could touch Lin Hao had already executed a sweeping kick. Tony, standing on one leg, felt a fierce impact on his thigh and instantly toppled onto the stage. This scene left the entire audience stunned. Wow, that was awesome. Lin Hao's strength is indeed formidable. That guy is quick, but still not a match for Lin Hao. No wonder he's the boss of Copperhorn Bay. He's impressive. While lying on the ground, Tony, gritting his teeth in pain, tried to stand up again, but was met with another heavy blow. Lin Hao's foot, filled with overwhelming power, struck mercilessly towards Tony's face. With no way to brace himself, Tony flew off the stage like a cannonball. He crashed down hard. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Tony immediately lost all combat ability. At this moment, Aja was already dumbfounded. Seeing this, his younger brother, who rushed forward to avenge his older brother. However, he was no match for Lin Hao. After taking 2 punches, he too fell off the stage. Aja, snapping back to reality, quickly spoke up. How go? We 3 brothers just arrived and have been rude. However, Lin Hao had no intention of letting him go. He stepped forward, grabbing his hair, and said coldly, do you think this is a vegetable market? You can come and go as you please. Aja was thoroughly flustered. He never expected to encounter tough opposition tonight. After swallowing hard, he cautiously said, Brother Hao, consider it as if we 3 brothers owe you a life. If you ever need anything in the future, just give the order. What can you 3 guys who snuck over do? Lin Hao was delighted to see the other party taking the bait, but on the surface he still maintained an air of disdain. Aja immediately patted his chest and vowed, don't judge us by our current appearance. I assure you, as long as you can provide us 3 brothers with food, we will not disappoint you. What Lin Hao wanted was exactly this assurance. Since you are so loyal, I will give you an opportunity. Tomorrow you 3 come to the Haojia Security Company to find me. Take this sum of money first. Don't even think about eating for free again, understood? After speaking, Lin Hao took out a stack of cash from his pocket and handed it over. Aja was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him. At this moment, Tony and Ahu also stood up and moved closer. After realizing Lin Hao's strength, the 2 dared not act recklessly. They could only obediently stand by looking convinced. Lin Hao was very clear that these 3 people had temporarily fallen under his command. As for whether they would betray him in the future, that was not something he needed to consider now. With the addition of the Tony brothers, Lin Hao could finally spread his wings. The matter of finding Ba Bai was also put on the agenda. In the following days, Lin Hao ensured the Tony brothers were well acquainted with the gang culture of Xiangjiang and the main routes of the streets, then called the 3 of them to his side. By now you should be quite familiar with the environment here, right? Aja quickly replied, Brother Hao, we are not fools, we have long familiarized ourselves with everything here. Since that's the case, I will assign you a task next, which will also serve as a test for you. Please instruct us, Brother Hao. Then Lin Hao took out a photograph. This guy is called Ba Bai. He is a red stick in a gang surrounded by many followers and possesses considerable strength himself. Brother, how do you mean for us to capture him? There's no need to capture him, but I wouldn't mind seeing him dead in the streets. Lin Hao's words shocked everyone. However, Aja, as the eldest brother, immediately gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. As long as it's something Brother Hao has assigned, we will definitely accomplish it. But we don't know this person at all. Do you have any extra information you can provide as a reference? This guy frequently hangs out in Xiangjiangzai district. He has his own white flower business over there. You can start your investigation based on that. Additionally, he is extremely lecherous, which might be one of his weaknesses. The rest is up to you. After hearing Lin Hao's words, the clever Aja immediately came up with a good idea. Rest assured, brother Hao, within 3 days I will ensure this guy lies dead in the streets. Lin Hao nodded and added, next I will provide you with a team, but I hope you remember one thing: you must be compassionate and righteous towards your subordinates. Only in this way can you secure your position with me. Do you understand? Lin Hao subtly reminded Aja not to have any inappropriate thoughts. Aja certainly could hear the implications in Lin Hao's words and immediately stated, rest assured, brother Hao, we 3 brothers will always remember your great kindness. After receiving the order, the 3 brothers of Aja exited the company. Brother Jia, what should we do next? Should we just charge into Xiangjiangzai? Ahu asked curiously. For you foolish. If we go over so blatantly, won't they hide when they find out? We are here to mix, we need to use our brains, understand? Seeing that Aja seemed to have an idea, Tony couldn't help but ask, so big brother, what do you mean? The boss said this guy is lecherous, so after we find his whereabouts we can try a beauty trap. I see. The 2 younger brothers instantly understood. Just 2 days later, Aja managed to track down Bob Biss' whereabouts through various means. Upon learning that he always goes to a sauna to have his feet pampered and enjoy a hot spring every Saturday night, Aja bribed a female technician inside. When Babai arrives, you must actively serve him and lead him to bed. Then when he's not paying attention, give him a dose of aphrodisiac, understood? After Aja finished speaking, he handed over a stack of cash. The thickness of the cash immediately caught the female technician's eye. It was more than she could earn in years working here. Under such a huge temptation, she agreed without a second thought. Soon Babai arrived on time at the sauna with a group of younger brothers. After being humiliated by Lin Hao last time, he was very cautious every time he went out. However, during this period, Lin Hao had not made any moves and had been hiding in Causeway Bay, which made him relax his vigilance slightly. Moreover, since this was his territory, naturally, he felt bolder. Upon arriving at the sauna, he shouted for the man, find me a woman with a good figure with curves in all the right places. Every time Babai came, the manager would be. On one hand, Babai was known to be ruthless, and on the other, what he loved most was to force himself on others. As a result, when everyone learned he was coming, no one was willing to accompany him. Okay, I will arrange it right away, the manager said, gritting his teeth. He then went to the back. Babai is here, who wants to serve? I will pay double. Upon hearing that it was Babai, all the female technicians on site fell silent. However, at that moment, the female technician who had been bribed stepped forward voluntarily. Let me go. The manager was delighted to hear this, and quickly took her to Babai. Sure enough, upon seeing the woman's looks and figure, Babai was quite satisfied. He barely let her trim his toenails before eagerly taking her upstairs. All of this was witnessed by the 3 brothers of Aja. Half an hour later, Aja received a call. It's Dunny, you can come up. After receiving the female technician's call, the 3 brothers immediately arrived outside the room. After easily taking down a few of Bob Biss' younger brothers, the 3 entered the room. Looking at the naked Babai sleeping on the bed, Aja's mouth curled into a smug smile. Someone carry him to the van. Then several bodyguards who followed them immediately got to work forcibly carrying the plump Babai onto a van. Not long after getting into the vehicle, Babai finally woke up. Upon seeing everything inside the vehicle, he was instantly horrified. Who are you? You must be Babai, right? Aja leisurely asked while puffing on a cigar. Do you know me? Seeing that they recognized him, Babai instantly felt a sense of foreboding. After all knowing his identity, they still dared to set a trap and kidnap him. This was clearly not a good omen. Of course we know. The 3 of us heard that you particularly enjoy kidnapping people, so we specially brought you here to let you experience that thrill. Aja had learned of Bob Biss' glorious past from others and understood why Lin Hao wanted him eliminated. So at this moment he began to taunt Babai. Upon hearing this, Babai suddenly realized, you are Lin Hao's man. You are quite clever. Dying at the hands of us 3 brothers, you can consider it an honor, Tony said with a sinister smile. Can I make a call to Lin Hao? At this time, Babai still harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing to negotiate with Lin Hao. But Aja shook his head. Our brothers only received the order to eliminate you. We won't manage anything else. After saying this, he signaled to Ahu. Ahu understood and immediately took out a dagger, slashing it across Babai. A flash of silver light. Before Babai could even open his mouth, a deep gash appeared on his neck. In the next moment, blood gushed out. Babai hurriedly covered his neck. But before long, he succumbed to blood loss and completely lost his breath. All right, brother Hao said to just dump him on the streets of Xiangjiangzai, and then we can wrap things up. Aja instructed. The van quickly stopped on the busiest street. Then the door opened, and the several of them worked together to throw the naked Babai out. After the vehicle drove away, the entire street erupted in chaos. Someone's dead. Quick, call an ambulance. Shortly after, police cars and ambulances rushed to the scene. Upon seeing that the deceased was actually Babai from Heji, even the police were taken aback. One police officer even exclaimed, now the Xiangjiangzai district is going to change. The news of Bob Biss' tragic death quickly spread through the streets of Xiangjiang. Especially in the underworld, it caused a tremendous stir. If the death of Liang Kuan was not shocking enough, the tragic death of Ba by a Heiji Red Stick who controlled at least 20% of the business in Xiangjiang completely threw the entire criminal world into chaos. Internally, various forces within Heiji were urgently mobilizing. For a time, the underworld was abuzz with rumors, and all kinds of gossip about Ba Bi's death spread like wildfire. However, the vast majority of people understood that Ba Bi's death was certainly related to Lin Hao, who had recently been making waves. That morning, while savoring tea at Haojia Security Company, Lin Hao unexpectedly received an uninvited guest. He saw a Tigerhead Mercedes-Benz parked at the company entrance. Soon after, over a dozen men in suits and leather shoes quickly got out of the car and stood on both sides. This imposing presence was no less than that of a typical star. After receiving the news, Lin Hao immediately came out to see who was so important. But when he saw a man getting out of the car, he instantly frowned. Is it him? Lin Hao never expected that at this critical moment the leader of the Eastern Star Society, who held an equal status in the martial world as Jiang Tianxing, would personally come to visit. However, Lin Hao was well aware that the other party was not seeking him for his security services. The visitor was short and stout, wearing glasses, and appeared to be quite cultured on the surface. Yet Lin Hao did not dare to underestimate him. For this man was none other than Wu Jiwei, the strategist of the Eastern Star Society, known as the Smiling Tiger, and one of the 5 tigers of Eastern Star. Wu Jiwei was cunning and treacherous. Although he lacked formidable strength, his reputation as one of the 5 tigers of Eastern Star demonstrated the extent of his cunning. Today, with both Lin Hao and Wu Jiwei present, Lin Hao suddenly felt that something significant was about to happen. Upon entering the room, Lin Hao immediately approached them. You two have made quite the show. Are you here to discuss something with me? Lin Hao did not reveal their identities, but treated them as strangers. At this point, Wu Jiwei took the initiative to introduce. This is our leader from the Eastern Star Society, Boss Lin. Additionally, I am also from Eastern Star Society. My name is Wu Jiwei. So you are from the Eastern Star Society? Oh, I have long heard of your esteemed names. Lin Hao said politely. Luotawa glanced at Lin Hao and slowly said, Lin Hao, I came personally today because I hold you in high regard, and my sole purpose for coming is to invite you to join the Eastern Star Society. Lin Hao did not expect Luotawa to come to recruit him. After all, he had already offended many societies. Especially the powerful Hongxing viewed him as a thorn in their side. Yet despite this, the Eastern Star dared to personally invite him, which indicated one thing. The Eastern Star and Hongxing were indeed completely at odds. Although Lin Hao knew that Eastern Star was powerful, he clearly did not care. He firmly believed that given time, he could create the largest society in Xiangjiang. At that time, all societies, including Hongxing and Eastern Star, would be trampled beneath his feet. He then replied solemnly, I'm sorry, but I currently have no plans to join any society. Upon hearing Lin Hao's refusal, Luochuo's expression instantly changed. Young man, you must think this through. In Xiangjiang, relying solely on a few brothers and brute force will not establish a great power. Lin Hao naturally understood the implication behind Luochuo's words. To make a name for oneself here, one must not only possess strong capabilities, but also have extensive connections in both the legal and illegal realms. And these were not qualities that a kid from a small village possessed. However, Lin Hao was not easily intimidated. He replied with a bold attitude, Before I came to Kowloon, there were those who underestimated me. But now those who look down on me have long fled Kowloon. Lin Hao's words hinted that Luotawa should not underestimate. Luotawa, upon hearing this, laughed, instead of getting angry, then turned to Wu Jiwei. Wait, what do you think? Wu Jiwei snorted. Lin Hao, you should be clear about your current situation. You now occupy one of Hongxing's most important territories, and you have also killed a Hongxing heavyweight. Do you really think these two societies will let you off? Don't say random things. I have nothing to do with Ba Bi's death. Lin Hao replied blandly. Do you think that just because you say it wasn't you that it will be over, The Hongxing side is already preparing to issue a bounty on your head. They plan to mobilize their entire society to deal with you, aiming to make you pay blood for blood. A small Hongxing doesn't concern me. Lin Hao replied dismissively. That's quite bold, but young man, what you face is not just a Hongxing. Currently, Hongxing is also secretly exerting pressure, planning to crush you in one fell swoop. So are you not feeling afraid yet? Wu Jiwei's words made Lin Hao take it seriously. Indeed, Lin Hao knew that these two major societies would not let him off. However, even so, he would never yield to anyone, nor would he join the Eastern Star and serve Lin Hao and the others. I fear nothing but death. If they truly want to fight to the death with me, then let them come. Seeing Lin Hao's tough attitude, Lin Hao had to speak again. Lin Hao, you don't need to risk your life. If you are willing to cooperate with me, I can ensure that Hongxing will no longer pursue the matter of Ba Bai. Is there such a good thing? Lin Hao frowned. It's okay if you don't join us in Eastern Star, but I hope you can stand on our side and help us deal with Hongxing. Interesting, your large Eastern Star Society actually needs help from others. Facing Lin Hao's slightly mocking words, Lin Hao did not get angry. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I believe you have certain capabilities, and since we both have a common enemy, why can't we sit down and cooperate? Furthermore, you wouldn't want to face enemies on two fronts, would you? Lin Hao was taken aback, realizing that Law was indeed shrewd, knowing how to leverage others' weaknesses to coerce them. After some thought, Lin Hao made a decision. I can help you deal with Hongxing, but what do I get in return? Very simple, you can keep any territories you capture from Hongxing's 12 halls. Are you suggesting we strike together to catch Hongxing off guard? Exactly, let's join forces and drive Hongxing out of Shanjiang. Luotaw declared with great vigor. But I don't have a habit of taking orders. If we cooperate, who listens to whom? At this time Wu Zhuwei stepped forward. You don't need to worry about this. We will be in a cooperative relationship, and as long as the division of labor is clear, everything will be fine. In other words, we won't interfere with your matters, and you won't need to take care of ours. Lin Hao nodded after hearing this. This way of cooperating was the best. Both sides would act independently, dealing with their own targets. As for whether they could seize Hongxing's halls, it would depend on their own strength. I would like to ask, besides me, who else have you found to help? The leaders from Hixing and he have also agreed to cooperate with us, and the three parties will act together to ensure nothing goes wrong. Hixing and he had a considerable reputation in the martial world and were on par with Hongxing. Upon learning that Luotawa had actually roped in Hixing, and Lin Hao was taken aback. This increased the chances of success significantly. However, Lin Hao was not a fool. He knew that Luotawa and the others were not to be underestimated. The other party sought him out merely to use him as cannon fodder to draw Hongxing's fire. After all, he did not have many men, and if he were to actually seize Hongxing's territory, he would likely suffer considerable losses. Thus, Eastern Star might quickly turn their guns against him. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin Hao decided to agree for now. After all, with the system in hand, he did not need to worry too much. More importantly, Eastern Star would intervene and ensure that Hongxing would temporarily hold off. This way he could focus on dealing with Hongxing. Alright, since you Luotawa have said this, it would be ungrateful of me to refuse. Seeing Lin Hao agree, a barely perceptible smile appeared on Luochuo's face. I will have Wu Zhiwei contact you about the next steps. Be prepared. Then please take care of the situation with Hongxing. Lin Hao reminded. If you can rest assured, with my influence, Gao Wenbiao will definitely give in. Luotawa once again displayed his imposing demeanor. This made Lin Hao more cautious. After Luo left, Lin Hao immediately called Tony and the brothers to his side. After a round of instructions, the three immediately understood. In the following days, Luotawa indeed fulfilled. He personally took the initiative to meet with Gao Wenbiao. Although it was unclear what the two discussed after this meeting, Hongxing announced that they would temporarily not seek trouble with Lin Hao. But Lin Hao understood that Hongxing would not willingly swallow this loss. There must have been some deal struck between them that was unfavorable to him. However, Lin Hao was not in the mood to worry about such matters. He intended to leverage the forces of Eastern Star and Hixing to completely annihilate Hongxing. Early that day, Lin Hao received a call from Wu Zhiwei. Subsequently, he brought Tony and the brothers to a restaurant in Simsha Sui East. There, Lin Hao not only met Wu Zhiwei, but also encountered Lei Yaoyang, the Thunder Tiger, one of the 5 tigers of Eastern Star, along with another tiger, Sidu Haonan. Both were outstanding figures in Eastern Star society, having already become society heavies with exceptional intelligence. They were certainly not comparable to mere small-time players. Meanwhile, Hixing and he also dispatched 2 capable subordinates. One was Liang Qingyun, the leader of the Shatan district, and the other was Chun Diao, the leader of Tsuanwan. Both were also from the ranks of heavies with numerous subordinates and a certain degree of prestige in the martial world. When they saw Lin Hao, everyone on site looked at him with great interest. After all, at this moment, Lin Hao's aura was not inferior to anyone present. At that time, Liang Qingyun couldn't help but say, "Oh, isn't this the famous Lin Hao? I didn't expect to have the opportunity to collaborate with you." On the contrary, Chun Diao spoke with a tone of disdain. Wu Zhiwei, how could you possibly collaborate with such a low-tier character? What if he messes things up later? Hearing such unpleasant words from the other party, Tony, who was behind Lin Hao, instantly got angry. Hey, you should watch your words, otherwise I wouldn't mind showing you how to write the word death. Who do you think you are? Do you think? Chun Diao, seeing that Lin Hao's men dared to threaten him, immediately slammed the table and shouted. But the next second, Lin Hao walked directly up to him, locking eyes, before coldly saying, "If you truly believe you have the strength, I wouldn't mind going to the Tianlong Stadium again." The Tianlong Stadium, the very place where Lin Hao had once triumphed over Hongxing. Now Lin Hao had issued a challenge, implicitly provoking Chun Diao. If he dared to accept the challenge, both sides would bring their men to the Tianlong Stadium for a fierce showdown once again. Upon hearing this, Chun Diao, who had been quite arrogant before, suddenly felt a twinge of fear. His Tsuan had been continuously suppressed by He Lianxing, and now it was already challenging to spare men to deal with Dongxing. If he had to engage Lin Hao in a battle beforehand, he feared his chances of winning would be slim. Thinking of this, he found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment, the smiling tiger Wu Zhiwei stepped in, taking the initiative to smooth things over, saying, "Alright, actually, Jiao was just joking, Lin Hao, don't take it too seriously. Moreover, we need to present a united front now. Internal strife, before we even start, would only make us a laughingstock to outsiders." Hearing this, Liang Qingyun nodded in agreement. Even the usually quiet Dongxing's Lei Yaoyang spoke up, saying, "You and Xing, he are indeed forthright. If you truly have the capability, then go provoke Hongxing." Seeing everyone blaming him, Chun Diao could only reluctantly close his mouth. As the crowd quieted down again, Wu Jiwei began assigning tasks. Hongxing currently has a total of 12 factions. Excluding the already occupied Kowloon by Lin Hao, there are still 11 left. Among these 5 hold the greatest influence and possess the strongest power. These are Mongkok, Tsimsha Sui, Tunmun, Kwaicheng, and North Point. So today our 3 families will cooperate to wipe out all of Hongxing's establishments in these 5 areas in the shortest time possible, completely driving them out. Everyone present understood that Hongxing was a behemoth. To swallow all of Hongxing's territory in such a short time was nothing short of a fantasy. Thus, they chose to engage in battle with only 5 relatively stronger territories, first with the aim of catching Hongxing off guard and disrupting their formation in a short time. So what should we do if they counterattack next? Liang Qingyun asked curiously. That depends on your own abilities. Sweeping through territories is easy, but holding on to them is not. At this moment, the usually silent Situ Haonan also spoke up. He was powerful with many followers, and among this group, he was undoubtedly the strongest. Moreover, with Dongxing as his backing, he had no worries in this regard. He and Xing he exchanged glances, and then fell silent. Alright, since no one has any objections, let's divide the battlefield. Who will choose first? He'll go first. I like the women on Portland Street in Mongkok, so we'll take that. Chen Diao was the first to speak. However, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone present showed disdainful looks. After all, everyone knew that among these 5 areas, only Mongkok was under the control of women. And 13th Sister herself lacked substantial combat power. Without Han Bin's secret protection, she would never be able to hold Mongkok. Now that Chen Jiao had chosen Mongkok, it was undoubtedly a greedy move. However, the people present were all exceptional individuals, proud in their hearts. Seeing Chen Jiao speak up, they naturally wouldn't compete with him for the lucrative Mongkok. Alright, Mongkok is yours. What about the next? Liang Qingyun thought for a moment, and then said, then I'll choose North Point. It's closer to my territory, making it more convenient for me to act. The strength of North Point is only slightly greater than that of Mongkok, and Fatty Li started out in the Color magazine, weekly his own strength, not much greater than 13 Sisters. After he and Xing, he chose their targets, only Situ Haonan and Lin Hao were left. Situ Haonan boldly declared, you choose first, oh I'll take what's left. His words clearly positioned him as the strongest person here. Lei Yaoyang glanced at him, and then casually said, then I'll choose Kwaicheng. The person in charge of Kwaicheng is Han Bin, who possesses great strength. Initially, Jiang Tiansheng had to exert considerable effort to bring him over from other gangs. Thus, the overall combat power of Kwaicheng is significantly higher than that of Mongkok and North Point. However, compared to the consistently powerful Tunmun and the Hongxing war god renowned Tsimsha Sui, it still falls somewhat short. Now the 2 toughest bones to chew were laid before Situ Haonan and Lin Hao. Even as strong as Situ Haonan was, he felt a lack of confidence against the prince. He was not worried about taking Tsimsha Sui, he mainly feared that the losses on his side would be too great. So unable to help himself, he proactively said, Lin Hao, I've heard you're quite skilled and have gathered a few ruthless underlings. Why don't you take Tsimsha Sui? Wu Jiwei understood Situ Haonan's intent, and quickly added, Lin Hao, Tsimsha Sui is one of the most prosperous areas in Xiangjiang, and it's no less than your Kowloon. If you take Tsimsha Sui, you'll be in a great position. Lin Hao said nothing, but simply replied, lightly, no problem, since none of you are taking Tsimsha Sui, then I'll take it. He knew the prince's power, but believed he had enough capability to deal with him. Alright, since that's settled, everyone should go back and make preparations. At 9 o'clock tonight, you 5 will strike simultaneously, catching Hongxing off guard. Wu Jiwei said with a smile. After finishing the alliance meeting, Lin Hao returned to Kowloon to start planning tonight's attack on Tsimsha Sui. The prince's name is Gan Zitai, and he began learning boxing at a young age, making his skills quite formidable. He has long dominated Tsimsha Sui, proving how strong he truly is. Among them, his most powerful underlings are the boxers from his Prince Boxing Gym. Over the years, countless capable individuals have been attracted to join his ranks. So tonight, we must be cautious of the people from Prince Boxing Gym. Lin Hao began to analyze the situation with the Tony brothers. At this moment, Tony took the initiative to take on the heavy responsibility, saying, I'll personally lead the team to handle the issues at Prince Boxing Gym. Lin Hao nodded slightly upon hearing this. He was the strongest and most ruthless among the 3 brothers, so it was only fitting for him to handle the most troublesome Prince Boxing Gym. Then the rest will be left to the 2 of us. Aja then took over the conversation. However, Lin Hao shook his head. I have an ominous premonition sensing that tonight's events won't go smoothly. So, Aja, you should stay out of this, and keep a close watch on Kowloon. The results of the daytime meeting made Lin Hao a bit uneasy. Although the 3 families appeared to be in a cooperative relationship on the surface, in reality, they all had ulterior motives. Among them, his own paper strength was the weakest, and he didn't have a powerful gang backing him. More importantly, whether it was Tsimsha Sui or Kowloon, these were definitely the territories that all major gangs coveted without exception. Therefore, neither Dongxing nor he would willingly leave such delicious meat for him to chew on. Thinking of this, Lin Hao decided to keep a hand back, leaving the resourceful Aja to guard Kowloon and help him watch over the base. After hearing this, Aja straightened his back and said, Don't worry, brother Hao. As long as Aja am here, no fly will get into Kowloon. Don't be too happy too soon. Tsim Sha Sui is quite powerful. I can leave you at most 100 men. No problem. As long as no one is secretly sabotaging us, this 100 men will be enough. Recently Kowloon had been quite peaceful, so Aja was very confident. Alright, tonight I, Tony, and Ahu will lead the team together and head towards Tsim Sha Sui. Aja thought for a moment, and then proactively suggested, brother, how do you really need to personally take action in this matter? What if something happens to you? To Tony and the others, Lin Hao had no need to participate in this operation at all. However, they didn't know that Lin Hao urgently needed to fight. Only in this way could he gain more fear points. By the time his army of death warriors reached a certain scale, would he still need to worry about any forces plotting against him. However, he could never explain the existence of the system to anyone, so he casually found an excuse and said, I'm the big brother. If I can't lead by example, how can my subordinates willingly fight for me? The boss is right, Ahu foolishly said. Also, I've noticed that those who follow us are very loyal to you. It seems they wouldn't even mind sacrificing their lives for you. After they dealt with Ba by last time, the police immediately launched an investigation. In just half a day, the anti-black group had zeroed in on the Aja trio. Lin Hao understood the importance of the three of them, so he could only select a junior death warrior to take the blame. The three brothers, seeing that the death warrior didn't care about their own lives, resolutely went to the police station to confess, leaving them utterly shocked. At the same time, their respect for Lin Hao deepened significantly. As long as we treat our subordinates well enough and offer sufficient benefits, they will naturally be willing to work for us. Lin Hao reminded the three again, hinting that they should not betray him or think about rebellion. The three brothers nodded in agreement. That night, after Lin Hao had a couple of glasses of red wine with Chiu Shujin, she fainted right at the hotel. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Hao had previously spiked her drink with a sedative. The reason Lin Hao did this was to prevent Chiu Shujin from worrying. After ensuring her safety, he finally left. At this time, dozens of unmarked vans were already parked outside the hotel. Tony and Ahu had brought 200 junior death warriors and 200 intermediate death warriors waiting in the vehicles for Lin Hao. Once Lin Hao got into the car, the vans quickly sped towards the most prosperous area of Xiangjiang, Tsim Sha Sui. Tony, you take 100 people to deal with the situation at Prince Boxing Gym. Ahu, you take 200 people and head towards East Sim. Clear out all of Hong Xing's establishments for me. Lin Hao planned to assign Ahu to lead 200 junior death soldiers to carry out menial tasks, raiding and clearing out establishments. Meanwhile, he himself would join Tony, each commanding 100 elite mid-tier death soldiers to tackle the toughest targets. Boss, will 100 men be enough for you alone? Tony asked with evident concern. Have you already forgotten how devastating my fists are? Only then did the two brothers recall just how terrifyingly formidable their leader truly was in combat. Brother Hao, watch your back, and call us immediately if anything goes wrong. Lin Hao nodded silently. Moments later, the three forces split apart and surged forth along separate paths. Lin Hao led his contingent straight toward Nathan Road in Tsim Sha Sui. Nathan Road was not only the most vital artery of Tsim Sha Sui, but also the most prosperous thoroughfare across all Kowloon. Prince Tai, so rumor had it, very likely resided somewhere along this very street. Unbeknownst to Lin Hao, as his forces advanced toward Nathan Road, another contingent was already stealthily converging upon Causeway Bay, moving like shadows through the night. At precisely 9 o'clock, Lin Hao glanced at the hands of his wristwatch, and without hesitation gave the order, commenced the assault. Instantly, over 100 death soldiers descended from more than a dozen vans. Each bore a conspicuous red cloth tied around their arms and wielded bladed weapons as they charged swiftly into bars, nightclubs, massage parlors, and brothels lining both sides of the street. Lin Hao's strategy remained unchanged: destruction, not bloodshed. He forbade any harm to civilians unaffiliated with Triads. He understood perfectly that only strict restraint could contain the fallout within the narrowest possible bounds. Chaos erupted instantly the moment the death soldiers appeared along Nathan Road. Run! They're here to cause trouble. Heavens above! Who dares provoke Prince Tai on his own turf? Wait, doesn't that leader look familiar? Bloody hell, it's Lin Hao. Lin Hao has stormed Tsim Sha Sui. Even before striking a single blow, Lin Hao's sheer aura of dominance, amplified by the terrifying legion at his back, had already seized waves of raw fear. Ding! A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have harvested 21 points of fear from others. Ding! Another chime. Congratulations, host. You have harvested 25 points of fear from others. Ding! The chime sounded again. Congratulations, host. You have harvested 18 points of fear from others. Watching his fear reserve surge past 400 points, Lin Hao's lips curled faintly upward into a dark, enigmatic smile. Then Lin Hao strode forward with a detachment of soldiers and burst unannounced into a bar owned by Prince Tai. Smash everything, he commanded. His death soldiers sprang into action without delay. Shattering glass, splintering wood, and deafening crashes filled the bar. Simultaneously, Tony and Ahu launched their own coordinated offensives. The entire district of Tsim Sha Sui plunged headlong into the thick of war. Prince Tai, who had been singing karaoke inside a KTV, received an urgent call from one of his underlings. Who's got the gall to challenge me on my own ground? Prince Tai, long accustomed to unruffled dominance, and Sim Sha Sui recoiled in shock upon hearing of this brazen provocation. Yet when he learned the assailant leading the charge was none other than Lin Hao, he sucked in a sharp, icy breath. He had never imagined Lin Hao would dare confront him so boldly, at such a critical juncture. This brat must truly have grown tired of living. But even as he spoke, his phone rang again, this time from 13's sister. Prince Tai, where are you right now? Her voice crackled with urgency, sending a chill of foreboding down his spine. I'm in Sim Sha Sui. Get here immediately, with a full squad. My establishments have just been raided. What? Your venues were hit too. Who did it? Prince Tai pressed urgently. It looks like members of the Wasinghua. Impossible. Wasinghua, and we've had no grudges, no quarrels. Why would they strike you? I'm barely holding my ground. I've just learned Lin Hao's forces are storming in. I must rush to defend my territory. Her jaw nearly dropped at his words. Damn it, they formed an alliance. Why didn't you seek backup from Han Bin? 13's sister sighed helplessly. Han Bin and Kong Long were both ambushed, reportedly by members of the Dong Xing Triad. Only then did Prince Tai grasp the gravity of the situation. They came prepared. Alert Master Jiang immediately. Distant water won't quench immediate fire. I'm about to collapse. 13's sister pleaded frantically. Her Mongkok district, famed for its brothels, was staffed predominantly by women. Now caught unawares by Wasing was overwhelming raid, she stood little chance without reinforcements. Let me resolve my crisis first. I'll reassess afterward. With his own survival hanging in the balance, Prince Tai had no choice but to accept that grim compromise. 13's sister knew Lin Hao's strength firsthand. She and Han Bin's men had been thoroughly routed by him before. Facing a premeditated multi-front assault, she abandoned hope of aid from Prince Tai altogether. After hanging up, Prince Tai swept his arm decisively. Gather everyone. Anyone who sees Lin Hao and Sim Sha Sui tonight is to beat him into oblivion. Yes, Brother Tai. At that very moment, Hong Kong itself ignited, flames of conflict blazing across multiple districts. Beyond Mongkok and Sim Sha Sui, Hunghing strongholds in Tuen Mun, Quaitsing, and North Point were struck with brutal intensity. Master Jiang Tiansheng and Chen Yao's phones rang incessantly. Fatly breathless with panic, cried into the line, Master Jiang, I can't hold on much longer. They've set fire to my newspaper office. Calm yourself. Where are your men? Master Jiang demanded sternly. I lost them. They scattered. Li Biao had long treated his subordinates with disdain, thus when crisis struck, few dared risk their lives for him. Moreover, having risen from humble street vendor origins, he held little prestige within the Triad, and possessed neither martial prowess nor commanding authority. The moment Wasingwu attacked, he fled North Point with his remaining men. I'll contact others, see if anyone can lend you support. Yes, thank you, Master Jiang. Thank you. Yet the moment the call ended, Master Jiang made no further call. It wasn't reluctance. He simply had no one left to call. Meanwhile, in Quaitsing district, Han Bin lingered in a hot spring, until suddenly a hostile force stormed in from outside. Seeing them brandish cleavers, Han Bin recoiled in terror, realizing instantly he was being ambushed, and bolted for the rear exit. Thanks to Lei Yao Yang's prior reconnaissance and meticulous planning, the assault on Quaitsing unfolded with unnerving efficiency. While Han Bin fled in disarray, his leaderless followers in Quaitsing were swiftly overwhelmed and scattered by Lei Yao Yang's troops. In moments, the entire district roared with violence, shattering glass, clashing steel, and screaming men. In stark contrast, the battle in Tuen Mun raged with savage ferocity. Si-Tu Haonan, ever a devotee of brute force, swept through the district like a typhoon, flattening resistance in his path. Anyone suspected of belonging to Hunghing was seized and savagely beaten, prompting Kong Long to rush to the scene the moment word reached him. Hundreds clashed violently on an unfinished expressway, fighting with such scale and brutality that even the police hesitated to intervene directly. After 4 districts fell in rapid succession, the battle in Sim Sha Sui still raged. Prince Tai, Hunghing's undisputed apex warrior, commanded fighters renowned for raw courage and unyielding tenacity. Though Tony possessed formidable skill and led 100 elite mid-tier death soldiers, he met fierce counterattacks inside Prince Tai's martial arts academy. Meanwhile, Ahu, guiding 200 junior death soldiers, cut through opposition like wheat before the scythe, only to encounter sharp sniper resistance from Prince Tai's inner circle. Countless small-scale skirmishes erupted across alleyways east of Sim Sha Sui. Although Ahu held numerical superiority, his men lacked intimate knowledge of the terrain, leaving them momentarily outmaneuvered and on the defensive. By contrast, Lin Hao, having methodically razed several of Prince Tai's establishments along Nathan Road, finally confronted the arriving Prince Tai before a nightclub entrance. Upon seeing Lin Hao, Prince Tai's face contorted, veins bulging, features twisting into a feral snarl. His gaze burned with murderous intent, as if he yearned to tear Lin Hao limb from limb on the spot. Lin Hao halted mid-stride upon spotting him. He knew tonight's fate in Sim Sha Sui hinged entirely upon the coming duel. Should he defeat Prince Tai outright, Hunghing's downfall would be inevitable. But should he fall, Tony and Ahu stood no chance of reversing the tide. So Lin Hao stepped forward with his men, closing the distance until both factions stood locked in silent confrontation beneath the neon-lit street. Nearby residents slammed shut their doors and dared not step outside. Staring at Lin Hao's 100-strong entourage, Prince Tai's expression darkened. Lin Hao, we've coexisted peacefully. Why provoke me now? Because you belong to Hung Hing. That alone seals your fate tonight. Lin Hao's voice cut like frost. He was no saint, though Prince Tai hadn't yet moved against him. Their ties to the Bee and others, and Prince Tai's role as Hung Hing's Golden Fist enforcer, made conflict inevitable. It was merely a question of timing. Better to strike first, leveraging alliances with Tsinghua and Dongxing, to shatter Hung Hing up. Hearing this, Prince Tai understood Lin Hao's design. I've heard tales of your prowess, how even Chan Ho Nam fell before you. Tonight I'll test those legends myself, and see whether you truly live up to your reputation. Chan Ho Nam, a nobody. Should he dare show his face again, I'll gladly reunite him with his fallen brothers in the afterlife. Lately Lin Hao had hunted relentlessly for Chan Ho Nam. Yet Chan Ho Nam and the thin air had vanished without trace, like mist dissolving into mountain air. Lin Hao surmised they'd fled deep into the countryside. Compounded by his own severe shortage of manpower, he'd reluctantly suspended the manhunt, for now. Still in Lin Hao's heart, Chan Ho Nam was already dead, merely awaiting burial. You possess talent and fame, but to serve as a lackey for Dongxing and with Tsinghua, that disappointed. Lin Hao threw back his head and laughed, rich, resonant, unshaken. You misunderstand. Others may choose their masters, but Sim Sha Sui belongs to me, Lin Hao. Prince Tai's eyes flared at Lin Hao's arrogance. With a thunderous roar he charged, fists clenched, driving straight toward his rival. Lin Hao uttered no word, only willed his command. Instantly his death soldiers surged forward. The two armies collided in a maelstrom of violence, and Lin Hao and Prince Tai met heated. Prince Tai unleashed a crushing blow. Lin Hao raised his forearm to block, absorbing the full impact. A sharp burning ache shot up his arm. A flicker of caution stirred in Lin Hao's mind. So Prince Tai's strength was indeed formidable. Yet Lin Hao was no ordinary fighter. The divine abilities granted by his system eclipsed mere mortal discipline. Without pause, Lin Hao retaliated, launching a sweeping kick aimed squarely at Prince Tai's right leg. Prince Tai braced himself, choosing to meet the strike head-on. Thud. As Lin Hao's foot connected with Prince Tai's thigh, it felt like kicking solid iron. Indeed, Prince Tai proved stronger than Tony. Yet Lin Hao did not falter. Even as his legs drove forward, his fists flew, rapid, precise, relentless, hammering toward Prince Tai. Prince Tai's boxing mastery was legendary, his speed breathtaking. After blocking 2 strikes, he stabilized his stance and answered with a barrage of his own. Thud, thud, thud. Their fists crashed together, flesh meeting flesh, roaring defiance into the night sky above Nathan Road. After exchanging several rounds of blows evenly matched, Lin Hao finally seized a small flaw in the Crown Prince's defense. Taking advantage of the moment, he threw a punch towards the opponent's waist ribs. A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Crack. Although the Crown Prince gritted his teeth and held on, the pain from the fracture was simply too intense. After barely holding on for a round, he retreated. Lin Hao, clearly not wanting to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he swung out another heavy punch at the same spot. Out. The Crown Prince bent down in response. At that moment, Lin Hao raised his knee and delivered an elbow strike. Bang! After a muffled sound, the Crown Prince felt his head grow heavy. For a moment, he felt the world spin. After stumbling 2 steps, he fell directly to the ground. This scene left everyone present in shock. The Crown Prince was originally quite famous and Sim Sha Sui known, but now he had actually been defeated by an unknown minor character. The sounds of fighting at the scene gradually came to a halt. Seeing their boss lying down, the Crown Prince's subordinates were already in disarray, completely lacking the will to continue resisting. Meanwhile, Lin Hao slowly walked forward to the Crown Prince. At this moment, though the Crown Prince appeared quite disheveled, he was still a tough nut to crack. Even knowing he lacked the strength to fight, he still refused to beg for mercy like others. This was something Lin Hao greatly admired. However, Lin Hao was no pushover either, and he had no intention of letting the Crown Prince go just like that. The war god of Hongxing seems to be just that much. Hearing Lin Hao's sarcastic words, the Crown Prince's expression finally changed. If his expression just now was one of anger, it had now transformed into despair. Indeed, as a boxer, he naturally understood the gap between himself and Lin Hao. This gap was difficult to bridge in a short time. Therefore, the Crown Prince was acutely aware that he was no match for Lin Hao. With this thought, he felt utterly dejected. His tone held a hint of resignation. You win today counts as me falling into your hands. You may kill or maim me as you please. The Crown Prince understood Lin Hao's methods. None of his brothers had ever ended well once captured. But Lin Hao shook his head with a smile. Crown Prince, you're overthinking it. Murdering someone in broad daylight would He did not intend to take the Crown Prince's life. He merely aimed to seize more fear value from this opportunity, and everything unfolded just as he had anticipated. When he defeated the opponent, numerous system notifications began to pop up in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for plundering 33 points of fear value from another. Ding, congratulations to the host for plundering 41 points of fear value from another. Ding, congratulations to the host for plundering 37 points of fear value from another. Due to the large number of spectators and the shocking nature of the event, Lin Hao obtained over 800 points of shock value in one go. His system panel also underwent new changes. Host Lin Hao. Skills: close combat techniques. Number of assassins 292, junior assassins 198, intermediate assassins. Fear value 1602. Meanwhile, Lin Hao noticed that several of his current assassins had decreased in number. He understood what this meant. Including the intermediate assassins, a total of 7 people had perished in this. But where is there war without bloodshed? Therefore, Lin Hao could fully bear this loss. Seeing that Lin Hao had no intention of killing him, the Crown Prince's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, relaxed slightly. However, he soon warned with a serious expression, "Although you have defeated me, I, the Crown Prince, am not someone who easily admits defeat. Furthermore, I will definitely reclaim my territory in Simsha Sui with my own hands in the future." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle. "I almost forgot something. What is it? To prevent you from coming to trouble me again, I plan to strike first, making it impossible for you to reclaim your territory." With that, Lin Hao suddenly reached out his hands, twisting the Crown Prince's wrist. Crack! "Ah!" the Crown Prince exclaimed in an instant. Lin Hao had actually forcefully twisted the Crown Prince's right hand. But that wasn't all. Next, he used the same method to incapacitate the Crown Prince's left hand as well. With combat skills at his disposal, Lin Hao knew how to completely negate the Crown Prince's combat ability to the maximum extent. After Lin Hao disabled both of his hands, the Crown Prince fell into utter despair. At that moment, he actually cried on the spot, because he understood better than anyone that even if he could heal his hands in the future, his combat ability would plummet. To rise again and dominate Simsha Sui was now completely impossible. After dealing with the Crown Prince, Lin Hao sneered, "From now on, Simsha Sui will belong to me, Lin Hao." With that, Lin Hao stood up and glanced around. The Crown Prince's subordinates instinctively stepped back a few paces, completely unable to look him in the eye. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. He then declared on the street, "From now on, I, Lin Hao, shall be the overlord of East Simsha Sui. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish." Just as Lin Hao's domineering words fell, distant police sirens were heard. This immediately put Lin Hao in an awkward position. After all, he had just finished showing off. Yet the cops had arrived. Even though he had many assassins in front of the Hong Kong government, he was still like an ant. Thus, Lin Hao could only wave his hand, disappearing swiftly with the assassins down the street. Soon after, the anti-triad unit from Simsha Sui rushed to the scene. Upon seeing the Crown Prince lying on the ground and the numerous injured members of Hongxing around him, the leader of the anti-triad unit was also deeply shocked. He walked up to the Crown Prince and asked with confusion, "Who did this to you?" The Crown Prince forced a bitter smile. Though he hated Lin Hao and wished for him to be torn to shreds as the leader of the Underworld, he knew to adhere to an unspoken rule. That is, under no circumstances should he cooperate with the police, nor should he ever incite the police to arrest his opponents. Doing so would not only bring disgrace to him, but would also severely damage the reputation of his gang. "Sir, could you please call an ambulance for me? If your mouth is still quite tough. But it doesn't matter, a big brother from your Hongxing will stand up to accuse them." "What do you mean? You still don't know? Tonight there are dwarf mules everywhere, and your Hongxing suffered the heaviest. The entire Yao Tsim district aside from Simsha Sui has been completely swept clean of your Hongxing's territory in Mongkok." As the ambulance rushed to the hospital, the prince learned from the police that besides Simsha Sui and Mongkok, the Hongxing had been attacked and vandalized in North Point, Tunmun, and Quaitsing. Among those involved were not only Lin Hao, but also Dongxing and Hexing. At that moment, the prince realized that Lin Hao was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, how could a person without any gang background step foot in Simsha Sui? After the overwhelming victory in Simsha Sui, Lin Hao received a call from Aja. "Brother Hao, it's bad. Someone has come to Causeway Bay to stir trouble." Aja's tone was urgent, clearly indicating the seriousness of the situation. "Who?" At this critical moment, someone dared to come to Causeway Bay. It seems to be someone from Heji. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes narrowed instantly. To his surprise, he had guessed correctly. Heji would not easily let him off. As for the promise from the camel, it was entire. However, Lin Hao was well prepared with intermediate death warriors stationed in Causeway Bay who were quite powerful. They should be able to handle ordinary low-level thugs without issue. "Our people are elite, don't panic." "Brother Hao, it's hard not to panic. The other side has at least 500 people, and our guys are barely holding up," Aja quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao realized that Heji intended to eliminate him all at once. But for him who had a system at hand, there was no need to rush. "Don't worry, my reinforcements will arrive shortly." "Brother, how do you have backup?" Aja was startled. "I have many followers in this business, just wait." After saying that, Lin Hao hung up the phone. Immediately, he concentrated his thoughts. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for 1 advanced death warrior enhancement scroll, consuming 500 fear points. In an instant, the 100 intermediate death warriors stationed in Causeway Bay underwent a magnificent transformation and became advanced death warriors. The combat power of advanced death warriors far exceeds that of intermediate ones, and they can easily crush ordinary low-level thugs. As expected, the Death Warriors who were originally under attack suddenly felt a surge of power. During their resistance, they could accurately find the opponent's flaws and launch counterattacks. Moreover, some Death Warriors could get back up and continue fighting after being slashed multiple times, only collapsing in pools of blood after excessive blood loss. Such a dramatic contrast not only stunned Aja, but even the Heji members began to panic. At this moment, a Heji red stick jumped out and shouted, "Don't run. Keep going, kill these guys." But just as he spoke, a large number of armed individuals suddenly appeared from all directions. Damn, where did these guys come from? Didn't they say Lin Hao's people were all sent at Simsha Sui? Upon seeing this, he began to curse loudly. The little brother beside him panicked as well. Boss, according to the intel, Lin Hao indeed doesn't have many followers in Causeway Bay. Then where the hell did these people come from? I don't know. What should we do now? Seeing the sea of black figures, the red stick gritted his teeth and said, quickly retreat. The Heji members never expected that this time with an army of 500 they would be defeated and flee before even engaging in battle. However, since the boss had already given the order, the subordinates naturally lost their will to fight. Except for a few who could not escape and were captured, the remaining Heji members quickly fled the scene. All of this was due to Lin Hao's covert operations. After exchanging for an advanced Death Warrior enhancement scroll, he immediately exchanged for 5 basic Death Warrior recruitment scrolls. This caused the number of his team to surge rapidly. Not only that, after a brief moment of thought, Lin Hao ultimately exchanged for a special skill body enhancement. In an instant, Lin Hao felt his muscles swell and his ability to endure hits significantly increased. He was filled with power. At that moment, Lin Hao knew that his strength had reached another level. When he opened the system panel again, his stats had also changed. Host Lin Hao. Personal skills: close combat technique body enhancement. Death Warrior count 788 basic Death Warriors, 92 intermediate Death Warriors, 100 advanced Death Warriors. Fear points 2. Although his fear points had been cleared, he now commanded an army of over 1,000 Death Warriors. Plus, he had 2 special skills. Even if any faction wanted to eliminate him, they would have to think twice. By the time he returned to the scene, Aja had also gathered with a group of Death Warriors. Seeing Lin Hao, Aja excitedly exclaimed, "Brother, how you should have seen it." These brothers rushed forward as if they had no fear of death. That gang of Heji thugs was simply no match for them. By the way, where did you recruit these few hundred people? I've never heard of them before. Seeing Aja so happy, Lin Hao's expression turned cold. There are many things you don't need to know too clearly. Also, from now on, be careful not to let others cross boundaries easily. Understand? After being admonished, Aja was momentarily stunned. Once he regained his senses, he hurriedly replied, "Yes." Lin Hao reprimanded him, not only to remind Aja and his brothers that he would always be their leader and not to think of challenging him, but also to avoid exposing his trump cards unnecessarily, preventing being put in a passive position later. After all, there are no walls that are completely impenetrable in this world. Meanwhile, he did not expect the 3 in front of him to keep his secrets. Then Lin Hao checked the casualty numbers among his Death Warriors. Aside from more than 10 casualties, there were still dozens who were injured to varying degrees. Lin Hao then ordered the other Death Warriors to quickly take the injured to the nearest hospital for treatment. He would be fully responsible for the treatment costs during their hospital stay. The remaining deceased Death Warriors would also enjoy all the benefits he had initially set. Their families would not only receive relocation fees, but could also seek his help for any difficulties in the future. After settling all this, Lin Hao finally returned to the hotel with a weary body. Seeing Qiu Shuzhen still fast asleep, Lin Hao's tense emotions completely relaxed. Lying in bed, he knew that tonight in Xiangjiang would be an unforgettable sleepless night for those in the Underworld. In fact, just as Lin Hao had predicted, the entire Underworld had already erupted. Did you hear? Several territories of Hongxing were swept last night. Indeed, I never expected that Dongxing would join forces with Xinghe and that guy named Lin Hao to launch a surprise attack on Hongxing. It truly took everyone by surprise. Not only that, but I also heard that last night the people from Heji attempted to seize control of Causeway Bay, but their 100-strong team was scattered in no time. Haha, Heji is really worthless now. I wonder which red stick led the team to be so easily defeated. Meanwhile, Lin Hao received a call from Luta. Lin Hao, congratulations. After defeating the prince, the whole Simsha Sui is now your domain. Hearing this, Lin Hao retorted, "Well, you really are something. On the surface you collaborate with me, but behind my back you stab me in the back. Fortunately, I have many brothers, otherwise last night I would have lost Causeway Bay. If Heji had taken it, Lin Hao's situation would have been extremely passive. So today, when facing the leader of Dongxing, Lin Hao laid it all bare without pretense." Luotawa had long anticipated Lin Hao's anger and chuckled, stating, "You misunderstood me. Oh, I never teamed up with Heji to deal with you. As for why Heji appeared in Causeway Bay last night, perhaps there was a traitor among your ranks." Lin Hao sneered, thinking to himself that his loyal subordinates could never betray him. Additionally, the Tony trio had been risking their lives for him all night, so they could not possibly do something as foolish as betraying themselves. Therefore, the problem surely lay with Luta. But now he couldn't settle accounts with Luta. The most important thing was to defend Simsha Sui and Causeway Bay while launching a counterattack against Heji. Lin Hao then said, since you say that I really need to check my subordinates and see which beast has betrayed me. Lin Hao emphasized the word beast, almost making Law unable to hold back his laughter. Fortunately, as a big shot in the underworld, he understood that now was not the time for impulsiveness. Haha, then you go ahead and check. I won't disturb you. With that, Luatoa hung up the phone with a snap. Seeing the other party angry, Lin Hao sneered. You old man, just wait for me. Just as several factions were gearing up for a big battle, all police stations in Hong Kong suddenly moved simultaneously, arresting a number of underworld big shots, including Lin Hao. When Li Xian barged into Lin Hao's office to make arrest, Qiu Shuzhen was instantly dumbfounded. Sir, what did he do wrong? Why are you arresting him? Li Xian looked at the naive girl in front of him and replied impatiently, Lin Hao is suspected of being involved in multiple violent incidents last night, and we have numerous witnesses on the scene. So now we need him to cooperate and return to the police station to assist in the investigation. Qiu Shuzhen looked at Lin Hao in confusion. Wasn't he with her in the hotel last night? But Lin Hao didn't explain much. Instead, he smiled at Qiu Shuzhen, signaling her to relax. Thus, Lin Hao was taken by Li Xian to the Yao Tsim Mong police station for questioning. In the police station, Li Xian threw a stack of photos directly in front of Lin Hao. The images showed Lin Hao fighting. You really are impressive. After just a few days of mingling, you've taken down Causeway Bay, and now you're making moves in Tsim Sha Tsui. There's no one in the underworld more audacious than you. Thank you for the compliment, sir, but did you bring me back just to praise me? Damn it, do you really think so highly of yourself? Did you know you hit someone? The prince nearly bled to death in the hospital yesterday. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao did not show any signs of panic. He knew that if anything happened to the prince, silver handcuffs would be waiting for him. But for now, Li Xian just brought him to his office for questioning. This also meant that this was not a formal detention interrogation. So did the prince report you? Lin Hao's soul-searching question left Li Xian momentarily speechless. He knew Lin Hao was not easy to deal with. Seeing that intimidation was ineffective, he decided to get straight to the point. You're lucky. Although everyone saw you intentionally injure someone, the victim has stated he will not pursue the matter further. So we really can't convict you. Then why go through the trouble of bringing me back? Just take a look for yourself. Then Li Xian picked up the remote and turned on the TV screen. After a short while, a news report appeared on the screen. A female host earnestly stated, today in various parts of Hong Kong, multiple incidents of gang violence have occurred, and the police leadership is taking this very seriously. Therefore, starting today, the police will launch a month-long crackdown on organized crime, aiming to eradicate all criminal forces in Hong Kong. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. Sir, is this a tip-off? I received instructions to tell you to behave yourself recently and not to cause any more trouble. Oh, it's my first time hearing a police officer lecture me. Seeing Lin Hao's nonchalant attitude, Li Xian was grinding his teeth in frustration. As the head of the anti-gang unit, he despised lowlifes more than anyone. But without direct evidence, he truly had no way to deal with Lin Hao. Moreover, the higher-ups had issued a strict order to ensure that no major security incidents occurred in his jurisdiction this month, so the police could provide an explanation to the public. Thus, he had deliberately called Lin Hao over today for one purpose alone: to keep him in line this month and not let him stir up any trouble. Lin Hao, remember this: if you truly don't give me face starting today, I will bring people to Causeway Bay every day to sweep your territory. At that time, let's see how you will explain to those cooperating bosses. Faced with Li Xian's blatant threat, Lin Hao's expression darkened. Sir, I despise being threatened. If you have the guts, go ahead and try. But you should think carefully. If the entire underground world of Causeway Bay falls into chaos and causes irreparable losses, will you still be able to remain the head of the anti-gang unit? Li Xian looked at Lin Hao's domineering demeanor, unable to help but gasp. He never expected to encounter such a tough opponent today. Finally, Li Xian softened his tone and admonished earnestly. I'm doing this for everyone's sake. You wouldn't want to report to my office every day, would you? I can refrain from provoking trouble, but I cannot guarantee others won't come after me. Rest assured on that point, senior police officials have already contacted the heads of Triad societies, including Hung Hing. If they dare stir up chaos at this critical juncture, they'll become our top priority for suppression. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Since Li Xian had spoken so plainly, it meant the underworld would remain calm for the next month. He would use this period to recuperate and consolidate complete control over Tsim Sha Tsui. Lin Hao nodded. Since you, Inspector Li, have put it so clearly, I naturally intend to be a law-abiding citizen. Humph. Li Xian snorted inwardly, thinking Lin Hao was at least perceptive, quick to grasp implications. His decision to collaborate with Lin Hao stemmed from a deeper understanding. Hong Kong today required two parallel orders. The visible order, the domain of law enforcement, was maintained by the police. The invisible order, the underworld's domain, could only be managed by its own players. With Big B gone from Causeway Bay, Lin Hao now filled that void. Should Lin Hao fall, countless new contenders would rise in his stead. Thus, Li Xian's logic was simple. So long as the underworld remained stable, he would permit Lin Hao to operate freely in Causeway Bay, within the bounds of the law. Then Li Xian produced several photographs and handed them to Lin Hao. What's this for? Lin Hao asked in return. Examine these individuals closely. Have any been spotted recently within your territory? Lin Hao took the photos and immediately sensed something unsettling about one face, stern, unyielding. Yet no matter how deeply he searched his memory, he couldn't place the man among any known Triad's foot soldiers. These aren't local Triad members. They're desperate criminals who specialize in robbing gold shops. Li Xian's words jolted Lin Hao awake. Wasn't that Zhang Ziqiang, the mastermind behind the crime wave that once shook all of Hong Kong? By this point in the timeline, Zhang Ziqiang had already gained notoriety across Hong Kong. Last year, he'd even hijacked an armored airport cash transport vehicle, stealing over 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Yet bizarrely, after his arrest, authorities released him due to insufficient evidence. And Zhang Ziqiang, far from accepting this, filed a lawsuit against the government itself. Ultimately, the Hong Kong government was forced to compensate him financially. That incident catapulted Zhang Ziqiang into sudden widespread infamy. Yet for the past year, he had vanished entirely from Underworld whispers. Moreover, since Zhang Ziqiang traditionally targeted elites, not ordinary citizens, his name soon faded from collective memory. Now Li Xian producing his photograph signaled something deeply amiss. I remember now, he robbed that armored vehicle, yet you still couldn't touch him. Li Xian sighed helplessly. Indeed, Hong Kong's legal system sometimes leaves one speechless. Imagine, you're clearly a Triad boss, possibly responsible for dozens of murders. Yet I still cannot bring you to justice. Instead, I must sit down and plead with you to cooperate. Enough of this nonsense. Why give me his photo? Do you expect me to eliminate him for you? Lin Hao retorted, irritated. After all, being patronized was intolerable, especially coming from a cop. Were it anyone else, Lin Hao would have taught him a lesson on the spot. Certainly not. I am a police officer. But I've just received intelligence this gang is currently holed up in Causeway Bay and plotting a new crime. Lin Hao's pulse quickened at the news. Zhang Ziqiang's most audacious act had been the kidnapping of Li Charen's son, the wealthiest tycoon in Hong Kong. In that abduction, Zhang Ziqiang not only escaped unscathed, but also secured an enormous ransom. Though Lin Hao cared little for Zhang Ziqiang personally, should the man dare provoke chaos or rob gold shops within his territory, Lin Hao would have no qualms dispatching him and his entire crew. I'll keep watch on this matter. Causeway Bay is my domain, and I will not tolerate lawlessness here. You speak like a decent man. My thanks in advance. Anything else you need to convey? If not, I'm leaving. Lin Hao, growing impatient, replied curtly. Go ahead. Make Causeway Bay see fewer crimes under your leadership. That benefits us both. Humph. Just keep your officers out of my venues in Causeway Bay, and peace will hold. That depends entirely on your... After parting ways, Lin Hao returned to Causeway Bay. There, Aja and his two brothers instantly gathered around. Brother Hao, how did it go? Did the cops hassle you? No. Lin Hao shook his head, then recounted the temporary truce. This is excellent news. We now have time to seize full control of Tsim Sha Sui. Ahu exclaimed excitedly. But Aja leaned in, lowering his voice. Brother Hao, a man has been insisting on meeting you. He claims he wants to discuss a major deal. Who? Dong Guanzai of Wensheng. Him. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes. Of Hong Kong's three major regions, Hong Kong Island, Kowloon Peninsula, and the new territories, Hunghing and Dongxing dominated the first two. The new territories belonged to Wensheng. Dong Guanzai served under De Pu He, the faction's chief in Taipa district, who trafficked in white powder and pills. Seeing Dong Guanzai initiate contact, Lin Hao instantly surmised the man likely sought collaboration. After all, in Lin Hao's memory, Wensheng had long coveted expansion into Tsim Sha Sui, and later indeed D and Lok jointly planted their flag there. But now Tsim Sha Sui answered solely to him. He would never let Wensheng carve out a share so easily. Calmly, Lin Hao asked, is he proposing cooperation on the white powder trade? Aja blinked in surprise, then raised his thumb high. Brother Hao's foresight is unmatched. You guessed it exactly. Dong Guanzai said they wish to partner with us, distributing their pills and powder across entertainment venues in both Tsim Sha Sui and Causeway Bay. As for profit sharing, we'd earn a clean 30%, without lifting a finger, merely ensuring rival gangs didn't interfere with their operations. Given the extraordinary margins on powder and pills, even 30% promised substantial revenue. Yet Lin Hao simply shook his head. Tell Dong Guanzai I have no interest in partnering with them. Aja was initially quite happy, thinking that he could finally make a big move. However, he did not expect Lin Hao to pour a bucket of cold water over him. Brother Hao, the profit from the flower business is enormous, much better than having the brothers guard the doors at the venues. Indeed, selling flowers seems more upscale. Going to collect protection fees every day is truly a dead end. Aja and Tony quickly tried to persuade him. But Lin Hao's face turned stern as he reprimanded. Do you know how dangerous this flower business is? Well, it's not like we're forcing them to eat it. Besides, if you don't sell it, someone else will. If you are truly short-sighted, only thinking about the small profits in front of you. But have you considered that once we start selling flower, it will be a road of no return? Lin Hao's words stunned the three brothers. After all, they had come here to make big money. With such a lucrative opportunity, they naturally did not want to miss out. Seeing that the three brothers were still unyielding, Lin Hao had no choice but to patiently explain. The prosperity and stability of a region largely depend on the living conditions of the local residents. We are in a commercial center, and if we can carry out a series of business operations in the future, we will undoubtedly earn more. If we focus on the flower business here, not only will it harm others and ourselves, but it will also affect the stability of local law and order, and the police will definitely not let us off. You must understand that the flower business has a long industrial chain. If any part of this chain encounters a problem, the entire chain will be uprooted by the police. At that time, we would end up in prison for life. Lin Hao understood that selling flower was not only morally wrong, but also extremely dangerous. Once any of his subordinates were caught, the police would be able to trace all of them back immediately. Moreover, he was determined to build a large business empire. Therefore, he naturally would not engage in such obviously illegal activities. After listening to Lin Hao's explanation, the three brothers still had some doubts, but dared not voice any dissent. So, Brother Hao, how should we develop in Tsim Sha Tsui next? Starting tomorrow, you should take people to Tsim Sha Tsui and talk to the owners of those entertainment venues about security services one by one. Remember, we can't use brute force, but we also need to make it clear to them that if they don't have our protection in Tsim Sha Tsui, their businesses won't last long. Understood. We are very good at handling such small matters. After hearing this, Aja readily agreed. After sending Tony and the three brothers away, Lin Hao immediately summoned several senior assassins. Although he had just recruited 100 senior assassins, Lin Hao was still unaware of the differences between these assassins and the intermediate ones. During the subsequent discussions, Lin Hao discovered that these senior assassins not only had powerful combat abilities, but also possessed a certain level of tactical intellect. They even had some understanding of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, which made Lin Hao's eyes light up. At the moment, what he needed most was to establish his own intelligence network. Although these senior assassins were still somewhat inferior to specialized scouts, they were more than sufficient to deal with the big bosses in the Hong Kong underworld. Without delay, Lin Hao called all 100 senior assassins together and assigned them special tasks. Their task was to secretly monitor the big bosses in the various factions who had grievances with him. Among them, He Ji and Hung Hing were naturally his primary focus. The entire leadership of Hung Hing's 12 halls was placed on Lin Hao's surveillance list. As for He Ji, Lin Hao was still unclear about who was targeting him, so he could only monitor every move of the other party comprehensively. Additionally, Lin Hao did not forget to assign 9 senior assassins to search for and monitor Zhang Ziqiang and his gang in shifts of 8 hours, 3 shifts a day. When he received a photo of Zhang Ziqiang, one of the senior assassins directly asked, "Brother Hao, what is our relationship with this person?" This is the biggest difference between senior assassins and lower-level ones. Junior assassins follow orders without question. As long as Lin Hao issues a command, they execute it according to the instruction. Intermediate assassins, when executing orders, can also make adjustments based on sudden circumstances, demonstrating a certain level of thinking ability. Senior assassins are completely different. While they fully obey, they will also express their own opinions and questions, coordinating and thinking through the tasks Lin Hao assigns to analyze and propose better solutions. In this regard, Lin Hao did not shy away from expressing his thoughts. These guys are likely planning a kidnapping of the person to be kidnapped might present an opportunity for me. So once you notice any unusual movements, report directly to me immediately. Remember, this matter must not be known. Although they would absolutely obey him, Lin Hao was still concerned that they might inadvertently leak this matter during their action. Rest assured, Brother Hao, we will definitely complete the task. After receiving their orders, the 9 assassins left. In the following days, Tony and the 3 brothers made significant progress in expanding security in Tsim Sha Tsui. Upon learning that Lin Hao had taken Tsim Sha Tsui and rendered the prince useless, all the bosses in East Tsim Sha Tsui immediately expressed their willingness to cooperate with Lin Hao's Hero Security Service Limited. Moreover, they had long understood Lin Hao's reputation from their peers in Causeway Bay. Therefore, this matter was completed smoothly without much effort. Lin Hao then sent Tony to Tsim Sha Tsui to guard his territory, leaving Aja and Ahu in Causeway Bay. Aja had great ambition and was the leader among the 3, so Lin Hao was still a bit uneasy about him. Having him by his side, he would undoubtedly not dare to harbor any rebellious thoughts. For a while, the underworld was calm and peaceful. Everyone followed the rules of the game, knowing that the police would be relentless this month. After all, anyone who dared to cause trouble at this critical moment would be openly slapping the police in the face. Under such circumstances, no matter how many men or how much power you had, it was useless. But just when everyone thought nothing would happen, Lin Hao received a report from his subordinates. Brother Hao, Zhang Ziqiang's gang has made a move. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao instantly became alert. He knew Zhang Ziqiang well. This person either did nothing or would undertake a major event that shook the world. What did they do? Lin Hao quickly inquired. We monitored him buying a second-hand van in the black market, and his subordinates have recently been frequently appearing on Deepwater Bay Road in the southern district, seemingly conducting secret reconnaissance. Lin Hao's heart jolted. This guy had indeed struck first, and it appeared he had acted much earlier than Lin had anticipated. It seems this guy plans to make a big move while the police are focused on the various gangs. Brother Hao, what should we do now? Should we take immediate action to seize them? No, we mustn't alert them. We will act after they have succeeded in their plans, catching them off guard. Several senior assassins were not fools. They immediately understood Lin Hao's intentions. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was secretly contacting Sang Bo. Since the last time Sang Bo was outsmarted by Lin Hao, he had been secretly looking for an opportunity to take revenge on. However, upon learning that Lin Hao had not only taken control of Causeway Bay, but had also crippled the prince, he completely abandoned this terrifying thought. After all, he still wanted to live a bit longer. But at this moment, Lin Hao took the initiative to send someone to find him. Although Sang Bo was a red stick of the Snakehead gang, he had no ability to rally the entire gang to confront Lin Hao. So weighing the pros and cons, Sang Bo still went to Lin Hao's office. Upon seeing Lin Hao, the ferocity on Sang Bo's face softened a bit. "Brother Lin, what do you need from me?" "Sang Bo, there's no need to be so formal between us, have a seat." Sang Bo's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. He thought, having been tricked out of 1,000,000 last time, how could I not be nervous with you being so nice to me this time? "Brother Lin, just tell me what you need. If I can help, I won't hold back." "You've been lending money for quite a while, right?" I've been thinking about it." "Then you should have some connections in the underworld, right?" Sang Bo was filled with questions, unsure why Lin Hao was probing into his background. "It's alright, I still have some brothers in the underworld. Can you help me get a few guns in the black market?" "Guns, eh?" Sang Bo was immediately shocked. He was not surprised that Lin Hao wanted guns, he was astonished that Lin would come to him for them. "Give me a few, but they must be untraceable. Once the job is done, I won't shortchange you." Lin Hao stated his demand. "Brother Hao, with your influence, do you really need to ask me for guns?" Sang Bo was somewhat incredulous. "It's precisely because of that I can't show myself. You know, I've made too many enemies lately. If I personally go to the black market to buy guns, it will undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble." Sang Bo seemed to understand the reasoning. If Lin Hao's enemies found out he bought guns in the black market, that would be disastrous. "Alright, I'll take care of this." Sang Bo also wanted to take this opportunity to befriend Lin Hao, hoping to gain some benefit. At the very least, he wanted to recover his million. Lin Hao was generous, directly tossing him a check for 200,000. "Take this money, and remember, if you betray me, Lin Hao guarantee that no matter where you flee, I will hunt you." Lin Hao's imposing presence instantly intimidated Sang Bo. Understood. Within just a day, Sang Bo actually managed to procure a few handguns. Why are there no submachine guns like AKs? Upon hearing this, Sang Bo's face fell. "Big brother, what are you planning? You wouldn't be thinking of robbing a bank, would you?" In his view, a regular handgun would suffice. After all, most thugs in this era still primarily used knives. Forget it, AKs are indeed too eye-catching. Let's go with this. Lin Hao didn't want to complicate things, especially since the police were cracking down hard. If he actually bought an AK, hiding it could be problematic. "Brother Hao, I have an unusual request." At this moment, Sang Bo couldn't help but speak up. "Go ahead. If there's a big deal, can you include me?" Sang Bo had become somewhat weary from lending money recently. The main issue was that there were more and more uncooperative individuals. Although he was willing to go all out, killing a debtor wouldn't help him recover his money. So life had naturally become quite difficult. "What kind of business can you do?" Lin Hao retorted. "I can lend." Lin Hao hadn't thought much of it, but when the other party said this, he suddenly had an epiphany. "So you have a lot of money then?" "I don't have much cash flow, but our gang has quite a few resources and can connect with some affluent bosses." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's mind began to formulate a plan. Nowadays, to do big business, one must have real cash. Relying solely on collecting some security service fees, Lin Hao clearly couldn't amass a few million in a short period. Therefore, once he found a good project, he could leverage Sang Bo's connections to secure funding. Once this period of scrutiny passes, he'll find you to discuss things further. Sang Bo was overjoyed and quickly nodded in gratitude. "Then you can keep this check. Consider these guns a small gift. Although guns in the black market aren't too expensive, these few guns might still cost several thousand." Sang Bo did this mainly to express his stance. At the same time, he hoped to have Lin Hao owe him a favor. Lin Hao waved his hand and said, "You can keep the check. Rest assured I keep my word. As long as you follow my lead, when there's meat to eat, I'll definitely share some soup with you." Seeing that Lin Hao had said this, Sang Bo couldn't delay any longer and happily accepted the check. Simultaneously, he reminded himself, recover 200, still have 800, keep pushing forward. After acquiring the guns, Lin Hao called the few senior assassins back. "Do you know how to use these guns?" "A little, but not proficient." Lin Hao nodded. As long as they knew how to use them, everything would be manageable. After all, in close quarters, anyone not severely visually impaired should be able to hit a target. After distributing 4 guns, Lin Hao kept one for himself. "Brother, how are you planning to get personally involved?" one assassin questioned. "I'm worried you might not be able to handle it. Those guys are all fierce bandits with rich counter-surveillance experience, and they are well armed." Lin Hao thought about it and decided to lead the team personally to avoid any unexpected situations. "Brother, how won't this be too dangerous?" In this day and age, you can't catch a wolf without risking the lamb. My ability to quickly rise to success depends on these bandits." After saying this, Lin Hao didn't waste any more words and immediately dispatched them again. First, they would secretly scout their hideout, and then lay an all-day, 24-hour ambush nearby. Once Zhang Ziqiang succeeded, he could quickly take them all down. In just a day, the entire Xiangjiang erupted in chaos. Zhang Ziqiang had indeed made his move. Under the cover of darkness, he had directly kidnapped Li Kairan's son Li Zeju. Moreover, Zhang Ziqiang even went to Li Keiran's home and demanded an exorbitant ransom of 2 billion yuan right in front of him. This news, once exposed, immediately sparked heated discussions in the underworld. The police promptly surrounded the Li family, determined to engage in a deadly standoff with the kidnappers. However, Li Keiran was worried about his son's safety and was unwilling to cooperate with the police. Meanwhile, Lin Hao along with his subordinates had already taken their positions. "Brother Hao, I just scouted the place. There are 3 people inside, and they all seem to be armed." Lin Hao nodded, then lowered his voice, saying, "No matter what happens later, you must ensure Li Ziju's safety." Lin Hao understood that this time he not only had to rescue the hostage, but also had to do it spectacularly. Li Keiran wasn't lacking in wealth, but if his son suffered any harm because of this, it would jeopardize future cooperation. All the death warriors present nodded in understanding. Then at Lin Hao's command, several armed death warriors stormed into a residential building with lightning speed. The people inside were not to be underestimated. They immediately drew their pistols and opened fire. Outside, Lin Hao watched for the right moment and raised his pistol to pull the trigger. Bang! After the sound echoed, one of the thugs fell to the ground, shot in the forehead. Meanwhile, the remaining death warriors took down the other 2 thugs. On Lin Hao's side, 1 senior death warrior was killed on the spot, and 2 others were injured to varying degrees. Upon entering the house, Lin Hao's expression darkened. He hadn't expected the enemy to be so powerful, costing him 3 combatants. Then, looking at a thug lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Lin Hao stepped forward and shoved the gun barrel into his. Don't shoot. We have money, we'll give it to you." The thug, in a moment of desperation, immediately pleaded for mercy. But Lin Hao sneered. "You killed my men, and you think I would spare your life? To tell you the truth, I'm here to take your life." With that, he pulled the trigger again. The bullet instantly penetrated his skull. The next second, the thug who was associated with Zhang Ziqiang slumped lifelessly to the floor. Li Ziju, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, was rendered speechless. He stared wide-eyed in terror at Lin Hao and the others. Then Lin Hao walked over, untied him, and said, "Mr. Li, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Hao, and I run a security service company." Li Ziju finally reacted, realizing that Lin Hao seemed to be there to rescue him. "Are you sent by my father?" Lin Hao shook his head. "You're mistaken. I came on my own initiative to save you. Your father doesn't even know you've been rescued yet." Lin Hao's words shocked Li Ziju once again. He couldn't help but break down in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao knew this was the best opportunity. He stepped forward and patted Li Ziju's shoulder, comforting him. "Brother, in the world of Jianghu, who doesn't get their feet wet? A chance is in front of you now, but you must cherish it." "What chance?" "The world knows you've been kidnapped. If you reveal now that you single-handedly fought back against the 3 thugs and successfully escaped, how will people regard you? What will your family's reputation and status become?" Lin Hao's words awakened Li Ziju. Indeed, his current reputation and status had been severely impacted. After all, there are very few wealthy individuals who get kidnapped these days. But if he could successfully turn the tables on his captors and escape, he would become famous in Xinjiang. His father would surely look at him with new eyes. Yet Li Ziju then showed a hint of confusion, saying, "Why are you helping me so much?" "It's simple. Li Ziju understood Lin Hao's intention immediately. "I understand your meaning. I, Li Ziju, am willing to be your friend." "Then it's settled. Here's a gun for you. When the time comes, tell the police that you killed these people. It has nothing to do with anyone else." "Aren't you going to show your face?" "No need. Some things are better kept low-key, you understand." After thinking for a moment, Li Ziju ultimately agreed to Lin Hao's suggestion. "All right, my people will send gifts to Deepwater Bay Road. The rest of the journey is up to you. Remember, don't mess this up. It won't be good for either of us." Lin Hao was unwilling to show his face, partly because his current identity was quite awkward. The gun he held was of dubious origin. If the case were made public, it would provide the police a perfect opportunity to arrest him. Moreover, he might also need to explain to the outside world how he had known about the entire case beforehand. He couldn't just say he was a time traveler with a divine insight. Additionally, rather than publicly exposing his relationship with Li Ziju, it was better to privately use his resources to secretly expand his business empire. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, Lin Hao made this difficult choice. After sending Li Ziju off, Lin Hao instructed the other death warriors to immediately take the senior death warrior to the crematorium and send the remaining 2 to a private hospital for the best medical treatment. Soon Li Ziju appeared on Deepwater Bay Road. When the police officers and reporters gathered at the entrance of Li Keiran's villa saw Li Ziju unscathed, everyone was stunned. At that moment, the scene fell into a silent stillness. Someone was the first to react and rushed forward. "Mr. Li Ziju, how did you end up here? What did those kidnappers do to you?" Li Ziju, after all, was a person who had experienced great storms. Before coming, he had already prepared a full response. So in the face of so many guns and cameras, he could still calmly say, "Those thugs have been killed by me. Their bodies are lying in the XX apartment building." Li Ziju's words instantly ignited the atmosphere. The senior police officials present were left dumbfounded, staring at everything before them. After all, no one dared to believe that a businessman who seemed harmless could kill a group of thugs, that even the police. At that moment, a commander on site suddenly thought of something and quickly gave orders to the officers beside him. Quick, go into the villa and arrest Zhang Ziqiang. Since Li Zheju has been rescued, the police naturally will not let Zhang Ziqiang go easily. At this moment, Zhang Ziqiang is still sitting at the dining table in the villa enjoying a sumptuous steak dinner. Not bad, it tastes quite good. Li Superman, why don't you try a bite? At this moment, Li Superman couldn't help but wish he could kill Zhang Ziqiang. But right now his son is still in the hands of the other party, so he could only helplessly shake his head. Just then the police burst in, and without saying a word they bound Zhang Ziqiang, who was still eating. Zhang Ziqiang, you have been arrested. You have the right to remain silent, but every word you say from now on will be used as evidence in court. Seeing the police handcuffing him, without a care, Zhang Ziqiang instantly erupted in anger. Are you looking for death? Li Superman, is this how you treat your guests? Li Superman was also taken aback, and quickly stood up to question, what do you want? This is my private residence, and Mr. Zhang Ziqiang is my honored guest. But just then a familiar voice came from behind. That I'm back. Li Superman turned around and gasped and you, how did you come back? Li Zheju replied calmly, I have already killed his subordinates. How is that possible? Now it was Zhang Ziqiang's turn to be dumbfounded. He hadn't yet received the ransom, and his subordinates would definitely not be foolish enough to release Li Zheju early. So the only possibility for Li Zheju to suddenly appear here is that something really went wrong in his backyard. After Zhang Ziqiang was taken away, Li Superman still couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then he couldn't help but pull his son into his study. What on earth is going on? You need to explain it to me clearly. Li Zheju did not hide anything and recounted how he was saved by Lin Hao in detail. Lin Hao, that name sounds... Li Superman, being in a high position, naturally did not have time to concern himself with the killings in the underworld. However, he soon called a housekeeper to inquire about Lin Hao. Coincidentally, this housekeeper had indeed seen Lin Hao's news recently. He then introduced everything to Li Superman and his son. Now Li Superman finally understood completely. I didn't expect this guy to be so shrewd, using this incident to completely connect himself with the Li family. Li Zheju then asked, Dad, should we help him in the future? Of course, he saved your life. For both emotional and rational reasons, we must help him. However, help must have its limits. If he wants to use our connections to engage in illegal activities or harm others, Li Superman laid down his bottom line. As long as Lin Hao does not kill or commit arson, he naturally would not mind using his connections to assist him fully. But then he reminded Lin Hao's actions are quite prudent. He helped us while ensuring that the outside world doesn't know about our relationship. So from now on, it would be best if your relationship with him remains unknown to the public. Li Zheju nodded, and after all, their family is large and prosperous. If it gets out that they have ties with gangsters, it would be a potential impact on them. With the resolution of the Li Zheju kidnapping case, Zhang Ziqiang and his gang were finally brought to justice. This incident allowed the police to finally hold their heads high in front of the public. Especially after the previous anti-crime operations had not achieved significant results, this case's impact seemed to overshadow everything. However, within the police, there were significant dissent regarding this case. At a high-level meeting, several police leaders expressed differing opinions on the matter. According to our investigation results, this kidnapping case is definitely not as simple as it seems. Li Zheju could not possibly have the ability to kill 3 well-trained thugs. Exactly, we also found the fingerprints of some unidentified persons at the scene. In my view, shouldn't we bring Li Zheju back for questioning to uncover the truth? After several high-ranking officials spoke, they all turned their gazes towards the head of the Hong Kong Police Force Commissioner. Suan adjusted his glasses and slowly spoke, in my opinion, let's close this case for now until we have conclusive... Commissioner, isn't that against the rules? Someone whispered. You are being too short-sighted. Why did Li Zheju, knowing we do not believe him, still act this way? That means he doesn't want the outside world to know the hidden truths. Moreover, the influence of the Li family in Hong Kong is so great that if we recklessly bring someone in for questioning without any evidence, it would put immense pressure on both the Li family and us. Additionally, the most important point is that this case has just restored a bit of our face. If at this critical moment we tell everyone that the Li Zheju kidnapping case has nothing to do with us, how will the outside world view us? The commissioner's words were reasonable, and everyone on the scene stopped dwelling on the matter. Soon this case was formed. Relying on his exceptional courage and intelligence, Li Zheju found an opportunity in a desperate situation and subsequently killed the 3 kidnappers. The court also made an immediate ruling determining that Li Zheju's actions in killing the 3 were self-defense, and he was acquitted on the spot. As for Zhang Ziqiang, the court took into account both his new and old crimes, sentencing him to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Just a couple of days after this matter was resolved, Li Zheju suddenly appeared wearing sunglasses at Lin Hao's hero. This surprised Lin Hao quite a bit. Mr. Li Zheju, what brings you here? There are 2 matters. The first is that I hope your security company will be responsible for my personal safety from now on. After hearing this, Lin Hao immediately responded, no problem. My security team is strong and will definitely ensure you won't encounter the same situation again. Haha, I believe in your capabilities. After all, you are so dedicated to your work that you would risk your life. Li Zheju saw this clearly at the scene of the gunfight. Those brought by Lin Hao, even when knocked down, showed no fear. Instead, they were thinking of getting back up to continue the fight. This was a scene he had never encountered before. That's why he wanted Lin Hao's people to protect his safety. The second matter is that I want to discuss a collaboration with you. Oh, what does Mr. Li Zheju want to discuss with me? I heard you have taken control of the entire Tsimsha Sui, so why don't we sit down and discuss the future plans for Tsimsha Sui? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was instantly overjoyed. With the Li family backing him and his own strength in the underworld, he could do whatever he wanted in Tsimsha Sui. No problem at all, depends on your good ideas. In this day and age, the most profitable projects are undoubtedly, apart from the eastern part of Tsimsha Sui, there are still many areas yet to be developed. However, these areas are filled with old tenements, and to develop real estate, the residents must be relocated. So if you have a way, we might as well give it a try. Lin Hao immediately understood the other party's intentions. Real estate is currently one of the most profitable industries in Hong Kong. It even makes money faster than selling flour. Moreover, this is a completely legal industry, naturally attracting investments from various forces. However, developing real estate projects is not easy. A vast network of connections is needed to obtain project approvals from the government. At the same time, due to the difficulty in demolishing many old houses in prime locations, the success of the relocation is crucial for the construction. Now, with Li Zheju taking the initiative to discuss cooperation and extending an olive branch, this is undoubtedly a great opportunity for a turnaround. As long as Lin Hao can deal with those stubborn residents, he can enter the real estate sector. He then said, seriously, Mr. Li, I believe this matter is worth a try. Upon hearing this, Li Zheju immediately expressed, I will have my secretary send the relevant preliminary materials of the project to you shortly. Additionally, to repay your life-saving grace, as long as you can relocate those residents, this real estate project will be handled by the Li family, and we will only charge cost fees. All profits will belong to you alone. Li Zheju's words once again brightened Lin Hao's eyes. The price per square meter in prime areas of Hong Kong had already exceeded 100,000. If several buildings are developed, he could easily make tens of millions, or even over 100 million. This is much faster than collecting security service fees one by one. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation in it. Subsequently, Lin Hao selected a few strong and relatively good-looking fighters from his elite assassin team to serve as personal bodyguards for Li Zheju. With this connection, Lin Hao had completely established a cooperative relationship with the Li family in Hong Kong. When Xiao Shuzhen learned of this, she was instantly excited and jumped into Lin Hao's arms. Brother, how we are going to get rich now? He is a top tycoon in Hong Kong. He is being a top tycoon in Hong Kong really that impressive? Lin Hao smiled and replied, of course. When they stomp their feet, the whole Hong Kong shakes. I don't think much of them. Although I currently cannot compete with these big families in many aspects. But it won't be long before I make them all bow before me. Lin Hao has never been one to willingly remain in a subservient position, nor did he plan to spend his life doing dishonorable things for the Li family. Therefore, he must seize this opportunity to make a fortune while expanding his network. Immediately, Lin Hao summoned the Tony brothers to his side. Upon hearing about the cooperation with a wealthy tycoon, the three brothers' eyes lit up. Especially Aja, who immediately emerged from his previous disappointment with the flower business. Brother Hao, leave the relocation to us. I guarantee that we will make those stubborn residents leave within a few days. Ahu patted his chest and promised. Do you think relocation is that easy? How do you plan to make them leave? Lin Hao asked calmly. Isn't it simple? No matter how tough they are, can they be tougher than my fists? If it comes to it, I will beat them out. Ahu said dismissively. In his view, driving away the residents must be resolved with force. But Lin Hao shook his head. You must remember, making money can be high profile, but when dealing with dishonorable matters, never be too ostentatious. Especially since we are cooperating with the Li family, if we use force to drive away the residents, and it makes the news, how do you think the outside world will view us? And will the Li family want to distance themselves from us? After being soulfully questioned, Ahu's brain CPU instantly became insufficient. Lin Hao also understood that Ahu was simple-minded and only knew fighting, so he turned his gaze to Aja. After pondering for a moment, Aja spoke up, brother, how you have a point. Additionally, sometimes special methods can make them feel worse than death rather than just relying on force. Remember my words, we are not demons. While making the residents compromise, we must also provide them with sufficient. However, if those stubborn residents try to extort us, then we need not be polite with them. Lin Hao knew that during the accumulation of capital, many unconventional methods would be employed. Thus his words also tacitly approved Aja's thoughts. Once this matter was settled, the Death Warrior suddenly walked in. What's going on? The other party paused for a moment, and then blurted out, brother, how we found the whereabouts of Chun Haonan and his few underlings. What should we do now? Since Lin Hao began establishing a vast intelligence network in Hong Kong, almost every movement in the underworld was under his control. Among them, Lin Hao was most concerned about the whereabouts of his former enemies. Dabi had recently lost his territory in Causeway Bay, and his underlings had been incapacitated, so he had fled to Australia. This forced Lin Hao to temporarily shift his focus to his own underlings. Chun Haonan had completely vanished from the underworld since the last assassination. Lin Hao had tried multiple times to find him for vengeance, but to no avail. However, this time, Tony finally managed to uncover Chun Haonan's hiding place. Lin Hao immediately asked, where is he? In Yuanlong. Yuanlong. That's Dongxing's territory. Should we talk to Dongxing and have them take action to capture him for us? Aja suggested immediately after hearing this. But Lin Hao waved his hand. No, this matter must not let Dongxing know. Although he had already cooperated with Dongxing, Luo Tua was treacherous and had previously set him up, so he was not. The person in charge of Dongxing in the Yuanlong area is none other than Wu Yu, one of Dongxing's 5 tigers. Wu Yu is ruthless and would even kill his relatives for profit. Lin Hao would never consider cooperating with such a person. What do you mean then? Humph, Chen Haonan. Merely a petty name. We'll handle him ourselves. Hearing this, everyone present understood Lin Hao's intention to eliminate Chen Haonan in secret. To prevent delays and the risks they entailed, Lin Hao acted immediately upon receiving confirmed intelligence from his loyal assassins. Under cover of night, he set out with Tony and Ahu, accompanied by several elite assassins, heading toward the outskirts of Yuanlong. Brother, how that young man Chen Haonan is holed up inside that shabby bungalow just ahead. Lin Hao followed the gaze and indeed spotted a modest, dimly lit house in the distance. The structure appeared dilapidated and stood isolated, separated from neighboring dwellings by a wide stretch of open land. No wonder Lin Hao had searched for a full month without ever tracing Chen Haonan's whereabouts. So this boy concealed himself so deeply. Yet how did you uncover him? Pure chance, truly, an accidental discovery. While tailing Sister 13, our men noticed her clandestine contact with Chen Haonan and his associates. That's how we followed the trail straight to him. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed instantly. No wonder Chen Haonan had remained hidden. Beneath the surface, members of the Hung Hing Society were still shielding him. At that moment, Tony's heart gave a sharp lurch. Bathed in faint moonlight, he glanced sideways at Lin Hao, his expression one of profound astonishment. He hadn't realized Lin Hao had already seized control of every thread. How many men are inside? Based on our daytime surveillance, there are at least 3 inside Chen Haonan, Tai Tin Yi, and a stout man. Lin Hao knew instantly. The stout man must be Bao Pai. Jiao Pai and Shan Ji were already dead. Among Chen Haonan's trusted lieutenants, few remained. And today, coincidentally, they'd all gathered here. Lin Hao saw no reason to deny them a shared journey into oblivion. Do we know what weapons they're carrying? Tony interjected. Uncertain, but Chen Haonan's wrapped in bandages, movement seems severely restricted. The assassin answered truthfully. Brother, how we couldn't penetrate the interior. Shall I lead my men in first? Ahu stepped forward, volunteering boldly. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. Ahu had never shown such initiative before. Why was he now eager to outshine Tony? Why so driven today? Lin Hao asked curiously. Ahu scratched his head sheepish. Well, lately Brother Tony and Brother Air have both delivered remarkable feats. Ever since joining Lin Hao's ranks, Ahu had yearned for a chance to prove himself. Yet during the recent Sing Sha Sui battle, Tony led a precise ambush on Prince Boxing Gym, annihilating its entire elite force, and emerged as an instant legend. Ahu meanwhile had merely shadowed Lin Hao, denied any meaningful opportunity to shine, and the final confrontation in East Sim Sha Sui concluded only after Lin Hao himself shattered Prince's hands, swiftly ending the conflict. Today then presented the perfect occasion, not only to demonstrate his worth, but also to earn unwavering loyalty from his subordinates. Brother Hao entrusts this to Ahu. He's more than capable. You know his strength well, Tony chimed in, fully supporting his younger brother. Very well, but remember, ensure their safety first, leave them breathing. I have questions to ask. Lin Hao hadn't come solely for vengeance. Understood. Ahu nodded firmly, and with a swift wave of his, several elite assassins armed with handguns fell into step behind him. Under darkness, the group crept silently to the edge of the dwelling. Then without warning, Ahu lunged forward and kicked the wooden door with explosive force. Crack! It collapsed. Ahu and his men surged inside. Instantly the house erupted with the sounds of struggle. Then just as swiftly, all noise ceased. Moments later, Ahu emerged and beckoned Lin Hao and the others forward. Seeing this, Tony exhaled in quiet relief, while Lin Hao's lips curled into a subtle, satisfied smile. Inside, Tai Tin Yi lay sprawled on the floor, his chest pierced by a bullet, blood gushing his face. Brother Hao, he tried to resist. We had no choice but to fire. Ahu stepped forward to explain. Lin Hao said nothing, instead turning his gaze toward the 2 remaining captives. Chen Haonan and Bao Pai stood frozen, each pressed at gunpoint by an assassin, utterly immobile. At the sight of Lin Hao, Chen Haonan's face drained of all color. Just moments earlier he'd resolved, if the intruders bore no deep grudge against him, to do whatever it took to save Tai Tin Yi's life. But seeing Lin Hao, he knew mercy was impossible. As for Bao Pai, he'd already wet himself in terror. Oh, isn't this Chen Haonan, the famed red pole who once ruled all of Causeway Bay? Lin Hao drawled, dripping with mockery. Chen Haonan's expression hardened, his voice turned glacial. Kill me if you wish, but this has nothing to do with Tai Tin Yi or Bao Pai. Let them go. What international joke are you telling me? 1 sentence, and I release 2 men. What do you want? Simple, I'll spare 1. But you choose who lives. At those words, Chen Haonan recoiled in shock. He hadn't expected this cruel ultimatum, and now staring at his 2 brothers, he faltered, torn beyond measure. Tai Tin Yi had thrown himself into danger for Chen Haonan, and now lay bleeding, likely dying without urgent. Yet Bao Pai's younger brother had died because of him too. If Bao Pai perished, As well, how could Chun Haonan ever face them again, in death's eternal silence? His heart shattered into chaos. If you don't decide soon, I'll kill them both. Brother Nan, I'm fading fast. Let Bao Pai go. Tai Tin Yi spoke up, voice ragged but resolute. Tears welled in Chun Haonan's eyes. Then steeling himself, he made his choice. Let Bao Pai go. Excellent. Tai Tin Yi, we'll meet again, in the next life. Lin Hao pulled the trigger. A bullet struck Tai Tin Yi between the brows. Life extinguished in an instant. The sudden brutal execution sent Chun Haonan and Bao Pai reeling in visceral terror. Lin Hao leveled the barrel once more, this time at Chun Haonan. Chun Haonan, you brought this upon yourself. Any final words for me? Chun Haonan's gaze locked onto Lin Hao, fierce, venomous. Even as a ghost, I'll hunt you down. Good. That's the farewell I wanted to hear. Farewell. A shot rang out. Chun Haonan, the Honghing Society's most brilliant young prodigy, fell silenced. No one expected that Lin Hao would act so suddenly, actually eliminating Chun Haonan without a word. Clearly the boss had instructed him to leave a live witness. Yet within 2 minutes of entering the room, he had personally killed 2 people, leaving only an inconsequential lackey who couldn't withstand intimidation. At this moment, Bao Pai was completely at a loss for words, slumped on the ground, blankly staring at the scene before him. Lin Hao stepped closer and kicked him lightly. Bao Pai instinctively stood up. When he looked at Lin Hao again, his eyes were already filled with fear. How, brother, how are you really going to let me go? He had clearly heard the conversation between Lin Hao and Chun Haonan. When he heard Chun Haonan choose to save himself, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, he couldn't be certain whether Lin Hao would keep his promise. After all, betrayal among those in the underworld was quite common, let alone when dealing with enemies. I agree to let you go, but before you leave you must tell me some things. Otherwise your fate will be no different from theirs. Lin Hao spoke with a smile that was not quite a smile. Upon hearing this, Bao Pi's heart ignited with a glimmer of hope. It seemed he might truly save his life. You say as long as I know, I will definitely tell you. What is Big B doing in AO City? Lin Hao directly struck at the heart of the matter. Bao Pai hesitated on the spot. After all, Lin Hao's request was essentially asking him to betray his own boss. Big B was a man of honor to him. He certainly didn't want to end up as a traitor. I don't know. If it seems you don't want to leave alive, Ahu. With that he waved his hand. Ahu understood, immediately raising his gun and pointing it at Bao Pai. At this moment, Bao Pai completely surrendered. All thoughts of brotherhood and loyalty were thrown to the back of his mind. I'll tell. You better speak the truth. I only give you one chance. If I detect that you are trying to fool me, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Hao warned Bao Pai repeatedly to prevent him from deceiving him. Bao Pai swallowed hard and hurriedly spoke up. Big B went to AO City to find reinforcements. What? He went to AO City to find people. Hongxing is so large, why would he need to travel such a distance to AO City? Upon hearing Bao Pi's explanation, Lin Hao was greatly puzzled. Seeing Lin Hao frown, looking disbelieving, Bao Pai quickly continued, what you don't know is that ever since you crippled the prince's hands, the internal situation in Hongxing has become chaotic. Everyone had different opinions on how to handle your case. The majority of the big brothers felt you were not to be trifled with, and none were willing to step up and confront you. Even Jiang Tianxing couldn't designate anyone to deal with you for the time being, so this matter was temporarily. Seeing that the people of Hongxing were no longer reliable, Big B had no choice but to personally go to AO City to negotiate with the local factions, asking them to send someone to eliminate you. I see. No wonder I was wondering where your boss has been hiding lately. He has actually gone to AO City to recruit help. Now which of the people in Hongxing still insist on going against me? Bao Pai did not answer immediately, but stood trembling in place. Seeing the hesitation on the other's face, Lin Hao's expression darkened once again. I'm giving you an opportunity now. If you don't cherish it, then take this secret to the grave. Bao Pai couldn't withstand the intimidation any longer, and immediately confessed, there are several people. The ones calling the shots in the hall are 13 Sister Hanbin and Dinosaur. Additionally, De Fei has also been looking for trouble with you. As for the prince, although he claims he wants to take revenge on you, it seems he no longer has the strength to do so. Bao Pi's description of these people was almost identical to what Lin Hao had anticipated, so he could determine that the other party was indeed not trying to hoodwink him. After obtaining the information he wanted, Lin Hao felt a sense of relief. At least from the current situation, Hongxing already harbored some fear of him. If it really is these few guys, it seems some people won't cry until they see the coffin. After betraying his boss and the gang, Bao Pai felt a bit uneasy and cautiously added, brother, how can you not say I told you about this? I'm afraid. Bao Pai naturally worried that if this matter got out, his boss and other leaders of Hongxing would come to settle the score with him. Without Chun Haonan's protection, he was like an ant in the martial world. Lin Hao smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, they will never trouble you again in this lifetime. Just relax. What do you mean? Bao Pai was momentarily unclear about Lin Hao's implications. But Lin Hao had already given a silent order to a nearby high-ranking assassin. In the next second, the assassin picked up his gun and shot Bao Pai in the back of the head. Whoosh! A bullet pierced through Bao Pi's skull. After staring at Lin Hao in shock, Bao Pai silently fell forward. This scene once again reshaped the understanding of the Tony brothers. They never expected that Lin Hao would actually deceive the other party. Ahu couldn't help but swallow hard. To him, Lin Hao was becoming increasingly terrifying, and his fear of him gradually deepened. Seeing that all three people in the room were dead, Lin Hao turned to look at the nearby high-ranking assassins. They understood Lin Hao's intention. One person immediately stepped forward. "Brother Hao will take care of this." Lin Hao was very pleased and patted him on. "You can rest assured, I will treat your family well in the future. Also, if you're lucky, if you go to surrender now, you might only have to spend 10 or 8 years in prison before getting out. After all, these guys have committed many crimes, the judge might show some leniency. It's fine even if I die." The assassin spoke with righteous indignation. This attitude surprised both Tony and Ahu. Even among their own brothers, they might not go to such lengths for each other. However, it seemed that everyone around Lin Hao was completely devoted to him. This made Tony and Ahu feel a deeper admiration for Lin Hao. Originally, Tony's initial thoughts of rebellion had completely vanished at this moment. Now he held only one, that was to follow Lin Hao. While he might not dare to say he would become wealthy, he would certainly not have to live a miserable life. After dealing with Chun Haonan and the others, Lin Hao and his group swiftly disappeared into the night. The next morning, major newspapers and magazines reported this incident in the first instance. "Did you hear? Chun Haonan and his 2 subordinates were brutally killed in the countryside of Yuanlong last. Who could have done this? Is it still Lin Hao's doing? This Lin Hao is simply lawless." During the meeting of the leaders, many pointed their fingers directly at Shursan Mei and others. "Shursan Mei Hanbin, look at the mess you've made. We've lost our territory one after another, and all of Big B's subordinates are dead. What are we going to do next?" Li Biao, the leader from Beijiao, expressed his dissatisfaction. Since the last time Beijiao was compromised, he had been severely weakened. With his current strength, he could not drive away the external forces on his turf. His status in the underworld had already. Moreover, everyone was worried that Lin Hao would unleash his fury on them next. In the end, it's still Big B's fault for causing this mess, and then running away, leaving us to deal with this disaster. It's truly despicable. Immediately, Liang Ma from the Sham Shui Pai area started to curse angrily. Among those being scolded, Shursan Mei and Hanbin appeared helpless. In fact, they were quite frustrated as they had not gained any benefit from Big B's incident, yet now had to bear all the responsibility. However, they could not shirk their responsibility at this moment, so they had to endure the insults from the various leaders. As for the prince, he felt powerless since his hands had been crippled by Lin Hao. Not only had all his subordinates fled, but all his territory had also been taken by Lin Hao. Fortunately, he was well liked in the gang, and with Chun Yao's help he still had a place within the organization. But in such situations his words carried no weight. So at that moment he could only keep his mouth shut and listen to the ongoing debates. At that moment Chun Yao could no longer hold back. "Enough. I didn't call you all here just to argue with each other. Can anyone propose a more suitable solution?" Chun Yao held a high position in the organization, and as soon as he spoke the noise in the room subsided slightly. However, at that moment no one in the entire Hongxing wanted to stand up to confront Lin Hao directly. Seeing this scene, Chun Yao's brow furrowed. As the brain of the gang, he couldn't think of a perfect solution at the moment. He had to push the matter onto the head of the gang, Jiang Tiansheng. "Mr. Jiang, how do you think we should handle this?" Chun Yao's words were laden with meaning, clearly urging the other party to make a decision. After all, Jiang Tiansheng was the leader of the gang, and now they faced the risk of collapse. If he didn't stand up, Hongxing would truly be in jeopardy. Jiang Tiansheng scanned the room with a cold expression. This matter arose because of Big B, so Chun Yao, you go contact Big B and have him come back immediately to resolve this issue. Chun Yao's face immediately showed difficulty. Everyone knew that Big B, like the prince, had no manpower, or getting him back to deal with Lin Hao was simply impossible. But Chun Yao still gritted his teeth and explained Abi probably doesn't have that capability anymore. Jiang Tianxing snorted coldly, then spoke with authority, tell him that as long as he finds help, no matter what the cost, our gang will reimburse him. However, if he still fails to deal with Lin Hao, then he should never come back for the rest of his life. Understood, I'll contact him right away. Chun Yao immediately grasped Jiang Tianxing's intentions and hurriedly went to the next room to contact Abi using a walkie-talkie. After a while, Chun Yao returned. "Mr. Jiang," Abi said to give him a little more time. He will definitely return within a month and personally deal with Lin Hao. All right, for the next month, everyone should keep a low profile and not provoke Lin Hao easily. Is that clear? Everyone looked at each other. When had they Hongxing ever been in such a predicament since its inception? A large organization with tens of thousands of followers was actually afraid of one person. The leader even demanded that everyone keep a low profile and not actively provoke the other party. But at this point no one wanted to bring trouble upon themselves, so they could only acquiesce to the matter. Although Chun Haonan's death stirred up enormous waves in the underworld within a day, Hongxing made no statement, shocking the outside world. At the same time, Lin Hao also gained tremendous prestige from this incident. Just as Lin Hao was preparing to make his move in Simsha Sui, he received some bad news. "What? Are you saying that the land in the suburbs has support from Dongxing?" Aja nodded. "That's right. According to our understanding, some of the locals on that land have already colluded with Dongxing backing them up, so they can raise their prices and plan to hit the developers hard." Lin Hao understood immediately. Normally, when developers expropriate land, they would proactively contact some residents to discuss compensation. Developers usually have power behind them, and ordinary people dare not oppose them. But if the residents also have backing, everything changes. Now the land is no longer just about the interest between the demolishers, but is intricately connected to Dongxing. The next morning, Lin Hao personally led the three Tony brothers and a group of subordinates marching towards a civilian area on the outskirts of Tsimsha. Upon arriving at the scene, Lin Hao furrowed his brows. Countless low, dilapidated houses stood here with the exterior severely damaged and the surrounding environment extremely harsh. Looking at the stinking ditch beneath his feet and the haphazardly strung power lines overhead, Lin Hao frowned and continued walking inside. Soon they arrived in front of a house. Brother Hao, it's the owner of this house who is uncooperative and has secretly contacted many nearby people to resist us. Aja explained. What kind of background does this guy have to be so bold? I heard he used to hang out with the crows, and this building is actually his ancestral home. After learning that this place was to be requisitioned for demolition, he immediately moved back. Lin Hao chuckled coldly upon hearing this. I see. Then I must see just how capable this Eastern Star thug really is. Then Ahu stepped forward and knocked on the door. In a short while the door opened. A strong young man walked out. Lin Hao recognized his identity at a glance. This person was no minor character. He was He Yong from the Eastern Star Society. He Yong, a skilled fighter, was quite well known within the Eastern Star. Currently, he was working under the crows and seemed to have gained their trust. Upon seeing He Yong, Lin Hao instantly understood everything. He Yong was momentarily taken aback when he saw Lin Hao, then coldly asked, "You must be Lin Hao, right? What do you want?" "No wonder my subordinates told me someone was opposing me in Tsimsha. So, it's you." Seeing that Lin Hao seemed to recognize him, He Yong straightened his back. "So you know me, He Yong of Eastern Star, quite a name in the Underworld. Of course I know you." Lin Hao flattered him instantly. He Yong, who had never encountered such flattery, instantly felt elated. "Since you know me, there's no need for unnecessary talk between us. Simply put, if you want me to move, you must accept my conditions, otherwise everything is off the table." He Yong's confidence stemmed from the laws of Hong Kong. As long as the parties involved were unwilling to compromise, even the Hong Kong government could not forcibly carry out the demolition. "He Yong, I didn't come here to bargain with you. If you think you have the crows backing you, you are gravely mistaken. After all, in my eyes, the crows are inferior to the prince and are simply unqualified to oppose me. Do you understand?" Lin Hao's words made He Yong tremble all over. He clenched his fists, looking at Lin Hao with a vicious expression. Not only had the other party insulted his boss, but he had also threatened him to his face. More importantly, many residents had gathered around upon hearing the commotion. If he backed down now, his prestige among these people would undoubtedly take a significant hit. It would be even more impossible to unite everyone against Lin Hao in the future. After some thought, He Yong mustered his courage and shouted to the crowd, "Hong Kong is a place that values the rule of law. If you insist on using coercive tactics to carry out the demolition, then we will take it to court. Let's see whether your connections are stronger or the law's deterrent force." Everyone is a self-interested individual. No one wants to miss out on a profitable deal. So upon hearing that He Yong had spoken up for them, the crowd began to echo his sentiments. "That's right, you have no right to drive us away. You must accept our conditions, or there's nothing to discuss. What if you are a criminal? What do you think you can do to us?" Listening to the insults around him, the faces of the Tony brothers instantly turned grim. Even the diehard fighters looked furious. If it weren't for Lin Hao's prior instructions not to act rashly, Tony might have already attacked and killed He Yong. At that moment, Lin Hao, instead of getting angry, smiled and said, "You are all residents living here, right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Hao, and I've just arrived in Tsimsha." Lin Hao proactively introduced himself, directly stating his name to everyone. Everything went just as he had expected. When he announced his name, many in the crowd were taken aback. After all, Lin Hao had been in the limelight recently. Especially in Tsimsha, he was known far and wide. Upon realizing that Lin Hao had personally come, everyone instantly became cautious, fearing that one wrong move might provoke Lin Hao and lead to a fate like that of the prince. Seeing that the crowd had developed some fear, Lin Hao continued, "We are not here to threaten you into moving, rather we wish to have a proper discussion with you. We aim to resolve this matter satisfactorily, while maximizing benefits for both parties." At that moment, an old man couldn't help but step forward, saying, "We are not satisfied with the compensation plan you provided. How do you intend to resolve this matter?" The previous plan was offered by Li Ziju's subordinates, and they had been the ones coordinating the initial discussions. Thus, the residents had long been aware of all the details in the compensation agreement. Lin Hao smiled. This agreement was drafted based on the average housing prices of nearby residential buildings and fully complies with industry standards. That's not acceptable. We believe this land is worth more than that, and the surrounding residential buildings are all old complexes. How can they be compared to new houses? After the other party spoke, Lin Hao finally understood why everyone was unwilling to move. The root of the issue lay. The compensation plan offered by Li Ziju was based on the price per square meter of old residential buildings in the surrounding area. This naturally led to a significant discrepancy compared to the price of new houses, causing dissatisfaction. Fortunately, this time Li Zeju had already stated that he was willing to forego all profits from the project. Therefore, Lin Hao had the authority to make any decision. Without thinking too much, he immediately stated, "Since you all believe this is not a fair deal, how about we try a different approach? For example, if you are unwilling to accept the price we offer, we can trade through a house exchange method. How does that sound?" What does house exchange mean? It's simple. If you want a new house, we can provide you with an equally sized new apartment here to live in. This way you wouldn't have to worry at all about housing prices. Lin Hao's words instantly caused an uproar. After all, everyone had never thought of such a trading method. Exchanging an old house for a brand new apartment was definitely beneficial for them. Immediately someone agreed with Lin Hao's decision. "I agree, I am willing to move immediately." Once someone took the lead, the wind direction immediately made a complete 180-degree turn. In a very short time, the opposing voices had completely vanished. Young was somewhat flustered at this moment. He had initially planned to unite everyone against Lin Hao, but in the blink of an eye he was left all alone. However, he certainly did not wish to give up so easily. After all, if he compromised so readily, how could he go back and explain to his boss? When he approached his boss Crow, he had promised certain benefits in return. If he played a trick on Crow, he knew better than anyone that his fate would not end well. Thus Young once again stood before Lin Hao. "In my life, I have never feared anyone. If you have the guts, just kill me. Otherwise, I will not compromise." "Very well, I admire your fearless spirit. Let us wait and see." Lin Hao knew that he could not win Young over today. Out of force his compromise, he had to deal with the person behind him, the Crow of the East Star. Therefore, Lin Hao immediately took his men away from the scene. On the way back, Aja reluctantly said, "Brother Hao, why are we giving them our houses for free? Aren't we going to suffer losses?" Lin Hao waved his hand. "You must remember the wool is always pulled from the sheep. The benefits we forego will be shared among all the home buyers later on. Moreover, in this collaboration, the most important thing is not how much money we make, but whether our cooperation with the Li family is pleasant. We need to let them feel that we not only possess solid strength, but also operate with great efficiency and will not hold them. Only in this way will the Li family be willing to engage in deeper cooperation with us." Lin Hao intended to conduct this affair beautifully, while making a profit, thereby earning the respect of Li Zeju. And whether he made a little less or a little more was not the most important thing to him. "But that East Star guy is really too unreasonable. How about I privately find someone to teach him a lesson? Haha, when hitting a dog, one must look at the owner. Young is Crow's subordinate. If we hit him, we might provoke the East. What's the problem with that? We have already taken down Hongxing, so why fear the East Star?" Who said dismissively. Lin Hao snorted lightly. "I am not afraid of one East Star, but what if another Hongxing joins them?" "Brother Hao, what do you mean? The enemy's enemy is a friend. The East Star can ally with me against Hongxing. Then they might also join forces with Hongxing against us." Lin Hao currently did not have many diehard followers, and if they truly clashed with these two major groups, the consequences could be unimaginable. "So what should we do now? I will contact Camel first and see what he has to say." That afternoon, Lin Hao reached out to Camel through Wu Jiwei. After learning about this matter, Camel surprisingly invited Lin Hao to meet at the East Star headquarters. The East Star's headquarters is located in the eastern district of Xiangjiang Island, an area that has always been under East Star's control. Upon hearing this news, Aja quickly advised, "Brother Hao, you must not go. Who knows what they are plotting?" Who also echoed, "Yes, there are many people out there wanting your life. I heard that your head is worth 2 million. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected his dark flower bounty to be so high. Fortunately, these days assassins weren't foolish. They knew he was not easy to deal with, which is why no one dared to lay a hand on him. As the saying goes, you can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. If I don't dare to stroll around the East Star headquarters in broad daylight, how will others view me?" Seeing Lin Hao was determined to go to East Star, Tony directly stated, "Then let me take my men to guard the Eastern District. If East Star dares to make a move, I will kill them directly. This proposal is quite good, but it's not primarily to protect my safety. It's to show the outside world our strength. After all, since our battle in Simsha Sui, we haven't demonstrated our strength for a long time." This time Lin Hao chose to act high profile, not only for his own safety, but also to inform the Li family and the outside world that he had enough strength to settle everything. The next morning, Lin Hao, accompanied by Aja, arrived at the East Star headquarters East Star Tower in a newly purchased van from a security company. After the car stopped at the foot of the building, the two got out one after the other. At this point, Wu Jiwei, who had already received the news, immediately came to greet them. "Welcome to our East Star company. It's good to see you again. Having the famous Smiling Tiger welcome me at the door, I am truly flattered." Smiling Tiger felt even better after being complimented. "Haha, there's no need for such formality between us. Let's go inside together." As soon as Lin Hao stepped into East Star Tower, Tony also brought along 300 diehard followers, arriving in 3 buses and several vans. Under Wu Jiwei's guidance, Lin Hao arrived at the East Star Council Hall. At this moment, the hall was already filled with people. Lin Hao casually scanned the room and discovered that all the influential figures from East Star were present. Apart from Camel, who sat in the main position, all 5 of the East Star Tigers were actually present. They included Downhill Tiger Crow Golden Hair, Tiger Sha Meng capturing Tiger Sidu Haonan, and the Thunderbolt Tiger Lei Yaoyong, who had previously collaborated with him along with Smiling Tiger Wu Jiwei. Additionally, there was a figure he had seen just yesterday, He Yong. Presently, He Yong was respectfully standing behind Crow, who was disdainfully smoking and looking at Lin Hao. Clearly in his eyes, Lin Hao was nothing to mention. Given the attitude of the other party, it was no wonder that He Yong had the audacity to challenge him in Sim Sha Sui. It was obvious that Crow had given him the courage. At this moment, Camel stood up with a smile. Haha, Lin Hao, you truly are a remarkable hero, daring to come alone to my territory. Impressive, commendable courage. Just for this I, Camel, admire you. As soon as Camel spoke, he put a high hat on Lin Hao. However, Aja, who was standing beside him, instantly rolled his eyes at Camel's words, wishing he could slap Camel, thinking, where do you place me? Lin Hao smiled and said, Brother Camel, I have always acted with integrity and righteousness. There is nothing to fear. Besides, let's not talk about just your eastern district. I can go anywhere in Xianjiang whenever I want. At this moment, before the Camel could say a word, the Crow couldn't help but jump in. No wonder the outside world is spreading rumors that you have a chance to become the underground emperor of Xianjiang in the future. It turns out the rumors are true. However, our Dongxing is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Since you have come personally today, let's clarify the matter of the demolition to avoid any unpleasantness between us in the future. He already knew why Lin Hao had come today. The reason he took the initiative to come was to exert pressure on Lin Hao. Seeing the Crow take the initiative to stir up trouble, the Camel not only showed no intention of stopping him, but instead watched with great interest from the side. After all, he secretly wanted to take a good bite out of Lin Hao himself. Meanwhile, several other big brothers from the Dongxing Society also attended this meeting, wanting to get a piece of the action. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao calmly took a seat. Crow, the project in Sim Sha Sui was negotiated by me with the Li family of Xianjiang, but what does it have to do with your Dongxing? I don't care what you discussed with the Li family, but since my little brother has a request of me, I cannot just sit idly by. He Yong, you should present your demands in front of everyone now. He Yong nodded, and then under the gaze of Lin Hao and others seriously said, I can agree to the demolition, but the renovation of your real estate project must be entrusted to our Dongxing to handle. Lin Hao secretly snickered. Developing real estate projects, purchasing land, and constructing the main structure doesn't yield much profit. The most important part is the renovation. Renovation requires minimal cost and can yield enormous profits. It is undoubtedly the key to the entire project. He Yong's single demand aimed to take away a large portion of the cake, which clearly showed he did not take Lin Hao seriously. Aja was also incensed. He disdainfully retorted, have you not woken up yet? Are we supposed to give you the bulk of the project that we worked hard to secure? What will we profit from? At this time, the Camel also spoke up. That cannot be said, Lin Hao. You should know that if it weren't for us backing you at the beginning, Sim Sha Sui would still belong to Hung Hing today. You would not have gained the trust of the Li family to secure this project. The Camel and the others did not know how deep Lin Hao's relationship with the Li family was. They simply believed that the Li family chose to cooperate with Lin Hao because they saw him as the overlord of Sim Sha Sui, allowing him to handle the dirty work. Therefore, after meeting today, the entire Dongxing did not truly regard Lin Hao with any respect. If you all came to me today to get a piece of the pie, then I'm sorry, I won't waste my breath sitting here with you. Moreover, He Yong, if you want to be brave, then you should never sign the demolition agreement in your lifetime. After dropping this harsh statement, Lin Hao stood up to leave. But just then, more than a dozen Dongxing members suddenly burst in from outside. In an instant, Lin Hao and Aja were surrounded with no way to escape. Seeing this scene, Aja shouted angrily, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to force us to stay? The Camel also stopped being polite, pointing at Lin Hao with a cigar in his mouth, threateningly said, Lin Hao, since you have come today, you must give us Dongxing an explanation. That's right, we can't come here for nothing. Wu Jiwei also revealed his true face. Glancing around the entire meeting venue and seeing the Dongxing 5 tigers eyeing him covetously, Lin Hao laughed. What? Is Dongxing now resorting to such despicable means? Don't you fear that your reputation on the Jianghu will be ruined in the future? Lei Yaoyong waved his hand. Lin Hao, what era is this? Those who value loyalty and keep their promises have long been eliminated by society. Let me make it clear, our Dongxing must have a share in the Sim Sha Sui real estate project, otherwise you can forget about leaving this door safely. Aja was just about to explode, but Lin Hao reached out to stop him. He then spoke slowly in a calm tone. You all might want to get up and take a look out the window before making any plans. Upon hearing this, the Camel and the others looked puzzled. Wu Jiwei was the first to rise and walk to the window. When he saw that hundreds of unfamiliar men had appeared on the street, his expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Boss, there are hundreds of people surrounding our building. What? At this moment, a younger brother rushed in hastily. Boss, a man named Tony has brought many people to shout at our building and threatened that if he gets angry, he will directly bring people up here. Hearing this, the Camel immediately flew into a rage. He glared at Lin Hao with a cold tone and questioned, Lin Hao, are you really going to turn against our Dongxing? You can try as long as I can't safely walk out of this door. In 10 minutes, my people will rush in at the first opportunity. Sitting nearby, Situ Haonan also had a violent temper. With his strong power, he never regarded the heirs of Hung Hing in the past. Now seeing Lin Hao threatening everyone at the Dongxing headquarters, he naturally was the first to refuse. He stood up, took off his sunglasses and mocked. You think you can defeat us with just a few hundred people? Do you really think there's no one left in Dongxing? The last person who spoke to me like this just died not long ago. By the way, if I remember correctly, his name is quite similar to yours. It also has the characters Haonan. You? Just as Situ Haonan didn't know how to respond, a sudden rush of police sirens came from downstairs. Clearly the actions of Tony and the others had attracted the attention of the police. Seeing the police had arrived, the camel and the others understood that they could not do anything to Lin Hao today. Lin Hao, on the other hand, sat calmly in his chair, crossing his legs and leisurely watching the subtle expressions on everyone's faces. Soon the door opened again. However, this time, it was some Xiangjiang police officers in uniforms who entered. Following that, a middle-aged man in a suit approached the crowd with a face full of anger. Camel, do you not want to make a living in my East District anymore? The speaker was none other than Inspector Li Wenbin from Lin Hao recognized him at a glance. Although he was only an inspector now, years later, he would stand at the peak of power, becoming the deputy director of the Xiangjiang Police Department. At this moment, the entire security of the East District was also under his control. Seeing that Inspector Li Wenbin had personally led a team to the door, the camel did not dare to be arrogant and hurriedly stood up to explain. Inspector Li, we were just having a normal meeting. Li Wenbin ignored the camel and turned to Lin Hao. You must be Lin Hao, right? Lin Hao nodded slightly. Hello. Why are you running to my East District when you have a good thing going in Copperpot Bay? Are you planning to fight for territory here? How could that be? The East District has always been the turf of the East Star Society. How dare I come here recklessly? Yet the next moment, Li Wenbin pointed at everyone present and cursed. What East Star Society's turf? This, I warn you, camel, you'd better behave, or I won't hesitate to visit your establishment every day and send people to talk to those who have close ties with you. Although Camel held a high status in the underworld and had enough men at his disposal, he still dared not act recklessly in front of the chief inspector. At least he didn't dare to openly confront the other party. So he could only smile wryly and say, Don't worry, Inspector Li, our company only engages in legitimate business and will definitely not violate public order. That's good. Now whatever you need to discuss, hurry up and talk. I'll accompany you. Li Wenbin, fearing trouble, simply decided not to leave. As a result, the negotiations between Lin Hao and Camel fell into a stalemate. Finally, He Yong spoke up. Lin Hao, I don't care how powerful you are, but I absolutely refuse to relocate. Lin Hao didn't waste words, pointing at Camel and saying, Camel, last time you conspired with Heji to set me up. I haven't settled that score with you yet. The matter between Heji and you has nothing to do with me, Camel. Don't slander me. Only you know if you have a guilty conscience. I'm giving you two options. One is to let your subordinates not block my way, and while consider our past grievances. The other is for you to continue opposing me, in which case I won't do anything, but I'll keep an eye on you. Next time you go out, you'd better bring more bodyguards, understood? Lin, how are you threatening the safety of others in front of me? Li Wenbin frowned. Inspector Li, if you're worried, you can send someone to protect him 24 hours a day. As for whether I'm threatening him, it depends on how you interpret it. After saying that, Lin Hao stood up and left the conference room with an imposing demeanor in front of everyone. Seeing Lin Hao leave like that, Camel was furious but felt helpless. Moreover, there were still hundreds of people brought by Lin Hao downstairs. With Li Wenbin present, he completely couldn't take any action against Lin Hao. In the end, he could only watch Lin Hao and Li Wenbin leave one after the other. After everyone left, Camel slammed the table in frustration and said, Damn it, this Lin Hao simply has no awareness of danger. However, He Yong was more concerned about his own situation. After all, Lin Hao had just put it out there, threatening Camel and hinting at wanting to eliminate him. Crow, you handle this matter yourself. I won't get involved. The cops are already watching me, and I don't want to attract trouble for such a trivial matter. Camel's statement shocked everyone present. On the surface, he seemed afraid of angering Li Wenbin, but everyone knew he was actually wary of Lin Hao's words just now. After all, as a leader in the underworld, he understood one thing: a direct attack can be blocked, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. Especially since Lin Hao had already killed multiple people before without a scratch, and hadn't even been summoned by the police. This made him start to fear Lin Hao's methods. Crow's expression tightened as he glanced at the other bosses present. Who is interested in collaborating with me to take down this tough nut? The implication was that Crow wanted to recruit someone to help him deal with Lin Hao. But the people present were not fools. Even Camel was unwilling to wade into this murky water, so naturally the others wouldn't be so foolish. I'm just a strategist and can't help with the fighting. I'll pass on this matter. Wu Jiwei was the first to express his stance. Sha Meng followed suit, saying, I'm short-handed recently, and sending people to Tsim Shui at this time is impractical. I'm out. If I really wanted to take action against him, I could do it alone. C2 Haonan said disdainfully. The remaining Lei Yaoyang was also very shrewd. Seeing no one was willing to step up, he casually found an excuse to brush it off. Seeing everyone fall silent, Crow no longer held back. Very well, since none of you are willing to lend a hand, this project will have nothing to do with you in the future. Once I truly take this project, don't come to me looking to share the spoils. He Yong, let's go. Crow was not one to back down. He got up and left with his subordinates. As soon as Lin Hao stepped out of the East Star building, he was surrounded by a group of reporters who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Seeing the crowd growing, Lin Hao knew this was a great opportunity. He signaled to his men not to stop them and let the reporters speak. Seeing this, the reporters hurriedly handed over the microphones. Mr. Lin Hao, there are rumors in the Underworld that you are collaborating with East Star. Is there any plan or significant matter you can disclose? Lin Hao smiled and said, we're just catching up. Are all the people gathered here your subordinates? I can't say they are my subordinates. They are all employees of my security company. With so many people with you, are you worried someone might do you harm? The reporter's questions were straightforward, aimed at extracting Lin Hao's statements. Lin Hao understood this and immediately replied, harm to me. In my view, no one in the East District dares to lay a hand on me. Lin Hao's words made the onlookers gasp. After all, they knew better than anyone whose territory this was. Yet Lin Hao dared to speak boldly in front of the East Star building, suggesting that East Star could do nothing to him. This was a blatant slap in the face to East Star. This guy is too arrogant. First he provokes Hongxing, then he comes to mess with East Star. But I feel he indeed has the strength. Did you not see him walk away unscathed? Amidst everyone's discussions, Lin Hao arrogantly left the East District with his subordinates. Camel, who witnessed all this from above, couldn't help but clench his fists. Away, go contact Gao Wenbiao from Heji and tell him I have something significant to discuss with him. Wu Jiwei understood immediately and quickly went to contact the other party. After the media spread and sensationalized this matter, it brought Lin Hao unprecedented fame. Even Li Chaoran, upon learning of this incident, couldn't help but look at Lin Hao with newfound respect. He then said to his son Li Zeju, this guy can be cultivated. He might help us control the entire underground world of Xiangjiang in the future. Several days passed. When Ajia informed Lin Hao that He Yong still refused to sign the demolition agreement and had even vanished without a trace, Lin Hao had already resolved his course of action. Brother, how are we truly about to wage full-scale war against the East Star? Tony asked, concern edging his voice. Lin Hao sneered coldly. I hold the entire Hung Hing in contempt. What then is a petty mountain tiger like him? Now that his influence loomed large, to be held hostage by a mere He Yong would invite ridicule from all quarters. Worse still, the Li Chaoran family was secretly observing him. Thus, no matter what it took, he would eliminate this stubborn holdout, He Yong, in the shortest possible time. Brother, how shall we dispatch more men to track the brat down? Lin Hao shook his head. He clearly knows we'll resort to coercion and inducement to force his signature. At this critical juncture, he's likely already fled Hong Kong. Then what do we do now? Ajia couldn't help but ask. As the saying goes, to beat a dog, you must first consider its master. Since the dog eludes us, let us confront the master himself. At these words, the three brothers instantly grasped his intent. Brother Hao, let me take the lead this time. I'll personally command the operation in Yuan Long. Yuan Long was Crow's stronghold. The surest path to Crow was to strike straight into his lair. Conduct a covert investigation into Crow's recent movements. This time I'll pluck every feather from his body, to show that wretch Camel exactly who holds the power. Understood. Swiftly Ajia and the others dispersed, to devise tactics and quietly track Crow. That very afternoon, Ajia returned with intelligence on Crow's movements. Brother Hao, Crow has remained in Yuan Long lately. By day he strolls the streets collecting protection fees. By night he indulges himself at one of his own nightclubs, the Yelai Xiong nightclub. Then let us go to Yuan. When shall we move? Better chance than choice, tonight. Lin Hao refused to delay. Resolving Crow tonight meant clearing the way for his real estate project to advance unimpeded. Excellent. I'll prepare immediately. Oh, and have Sang Bo procure several handguns. Ever since experiencing the lethality of firearms, Lin Hao found knives embarrassingly archaic. Moreover, his adversaries were powerful underworld figures, men who wouldn't hesitate to wield guns. If they did, Lin Hao would face overwhelming odds. Hence he preferred equipping his men with more handguns. Brother Hao, sourcing weapons through the black market isn't sustainable. With gun violence rising, police scrutiny has grown severe. Perhaps we could import high-grade arms and ammunition from overseas. Lin Hao's brow furrowed deeply. Such a move would indeed amplify their strength, but handling military-grade weaponry was no trivial matter. Firearms are a double-edged sword. Concealed, while they become our greatest asset, discovered they bring ruin beyond reckoning. Brother Hao, rest assured. I'll tell you frankly, years ago during the war in Vietnam, we connected with an arms broker. In those turbulent years, they'd seized numerous American-made weapons, equipment now languishing in storage warehouses gathering dust. As time passed, opportunists began trafficking those arms. For the right price, they'd supply any weapon imaginable. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt a stirring of interest. What kinds of weapons can you procure? Ha. Anything you desire. Even rocket launchers if you wish. Lin Hao waved his hand urgently. That's for blasting fish, not for us. Stick to conventional arms. You'll handle this entirely, and absolutely no missteps. If discovery occurs, you bear full responsibility. Do you understand? Buying guns piecemeal on the black market carried constant risk of police detection. Importing en masse overseas offered greater discretion and no taxes. Ajah beamed with delight and replied grinning, "No problem, but shipping arms across oceans demands considerable time and effort." His implication hung unmistakably in the air. He sought greater financial backing from Lin Hao. "If funds run short, draw from finance. But cross me, and you'll regret it." Lin Hao understood human nature. Ajah was no loyal martyr. He harbored his own ambitions. Yet Lin Hao was no tyrant either. So long as limits weren't breached, he chose pragmatic tolerance. Once Ajah departed to arrange the arms procurement temporary command over Causeway Bay and Sim Sha Su. That night Lin Hao arrived at the Yelai nightclub in Yuanlong, accompanied by Ahu and dozens of elite enforcers traveling in over 10 panel vans. Doors swung open, and scores of hardened enforcers surged forth. Before the East Star dwarf mules guarding the nightclub entrance could react, blades flashed and pressed against their throats. Moments later Lin Hao stepped languidly from his luxury minibus. His reputation in the underworld had soared. Compounded by yesterday's public display in Eastern District and interviews with journalists, he now dominated headlines across every major newspaper, magazine, and weekly publication. The moment the doormen saw Lin Hao approach, their knees buckled. They nearly collapsed where they stood. Lin Hao recognized one of them instantly. It was Fat Corp's brother, the East Star enforcer who controlled an entire basketball court. Now bespectacled and trembling, he looked utterly undone. "Where's your boss, Crow?" Lin Hao asked, voice calm and detached. I, my big brother." Fat Corp stammered, paralyzed by fear. Seeing his cowardice, Lin Hao drove a brutal kick into his chest. Thud. Fat Corpse flew backward, crashing onto the pavement. Then before the stunned crowd, Lin Hao drew a sleek black handgun. "I'll count to 3. If you fail to speak, I'll end you. 1, 2. Fat Corpse shattered completely, forgetting loyalty, forgetting consequences, and blurted out, "Crow brother is inside suite 666. Lin Hao scoffed, then strode forward and delivered another devastating kick, this time squarely to Fat Corpse's. The impact rendered him unconscious on the spot, crumpled lifelessly upon the street. Meanwhile, countless system notifications popped up in Lin Hao's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for stealing 17 points of fear value from others. Upon opening the system panel again, the data had changed. Host Lin Hao. Skills: close combat techniques, body enhancement. Having obtained over 300 points of fear value in one go, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. Soon the entire nightclub was thrown into chaos. What the hell is happening? Not good. Brother Crow Lin Hao and his men are here. How many of them are there? At least dozens, and they all have guns. Damn it, Lin Hao, you bastard. Crow cursed angrily. Boss, what should we do now? Our brothers can't hold on much longer. Crow's face hardened, then he said fiercely, "Everyone charge out and fight. Whoever dares to flee, I will kill them without mercy. Go." Yes, yes. Though the younger brothers were afraid of Lin Hao and his men, they were even more afraid of their ruthless boss. After the younger brothers left, Crow pushed away the 2 women and quietly slipped out the back door of the nightclub. He may be ruthless, but he wasn't a fool. Since the opponent dared to come to his territory tonight, they must be well prepared. In this situation, he could only choose to escape for the time being. As long as he could leave here safely, he could get Dongxing to help him deal with Lin Hao. By then, Lin Hao would have no excuses left. But just as he was about to push open the back door to leave, a gun was pressed against his forehead. Upon seeing the person's face, Crow's pupils dilated instantly. Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled slightly. "I knew you were going to run away. Luckily, I caught a waiter and asked about the back door of this nightclub, otherwise you would have really escaped." When Lin Hao first entered the nightclub, he didn't immediately look for Crow, but quickly understood the layout of the entire. When he learned that there was a secret passage on the 2nd floor to leave the scene directly, he rushed over with his men. Fortunately, Crow turned out to be just as he expected, walking right into the gun's mouth. "Lin Hao, this is in Yuanlong. Everyone saw you bring so many people here. If you dare to kill me, how will you explain it to the police? Moreover, Dongxing definitely won't sit idly by. Oh, can you withstand the wrath of the entire Dongxing society?" Crow knew his life was hanging by a thread, so he decided to take a gamble and threaten Lin Hao in return. "If you think too highly of yourself. If I kill you, those big brothers of Dongxing will only think about how to divide your assets. They won't bother me for a while. As for whether anyone saw me come here, I don't care at all, because these people beside me can die for me at any time." Lin Hao's simple 2 sentences instantly shattered Crow's psychological defenses. This time he no longer dared to be arrogant. He immediately admitted defeat and said, "Lin Hao, let me go. I promise to make Heyong cooperate with your demolition. It's not that complicated. Oh, I just need to take you out, and then Heyong should know what the wisest choice is." Seeing that the other party was determined to kill him, Crow could only grit his teeth and shout again, "Lin Hao, you bastard, dare to fight me unknown. Damn it, what era is this to still want unknown? I asked you to worship Old Master Guan, not to become Old Master Guan. Save your unknown challenges for later. Lin Hao, raise your hands. You are under arrest." The leading police officer barked. Lin Hao slowly set down his chopsticks and then stood up. Facing the surrounded officers, he merely smiled faintly. On the way back to the police station, various factions also received word. "What? The crow is dead, and he died on his own turf. Upon receiving the news, the camel instantly stood up. On the phone, a subordinate continued. Lin Hao came personally and caught us off guard. Brother Crow intended to sneak out through the back door, but he was still caught by their people. By the time the police arrived at the scene, he had already lost his breath. The camel inhaled sharply. He never expected that Lin Hao would kill, without hesitation, completely disregarding the laws of Hong Kong and the people of Dongxing. But now that things had come to this, he had to act swiftly. Where's Lin Hao? It is said that he has already been taken away by— Oh, this guy has been arrested by the police. Yes, according to eyewitnesses, Lin Hao did not leave Yuan Long immediately after killing the crow. Instead, he sat nearby and started eating noodles. He was then caught red-handed by the arriving Yuan Long police. Hearing this, the camel narrowed his eyes and began to think rapidly. Before long, he had an idea. As long as this guy is charged, he won't be able to escape. You need to give orders immediately for the crow's subordinates at the scene to go to the Yuan Long police station and report saying they witnessed Lin Hao kill the crow. Understood. The subordinate grasped the camel's intention and hurriedly conveyed the order. The other tigers of Dongxing, upon receiving the news, reacted just as Lin Hao expected. They were not thinking about how to take revenge on Lin Hao. Instead, they quickly contacted each other privately, planning to jointly seize the crow's territory. In a flash, the entire Dongxing was quite busy, yet not a single person stood up to personally seek out Lin Hao. On the other side, the members of Hung Hing, who also received the news, were on high alert. Every time Lin Hao acted, someone died, and the stakes were getting higher. If the earlier incidents with Shan Ji and Chun Haonan had not instilled fear in them, then the death of the crow, who could stand on equal footing with the leaders of the 12 halls, sounded a serious alarm for everyone. Sister 13 fled to Quiet Sing overnight. However, she found that Han Bin had already escaped from his villa and was hiding in an inconspicuous hotel nearby. Seeing Han Bin, Sister 13 had a dark expression. I was thinking of hiding out here, but look at you. You've gone and hidden yourself. Han Bin had grievances he couldn't express. Ever since the Dongxing's Lei Yaoyang swept through Quiet Sing's territory, he had been in a very passive situation. Although he had regained some territory, now Quiet Sing was no longer under his control as part of Hung Hing. So upon learning that Lin Hao had taken out the crow, he hurriedly hid away, fearing retaliation. Sister 13 had similar thoughts. After all, they had personally intervened to help Bigby deal with Lin Hao, so they naturally had a deep-seated enmity with him. How could I have ever thought you were worth it? You're so spineless. Seeing Han Bin so cowardly, Sister 13 couldn't help. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. But you don't have to worry too much. Lin Hao probably won't be able to leave the police station tonight. Why? I've heard that many people are already secretly pressuring the Yuan Long police station through various channels, demanding they must severely punish Lin Hao. He has killed so many people, yet nothing has come of it. Sister 13 retorted. This time is different. There were too many witnesses who saw Lin Hao pull out a gun. Even if they cannot prove he personally killed the crow, they can still charge him with illegal possession of a firearm and intentionally assaulting others. I see. Meanwhile, the Yuan Long police station was on high alert. Director Zhou Yi wiped the sweat off his forehead while answering calls coming in from all directions. There were simply too many who wanted Lin Hao dead. Not only Dongxing, but also Hung Hing and Heji. Although these people were all part of the underworld, this era was already blurred between black and white. Especially businessmen like Jiang Tianxing, who had extensive interests in the legitimate world, had befriended quite a few powerful figures. Thus, at this crucial juncture, almost everyone reached a consensus. That was to ensure Lin Hao could not easily walk out. After receiving a bunch of calls, Zhou Yi prepared to personally interrogate Lin Hao. But at that moment, his phone rang again. Damn it, who is it this time? He impatiently answered the phone. But the next second, he was left dumbfounded. Mr. Although he was powerful in Yuan Long, he understood very well what the Li family in Hong Kong represented. The financial power on the other end could replace him as director within a day. On the phone, Li Zeju said blandly, although I have no personal ties with Lin Hao, we are developing a piece of land in Simsha together, so I wanted to give you a call after hearing he got into trouble. Zhou Yi's heart sank, realizing there was more to the conversation than met the eye. He then respectfully replied, please go ahead. Tonight you must handle this matter fairly, but do not let a single bad person escape. Of course you must not wrong any good person either, otherwise I will not stand idly by. Seeing the other party speaking for Lin Hao, Zhou Yi immediately sensed something was amiss. Doesn't this mean he wants him to protect Lin Hao? Although he was somewhat unwilling on the surface, he still replied, seriously, rest assured, Mr. Li, as long as there is no solid evidence, we will not falsely accuse anyone. That's good. I'll be waiting for your news. After Li Zeju hung up the phone, Zhou Yi quickly calmed down to analyze the pros and cons. After weighing it all, he finally made a decision in his heart. That was, as long as there was no sufficient evidence, he would not proactively make things difficult for Lin Hao. Arriving at the interrogation room, his subordinates had already begun questioning. So what's the result? Boss, the situation is not very ideal. What's going on? Didn't they find a gun on him? Zhou Yi asked, frowning. After our assessment, it was actually a toy. As the subordinate reported, he did not forget to hand the toy gun to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was shocked, quickly looking towards. At that moment, Lin Hao was also smiling at him. In that instant, Zhou Yi seemed to understand something. It turned out this was all a trap set by Lin Hao. He then walked up to Lin Hao and tossed the toy gun onto the table. Are you playing with us? Officer, you can't say that. Which law in Hong Kong states that I can't take a toy gun out on the street? It seems I underestimated you, but don't get too cocky. Although we have no evidence proving that you killed the crow. You did hit one of the crow's underlings in public, and your men also went into the nightclub to smash things up. Therefore, we have reason to suspect you are involved in illegal activities and are suspected of assaulting others. Zhou Yi immediately gave Lin Hao a stern warning. However, internally, he felt a sense of glee. Fortunately, the gun that Lin Hao had was fake, so even if Lin Hao was guilty, he wouldn't be in serious trouble. In that case, he could also report back to Li Zeju without worry. However, he couldn't show too much of that on the surface. He had to display the authority of a department head to intimidate this short man before him. Yet Lin Hao did not show any sign of panic. Instead, he shook his head. Officer, I admit that I hit someone, but I was just joking with that guy. We were just friendly sparring who knew he couldn't take a hit. If you knock someone into the hospital and still say it was a joke, do you really think the police are just sitting around? Just as he finished speaking, a police officer walked in. Director, the guy who got beat up has woken up in the hospital. Immediately take his statement. Zhou Yi ordered. The statement was taken, but he didn't mention anything about being assaulted. Instead, he said he was accidentally injured. The subordinate awkwardly replied. Moi. Zhou Yi looked at his subordinate puzzled. How could such a thing happen? He originally planned to use the fat guy's statement to thoroughly bring down Lin Hao's arrogance. But unexpectedly, the fat guy didn't dare to accuse Lin Hao at all. After that guy woke up, he found out that the crow was dead, so when we asked him to testify, he flat out refused. These useless Dongxing guys are truly embarrassing. Zhou Yi cursed. Yet even if the crow was not dead, the fat guy would not easily testify against Lin Hao. This is a rule in the underworld. If you can't beat the other party, calling the police as a witness means nobody will be able to mix in anymore. Thus, anyone daring to cooperate with the police would not only face retaliation, but also would not be protected by their own boss. After all, no one wants a subordinate who might sell them out to the police. Therefore, the fat guy's actions were actually within Lin Hao's expectations. Seeing that there were no witnesses or evidence left, Zhou Yi's attitude suddenly took a complete turn. He first loosened Lin Hao's handcuffs and then smiled as he said, Lin Hao, I actually know you would never do anything outrageous. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, thinking how Zhou Yi could change his tune so quickly. One moment he was threatening him, and the next he was speaking nicely. Officer, as long as you know my character, the incident at the nightclub has nothing to do with me. I hope you can conduct a fair investigation of this matter. Rest assured we will not wrong any good person. However, we are still investigating this matter, so you remain a suspect. Lin Hao nodded. Can I apply for bail? Of course. Then, to the astonishment of his subordinates, Zhou Yi personally took Lin Hao to process his bail. Lin Hao himself didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Zhou Yi even respectfully escorted him out of the police station. At this point, Lin Hao finally couldn't hold back. Officer, you aren't trying to set me up, are you? You little brat still pretending with me. No wonder you've been acting more high profile lately. It turns out you have the Li family as your backing. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao suddenly realized. It seemed that Zhou Yi wasn't afraid of his strength, but rather that Li Chaoran personally intervened. No wonder after there was no solid evidence to accuse him, Zhou Yi's attitude completely changed. After all, he could not afford to offend the Li family under such circumstances. Since you know, I won't say much more. I hope we won't meet again. Zhou Yi thought unhappily. I wish to never see you again. Less than 2 hours after entering the police station, Lin Hao was released unharmed. As soon as the gentle camel heard the news, he couldn't sleep a wink all night. He knew that the underworld was about to change. After forcefully killing the crow, the demolition work for the real estate project was proceeding exceptionally smoothly. Yong, who was originally hiding in the shadows, no longer dared to obstruct Lin Hao and immediately sent the signed agreement to Lin Hao's company. Upon receiving the agreement, Lin Hao wasted no time and ordered Ahu to lead the team directing the construction crew to immediately commence large-scale demolition activities. Dust flew everywhere in the entire Causeway Bay suburb, creating quite a commotion. Since Lin Hao safely exited the Yuan Long police station, some rumors began to circulate in the underworld. These rumors were quite similar, stating that that night an heir of a top family in Hong Kong personally called Zhou Yi, insisting that he release Lin Hao. Although it was merely hearsay, everyone understood that Lin Hao's safe release was definitely no simple matter. As a result, neither Dongxing nor Hongxing dared to have any improper thoughts about Lin Hao. Meanwhile, Lin Hao seized an opportunity to visit Li Ziju's office and met with him. After meeting, Lin Hao took the initiative to say, Mr. Li, thank you so much, otherwise I might not have been able to walk away unscathed. Originally, Lin Hao expected to be detained for 10 days or half a month. But unexpectedly, the Li family intervened, and he was released without charges that very night. Li Ziju calmly replied, this small matter is nothing compared to my life. Clearly, he was also repaying Lin Hao's life-saving favor. Lin Hao nodded and continued, the demolition matter is already settled. Now, we just need to wait for the construction team to start work. Haha, it won't be long before you become a millionaire. Mr. Li, you should understand that I don't just want to be a millionaire. Lin Hao's words hinted that he wanted more business opportunities. Li Ziju scoffed, I have plenty of opportunities here, but I'm afraid you may not have the ability to handle them. If you don't give it a try, how will you know I can't do it? Then wait until you settle the matters in the underworld first. In less than 3 months, the entire underground world of Hong Kong will have to listen to me. After finishing the conversation with Li Zeju, Lin Hao returned to the Hero Security Company. At that moment, Asia had just returned from the U Kingdom. He gestured to a death warrior behind him who immediately placed a suitcase on the coffee table. Upon opening it, there lay a handgun and an American assault rifle, the M416. Seeing this, Lin Hao frowned. Why did you bring these submachine guns? Aja quickly explained, Brother Hao, this is the last batch of goods. After this village, there won't be this shop anymore. If you want to buy in the future, we won't have anywhere to buy from. Moreover, in this day and age, who doesn't have a few, not to mention last time Zhang Ziqiang's group had an AK-47, didn't they? Lin Hao scoffed. You ambitious little rascal, just make sure to hide these things well. If the cops find out, you should know the consequences. Lin Hao didn't really care what kind of weapons Aja bought, since he wouldn't be the one. What he cared about was whether these weapons would be discovered by the outside world. Aja patted his chest and assured, Brother Hao, you can rest assured I will scatter these weapons in different places and take them out when needed. How many weapons did you buy this time? Over 100 handguns, more than 10 assault rifles, and some grenades, and Lin Hao gasped in shock. This was practically a small private armed force. If the government of Xinjiang found out, it would be disastrous. However, since the weapons had already been purchased, he couldn't just throw them away. So he repeatedly urged Aja to keep these weapons well. At that moment, Lin Hao suddenly received a call from Ahu. Brother Hao, we have a problem with the Tsim Sha Sui project. Who is tired of living daring to obstruct me at this critical moment? Lin Hao asked in confusion. It's not from the gang, but the electric company has cut off our temporary power supply, saying that the paperwork is incomplete and they want supply us with electricity. After listening to Ahu's explanation, Lin Hao's expression darkened. In this era, every industry in Xinjiang could not operate without electricity. The profits from the electric company are quite considerable, so ordinary people can't touch the power industry. Especially in a bustling area like Tsim Sha Sui, those who monopolize the power system are not to be trifled with. And the other party's refusal to supply power under the pretext of incomplete paperwork was legally justifiable. But if he had to wait for himself to complete all the paperwork, who knew how long that would take? Therefore, the urgent matter was that Lin Hao had to solve the electricity issue. Go find out what background the electric company in Tsim Sha Sui has. Understood. Within just one day, Ahu uncovered the details. Brother Hao, behind Tianhua Electric Company is one of the 4 major families of Xinjiang, the Guo family. When Ahu reported this, Lin Hao fell silent. In Xinjiang, although Li Chaoren was powerful, he did not dominate the business world. Apart from the Li family, there were 3 other families dividing the various industries in Xinjiang. Among them, the strength of the Guo family was nearly on par with the Li family, so they were naturally not to be underestimated. Seeing that he had encountered a tough opponent, Aja quietly suggested, Brother Hao, why don't we ask Mr. Li for help? Lin Hao shot Aja a glare. Do you think we need to bother him over such trivial matters? How do you think others will view us? Just a few days ago, Lin Hao had boasted in front of Li Zeju. Now, if he were to seek help for such trivial matters, wouldn't he be the laughingstock? What should we do then? The other party has the Guo family backing them. Are we really going to confront them heat-in? Have you heard of a saying in our the barefoot are not afraid of the ones in shoes? Since this electric company knows that the project is a collaboration between us and the Li family, yet it still deliberately cuts off our power, it shows that they are targeting us. In that case, I also want to see just how capable the president of this electric company really is. Let's go take the brothers with me, and let's pay him a visit. All right. In no time, several cars sped toward Tsim Sha Sui. After stopping in front of a building, Lin Hao and the others got out of the cars. At this moment, a security guard standing at the entrance, seeing such a large group, hurriedly approached and asked, What are you all doing here? Shut his mouth. Lin Hao replied indifferently. A senior death warrior immediately pulled out a handgun and pressed it against the guard's abdomen. Seeing that Lin Hao and the others were armed, the security guard, earning just a few $1,000s a month, naturally did not dare to resist and could only obediently stand still, allowing Lin Hao and the others to enter the building. On the way, Lin Hao and the others encountered no obstacles and directly arrived at the manager's office. Aja kicked the door open forcefully. The door was kicked wide open. Then Lin Hao slowly walked in. At that moment, a greasy, middle-aged man with a big head and ears who was flirting with his secretary in the office was startled. Who are you? Why did you barge into my office? The secretary hurriedly tidied up her clothes and then ran out. Lin Hao ignored the man and walked straight to him, sitting down in front of him. He glanced at the nameplate on the desk. General Manager of Tianhua Electric Company, Tsim Sha Sui Branch, Lu Wei. Who exactly are you? Lu Wei asked angrily. Let me introduce myself. I am the head of Hero Security Company. My name is Lin Hao. Although Lu Wei was not involved in the underworld, he had heard of Lin Hao's name. Upon learning of Lin Hao's identity, his tone immediately softened somewhat. Lin Hao, I remember, we usually don't interfere with each other. What brings you here in such a large manner today? For you playing dumb with me. The whole Tsim Sha Sui knows that the land in the suburbs is being developed by me, yet you still cut off our temporary power supply, preventing us from working normally. Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain appeared on Lu Wei's face. Mr. Lin Hao, you need to understand that I am just following the regulations. If everyone acted like you illegally setting up power cables without our permission and something went wrong, who would be responsible? Very well, I appreciate your principled stance, but it seems you truly do not take me seriously. Seeing this, Lu Wei did not hide it any longer and stated directly, Lin Hao, I don't care how much influence you have in the underworld, but here everything is still under my control. What the hell is wrong with you? Have you grown tired of living daring to speak to our boss like that? Who standing beside him flared up and pulled out a handgun, aiming it directly at Lu Wei. But Lu Wei merely pointed toward a corner of the ceiling. Everyone turned, only to discover a surveillance camera mounted in that very corner of the room. Who hesitated on the spot? If closed-circuit footage captured him committing violence, not even a celestial deity, yet he had already drawn his weapon, backing down now would be a humiliating loss of face. Lin Hao instantly recognized that this man could not be intimidated by mere words. He simply waved his hands, signaling who to holster his gun. With that graceful exit offered, whose heart leapt with relief, and he swiftly slipped the firearm away. Manager Lu, so you truly rely on your powerful backers. Apologies, I pride myself on integrity. If you require electricity, please submit all relevant documentation accordingly. However, staffing shortages have slowed our approval process considerably. It may take a year, or even longer, before your application is granted. You, who was about to erupt again, but Lin Hao restrained him once more. Manager Lu, forgive our intrusion today. We arrived far too abruptly. We'll take our leave. Lin Hao rose and departed with his men. Once outside the power company tower, Aja asked bewildered, Brother Hao, just like that. We're dropping it. Didn't you notice? He's deliberately targeting us. Lin Hao knew full well this was trivial, a routine administrative matter. Yet the man insisted on rigid procedure. Something deeper was at play. Recalling that the Guo family also operated real estate projects, direct rivals to the Li family, Lin Hao immediately deduced this wasn't personal. It was retaliation aimed squarely at Li Chaoran. Yet having forged an alliance with the Li family, Lin Hao could not stand idly by, not when this unfolded on his expression hardened into icy stillness. Find an opportunity, take him. And how shall we explain this to the Guo family? Aja pressed further. Explain? To whom? I answer, to no one. If the Guo family wishes to remain peacefully in Hong Kong, let them try moving against me. Lin Hao spoke with unshakable authority. Meanwhile, inside his office, Lu Wei eagerly dialed his employer. Boss, Lin Hao came to see me, but I flatly refused his request. That boy slunk away with his men tail between his legs. A low, resonant voice echoed from the receiver. Humph. Daring to compete for my project, I'll make certain they understand land I set my eyes upon belongs to no one else. That same evening, as Lu Wei approached his front door after work, a van surged forward, screeching to a halt beside. Before he could react, the side door swung open. Several masked men leapt out and dragged Lu Wei, kicking and resisting, into the vehicle. What do you want? Lu Wei struggled, only to be struck from behind with a heavy blow, knocking him unconscious. When he awoke, he found himself atop a mountain peak. His captor stood before him. Lin Hao. Lu Wei's composure shattered entirely. Lin Hao, you've gone mad. Do you know who my employer is, eh? Of course, the Guo family. Lin Hao replied coolly. You know well enough my boss commands immense authority. Both underworld and law enforcement bow to him. I advise you, release me now. Otherwise he will destroy you without mercy. Excellent. I admire such spine, such raw courage. With that, Lin Hao gave a silent command. Instantly a senior enforcer raised a steel pipe and brought it crashing down onto Lu Wei's thigh. Clang. Metal met bone. Arg. Lu Wei screamed, a sound like a slaughtered pig, then collapsed to his knees before Lin Hao. Lin Hao calmly produced a bulky mobile phone and handed it to him. Call your boss. Lu Wei writhed in agony, but understood Lin Hao meant business. To survive, he had no choice but to call upon his employer. Gritting his teeth, he dialed Guideli. Moments later, the line connected. Who is this? Boss, it's Lu Wei. Lu Wei, why are you calling at this hour? Guideli's voice carried unmistakable irritation. After all, someone of Lu Wei's rank had no right to disturb him so late. I'm in trouble. Lin Hao. Before Lu Wei could finish, Lin Hao snatched the phone. Mr. Guo. I am Lin Hao. Long have I admired. Guideli recoiled in shock upon hearing Lin Hao's voice. He knew the name well. Yet seasoned by decades of storms, he steadied himself instantly. Lin Hao, what meaning lies behind seizing my subordinate? No hidden meaning. Consider it a small gift, an introduction to my style of doing business. After all, unless fate intervenes, we shall likely cross paths often in the future. What do you intend? Guideli demanded, baffled. Throw him off the mountain. Lin Hao stated, calm as still water. Wait. Guideli cried out, who, unable to contain himself any longer, seized Lu Wei and hurled him over the precipice into the forest below. Tumbling from hundreds of meters high, death was inevitable. That Lin Hao dared commit murder before his very eyes. This exceeded Guideli's wildest expectations. Learning of his subordinate's demise, Guideli sat frozen, his mind reeling, unable to settle. Mr. Guo, I bear no grudge against you. This man today acted with unbearable arrogance, brandishing your name as his shield. To spare you embarrassment, I removed this nuisance. You don't object, do you? Lin Hao added, voice dripping with veiled mockery. Guideli, unaccustomed to such brazen threats, snapped back. Lin Hao, you've crossed every line. Do you think the Guo family is mere decoration? Humph. Let me remind you, many have sought my life. Your name changes nothing. But I repay every debt, especially vengeance. Tread carefully. I rescued Li Zeju from armed bandits once, and I can bind you just as easily. Though ordinary citizens knew nothing of Li Zeju's rescue, men like Guideli knew all too well. The moment Lin Hao issued that threat, Guideli crumbled utterly. Lin Hao, do not bully me too much. I still have some ties with Li Chaoran. If the time comes, I will make him refuse to cooperate with you, and you will know you were wrong. At this moment, Guideli had to bring up Li Chaoran to pressure Lin Hao. After all, he knew that Lin Hao's backing was the other party. However, Lin Hao laughed loudly after hearing this. What do you take me for? My relationship with the Li family is merely one of cooperation. If they obstruct my path, I won't hesitate to treat them the same way I treat you. Moreover, you need to listen clearly. In this world, no one can threaten me. I am now giving you two options. One is to tear our faces apart, and from now on you will wear a bulletproof vest whenever you go out. The other option is for your power company to supply me with electricity. If that's the case, we can still be friends. Lin Hao's choices left Guideli in deep thought. He really wanted to choose the first option. However, he was worried that it would anger this desperate man. For such a trivial matter, it wasn't worth risking his own life. Moreover, he had a whole family to consider. It was impossible for everyone to go out with constant fear. After hesitating for a long time, Guideli ultimately chose to compromise. Alright, I, Guideli, have always liked making friends. Since you said so, I will give you face. Then I trouble mister. Would to send someone to find me tomorrow to discuss the electricity supply. Sure. After hanging up the phone, Ahu immediately gave Lin Hao a thumbs up. Brother Hao, you are truly amazing. You actually managed to handle the Guo family. At this moment, Aja curiously asked, Haha, brother, how did you know that guy was just a coward? The wealthier a person is, the more they cherish their life. For such trivial matters, he wouldn't want to go to war with us. But if a major conflict arises over significant interests in the future, then it won't be as easy to negotiate as it is now. For instance, I am currently planning how to seize his electricity company. Lin Hao let out a cold laugh, revealing a hint of a sinister smile. The next day, Guideli was found by the police. However, the one reporting the case was none other than his wife. Under repeated questioning from the police, she said nothing more than that her husband went mountain climbing last night. Such an explanation clearly did not hold water. However, since the wife of the involved party did not wish to pursue the matter further, the police, naturally, would not make trouble for themselves. Thus the matter was put to rest. Since Guideli's tragic death, Lin Hao's prestige in Simsha Sui had, not to mention the electricity company of various functional departments, chose to turn a blind eye when dealing with Lin Hao's issues. As long as Lin Hao did not act excessively, no one would seek trouble with him. The matter of temporary electricity was completely resolved the next day. Lin Hao finally had time to enjoy a world for two with Qiu Shuzhen. Ever since Lin Hao took over Tsim Shui and Causeway Bay, he forcefully seized all the venues that Hung Hing had in this area. In addition to the protection fees paid by local businesses every month, Lin Hao's available funds quickly surpassed 10 million. With money, Lin Hao also began to crazily recruit. Utilizing the fear value obtained during this time, Lin Hao recruited 500 additional junior assassins in one go. After the recruitment was completed, Lin Hao had almost no fear value left. Host Lin Hao. Skills: close combat techniques, physical enhancement. Number of assassins: 1,000 junior assassins, 92 intermediate assassins, 99 senior assassins. Fear value 6. As the number of subordinates increased, Lin Hao's ambitions grew larger. After all, he had promised Li Zeju that he would take over all the gangs in Xiangjiang within a few months. However, before he could find a new target to take action against, he received a heavy piece of news. Aja rushed over. Brother Hao has returned. Did he come back by himself? Aja shook his head. Along with him, there's also Chun Ju, the spokesperson of 14K from Australia, and a hall master from the Sanlian Society, He Xiaoai. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was taken aback. Lin Hao had long heard of Chun Ju's name. He operated a gambling business in Australia and had successfully settled all the underworld forces there in previous years. Thus, he firmly secured his position as the number one in the Australian underworld. Although Lin Hao did not know the other person, He Xiaoai, the Sanlian Society, was the largest gang on the Treasure Island. The entire gang was not only strong on the Treasure Island, but was also said to have intricate connections with the Yamaguchi-gumi in Sakura country. Now that Dabi had brought two heavyweight figures across the river, it was clearly to deal with him. Just 3 people came over. How many subordinates do they have? Brother Hao, we mainly do not know their details, so we are not clear on how many people came. Aja said with some difficulty. After all, they weren't customs officials and couldn't investigate the identities of every visitor, so naturally, they couldn't figure out the other party's details. Good for you to be actually bringing in reinforcements. Lin Hao understood Dabi's calculations. All the major gangs in Xinjiang were now unwilling to easily provoke Lin Hao. It wasn't that everyone was overly fearful of Lin Hao's strength. It's just that nowadays, every big brother had some. If a conflict truly arose with Lin Hao, they might end up having their own industries smashed to pieces, and their lives could be in danger as well. But bringing people in from the outside was different. Whether it was Chunju of 14K or the Sanlian Society, they were external forces. Here they had no strings attached, and did not need to worry about anything. As long as the job was done, they could escape Xinjiang in the shortest time. By then, even the police would have no way to. Brother Hao, what should we do now? Should we be on guard against them, and keep an eye on their movements? Lin Hao shook his head. No, we have no idea how many people they came in batches with, and the other party is completely in the dark, while we are in the light. It's simply unrealistic to be on guard against their sneak attacks, at all times. But do we have a better plan at the moment? Lin Hao did not respond immediately, but turned to look at Tony and the others. What if we turn the passive into the active? Tony immediately understood, and quickly stood up. Brother Hao, I get what you mean. You want us to take the initiative, right? Smart of you. Since these guys are not here for leisure, we naturally need to make them leave quickly. After all, Hong Kong is not a place for just anyone. But if we do that, we'll offend two gangs at once. You just said they came from across the sea. If I don't care about the local big gangs, why should I care about them? This is a perfect opportunity for me to launch a full-scale attack on Hong Hing. As long as we take down Hong Hing, the other gangs will be easy to deal with. Lin Hao said calmly. His immense ambition ignited the hearts of the Tony brothers present. They had crossed the sea to make a name for themselves after all. Moreover, after following Lin Hao for so long, they gradually realized that not only was Lin Hao powerful, but he was also incredibly intelligent. Being with Lin Hao meant they could enjoy the riches and luxuries of life. Immediately, Asia expressed his determination. Brother Hao, don't worry. Regardless of whether they are 14K or the Sanlian Society, we will definitely deal with them thoroughly. But remember, this time don't kill them easily, especially Chinju. After all, he is the leader of 14K. If we take him out, 14K will definitely come over to clash with us. At that time, the local gangs will reap the benefits. Lin Hao hinted, and the three understood the underlying meaning. Then shall we give that bastard from the Sanlian Society a warning, which would also serve as a lesson to others? Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. You're teachable, Asia. You're almost ready to take charge. Asia couldn't help but show a proud smile upon hearing this. With Lin Hao's permission, the Tony brothers began to act swiftly. First, they found out which hotel the leader of the Sanlian Society, He Xiaohai, was staying at. Then, seizing the opportunity, they struck decisively while the opponent was out for a late-night snack. Ahu took the lead, bursting into the hotel lobby with a submachine gun. Don't move. Seeing Ahu's fierce demeanor, the entire hotel was thrown into chaos. The security guard at the entrance was so scared that he wet his pants. Several of Xiaohai's subordinates tried to resist, but Ahu immediately pulled the trigger. If you move again, I'll turn you into a beehive. Witnessing this scene, He Xiaohai, who had come from a background of being a thug and had now become a red stick, quickly calmed down. Brother, I have no enmity with you. What do you mean by this? You must be He Xiaohai, right? I'm here for you, Ahu said disdainfully. When he realized the other party knew his name, He Xiaohai felt a sense of impending doom. He gave a look to a nearby subordinate, signaling him to slip away and seek help. But in the next second, Ahu's M416 fired a shot. The opponent was shot in the leg, kneeling on the spot. At that moment, He Xiaohai was completely stunned. He never expected that Hong Kong would be even more chaotic than his home island. How could someone dare to shoot someone in broad daylight? Seeing the gun pointed at him again, He Xiaohai swallowed hard and cautiously asked, Brother, what have I done wrong? Can you tell me? We're all in the same line of work. You should let me know what I did wrong. If what you did wrong is clear as day. What's the purpose of your long journey here? Hearing this, He Xiaohai's heart immediately understood. The other party was most likely the enemy mentioned by to be. You were sent by Lin Hao. Looks like you really came to deal with us. Ahu sneered. You might have misunderstood. We didn't come to cause trouble, but rather to mediate this matter. I hope you won't continue fighting. Peace is valuable, and harmony brings wealth. At this moment, He Xiaohai could only find some excuse to try to smooth things over. After all, if the other party really opened fire, he would have to rely on the Sanlian Society, who were far away to clean. Stop pretending with me. Who do you think you are? Coming to Hong Kong to meddle in our affairs? After being rebutted, He Xiaohai still kept a smiling face, saying, We were indeed overstepping our boundaries. I hope you can spare our lives. I assure you we will leave Hong Kong tonight. At this point, He Xiaohai no longer intended to get involved in this mess. If not for his boss' orders, he wouldn't have traveled so far to help. But now that his men had not yet arrived, the other party took the initiative and dealt with him first. Thus, he immediately had the intention to retreat and planned to leave Hong Kong. He Xiaohai's words were exactly what Ahu wanted to hear. After all, before coming, Lin Hao had repeatedly instructed that this time, they only needed to give a warning without going too far. They needed to let the other party know their power while not making them lose too much face. Otherwise, a cornered dog would jump over the wall, especially these big shots who lived by the knife's edge. Immediately, Ahu spoke up. Since you're willing to leave, we have no need to make things difficult for you. However, to be on the safe side, my men will take you to the pier to board a boat. I hope you can cooperate. Understood, I'll listen to you. Your man is severely injured, leave him here for treatment. You don't need to worry about the expenses, oh we will take care of everything. At this time, Ahu added another suggestion. He wasn't worried that the other party would resent him, he mainly feared that he had just fired a gun in public. The other party wasn't from Hong Kong. If they died here, he wouldn't be able to escape. Rather than face a lawsuit, it was better to offer them a favor and help with their treatment. Upon hearing this, He Xiaohai had no hesitation and readily agreed. Soon after, several death warriors took He Xiaohai's subordinates straight to a nearby private hospital for treatment. Meanwhile, He Xiaohai got into a van and under the cover of night headed straight for Tsim Sha Sui Pier. Upon arrival, he boarded the prearranged boat. Go to Ao Chung first, then you can slowly return to your old nest. He Xiaohai nodded, not daring to say more. At this moment, Ahu pulled the captain aside. No matter what, you must deliver him to Ao Chung, otherwise don't come. The captain hurriedly promised, brother who rest assured I will arrange this properly. As the boat gradually disappeared into the sea, Ahu finally returned to report. A night passed, and the entire Xianjiang once again erupted with excitement. Although the internet was not well developed in this era, communication methods among people were extremely limited. However, this did not prevent Lin Hao from becoming the topic of discussion among many. But as the truth was passed around verbally, it became increasingly outrageous. Hey, have you heard? Lin Hao went on a killing spree again last night. His subordinates stormed into the hotel and opened fire. It was ruthless. Hi, I heard early on that his men were armed with submachine guns. I also heard he has a small arsenal. That's right, I heard that too. This guy not only has submachine guns, but also rocket launchers. That night, I even saw a tank appear in Tsim Sha Sui, who I wonder if it's related to him. Although the tank and rocket launcher incidents were not confirmed, it was a fact that Ahu charged into the hotel lobby with a submachine gun and shot at He Xiaohai's subordinates. Especially after he took action, He Xiaohai suddenly fled Xianjiang in the dead of night, and his injured subordinate refused to cooperate with the police in the hospital. As for the entire hotel staff, they remained tight-lipped about the shooting incident that occurred last night. This directly led to the police's frustration as they wanted to take action but lacked witnesses and evidence. In the end, who was only symbolically summoned to the police station for questioning, after which he, like Lin Hao, was released without charges. After this incident, Lin Hao's standing in the underworld skyrocketed. Many leaders of small and medium-sized organizations warned their subordinates not to provoke Lin Hao easily. Among them, the one with the most headaches was Dabi. He traveled a long distance to find 2 helpers willing to spend lavishly to eliminate Lin Hao. However, before he could make a move, his opponents preempted him, scaring away the members of the Triad Society. Fortunately, Chenju, being a big brother in the underworld and the leader of his organization, was not so easily intimidated by Lin Hao's tactics. Although he remained in Xianjiang, he was fully armed when going out and was surrounded by more than 10 subordinates. Clearly, He Xiaohai's situation had impacted him. After several days, the underworld quieted down again. Neither Hongxing, nor the Triad Society, nor 14K launched any attacks against Lin Hao. This led many in the underworld to secretly speculate whether Hongxing had decided to compromise. On this day, however, Lin Hao unexpectedly received a mysterious phone call. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Hao? Yes, who is this? My name is Chenju, you should have heard of this name, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao quickly became vigilant. Although the other party had not taken action during this time, they showed no signs of leaving Xianjiang. And according to his intelligence, Chenju had not been idle these days. It seemed that 14K had sent a large number of thugs to Xianjiang in batches. So he anticipated that it wouldn't be long before the underworld would be swept up in another storm. And he would be the protagonist of this storm. Of course I know you, the spokesperson for 14K, or the underground emperor of Aoqing, holding several gambling licenses and operating several world-renowned casinos. Haha, since you recognize me, this matter will be much simpler. In fact, it's not a big deal. The main reason I came to Xianjiang is to resolve some disputes between you and a friend of mine. The friend you mentioned is to be from Hongxing, right? That's right. In the past, conflicts in the underworld would either lead to your death or mine. But no one wants to see such a mutually destructive outcome. So I want to act as a mediator. If you could show mercy and not oppose Hongxing and Dabi, that would be ideal. Lin Hao internally sneered at this. He thought, do you take me for a 3-year-old? You secretly brought troops over, and your purpose is to negotiate peace with me. In this treacherous underworld, Lin Hao did not believe a word from the other party. Mr. Chenju, have you heard the saying that 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain? Between Dabi and me, one of us must leave Xianjiang, who otherwise neither of us will be able to sleep well. Seeing Lin Hao refuse him, Chenju was not angry at all. Instead, he continued, young man, your future is limitless. There's no need to get entangled in this matter. Dabi has lost his territory and his men. How can he compete with you? If you're going to cut the grass, you must remove the roots. Who knows if a seemingly insignificant seedling will grow into a towering tree in the future. Moreover, this is a tree that has already grown. It has only been trimmed of some branches and leaves. Lin Hao's attitude was clear. There was no way for peace talks. Dabi must either die or flee Xianjiang. Seeing that Lin Hao was unyielding, Chenju felt a bit upset. According to his plan, he originally intended to feign peace talks with the other party and then set a trap to eliminate him. This way he would not face any risk or loss while solving the matter satisfactorily. But now it seemed Lin Hao was far from easy to deal with. Lin, how do you really think that our 14K is easy to mess with? A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. What are you and Ouching Boss doing here to stir up trouble in Xiangjiang? I don't underestimate you, but don't think of me as a sick cat. The big organizations in Xiangjiang don't dare to take my life. Oh, what makes you think you can? Lin Hao was no longer polite. He openly confronted Chenju over the phone. After all, although Chenju had far more resources and subordinates than him, he was still not fighting on his home turf. Lin Hao truly did not take this outsider seriously. After being mocked by Lin Hao, Chenju, who was already known for his bad temper, stopped pretending. Since I, Chenju, am here, I must ensure this matter reaches a satisfactory conclusion regardless of the cost. Chenju implied that if Lin Hao refused to negotiate, he planned to go all out. Hearing that the other party was serious about taking action, Lin Hao's mind began to race. Chenju was not a Hongxing person. His relationship with Hongxing was purely based on mutual benefit. So could he use this relationship as a breakthrough to change the entire underground world of Xiangjiang? With this thought, a bold idea immediately emerged in Lin Hao's mind. Then unexpectedly, Lin Hao said over the phone, "It's not impossible to resolve this matter. However, you won't be cooperating with Hongxing. Instead, you will help me deal with Hongxing." Lin Hao's words shocked Chenju. He immediately replied unhappily, "Lin Hao, I'm not interested in joking with you, and I'm not a 3-year-old child, so don't think about setting a trap for me. Chenju, we are both intelligent men. You know full well that if we truly clash, you may not leave Hong Kong. Rather than fight to mutual destruction, why not sit down and negotiate? You might even secure greater profit." Chenju sneered, "You want me to take on Hongxing? What do you offer me in return?" "Whatever to be promised you, I'll double it." Though Lin Hao had no idea what to be had offered Chenju, it was clearly no trivial sum. Doubling the offer was naturally a temptation difficult to refuse. Yet Chenju did not immediately agree. He countered instead, "Do you even know how many men Hongxing commands across Hong Kong? With only you and me, do you truly believe we stand a chance of wiping them out? To eradicate Hongxing entirely is impossible, but if I eliminate every Hall's appointed leader, the entire organization will instantly crumble into chaos. Then consider this: when such a colossal power collapses overnight, what storm will sweep across the underworld?" Lin Hao's words struck Chenju like lightning. He instantly grasped Lin Hao's true intent to use him as a pawn, luring Hongxing's leaders into a trap and slaughtering them one by one. Thus Hongxing would plunge into utter disarray. Moreover, Hongxing controls vast enterprises across Hong Kong. Once destabilized, rival Triads would inevitably seize the opportunity, rushing in to plunder their territories with ruthless ambition. Forget revenge. Surviving the fallout, let alone holding on to your own turf, would be challenge enough. Yet even as Lin Hao's promise gleamed enticingly, the risk Chenju would shoulder remained staggering. "Your plan is brilliant, but why should I risk so much?" "Because I shall soon become the sole sovereign of Hong Kong's underworld, and you may rise beside me as my ally. Even so, what advantage lies in befriending you?" Chenju pressed. "I possess the power to defy Hong Kong's 4 great families. Thus I can also help you confront Ho Lao, Macau's gambling overlord." If Chenju commanded Macau's largest triad, Ho Lao was its unseen emperor, the ultimate arbiter behind the shadows. Lin Hao knew well that Chenju's standing in Macau depended entirely upon Ho Lao's favor, and Lin Hao claimed he could not only oppose Ho Lao, but expel him entirely. At these words, Chenju's pulse quickened. Before arriving, he'd already heard countless tales of Lin Hao's exploits. He'd partnered with the Li family of Hong Kong to develop real estate, and recently forced the Guo family to bow in submission. Such authority dwarfed anything to be, or any other Hongxing elder, could ever muster. More crucially, Chenju yearned desperately to ascend into high society. In Macau, though many feared him, they still regarded him as a low-born thug. Ho Lao, however, stood perpetually above all, aloof, untouchable, and would discard Chenju without hesitation once his utility expired. At last Chenju steeled his resolve. "Very well, I'll join forces with you on this single condition. Now that we're partners, brother Chenju, please share the plan." Chenju's sincerity. Should Chenju withhold the truth? Lin Hao asked, not only to uncover B's strategy, but to test Chenju's sincerity. Should Chenju withhold the truth, it would prove he harbored no genuine intention to cooperate. Chenju hesitated not. "Per our original scheme, I would lure you into peace talks, then invite you to attend the annual Guandi Birthday Festival 2 days hence." The Guandi Birthday Festival was indeed the Underworld's most prestigious annual gathering. Guan Yu, renowned for unwavering loyalty and peerless martial prowess, was venerated by both law-abiding citizens and criminal syndicates alike. On this sacred day, triads from across Hong Kong converged to celebrate, making it from Hongxing's perspective an ideal moment to strike. Yet for Lin Hao it presented an unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. "I see," he declared. "Since they intend to kill me, then I shall attend in person." "What do you mean?" Chenju blinked, bewildered. "The most perilous place is the safest. If they expect me dead at the festival, my very presence will convince everyone you've yet to align with me, granting you the perfect chance to strike unseen. Chenju hadn't anticipated Lin Hao's audacity, nor his willingness to walk straight into the lion's den. A newfound respect stirred deep within him. Lin Hao, you must weigh this carefully. Should you truly go, I cannot guarantee your safety. After all, this plot involved Hung Hing's entire hierarchy. Should violence erupt, controlling the chaos would prove near impossible. Lin Hao merely smiled. Follow my plan and success is assured. What plan? Embed my men among your 14K operatives, disguised as your assassins. Then we strike first. Tell me, can Hung Hing's bumbling fools possibly withstand such a blow? Chenju recoiled inwardly. Lin Hao was far sharper than imagined, and fortunate indeed that he'd already pledged allegiance. Otherwise, escaping Hong Kong unscathed might well have been impossible. Very well, I'll handle this, and I'll do my utmost to persuade Hung Hing to minimize their ambush force. Lin Hao added gravely, Chenju, from this moment we sail the same vessel. Rest easy. I've made my choice and I won't waver. But once victory is secured, you must honor your promises. Lin Hao scoffed. Is an old man truly so formidable? Can he withstand bullets, or survive a rocket barrage? His words sent another jolt through Chenju. So Lin Hao really had acquired rocket launchers, confirming the Underworld's wildest rumors. After hanging up, Lin Hao swiftly summoned Tony and his two brothers to strategize. This operation demanded their personal involvement. No delegation would suffice. Though Aja and the others deemed it reckless, the prize proved irresistible. To decimate Hung Hing's leadership en masse during the Guandi festival would remove their greatest rival. Dominion over Hong Kong would then lie within their grasp, imminent, inevitable, and absolute. 2 days later, on the birthday of Lord Guan, Hongxing held a grand banquet at a restaurant in the West Ring. That night, the atmosphere outside the restaurant was bustling with excitement. The entire street was completely taken over by Hongxing. The leaders of various branches of Hongxing personally attended the banquet. After all, their standing in the underworld had plummeted during this period. Not only had several branches lost power, but the morale of their subordinates had also plummeted. With Lin Hao's growing strength and the watchful eyes of other associations like Dongxing, Hongxing naturally wanted to take this opportunity to showcase their hard power to the outside world. Thus, Chun Yao personally ordered that all the decision-makers must be present to boost their momentum. Soon Han Bin arrived at the scene with his brother Tyrannosaurus and sister 13. After getting out of the car, more than 10 subordinates immediately surrounded them. Bin Gu Tyrannosaurus, Goop big sister. Han Bin glanced around and saw that the area was filled with Hongxing's members. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Are the brothers ready?" "Don't worry, Bin Gu, the brothers will definitely not let you down again. Our people are already ambushed near Tsim Sha Sui and Causeway Bay." Han Bin nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Ever since the loss of Kwai Chung, Han Bin had lost all speaking rights in the underworld. Meanwhile, Tyrannosaurus Tun Mun and Sister 13's Mong Kok had also been taken over by Dongxing and the Snake Gang. Although conflicts between the two sides were constant, neither could completely drive the other out. This left Han Bin and his companions feeling utterly exhausted. The profits from these territories were already scarce, and with continuous targeting by the police, their funding sources were almost completely cut off. Without money, the subordinates would not be willing to risk their lives for them. Both Dongxing and the Snake Gang were formed. It was clear that they couldn't be driven away anytime soon. This forced Han Bin and his companions to set their sights on the two lucrative territories held by Lin Hao. The Tsim Sha Sui and Causeway Bay under Lin Hao's control are currently the most prosperous commercial areas in Xinjiang. Meanwhile, the one who was once known as the overlord of East Tsim Sha Sui has now completely exited the historical stage after being incapacitated. As for Causeway Bay, Big B currently has no men under his command. How does he intend to reclaim Causeway Bay? Thus tonight, Han Bin and the others had already made their plans. As long as they successfully deal with Lin Hao, they would immediately launch an attack on Lin Hao's territory. If they managed to seize these two territories first, Jiang Tianxing and Qin Yao would have no choice but to let them manage Tsim Sha Sui and Causeway Bay. This way they could not only redeem themselves, but also rapidly strengthen their own power. Thus that night, Han Bin, Tyrannosaurus, and Sister 13 secretly moved their men near Tsim Sha Sui and Causeway Bay without informing anyone in Hongxing. They were just waiting for Lin Hao to attend the banquet. When the three entered the restaurant, they found many decision-makers from Hongxing already present. This included the leader of the West Ring, Zhang Hanliang, the leader of Hong Kong's Aberdeen Brother Ji, the leader of North Point, Li Biao, the leader of Kowloon City, the Smiley Man, and the leader of Kuntong Diu. At the same time, Qin Yao also came to the scene on behalf of Jiang Tianxing. Han Bin, come sit here. As soon as Brother Ji saw them, he waved his hand to signal. They all took their seats at the table reserved for the leaders. Yao Gu, is Mr. Jiang not coming tonight? Sister 13 curiously asked. Qin Yao waved his hand. You should know what will happen tonight, so it's naturally inconvenient for Mr. Jiang. Everyone understood what Qin Yao was hinting at, and immediately Li Fatty boldly said, "Humph, as long as Lin Hao dares to come tonight, I Li Biao will definitely not let him leave this restaurant alive." Li Biao, I've never seen you this tough before. Why are you so domineering today? Are you trying to seize this opportunity to gain a big merit, and then have the guts to ask Mr. Jiang for benefits? The nearby Defei snorted and asked. Originally, he and Liang Kuan were designated by the association to deal with Lin Hao, and their reward was the leadership position in Causeway Bay. However, ever since Liang Kuan was killed and Han Bin's coalition was defeated, he no longer dared to act rashly. Now Mr. Jiang had even stated that whoever could deal with Lin Hao would receive rewards from the association. Thus tonight Li Biao, who had always appeared indifferent and aloof, was eager to seize Lin Hao's head and gain fame. Upon hearing this, Li Biao's expression slightly changed. What do you mean by that? As a member of Hongxing, shouldn't I contribute to the association? Defei still wanted to speak, but Chun Yao coldly reprimanded. Enough, everyone stop arguing. No matter what, we absolutely cannot have infighting among ourselves tonight. Hearing Chun Yao's command, Defei and Li Biao finally fell silent. At this moment, a subordinate rushed over anxiously. Yao Guchenju has arrived. Upon hearing that it was Chunju Chun, Yao quickly stood up and personally walked outside the restaurant. He saw a Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance. Then a spirited and imposing middle-aged man descended from the car. It was none other than the leader of 14K in Australia, Chinju. Accompanying Chinju was the former top dog of Causeway Bay, Big B. However, Big B no longer possessed the splendor of his past. In fact, before Chinju got out of the car, he even proactively stepped forward to open the door for him, which caused many subordinates around his eye. Brother B was once a man of great ambition, but now he's fallen to such a state. What a pity. If it weren't for Lin Hao, he would still be the boss of Causeway Bay. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered the restaurant together. Since this event was orchestrated by Chinju, even as a guest, Chun Yao still gave up the main table position. After Chinju sat down, he quickly scanned the surroundings. After confirming that Lin Hao's people were all in place, he felt a slight sense of relief. Zhuge, do you really think Lin Hao will come tonight? Tyrannosaurus asked, worrying that Lin Hao might play tricks. Chinju replied calmly. I have already discussed it with him over the phone. I believe he is a smart person and understands that opposing us will lead to a bad ending. Therefore, he will definitely come tonight. After hearing Chinju's words, everyone started to look forward to Lin Hao's arrival. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Hao learned through his thoughts that dozens of his high-level assassins had successfully disguised themselves as Chinju's subordinates and infiltrated the restaurant, confirming that Chinju had not deceived him. He then immediately stood up, bringing along Tony and his 3 brothers, and arrived at the West Ring restaurant in a business van. When the vehicle arrived at the restaurant, the scene immediately erupted in commotion. Look, Lin Hao has actually arrived. And this guy truly dared to show up. It seems Chinju's influence runs deep. And I heard tonight's gathering is a banquet of treachery. I wonder what will unfold inside. Whatever unfolds, we'll just hold position outside. The affairs within are none of our concern. Naja glanced around, and seeing the sea of Hongxing hooligans, felt a flicker of unease. Brother, how they've brought quite a crowd. Should we call in reinforcements? And Lin Hao shook his head. And he knew full well that the true battlefield tonight lay within the restaurant. Once the senior figures inside were dealt with, these petty underlings outside would become utterly irrelevant. And bringing in too many men now would only heighten the other side's vigilance and suspicion. Besides, don't you see the police cars already approaching? Naja and the others turned, and sure enough, several patrol vehicles were speeding toward them. In such circumstances, law enforcement routinely dispatched officers on site to prevent any unforeseen incident, so no one found it particularly surprising. Then, under everyone's watchful gaze, Lin Hao stepped calmly into the restaurant. In the moment he crossed the threshold, every eye in the grand hall locked onto him. Chun Yao rose first, leading the welcome. In his mind, the higher he elevated Lin Hao, now the more devastating his fall would be later. Chinju and the other senior figures also stood, but to be alone remained seated, his face dark with displeasure, refusing to rise and greet Lin Hao. Lin Hao, welcome. We're honored you've graced us with your presence at this banquet. Lin Hao smiled faintly. To receive an invitation from Hongxing is a privilege I could scarcely hope for. Yet credit belongs entirely to brother Chinju. Without his mediation, we'd never have sat together at the same table, let alone shared conversation. As he spoke, Lin Hao deliberately cast a glance toward to be still seated in his chair. His eyes held nothing but contempt. Be seethed, ready to explode, yet restraint was his only recourse. And he simply turned his head away, refusing further eye contact. He's absolutely right. So brother Chinju must preside over the main table tonight. Chin Yao continued, his words layered with dual meaning. On the surface, he praised Chinju. Beneath, he implied this crisis demanded Chinju's direct intervention. Lin Hao's star was now ascendant across Hong Kong. He had seized 2 Hongxing territories and forged intricate ties with the Li family, one of the 4 great clans. To shield themselves from future retaliation by the Li family, Chun Yao and Chinju conspired to deploy Chinju's own men for the operation. And upon completion, they would flee immediately via maritime route to Macau. By then, even a Hong Kong arrest warrant would be meaningless. And what they hadn't anticipated, however, was that Lin Hao harbored identical plans. Given the gravity of tonight's affair, Lin Hao had already instructed Aja to secure a fishing vessel. Once the threats were neutralized, all operatives involved in the assassination would evacuate Hong Kong for Macau. This served two purposes: first, sparing them lengthy imprisonment; second, allowing them to lay groundwork in Macau, paving the way for Lin Hao's eventual expansion there. After perfunctory pleasantries, everyone took their seats, yet the atmosphere at that table hung unnervingly still. Chen Yao and Chen Zhu engaged Lin Hao in light conversation. The rest sat in tense silence, exchanging wary glances, and especially Han Bin and Kong Long. They bristled with barely contained fury upon seeing Tony and his two brothers seated directly across. Suddenly Lin Hao's gaze fell upon a figure entering the doorway. Taizi, the man whose hands he himself had shattered. And now reduced to a pitiful abandoned stray, Taizi drew not a single glance from most. Only a few old acquaintances within the Triad offered him a cursory nod. Red Stick enforcers and established figures in the Underworld ignored him outright. Taizi, you're welcome to sit at that adjacent table. Chen Yao called out bluntly, assigning him a seat apart. Taizi swept his eyes across the table, pausing briefly when they met Lin Hao's. Facing the man who had crippled him, Taizi remained eerily composed, a composure so unnatural that even Lin Hao found it startling. And he gave a slight solemn nod to the assembly, then walked quietly to the neighboring table and sat. Lin Hao watched him sidelong, observing how even lighting a cigarette now required assistance from a fellow brother. At that sight, Lin Hao sighed inwardly. And though Taizi was his sworn enemy, he was a man of loyalty and formidable strength. Yet fate had pitted him against Lin Hao, the system-chosen prodigy, and misfortune was his only inheritance. And still Lin Hao harbored no intention of sparing his life, for the ancient maxim held true: eradicate roots utterly. And tonight, not a single senior figure present would leave alive, especially to be. He must die. At that moment, police officers entered the venue, and Lin Hao's eyes narrowed, recognizing the man who would one day vie with Eastern District Chief Li Wenbin for supremacy over Hong Kong's police force. Chief Inspector Liu Jiehui of the Western District. Chief Inspector Liu, what wine brings you here tonight? Enzing Hanliang Hung Hing's Western District representative rose instantly and spoke with deference. Liu Jiehui offered no courtesy, his voice icy as he demanded, what exactly do you intend to do tonight? Why have you deployed so many underlings loitering along the streets? Do you not realize this gravely undermines security in the Western District? Chief Inspector Liu, you've misunderstood. We're celebrating Lord Guan's birthday. And see how we've all dressed formally for this communal banquet. Liu Jiehui's expression hardened. Withdraw all your men outside, immediately, or I'll haul every last one of you into the station. Surely none of you wish to spoil this auspicious day for me. And though Liu Jiehui loathed these men with visceral intensity, he knew full well his authority could not match the sheer scale of Hung Hing. Especially not on Lord Guan's birthday, whose statues adorned even the precincts of Hong Kong's own police force. Moreover, hundreds of Hung Hing foot soldiers filled the scene. If arrested en masse, the station wouldn't have floor space left to stand. And crucially, no overt violation of public order laws had yet occurred. Any detention would inevitably end in unconditional release. Thus his sole purpose in coming was clear: deliver a stern warning and compel them to withdraw their forces. Only then could he minimize fallout and fulfill his duty to superiors. Liu Jihui's words resonated deeply with everyone present. Hongxing believed that Chen Just men were already ambushed in the hotel, and the presence of the small brothers outside had no effect whatsoever. In fact, it could further relax Lin Hao's and the police's vigilance, making it easier for them to take action. Lin Hao was even more delighted inside. After the Hongxing members outside left, it would be easier for him to act. Even if they had to escape, they wouldn't encounter too many obstacles. Therefore, everyone had no objections to Liu Ji. Chen Yao even stated on the spot, Liu sir, rest assured, I will instruct the people in the company to leave immediately. It will not affect the public order at all. Seeing Chen Yao being so accommodating, Liu Jiehui turned his gaze to Lin Hao. Although Lin Hao had never had any previous interaction with him, his reputation had long since resonated throughout the entire Hong Kong police force. Especially after the last incident in the neighboring Eastern District, he had given Li Wenbin a harsh lesson. So today, seeing Lin Hao come in person, Liu Jiehui couldn't help but remind him, Lin Hao, I don't care what schemes you are up to, but you must remember one thing: if you cause trouble on my territory, no matter what the cost, I will ensure you cannot stay in Hong Kong. Lin Hao let out a cold laugh and replied leisurely, sir, I came here today at the invitation to attend the banquet. If you think there is something wrong with me, why don't you take me back to the police station for questioning? After all, you have the power to detain anyone at will. Lin Hao's words carried a deeper meaning, clearly mocking Liu Jihui's inability to do anything to him. Although Liu Jiehui felt a bit of anger, he also understood that Hongxing had already given him enough face. Forcing someone away at this moment would only slap the other party in the face. So in the end, after giving Chen Yao a few reminders, he still led his team away from the scene. Once outside the restaurant, a subordinate couldn't help but ask, boss, aren't you afraid they will cause trouble here? Liu Jiehui shook his head. Did you not see that all the influential figures from various factions of Hongxing are here today? And there is also Chen Zhu from Australia. With all these big brothers gathered together, how could there possibly be a disturbance? In my opinion, tonight in the Western District will definitely be peaceful, so everyone should not worry too much. After hearing Lu Jiwi's analysis, the subordinates finally felt relieved. On the other side, the evening party was successfully held. After finishing dinner, the Hongxing gang specifically organized an auction during the celebratory banquet for the birthday of Guan Yu. This is also an old tradition of the Hongxing society. At the auction, the organizers from Hongxing would present many antiques and even some operational rights of new business venues for everyone to bid on. When the auction started, Chen Ju smiled and asked Lin Hao, "Is there anything you want to bid on? Let's see first. Since I came as a guest, if there are suitable items, I can still make a bid. Haha, if you have something you like, just speak up. I will talk to the people below, and naturally no one will dare to compete." At this moment, Chen Yao also took the initiative to speak. "There is no need for that, I still have money. Besides, if you do that, how will the other brothers in Hongxing see me, right?" Lin Hao waved his hand, rejecting Chen Yao's goodwill. "That's fine, then I can just open my eyes today and see your financial capabilities." The few of them chatted happily, and the atmosphere at the banquet was lively. To the uninformed outsiders, no one would have expected what would happen next. As the auction items were sold one after another, they finally arrived at the most significant auction item of the night, the Changhong. The Changhong was simply a long piece of red cloth which appeared to have no collectible value at all. However, its meaning was extremely auspicious. Changhong represents that for the next year the holder would be prosperous from the beginning to the end. For those big brothers who are somewhat superstitious and live on the edge every day, this is naturally the item. Alright, I don't need to say much about the meaning of this Changhong. Everyone here is a seasoned player. I will start the bidding direct. The starting price for this Changhong is 8,008. The bidding starts now. As soon as the host's voice fell, a red stick immediately raised his hand. "I bid 10,000. Seeing this, Defei picked his nose, and then disdainfully said, "I bid 20,000. 20,000, Defei bids 20,000. The host excitedly shouted into the microphone. At that moment, the gangsters in the audience began discussing among themselves. It seems Brother Defei is determined to win this time. He is currently one of the most powerful red sticks in the gang, and if he secures this Changhong, he might just rise to become one of the leaders of the faction this year. Now that Defei has placed a bid, the other small characters definitely won't dare to casually call out prices." Sure enough, after Defei made his bid, the previous red stick fell silent. His strength was far inferior to Defei's, so he naturally didn't want to offend the other party over this matter. Moreover, Defei's company was involved in horse racing and was financially powerful, making it completely unequal competition. So it was better to pretend to give him a favor. He then expressed, "Since Brother Defei wants it, I won't participate in the competition." Upon hearing this, Defei instantly showed a proud smile. However, the next second, Li Biao, who was sitting next to him, raised his hand. "I bid 30,000. Seeing that Li Biao actually went against him, Defei's expression changed. He impatiently said, "Li Fatty, what do you mean?" Li Biao nonchalantly replied, "What's wrong? Can I place a bid? Come on, everyone knows that the faction leaders never compete for the Changhong. There is an unwritten rule within the Hongxing society that the Changhong can only be bid on by the younger generation. Those like Li Biao who have already become faction leaders typically do not participate in the bidding. But today Li Biao openly broke this unwritten rule. Damn it, I bid 50,000. Defei was unwilling to back down. He aimed to secure the Changhong today to enhance his momentum and influence. This way, after dealing with Lin Hao, it would be easier for him to rise to power. However, Li Biao, having just experienced losing territory, also needed the Changhong to stabilize his situation. So he continued to counter, yelling, "I bid 60,000. 60,000, Li Biao bids 60,000. Is there anyone else bidding?" The host exclaimed excitedly. Just as Defei was about to continue placing a bid, Lin Hao slowly raised his right hand. "I bid 100,000. As soon as everyone realized it was Lin Hao who made the offer, the entire venue erupted in excitement. After all, this was the territory of Hongxing, and Lin Hao was openly trying to seize Changhong. Wasn't this deliberately putting Hongxing in a difficult position? At this moment, Chen Yao, who was sitting nearby with a smile, suddenly stiffened. He never expected that Lin Hao would also be interested in Changhong. Seeing Lin Hao entering the competition, Li Biao immediately backed down. Lin Hao was wealthy and extravagant, making it hard for him to compete with the other party. So it was better to withdraw now and let Defei and Lin Hao go at it like dogs fighting each other. Since Lin Hao wants it, then I won't compete anymore, well, I'll leave it to you, the guest. Although Li Biao withdrew, Defei continued to raise his hand and shouted, "Lin Hao, although you are a guest, I'm determined to win Changhong today. I bid 110,000. Defei is impressive. To bid 6 figures for Changhong is truly unprecedented. Defei is going crazy, but against Lin Hao he can't possibly back down. Chen Yao initially wanted to persuade Defei not to continue bidding. However, at this critical moment, everyone was watching, and this matter concerned the face of all of Hongxing. If Lin Hao successfully acquired Changhong, how would the outside world view them? Thus he could only choose to sit still and silently watch everything unfold. Seeing Defei going against him, Lin Hao remained calm and continued, "Since Defei also wants to acquire Changhong, let's not waste everyone's time. I'll make a direct offer. I bid 1 million. If Defei can outbid me, then Changhong will belong to you." As Lin Hao announced this astronomical price, the entire venue fell into silence. Even Shinju and others widened their eyes in shock. Although Changhong had a good meaning, it was just a piece of rag. A rag worth 1 million. In this era, it was something unimaginable. Upon hearing this bid, Defei's expression turned extremely grim. It wasn't that he didn't have the money, but he was reluctant to spend 1 million to snatch this Changhong. After weighing the pros and cons, Defei ultimately chose to give up. Lin Hao, you have some skill today. Defei will let you have it this time, but you won't be happy for long. As Defei admitted defeat, he couldn't help but let his mouth slip. This startled everyone at the table. Chen Yao immediately reprimanded Defei. What are you talking about? Mister, Lin Hao is our esteemed guest, and we have already negotiated. Do you want to stir up trouble again? Han Bin was also afraid that Defei would continue causing trouble, so he jumped in and said, Defei, you've had too much to drink. Just don't speak from now on. Defei realized he had gone too far and smartly closed his mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Hao exchanged a glance with Chenju. The two smiled knowingly without speaking. Mister, Lin Hao bids 1 million. Is there anyone else bidding? 1 million, once 1 million, twice 1 million, 3 times. Congratulations, Mr. Lin Hao, for successfully acquiring this Changhong. We wish Mr. Lin Hao a prosperous year from beginning to end. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. As the host's words fell, the venue erupted into warm applause. Even Chen Yao and the others joined in. However, at this moment, they all harbored ulterior motives. After all, once the auction ended, it would be time to take. After obtaining Changhong, Lin Hao knew time was running short, so he stood up and said, I'm going to the restroom. The dinosaur, eager to take out Lin Hao, immediately chimed in. Han Bin and Defei exchanged meaningful glances after hearing this. They certainly knew what the dinosaur was thinking. Defei couldn't help but curse inwardly. This guy is trying to steal the glory. But the dinosaur had already spoken first, so everyone naturally couldn't say much. Dinosaur bro, do you also have a habit of accompanying someone to the restroom? Lin Hao asked with a smile. Not really, I just happened to need to go urgently. After all, the bidding for Changhong just now was too thrilling, so I held it in and didn't dare to go to the restroom. I was afraid I would miss the exciting show when I went. Alright then, let's go together. Brother, how do you need us to come along? At this time, Tony asked softly. Why do you need so many people to follow you to the restroom? Besides, this is Hong Xing's territory. Could it be that someone would plot against me? Is that right, Brother Yao? Lin Hao smiled and said. Chen Yao quickly replied, exactly, everyone in this restaurant is ours. You are absolutely safe here. Seeing Lin Hao politely refuse, Tony had no choice but to give up. Then Lin Hao and the dinosaur entered the restroom together. At this moment, Chenju immediately signaled to a few waiters standing far away. The group immediately understood and followed suit. In the restroom, just as Lin Hao was about to relieve himself, several waiters barged in. Upon seeing the newcomers, Lin Hao remained completely unfazed and even revealed a barely perceptible smile. The people entering were the assassins he had arranged. As soon as these individuals entered, they immediately pulled out handguns and aimed them at Lin Hao. Seeing this, Lin Hao quickly feigned a look of shock. What's going on? At this moment, the dinosaur finally revealed his true colors. He grinned maliciously and slowly walked up to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you didn't expect this, did you? Everything here is a trap set by Hongxing. The goal is to lure you in, and then Lin Hao feigned anger and said, how can you do this and still show your face in the martial world? Haha, since ancient times the martial world only cares about the victor and the vanquished. Sometimes using some despicable means is completely acceptable. Moreover, for your sake, we at Hongxing are willing to be mocked for a while. However, Lin Hao showed no sign of fear and directly mocked back, hehe. I see, it seems the brothers of Hongxing are true. You all should withdraw from the stage of history, as there's no point in sticking around. Seeing Lin Hao's unyielding attitude, the dinosaur became furious. Damn it, your mouth is really tough. Break his legs first. Do I want him to kneel before me and then suffer to death? Understood. Then 2 gunshots rang out in the restroom. Bang bang. But in the next moment, the dinosaur's eyes widened. He slowly looked down and found bullet holes in both of his legs. Blood began to flow out. When he looked up again, he saw several guns already pressed against his head. At this moment, the dinosaur finally realized something. Under the excruciating pain, he had no choice but to kneel on the ground. At this moment, his face was already filled with fear and despair. Was this all a trap you set? Lin Hao smiled slightly. It seems you're not as foolish as I thought, but unfortunately you realized it too late. Tonight, none of you here will leave. Seeing Lin Hao's murderous intent, the dinosaur understood he was doomed. Desperately, he turned his head and shouted towards the outside. There is a buried. Before he could finish the last word, gunfire rang out again. However, this time the gunfire came from the hall. It was evident that the highly trained assassins lurking outside had already made their move. At this moment, Lin Hao stepped forward and patted the dinosaur's shoulder. Rest assured, there will be no pain. After saying that, he walked away. Then a senior assassin approached, aiming a gun at the dinosaur's head. The dinosaur could only despairingly close. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The dinosaur fell to the ground in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, the entire hall of the restaurant had descended into chaos. Lin Hao's ambushed assassins suddenly attacked without warning. They immediately killed Li Biao and Dayu. Chen Yao was heavily injured and fell to the ground, while 13 Mei and Han Bin hurriedly fled in all directions. Seeing Chen Yao lying on the ground, Chen Ju slowly walked up to him. Brother Ju, save me. Chen Yao clutched his gunshot wound on his chest, painfully begging Chen Ju for help. Yet Chenju merely sneered, and then drew a handgun from his waist, aiming it at Qinyao. Chenju. Qinyao never expected that Chenju would actually want his life. At this moment he suddenly realized. The ones who had attacked earlier were not infiltrators. They were secretly sent. This trap was not to scheme against Lin Hao. It was Lin Hao and Chenju conspiring against them, the Hongxing gang. Brother Yao, I'm sorry, but Lin Hao offered me a price I couldn't refuse. So I had to give up on you Hongxing and collaborate with him. After saying that, he didn't give Qinyao a chance to speak and directly pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out. Qinyao instantly fell silent. After Qinyao's death, the remaining members of Hongxing had even less will to resist. Everyone rushed towards the restaurant's entrance in a frenzy. But at that moment, a senior assassin who had long been prepared at the door pulled out a submachine gun purchased from Vietnam. Tat-a-tat. The continuous gunfire rang out. Countless people fell to the ground, including 13 Mei. Seeing his beloved woman killed, Han Bin was instantly filled with rage. He turned around and lunged at one of the senior assassins. The senior assassin was caught off guard and was immediately knocked to the ground. The handgun fell aside. Han Bin saw this and immediately jumped up to seize the gun. Just as this assassin was about to resist, Han Bin had already pulled the trigger. Bang! The senior assassin dropped dead on the spot. But just before he died, he sent a message to Lin Hao's mind through his thoughts. Seeing that something was wrong outside, Lin Hao's expression darkened. He immediately rushed out. But when he arrived at the hall, he found that Han Bin was already gone. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Hongxing gang who had come to the banquet except for Han Bin had all perished, including De Fei, who met a tragic end. Even in death, his eyes were wide open, seemingly filled with strong unwillingness. At that moment, Jia and the others quickly surrounded him. Who reminded Brother Hao. Han Bin snatched a handgun and fled upstairs. Should I go find him? Tony immediately volunteered. Just as Lin Hao was about to speak, a series of urgent police sirens sounded from outside. Clearly the commotion they had caused was too great and had alarmed the entire West District Police Station. We can't stay here any longer or none of us will escape. Chenju, who had blood debts, was afraid of being caught. If that happened, he would never be able to return to Aoqing. Lin Hao nodded. Amir Han Bin couldn't stir up much. The urgent task was to ensure that Chenju and the others were not captured by the police. Take everyone and evacuate the scene immediately. We can discuss Han Bin's matter later. Understood. Then a group of them quickly fled the restaurant through the back door according to the pre-planned route. Several black cars with false license plates split up and drove towards various docks in Tsim Shui and Causeway Bay. As the convoy left, police cars surrounded the entire restaurant. Hurry, follow me. The one leading the team was Inspector Lu Jiehue, who had just left. But when Lu Jiehue and his men rushed into the restaurant, they were deeply shocked by the scene before them. After years on the force, he had never encountered such a bloody scene. Looking at the corpses on the ground, especially recognizing the familiar figure of Ma Yuliang, a leader of the West Ring of Hongxing, among the bodies, he finally understood that Hongxing had been schemed against. Quick, see if there are any injured and report this matter to headquarters immediately. Lu Jiehue ordered. Yes, Lu, sir. Just then a blood-soaked man slowly walked down from upstairs. Don't move. The police quickly drew their guns and surrounded him. Lu Jiehue recognized the man's identity at a glance and immediately asked in confusion, Han Bin. Han Bin dropped his gun and squatted down, holding his head. I won't resist. I voluntarily surrender. Moreover, I want to report someone for intentional murder. At this moment, Han Bin had long lost his former demeanor as a big brother. Not only that, he made a bold decision. He decided to cooperate with the police and become a witness for the prosecution. Hearing this, Lu Jiehue was overjoyed. This meant that his opportunity had come. As long as there were witnesses and evidence, this serious shooting incident could be easily solved. Then Lu Jiehue personally handcuffed Han Bin and took him to the police station for interrogation. However, throughout the interrogation process, Han Bin did not provide any useful information. The only fortunate thing was that he had witnessed Chenju, the leader of 14K, kill Qinyao. The remaining assassins were nameless to him. He didn't recognize them at all. Did Lin Hao make a move? Han Bin wanted to say yes. But at the time of the incident, Lin Hao was not present. Weighing the pros and cons, Han Bin gritted his teeth and ultimately shook his head. Seeing this scene, Lu Jiehue sighed in disappointment. The key to this matter was Lin Hao. Now Lin Hao had already become a key target of the Xinjiang police. If he could be convicted, it would mean eliminating a menace for the citizens of Xinjiang. Upon thinking of this, Lu Jiehue suddenly had a scheme in his mind. Han Bin, you just said you killed someone, right? Han Bin, looking troubled, explained, that was in self-defense. If I hadn't acted first, I would have been the one dead. At this moment, you won't be able to find any witnesses. Although Han Bin defended himself, Lu Jiehue clearly was not buying it. You must have quite a few cases against you. If you get charged with another count of manslaughter this time, you might end up spending your whole life in prison. Han Bin did not expect Lu Jiehue to turn against him after recording his statement. He anxiously questioned, Lu, sir, are you playing me? I'm not playing you. I promised to protect you because I thought I could obtain useful evidence from you. But the evidence you provided cannot incriminate Lin Hao and his subordinates at all. But there's still Chenju. Lu Jiehue scoffed. According to your statement, Chenju was hired by you, yet he turned against you and got you all killed. Do you think the police would believe such a one-sided account? From my perspective, you hired Chinju to eliminate Lin Hao, but Lin Hao acted first using tactics to force Chinju to turn against you. This led to the situation we have today. Therefore, if we dig deeper into this matter, you won't be able to escape responsibility either. Lu Jihui's guess was completely correct. Although Chinju wasn't hired by him, he was one of those in the know. If this were pursued seriously, he would naturally bear some legal responsibility. After thinking for a moment, Lu Jihue couldn't help but speak. What exactly do you want from me? It's simple, help me with something, and I can make you a witness, allowing you to turn the tables and redeem yourself. Then you not only can be released without charges, but I might even reward you with a banner. Lu Jihue said leisurely. Upon hearing this, Hanbin felt there must be a catch, but he had no other options. I can't let my vengeance go unpaid while I end up in jail myself. Alright, I'll do as you say. In that case, the problem becomes simple. You need to record a new statement. The content should be that you personally witnessed your brother Dragon being killed by Lin Hao. But that's falsifying evidence. And so, who will know the truth? Moreover, it's a fact that Lin Hao and Dragon went to the restroom together. In the end, Dragon was tragically killed in the restroom, while Lin Hao came out unscathed. Who will know the truth? Moreover, it's a fact that Lin Hao and Dragon went to the restroom together. In the end, Dragon was tragically killed in the restroom, while Lin Hao came out unscathed. Once he ends up in a tough spot, someone will naturally want his life. Alright, Lu sir, I will do everything as you say. Whatever you say, I will write. No, this matter has nothing to do with me. You have to bear it yourself. After all, if something happens to me, you can forget about making a comeback. Lu Jihue was no fool. This matter was extremely risky, and he naturally couldn't get himself deeply involved. Thus, all responsibility had to fall on Hanbin. At this point, Hanbin couldn't care less and readily agreed. Following Lu Jihui's guidance, Hanbin wrote down After obtaining the statement, Lu Jihue immediately called his subordinates. Let's go, we need to invite Lin Hao over for some tea. Meanwhile, Chinju and the others had already boarded a fishing boat, leaving the fragrant harbor. This time, including Chinju, Lin Hao sent away dozens of death warriors. However, after the battle at the restaurant, Lin Hao gained over 1,000 points of fear value. Therefore, the departure of dozens of high-ranking death warriors had no impact on him whatsoever. But when he returned to Causeway Bay, several police cars were already waiting. Seeing Lu Jihue stepping out of the car, Lin Hao squinted his eyes. Lu sir, I was just looking for you. There was a gunfight at the restaurant earlier, and fortunately my brothers and I ran fast, otherwise we would have lost our lives there. But Lu Jihue coldly laughed and said, you all don't seem scared at all. Moreover, according to our preliminary investigation, you all not only fled the restaurant immediately, but also quickly headed to the pier. I wonder why you didn't go to the police station to report, but instead ran to the pier. Lin Hao had long anticipated that the other party would ask this. He calmly replied, at that time we were unclear about the situation, especially since the other party had remarkable means. Therefore, I was thinking about whether to escape Fragrant Harbor and lay low for a while. Lin Hao, your explanation is absurd. Do you think I'm a fool? Lu Jihue scoffed. If you don't believe it, then there's nothing I can do. Lin Hao shrugged, feigning a helpless expression. Of course I don't believe you. Now, based on the witness statement, I have reason to suspect you are involved in the violent shooting incident that occurred in the West District today. From now on, you are formally under arrest. Lu Jihue waved his hand. His subordinates quickly rushed forward and surrounded Lin Hao. Who the hell dares to take Brother Hao away here? Aja shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of high-ranking death warriors rushed out from the security company. At the same time, dozens of cars sped in from both sides of the street, surrounding Lu Jihue and his men. Seeing this scene, Lu Jihui's face darkened, and he coldly questioned, Lin, how are you planning to openly defy the laws of Fragrant Harbor? This is no small matter, it could cost lives. Lin Hao also knew that although he was now the master of Causeway Bay, opposing the police in public was beyond even the Li family's ability to protect him. As long as the other party didn't have conclusive evidence, there could be a turnaround in this matter. With that thought, Lin Hao waved his hand. What are you doing? Did you not hear Lu Sir say there is evidence? I consider myself a lawful citizen of Fragrant Harbor, so no matter what I must go to the police station to prove my innocence. As soon as he finished speaking, a graceful figure rushed out and directly threw herself into Lin Hao's arms. Brother Hao, you won't get into trouble, will you? Qiu Shuzhen asked with a choked voice. But Lin Hao gently stroked her hair. It's fine, in Fragrant Harbor no one can touch me. But at that moment, a short-sighted police officer stretched out his hand and shouted, no bystanders near the suspect, otherwise you'll be arrested too. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's expression suddenly darkened. In the next moment, his gaze became incredibly sharp, fixating on the officer. In an instant, an invisible aura of dominance radiated from Lin Hao. What did you just say? The officer was taken aback by Lin Hao's imposing presence and then hesitantly responded, you are a suspect no one can approach. Then try touching her. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere on the scene instantly became tense. Aja and the others clenched their fists. Realizing the situation was dire, Lu Jihue could only give a knowing glance to his subordinate. He then said lightly, Lin Hao, I won't cuff you, but don't make it difficult for me. Otherwise nobody will have it easy. Seeing Lu Jihue compromise, Lin Hao's serious expression finally eased a bit. You stay at Kowloon and don't go anywhere, understand? I will be back soon. Qiu Shuzhen nodded with tears in her eyes. She could only stand there and watch as Lin Hao got into the police car. After Lin Hao left, the three brothers of Aja immediately held a meeting. Brother Jia, what should we do now? Lu Jiehui just said he has witnesses. Who could it be? Aja pondered for a moment, finally locking the list on Hanbin. After all, he was the only one who had escaped at that. Now that he was missing, it seemed highly likely that he had already been apprehended by the police. If Hanbin has been captured by the police, what should we do? If it really is him, no matter what, we can't let him live. Otherwise, brother Hao will be in danger. If he is under police control, how can we make a move? Tony couldn't help but ask. Humph, the police can't possibly protect him 24 hours a day. There will always be a moment of vulnerability. Saying this, a sly smile appeared on Aja's face. That evening, Lin Hao was brought into the West District Police Station by Lu Jiehui. Faced with Lu Jihui's pressing questions, Lin Hao claimed to know nothing at all. He completely distanced himself from the entire incident. But Lu Jiehui was clearly not someone to be trifled with. With Hanbin's testimony, he forcibly locked Lin Hao in the detention room. A night passed. By the next morning, the entire underground world of Xiangjiang was already on the verge of chaos. In just one night, 8 key figures from the Hongxing gang were brutally murdered in a restaurant. Even the strategist Chun Yao of the white paper fan was killed on the spot. This directly left Hongxing severely weakened, and its standing in the underworld was no longer secure. That morning, various factions began to encroach upon Hongxing's territories. Faced with the aggressive incursions of various gangs, Hongxing was utterly powerless to resist. Jiang Tianxing slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the almost crimson conference hall. Meanwhile, Aja quickly took action. He first bribed the staff at the West District Police Station, accurately pinpointing Hanbin's whereabouts. At this moment, Hanbin was also being detained in the police station under the strict protection of Lu Jiehui. After all, he was the only witness who could incriminate Lin Hao in this shooting incident. If anything happened to him, it would be difficult for Lu Jiehui to convict Lin Hao based solely on one testimony. That afternoon, a police officer brought Hanbin his meal, as per the routine. Seeing that this meal included chicken legs, Hanbin finally displayed a hint of a smile. Since being detained, he hadn't had a decent meal. Noticing the improved food, he instinctively thought Lu Jiehui was looking out for him. So after receiving the chicken leg, he had no suspicions and bit into it immediately. But soon after, he suddenly felt as if his throat was being choked by some foreign object. He covered his neck with both hands in an attempt to ease the discomfort, but it was no use, and he couldn't help but spit out a large amount of foam. Realizing he had been poisoned, Hanbin wanted to call for help. But at that moment, he couldn't say a single word. In the end, he could only weakly collapse to the ground. When Lu Jiehui arrived on the scene, he found Hanbin already lifeless. This made the usually gentle Lu Jihui's veins bulge with rage. Who did this? Why did Hanbin die here? As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate rushed over in a hurry. Sir Lu, according to our preliminary investigation, we found that Hanbin's poisoning is related to a chef in the kitchen. Today he was responsible for Hanbin's meals, and only he had the opportunity to tamper with the food. Hearing this, Lu Jiehui immediately ordered, "Go and arrest him right now. I want to interrogate him personally. He has already gone missing." What? Lu Jihui's eyes widened. He couldn't believe this was happening. People working in the police station had all undergone rigorous scrutiny. Ordinary people couldn't possibly work in the kitchen. But today someone from within actually betrayed him. Then go look for him at his home. No matter where he hides, you must find him. Our people have already gone, but it's unlikely there will be any results. A subordinate said cautiously. I don't care what methods you use. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into Xiangjiang, you must find him. Lu Jiehui shouted angrily. Understood. But what Lu Jiehui didn't know was that at that moment, on a fishing boat that had just left at Sim Sha Sui Pier, the chef who had been bought off by Aja was leisurely sitting on the deck counting money. Old Wong, this money is enough for you to live comfortably in Australia for the rest of your life. Aja, sitting across from him, said. The chef, known as Old Wong, immediately revealed a proud smile. Thanks to Brother Jia, otherwise I would never have earned this million in my lifetime. Prior to this, Aja had used his money ability to lavishly bribe the chef at the West District Police Station. In the end, under the coercion of money, and Aja the chef finally compromised. After the deed was done, to avoid being caught by the police, Aja personally took him to the fishing boat. You haven't told anyone about this, have you? Not even your wife and children? Aja asked again at this moment. Old Wong, rest assured, the more people who know about this, not only will I be in trouble, but those in the know will also be in danger. After receiving Old Wong's clear answer, Aja suddenly revealed a sinister smile. That's good. Then he suddenly pulled out a handgun from his pocket and pointed it at Old Wong. Seeing this, Old Wong was immediately shocked. Brother Jia, what are you doing? I think sending you to Australia is still not safe enough to prevent any accidents. I believe it's best to take care of you right here. Aja had never intended to let him go. Not to mention the fact that the other party had taken his million. Nobody could predict what would happen in the future. What if he suddenly returned to Xiangjiang after his mind went haywire in Australia, or if he was found by the police? Then he would definitely be in big trouble. Rather than letting him leave and become a ticking time bomb, it would be better to take action first and eliminate him. Brother Jia, please don't shoot. Before Old Wang's words could finish, Aja had already pulled the trigger. After the gunshot, Old Wang immediately fell into the sea and quickly disappeared into the vast ocean. I can shoot on the high seas, and even if the police come, they won't be able to do anything to me. Moreover, you've sunk into the ocean. Don't ever think about being salvaged in this lifetime. So you might as well resign yourself to death. That way I can sleep soundly at night. After venting, Aja ordered the boatman to take the fishing boat to shore. Here are $20,000 for you. Let this matter rot in your stomach. If I find out that you report it to the police or have any connection with them, then don't expect your wife and child to live. Understand? The boatman took the money and nodded frantically. After all, Aja could kill witnesses even in police custody, let alone someone like him. And now with Lin Hao's overwhelming power, a small character like him would certainly face dire consequences if he got into trouble. So the best way was to pretend he knew nothing. After dealing with this matter, Aja had Ahu drive a sports car directly to the West District Police Station. Once inside, an officer immediately recognized Aja and the others. Yesterday, it was Lin Hao who made him lose face. Now seeing Aja come to his doorstep, his anger flared up instantly. On his own turf, he had no fear of any surprises. Hey, what do you guys want here? This is the police station, not a place for people like you. Seeing the other person's expression, Aja sneered. Do you think I wouldn't dare to touch you just because we're in this police? At that moment, a stern voice interjected. What are you threatening a police officer in the station? Do you believe I want cover? The speaker was Officer Lu Jiahui. Upon seeing Lu Jiahui, Aja's attitude clearly changed. Officer Lu, I'm just helping you educate your subordinates. These guys are so reckless that they could easily cause trouble. What trouble could my men possibly cause? In this day and age, is there still someone so bold as to touch a police officer? Lu Jiahui was not wrong. In today's world, gangsters might fight and kill each other, even creating major incidents. But if someone dared to lay a hand on the police, they would surely pay a heavy price. Aja, however, didn't care about this at all, and after puffing on a cigar, he smugly said, Sorry, when I go crazy, I become ruthless to everyone around me. Even if someone hides in the police station, I have 1,000 ways to make him die immediately. Aja's words carried a deeper meaning, clearly hinting at everyone. Hanbin was done by him. Lu Jiahui was enraged to see such a blatant provocation. He clenched his fist, his eyes seeming to want to devour Aja. Don't get too complacent, I will eventually take you all down. Aja nonchalantly replied. We'll talk about that when the time comes. I'm here today for only one purpose. That is to bail out my brother Lin Hao. I wonder if you can make it convenient to release my brother. Lu Jihui's heart. With the sole eyewitness now dead, it was impossible for him to accuse Lin Hao again. After all, even if he were to force a lawsuit, the court wouldn't believe the testimony of a dead gang leader. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Jiahui finally gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Someone go process Lin Hao's bail. Boss, are we really letting him go? 20 people died in this murder case, and it involves many gang leaders. A subordinate cautiously reminded him. Lu Jiahui shot a glare at him, feeling overwhelmingly frustrated. He knew very well that Lin Hao's hands were stained with blood, but this was a society governed by law. Gangsters might ignore the law, but the police couldn't disregard the system. If one day you find direct evidence of Lin Hao committing murder, then you can personally handcuff him yourself. After being rebuked by his superior, the officer who had been humiliated by Lin Hao had no choice but to relent. Soon Lin Hao was released on bail. Upon seeing Lu Jiahui in the lobby, Lin Hao didn't forget to greet him. Officer Lu, you've really worked hard. You've made such a fuss all night, but in the end it's all for nothing. Don't be sarcastic with me. I will definitely investigate Hanbin's death thoroughly. If I find any connection to you, I will personally arrest you. Lu Jiahui warned repeatedly. But Lin Hao feigned surprise. What? Hanbin is dead. He ultimately couldn't escape after all. By the way, how did he die? Lu Jiahui was infuriated by Lin Hao's acting, glared at him fiercely, and returned to the police station. Watching the other party leave, a smirk crept onto Lin Hao's lips. Turning to the officer beside him, Lin Hao reminded, Kid, you may be a cop, but don't be too conspicuous. Otherwise you won't even know how you died one day. After being threatened by Lin Hao, the officer didn't dare to retort him. After all, he had already developed a bit of fear toward Lin Hao. This was someone even his direct superior couldn't. Recalling how the entire Hung Hing had been wiped out by him, a small officer really wasn't Lin Hao's match. After swallowing hard, he could only turn and leave the scene in shame. Lin Hao returned triumphantly, bringing his subordinates back home. Meanwhile, rumors about Lin Hao in the underworld grew more numerous. Have you heard? Lin Hao has been acquitted. That's terrifying. That's dozens of lives. Who says not? Perhaps this guy truly has connections with those big families in Xinjiang. Otherwise, how could he always escape unscathed? More importantly, it seems that Hung Hing has sent a peace message to Lin Hao, hoping both sides will cease hostilities. Haha, it seems Hung Hing is really finished. Just as rumors and gossip spread, Lin Hao met a noble guest at his security company. To avoid attracting outside attention, Jiang Tianxing quietly arrived at Hao Kai's security company under the cover of night. In the general manager's office, he met Lin Hao in person. After they met, Jiang Tianxing took a deep breath and helplessly said, Lin Hao, this time you've caused us Hung Hing a lot of suffering. Lin Hao sneered, internally thinking to himself that if it weren't for his cleverness, he would have been the one lying in the restaurant. Mr. Jiang, anyone who mixes in this world should expect such a day. The saying goes, the victor is king. I'm sure you understand this simple principle, right? Jiang Tianxing nodded, and then got straight to the point. I'm here to find you with only one purpose. I hope to represent Hung Hing in comprehensive peace talks with you, so that from now on we will have no more grudges or conflicts. How about it? Seeing that Jiang Tianxing truly wanted to negotiate peace with him, Lin Hao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, saying, I never expected that the leader of Hongxing would have a day of bowing to others. But are you really not worried that I might have you carried out horizontally today? Jiang Tianxing laughed heartily. I still have some influence in the martial world, and I have many friends in the white society. So, if I were to truly die at your hands, you would find that even knowing the governor of the port wouldn't help you escape. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes. He was quite aware that Jiang Tianxing was entirely different from Chunyao and others. Hongxing was merely one of the industries under his name. He had operated many legitimate businesses in the white society and had befriended numerous dignitaries. Therefore, if he were to truly die in his own company, he would undoubtedly be implicated. No wonder he is the leader of Hongxing so confident. If I didn't have some skills, how could I keep those guys in check? Jiang Tianxing said with a bitter smile. However, even though I want to give you face, you Hongxing have provoked me multiple times. If I simply compromised, how would my men view me? How could I continue leading them? Lin Hao's words carried a deep... It was clear that he was telling Jiang Tianxing that this matter would not end so easily. If you truly want to negotiate, then show some sincerity. Jiang Tianxing was a clever man. He immediately understood Lin Hao's intention. You can rest assured about this. I certainly came prepared, otherwise I wouldn't have traveled all the way to Causeway Bay to negotiate with you. I'm all ears. Lin Hao knew that the other party was about to make an offer. This time Hongxing has lost a total of 8 hall masters. Apart from the territories you have already taken in Causeway Bay and Simsha Sui, I can relinquish all the remaining 6 hall territories and industries to you for free. What do you think? Lin Hao showed no signs of joy upon hearing this. Instead, he disdainfully replied, among these halls, 3 have already been occupied by other gangs. The remaining 3 halls either have remote geographical locations with little benefit or are heavily influenced by local gangs, making it very difficult to profit. Among the 12 halls of Hongxing, apart from the one in Tunmen, which is solely theirs, the other halls cannot dominate the entire region. Thus, while Jiang Tianxing seemed to offer sufficient benefits, he was essentially forcing Lin Hao to take over those territories himself. I have considered this as well. Therefore, I plan to additionally give you 5 million as compensation on top of these 6 territories. How does that sound? Upon hearing the 5 million, Lin Hao's expression softened slightly. It seems Mr. Jiang is quite serious this time, willing to sacrifice 6 territories and also dip into his own pocket to offer 5 million to settle this matter. Jiang Tianxing knew that Lin Hao was belittling him, but he didn't mind. To be honest, losing a few territories and a few brothers won't cause me any loss. On the contrary, if Hongxing brings me negative news, it will severely impact my other legitimate businesses. Therefore, I hope you can overlook past grievances and that Hongxing and I will no longer continue to fight. Jiang Tianxing's words made a lot of sense. In today's martial world, no one wished for violence and bloodshed, especially since Hongxing now barely had a breath left. Even if he didn't intervene, other gangs would take advantage of the situation and divide their territories. Realizing this, Lin Hao also planned to let Hongxing off the hook for now. After all, gaining a large amount of industries and 5 million cash from 6 territories without any conflict was quite beneficial, wasn't it? Immediately, Lin Hao confidently replied, all right, since Mr. Jiang has said this, if I keep dragging it out, it would be ungrateful of me. From now on, Hongxing and I will have no more disputes. Of course, your Hongxing people also cannot come to trouble me. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. Lin Hao ended with a warning to Jiang Tianxing. Jiang Tianxing was a smart man who, although he felt very displeased inside, he smiled and said, rest assured, the decision-makers of the remaining halls have long been scared out of their wits by you. Even if I held a knife to their necks, they wouldn't dare to oppose you. All right, then, this matter is settled. After bidding farewell to Jiang Tianxing, Lin Hao summoned the Tony brothers to his office. Upon learning about the negotiations with Hongxing, Jia seemed somewhat displeased. Brother Hao, at this time we should take the opportunity to strike and catch Hongxing off guard. Yes, as long as you give the order, we 3 brothers will definitely seize the remaining 4 territories of Hongxing. Hu also stated firmly. But Lin Hao merely waved his hand. No need, Hongxing can no longer stir up any waves, they will eventually be eliminated. Moreover, our manpower is still insufficient. Even if we were to take over the entire 12 halls of Hongxing, we wouldn't be able to manage all the industries. At that time, we would easily attract the attention of other forces, which could be counterproductive. Although Lin Hao's death warriors were increasing in number, other forces should not be underestimated. Without mentioning others, the ones who have grievances against me are Dongxing and Heji. These 2 gangs are not easy to deal with. If they join forces to attack, I would be quite passive. Thus, Lin Hao's idea was simple. That is to let Hongxing perish on its own while he focuses on dealing with Dongxing and other gangs. Seeing that Lin Hao had made a decision, the 3 brothers no longer wasted words. At this time, Aja suddenly thought of something. Brother, how do you remember Guadeli? Of course, isn't he the head of the Guo family, one of the 4 prominent families in Xiangjiang? He called me this morning saying he wanted to sit down and chat with you. Oh, he actually took the initiative to find me. Could it be that he has business to discuss with us? Lin Hao asked curiously. He didn't say much on the phone, so I don't know what he's up to. The Guo family's business scope is vast, and they never engage in small business. Seeing that the other party took the initiative to reach out, Lin Hao immediately decided to accept the meeting. Set a time with him and tell him that I will personally go. Understood. After a day passed, the landscape of the underground world of Xiangjiang changed once again. Jiang Tiansheng began to spread the word, not only surrendering all 8 territories of Hongxing to Lin Hao, but also transitioning the gang to legitimate businesses no longer participating in the disputes of the martial world. Anyone with eyes could see that Hongxing was now surrounded by enemies. Even if he didn't withdraw from the disputes, he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Rather than waiting to be driven out by other gangs, it was better to find a way out for himself. After all, his family is large and prosperous, and he doesn't lack a Hongxing. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's reputation once again resonated throughout Xiangjiang. In just a few months, he single-handedly brought down the entire Hongxing. This achievement is unmatched. Because Lin Hao's reputation preceded him, when he assumed control of Hongxing's remaining territories, he encountered no resistance whatsoever. Even the other local syndicates held their positions, daring neither to provoke Lin Hao nor to seize those enterprises by Brother Hao. This time we've taken over hundreds of brothels, dozens of karaoke nightclubs, more than 10 sauna leisure clubs, over 30 gambling dens, and 9 bars. I've roughly calculated it. These enterprises alone will yield us at least 20 million in net profit each month. After the takeover, Aja immediately brought the ledger to Lin Hao to report. Lin Hao cast a cool glance at the ledger and said, "You need not report such trifles to me from now on. Also, you 3 should stand on your own. Divide these 6 territories among yourselves. 2 territories apiece. I'll assign you some personnel. As for everything else, it will depend on your own abilities." Lin Hao had made up his mind these gray enterprises were mere child's play. His aim was never to be the underground emperor of Xiangjiang. He intended to become the one who controlled Xiangjiang's economic lifeblood. Thus, he would leave the gray businesses to his subordinates and spare himself the trouble. Upon hearing this, the 3 brothers rejoiced. "Thank you, Brother Hao. We will strive to make every one of these places wholly ours." But then Lin Hao warned gravely, "Remember this. I can grant you opportunity, and I can cast you in. So do not even think of betraying me. If you do, I will spare none of you." The 3 brothers hastened to swear their. Aja was the first to speak. "Brother Hao, we're not fools. We're fed while following you. Why would we betray you when we're well provided for?" Tony chimed in both strength and wealth you tower above us. We cannot be compared to you. Ahu added bluntly, "Don't worry, Brother Hao. Even in death, I will not betray you." Seeing their pledges, and knowing he had secret enforcers watching them, Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. Then Aja said, "By the way, Brother Hao, Boss Guo invited you this afternoon to play at a golf course in Shigong. Will you go?" "Oh, that fellow actually invited me to golf. These rich people like to show off. What's fun about golf? It's more thrilling to play billiards. Both use hands and cue sticks. It's basically the same thing." Ahu said, "Damn, you don't get it. They can wear suits and ties in a high society while you'd be stuck in bell-bottoms at a billiard hall." Aja lectured. Lin Hao waved his hand. "Golf or billiards, the game matters little. What matters are the people who occupy those venues. If 2 bosses went to a billiard hall to discuss business, do you think they could speak comfortably?" Brother Hao may have a point. Indeed, a billiard hall seems ill-suited to business, Ahu said, nodding uncertainly. Tony offered, "Brother Hao, shall I bring some men to protect you?" "No need. I trust Boss Guo wouldn't dare harm. Besides, since he invited me, he should be more worried about my safety than I am. If anything happened to me there, even if he plunged into the Yellow River, he could never explain it away." After Lin Hao's analysis, everyone relaxed. He then called Qiu Shuzhen, who was still at the hotel. "Brother Hao, why are you calling me?" Qiu Shuzhen asked excitedly when she heard from him. "Put on something nicer. I'm taking you to an upscale place." "Oh, where?" "You'll see when we get there." "Okay." Qiu Shuzhen hung up and rushed to her wardrobe to choose clothes. "This is too revealing. Brother Hao won't like it. This is too conservative. It doesn't show my figure. This one seems fine." After some deliberation, she finally chose a floral sleeveless short dress. Her long fair legs were set off by delicate black heels. Her arms were like creamy jade, flawless and pale, at once sensual and innocent. After a light sweep of lipstick and a spritz of perfume, Qiu Shuzhen slung an LV bag and stepped out. Outside the hotel, she found Lin Hao's chauffeur van already waiting. Once inside the car, she noticed Lin Hao's unorthodox attire. "Why are you dressed so casually? You look like you're going—" "You guessed right. We're heading to a golf course in Shigong." "What? To a golf course? Should I still be dressed like this? Shall I go change?" Lin Hao smiled and shook his head. "Do you play golf?" No, I don't." "That's perfect. Just come and accompany me and be an ornament. I dressed you up for one reason, to make others envy me for having such a beautiful girlfriend, understand?" Qiu Shuzhen was secretly pleased. She had feared he might stray once he had money, but so far his conduct showed he still cared for her. She slipped her arm through his and sweetly said, I know. He'll behave and try to make you look good. Lin Hao flashed a roguish smile, and his hand reached for Qiu Shuzhen's slim waist. Oh, don't tease. We're in. Half an hour later the car reached the gates of the Shigong Golf Club. As they stepped out, several men in suits and dark glasses immediately approached. One of them said respectfully, Mr. Lin, Mr. Guo has been waiting inside for some time. Please this way. Recognizing Guo's capable bodyguards, Lin Hao nodded and led Qiu Shuzhen into the club by the hand. Qiu Shuzhen clung to Lin Hao like a contented cat, sweet and dependent. The club's patrons were uniformly wealthy, and the women at their sides each had a distinctive allure. When Qiu Shuzhen appeared, she immediately drew many admiring glances. Some older gentlemen stared unabashedly, appraising her figure with intense attention. Her figure is extraordinary. Who is that man? I haven't seen him before. If he's of no standing, I wouldn't mind taking his woman for myself. Just as everyone was discussing, they suddenly noticed that Lin Hao had walked directly up to Guodeli. You must be Lin Hao, right? I've heard of your great name long ago, and seeing you today, you indeed possess extraordinary demeanor. Guodeli complimented Lin Hao as soon as they met. However, Lin Hao was not someone who could be easily swayed by a few flattering words. Mr. Guo is the same. As the head of one of the 4 great families of Xiangjiang, your social status and wealth far exceed mine. Thus, as a junior, I must learn more from you about the ways of business. Not at all, I am just lucky I happen to have a bit of... By the way, this beautiful lady must be your companion, right? At this moment, Guodeli's gaze shifted to Qiu Shuzhen. In fact, he had noticed Qiu Shuzhen's beauty at first glance. He was instantly captivated by her stunning appearance. Even a man like him who had grown accustomed to delicacies felt a stir within upon seeing such a beauty. Yet he also knew that Lin Hao was not someone to be trifled with. Therefore, he would not be foolish enough to offend Lin Hao over a woman. After all, he had plenty of women to choose from. That's right, this is my girlfriend Qiu Shuzhen. Hello. Guodeli extended his hand like a gentleman. Qiu Shuzhen also reached out her hand and smiled slightly, saying, Hello, Mr. Guo. Some older men nearby saw this and displayed expressions of disappointment. So this guy knows Mr. Guo, then we definitely have no chance. I've been here playing golf for so long, wanting to talk to Guodeli, but never had the chance, and now that kid has jumped in. Who is that kid? I'm really curious. At the same time, a slightly magnetic voice came from behind Lin Hao. Lin Hao turned around to see a graceful and alluring young woman slowly approaching them holding a golf club. Upon seeing her, Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat. What? It turned out to be her. You came at the right time. Let me introduce you. This is my newly met friend. His name is Lin Hao. The lady beside him is his girlfriend, named Qiu Shuzhen. This one is my woman named Guan Jiling. Upon hearing Guodeli reveal the name of the woman, Lin Hao became even more certain that the woman before him was the famous queen of golf, Guan Jiling. At this point, Guan Jiling had already entered the film industry and successfully filmed several movies, making her a well-known and capable actress in the entertainment circle. All along, Lin Hao had thought that her backing was old Lu, but unexpectedly before old Lu, she had an unknown history. Guan Jiling was not too surprised to see Lin Hao. Guodeli had already briefed her beforehand. However, upon seeing Qiu Shuzhen beside Lin Hao, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. After all, she did not expect to see such a stunning woman in the small Xiangjiang. Qiu Shuzhen was by no means inferior to her in terms of figure or appearance. Moreover, today Qiu Shuzhen was dressed in a very fashionable and sexy outfit, which was completely incomparable to her own sportswear. Seeing herself being overshadowed by an unknown woman, Guan Ziling's expression became stiff. Mr. Lin Hao, may I ask what profession this young lady beside you is engaged in? Because she looks outstanding, very much like a star in the entertainment circle. As soon as Guan Jiling finished speaking, the smile on Qiu Shuzhen's face instantly vanished. In fact, until this moment, Qiu Shuzhen did not believe she was at a disadvantage compared to the other woman in any aspect. However, when it came to status, she truly had no advantage. During this time, Lin Hao had not allowed her to work for herself, so strictly speaking, Qiu Shuzhen was currently just an unemployed drifter. Lin Hao was naturally aware of this, and before Qiu Shuzhen could speak, he took the initiative to say, to be honest, I plan to promote her into the entertainment industry as an actress. Oh, Miss Guan Jiling has certain connections and influence in the entertainment circle. If there's an opportunity, she could help. Guodeli immediately suggested upon seeing this. Dear, you know that the entertainment circle is a mixed bag. I think Miss Qiu should better not get involved. After all, not everyone can survive in such an environment. Lin Hao did not know if Guan Ziling's words were sincere or had ulterior motives, but he continued to express, you need not worry about this part. I will soon create a movie tailored for her where she will play the leading role. I believe this film will definitely be a box office success. Then when the movie is released, we will definitely go to the cinema to support it. Thank you. After chatting for a while, Guodeli finally began to get to the main point. Lin Hao, actually the main reason for inviting you today is to discuss a major deal. Boss Guai was waiting for this sentence. You should know that I have an electricity company under my name, right? Lin Hao thought to himself, isn't this obvious? The general manager of your electricity company was taken down by me. How could I not know? However, on the surface, Lin Hao still politely replied, I have heard of this company, it seems quite famous. To be honest, currently there are only 2 electricity companies in Xinjiang, and I own one of them. Currently, although the entire economy of Xinjiang is in a rapid development phase, many areas still have blank stages in their electricity systems. So I invited you here to develop some regional electricity facilities together and jointly acquire these regions' electricity projects. What do you think? Lin Hao possessed keen business acumen. With just a few simple words from Guadeli, he fully understood the other party's intention. Currently, places like Tsim Sha Sui and Causeway Bay already have a well-established electrical system, but in many corners of Xinjiang the progress of power grid installation is still very slow. This is not only hindered by local forces, but may also involve secret obstruction from competitors. Especially since the environments in various regions are complex, Guadeli as a businessman may feel somewhat overwhelmed when dealing with these matters. Thus, upon seeing Lin Hao causing a stir in the underworld and stirring up trouble everywhere, yet remaining unscathed, he developed the thought of wanting to collaborate with him. In Lin Hao's view, the electricity industry was undoubtedly an extraordinarily lucrative energy sector, and he well understood that in the future Hong Kong, and indeed the entire world, would grow increasingly dependent on electrical power. Yet electricity infrastructure was of paramount importance to the government. Without influential connections, ordinary individuals stood no chance of gaining access. But should he succeed, through collaboration with Guadeli, in ultimately seizing control of the power grid, his commercial empire would expand outward at breathtaking speed. At this thought, Lin Hao felt a stirring of genuine excitement. Mr. Guo, may I ask which regions you have in mind for this joint development? Our immediate priority is Wang Tai Sin District. Is the power infrastructure there still incomplete? Lin Hao asked, visibly surprised. Wang Tai Sin is riddled with outdated public housing estates. Not that we lack the technical capability to install power lines there. Rather, each time we lay cables, local factions sabotage our work, cutting wires, smashing transformers. Consequently, our operations there have long remained reactive and painfully slow. Eventually, the government publicly declared whoever could neutralize the entrenched Triad influence in the district would be awarded the tender for all power infrastructure projects across the entire area. Hearing this, Lin Hao suddenly recalled that Wang Tai Sin's most infamous landmark was Sui Wan Shan, the very birthplace of the 13 Elders. Though the 13 Elders had long since vanished, organized criminal forces in the district remained rampant and ruthless. Guadeli's approach at this precise moment strongly implied he expected Lin Hao to deploy covert extra-legal methods against those gangs. Lin Hao then pressed further. Who poses the greatest obstacle to you there? The Wuxing Syndicate holds the strongest presence. Its regional head is Yin Tianyuan, a figure wielding considerable authority within the organization. At the name, Wuxing, Lin Hao instinctively clenched his fist. After resolving the Hunghing matter, he had already planned to confront both Wuxing and Dongxing. Yet Guadeli had preempted him, summoning him specifically to dismantle Wuxing. Though Wuxing now seemed trivial to Lin Hao, he knew appearances mattered. He must tread carefully, especially now when his soaring profile had made him a marked target of the Hong Kong government. Launching a broad-scale assault on Wuxing risked landing him behind bars. Thus, after a deliberate pause, Lin Hao replied cautiously, Mr. Guo, I fear Wuxing less than I do the police and the authorities. As you know, I've recently stirred up quite a storm. Any minor ripple could leave me severely compromised. Guadeli instantly grasped Lin Hao's intent and smiled reassuringly. I fully understand your concern. Rest assured, if I propose partnership, I guarantee your protection. What the Li family can accomplish, the Guo family can match and surpass. One condition, however: under no circumstances may your actions trace back to me. Should that happen, I cannot shield you from consequence. Guadeli was shrewd, offering full support in principle, yet demanding absolute deniability as proof. This way, should catastrophe strike, and he prove unable to contain it, he would remain unscathed, while Lin Hao might well end up rotting in prison. Lin Hao responded with palpable dissatisfaction. Mr. Guo, if you remain entirely detached, how can I possibly commit myself wholeheartedly to this endeavor? The risks are colossal, yet profits must be split equally. Viewed objectively, this deal offers me skin. Seeing Lin Hao's reluctance, Guadeli grew anxious. Hong Kong International Power Company had long eyed Wang Tai Sin District like a vulture circling carrion. If they seized the infrastructure contract first, he would forfeit tens of millions and suffer a devastating blow to his clout across the entire power industry. He relented. Here's a proposal: I'll offer you equity in my Tianhua Electric Power Limited. Once you're a shareholder, any attempt to disavow our connection becomes legally impossible. How does that sound? This concession was substantial. Though Guadeli avoided direct entanglement in Triad warfare, all of Hong Kong knew Tianhua Electric Power Limited was one of his flagship enterprises. Lin Hao's status as shareholder would thus publicly cement their alliance. Only then did Lin Hao nod, satisfied. Since you've spoken so plainly, Mr. Guo, I can hardly decline. We may negotiate terms, but first let us clearly define our future profit-sharing structure. Should you secure Wang Tai Sin's power infrastructure contract for me, I will allocate 30% of every project's revenue as your commission. Agreed. Upon completion of cooperation, you may withdraw your stake from Tianhua Electric Power Limited. Lin Hao shook his head. I have no intention of withdrawing from Tianhua Electric Power, and our collaboration must transcend the confines of a single district like Wang Tai-sin. What precisely do you mean? I seek permanent equity in Tianhua Electric Power, and our ambitions must extend far beyond one locality. I currently command 8 districts. Wherever issues arise in these areas, I resolve them decisively, and soon, I am certain, I shall dominate Hong Kong's entire underworld. When that day arrives, Tianhua's power lines will radiate across every corner of Hong Kong without impediment. Guideli beamed with elation. This outcome had long been his deepest aspiration, though Lin Hao's grand ambition to bind them irrevocably gave him pause. Yet he felt no anxiety. Holding over 51% of Tianhua shares granted him unilateral authority over all corporate decisions. Even if relations soured later, he would retain unassailable legal supremacy. With this logic settled, Guideli immediately accepted Lin Hao's terms. Agreed. I admire working with ambitious young men like you. I'll cede 30% of Tianhua Electric Power's equity, and grant you 30% of all future profits as ongoing remuneration. 30% equity is fair, the profit share likewise reasonable. Then allow me to toast our forthcoming success, here and now. With that, Lin Hao extended his hand. Guideli flashed a sly smile and clasped it firmly. Pleasure doing. By the way, if you play golf, care for a round. A mere trifle. Within 2 days, Guideli had completed the transfer of shares. After Lin Hao became the second shareholder of Tianhua Electric Power Co., Ltd., he personally led a group of loyal subordinates to the Huangdaxian district to supervise the work. This was Lin Hao's first move since establishing a cooperative relationship with the other party, so it had to be flawless. Otherwise, it would not only make Guideli underestimate him, but could also jeopardize their partnership. When Lin Hao's vehicle arrived at a large outdoor square at the foot of Ziyun Mountain, he found that the construction personnel from Tianhua Electric Power Co., Ltd., had already begun work on site. According to Guideli, the government was about to build a large shopping mall around this square, which would stimulate the economic development of the surrounding area. Therefore, constructing the power grid here was particularly crucial. It could be said that whichever electric company successfully laid the power grid here would gain the government's favor and thus obtain the rights to develop the corresponding project. However, when Lin Hao got out of the car, he suddenly noticed more than 10 men rushing over. Hey, what are you doing here? No construction allowed here, get lost. The leading man shouted at the construction personnel on site while pointing a steel pipe at them. The workers, seeing this, immediately stopped their work. At this moment, a person in charge on site hurriedly approached the group. We are from Tianhua Electric Power Co., Ltd., and we are here to lay the power grid at the government's request. Although he introduced himself and mentioned the government, the other party spat on the ground and cursed back. I don't know any Tianhua Electric Power Co., Ltd. If you say the government sent you, then have someone from the government come talk to me. This is my territory, and no one is allowed to conduct construction here. How can you be so unreasonable? The manager couldn't help but curse. But the next moment, the other party was enraged. He raised the steel pipe and smashed it down hard onto the manager's shoulder. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Oh! The manager fell to the ground in pain, his expression one of agony. Go back and tell your boss that only Xiangjiang International Electric Power Co., Ltd. can work here. Do you understand? Lin Hao, not far away, heard this clearly. At this moment, he also gained some understanding of the situation. Clearly, the other party was supporting Xiangjiang International Electric Power Co., Ltd. Thus, when Tianhua Electric Power Co., Ltd. came to construct, they would stand up to obstruct them in every way. As for the government, they had no need to worry at all. After all, the relevant government departments had previously stated that whoever could successfully lay the power grid here would secure the development rights for the project. As for the process of conflict between the two parties, they couldn't be bothered to interfere. Brother, how should we take action now? Tony leaned in and whispered to Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded slightly. Let's go. Then Lin Hao led dozens of men forward, quickly surrounding them. More than Lin Hao's appearance not only startled the opponents, but also left the personnel from Tianhua Electric Power Co., Ltd. dumbfounded. However, after Tony revealed their identity, the on-site leader from Xiangjiang International Electric Power Co., Ltd. finally breathed a sigh of relief. You came at just the right time. This group of guys has repeatedly obstructed us from laying the wires. At this point, the leading man from the other side, seeing the situation was not favorable, directly stated his identity. I am Lao Biao from Ziyun Mountain. Which gang are you from? Lin Hao approached him, lit a cigarette, and then slowly asked Lao Biao, right. Whose gang are you with? Do you know who my boss is? My boss is Heji Yin Tianyuan. Sure enough, it was Heji. After confirming the other party's identity, Lin Hao no longer wasted words. You tell Yin Tianyuan that the electrical project in Huangdaxian district will henceforth belong to Tianhua Electric Power Co., Ltd. If he wants to stay here and continue making a little money, he should not come to cause trouble. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to twist his head off and throw it into the sea to feed the fish. Lin Hao's words instantly enraged Lao Biao. Damn it, who do you think you are daring to shout in my territory? Don't think that just because you have more people you can touch me. Lao Biao hadn't finished speaking when Tony had already made. He quickly charged in front of the opponent and raised his right elbow to directly strike at his temple. Bang! Lao Biao didn't react in time, and after the heavy blow, he instantly fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the underlings behind Lao Biao didn't dare to act rashly. After all, it was evident that Tony's strength far exceeded that of their boss. Moreover, Lin Hao had brought dozens of elite subordinates with him. They were undoubtedly no match for Lin Hao and his group. After his head had been violently shaken for a long time, Lao Biao finally managed to get up despite the excruciating pain. Who are you all? My name is Tony, and this is my boss Lin Hao. When Lin Hao's name came out of Tony's mouth, it instantly caused a commotion on site. The thugs from Heji trembled all over when they learned that they were up against Lin Hao. Some even involuntarily took a few steps back, attempting to find an opportunity to escape the scene. Lao Biao was also taken aback. He never expected that Tianhua Electric Power Co., Ltd., had established a partnership with Lin Hao. You came here for Tianhua Electric Power Co., Ltd. At least you're sensible. Oh, I might as well tell you that I am already the second shareholder of Tianhua Electric Power Co., Ltd. So if anyone wants to block my financial path, I won't hesitate to send him on his way. Facing Lin Hao's blatant threat, Lao Biao still managed to act tough. He struggled to stand up and angrily cursed at Lin Hao and the others. As long as I'm here for a day, I won't let you. If you're tough, try to kill me. Upon hearing Lao Biao's ridiculous statement, Lin Hao exhaled a puff of smoke. I've lived for over 20 years, and it's the first time I've seen someone make such a demand. Since you seek death, Tony, put in some effort and send him on his way. Tony first nodded and then asked what about the... Lin Hao cast a glance at the remaining Heji members. The anger from being tricked by Heji back then surged up. Dislocate their hands and feet, and from now on, whenever you see a Heji person anywhere, beat them to death. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. Do you understand? Understood. The group of subordinates shouted in unison. Before Lao Biao and the others could regain their senses, Tony charged forward with his death warriors. In an instant, the entire square was filled with cries. Although many onlookers surrounded the area, those who had lived in Kowloon Mountain for many years were already accustomed to such phenomena. Moreover, police cars, upon nearing the scene, stopped not far away, too afraid to approach. Soon all the more than 10 people brought by Lao Biao were incapacitated by the death warriors. Some had their fingers broken, while others had their legs brutally shattered. None of the short mules from Heji present were spared. After these individuals were dealt with, Lao Biao was also beaten to a near death. His face was already a bloody mess, making his features unrecognizable. My boss is Yin Tianyuan, he will not let you go. This time he did not finish his sentence as a steel pipe was directly smashed onto his head. Bang! After this sound, Lao Biao collapsed into a pool of blood. Still so arrogant at death's door, I see that all you have is a tough mouth. After spitting on the corpse, Tony left with satisfaction. At this moment, Lin Hao raised his head and glanced around. He noticed that the crowd of onlookers was growing larger. Through a series of actions, just now, he had madly accumulated a vast amount of fear value. However, Lin Hao was not satisfied with this. He cleared his throat and shouted loudly, "Everyone from Kowloon Mountain, listen to me carefully. Our Tianhua Electric Power Company has come here primarily to completely resolve your power issues and will cooperate with the government to vigorously develop the local economy. If you still wish to continue living in poverty, dwelling in dark, lifeless houses, then feel free to await your demise. But if you want to live a better life, please cooperate fully with our work. Furthermore, from now on, anyone who dares to obstruct our construction will end up just like this guy." Lin Hao deliberately pointed at Lao Biao's corpse. Lao Biao was well known in this area, and almost everyone recognized his name. Now that they saw him easily killed by Lin Hao, the ordinary citizens on the scene naturally did not dare to breathe. Seeing the scene fall into a hushed silence, Lin Hao knew his intimidation had taken effect. Next, he only needed to deal with Yin Tianyuan, and the entire Huangdaxian district would be his. After leaving the death warriors behind to guard the construction site, Lin Hao directly returned to Causeway Bay. On his way back, he received a call from Guideli. "Haha, it's still you, Lin, who has the capability. I heard you killed a leader of Heji on the spot and intimidated the entire region's populace." Lin Hao replied with a light snort. "I did this merely to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, but I don't know if that monkey... If Heji dares to jump out to obstruct again, I won't mind exterminating all Heji members in the entire Huangdaxian district. You can handle this matter as you see fit, but your little brother killed someone in the street. How do you plan to deal with it? Although I have extensive connections and relationships in the police force with so many witnesses at the scene, we must provide the public with an explanation." Guideli called not only to congratulate Lin Hao, but also to hint that he must resolve this murder case. After all, Lin Hao had now become the second shareholder of Tianhua Electric Power Company. If he carried a murder case, it would affect the entire company and even implicate himself. Lin Hao understood Guideli's intentions and calmly replied, "Don't worry, my people have already gone to the police, but don't think you can stay out of this. I need you to use your connections to help me fight this lawsuit. It must be classified as mutual combat. My subordinates simply committed manslaughter. You can rest assured that as long as no witnesses dare to come forward to accuse your subordinates of intentional murder, I will smooth everything over with the court." Lin Hao scoffed. "If someone really dares to stand up and accuse, I won't mind killing another person." After hearing Lin Hao's words, Guadeli felt a chill run down his spine. For the first time, he began to feel that his cooperation with Lin Hao might plunge him into a bottomless abyss. The Lin Hao on the phone was actually a man who could kill without blinking. If he inadvertently crossed Lin Hao's bottom line in the future, would his fate be equally tragic? With this thought, Guadeli couldn't help but shiver. Lin Hao's actions in Ziyun Mountain quickly spread, shocking the entire underground world of Xiangjiang. Although his methods were somewhat ruthless, Lin Hao was at the height of his power, and no one dared to openly challenge him. However, within Heji, this matter was being discussed very fervently. In the Heji conference hall, Yan Tianyuan, the decision-maker of Huangdaxian district, slammed his hand on the table and angrily said, "Lin Hao has provoked us from time to time. We already let go of the last incident with Babai. If we retreat again this time, then none of us can continue to operate in the Jianghu. We might as well switch to another club. After all, I cannot afford to lose face." Although Yan Tianyuan's words were reasonable, none of the other Red Stick leaders present spoke up. After all, with Lin Hao's current strength, who would dare to act against him lightly? At this moment, Gao Wenbiao, sitting in the leading position, finally spoke up. "Tianyuan, first tell us why Lin Hao suddenly went to Huangdaxian district to take action against your people." Yan Tianyuan was momentarily stunned, but ultimately revealed his covert collaboration with Xiangjiang International Electric Power Company to everyone present. Upon hearing this, Gao Wenbiao narrowed his eyes and started calculating in his mind. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again. "Tianyuan, you are the decision-maker in Huangdaxian district. This matter occurred in your territory and is related to your interests. Therefore, asking the brothers to lend a hand at this moment might not be appropriate." Gao Wenbiao's implication was clear. "You, Yan Tianyuan, have sought to profit quietly behind the club. Now that you can't bear it any longer, you are coming to the club for help. This is unreasonable." Yan Tianyuan glanced around at the crowd and helplessly said, "I will not mistreat my brothers. If this matter succeeds, I am willing to give half of the profits to the club. The profits in the electric power industry are astonishing, and half of the earnings are already quite substantial." After hearing this, Gao Wenbiao immediately expressed his stance. "Since you are so sincere, and since this matter also concerns the face of our Heji, I hope everyone present will unite and work together to deal with Lin Hao." With Gao Wenbiao's declaration, the others present felt it inappropriate to say more. Soon Yan Tianyuan took the lead in formulating an assassination plan. Yan Tianyuan would negotiate with Lin Hao. Then they would set up assassins on site to eliminate him. The Heji gang would be responsible for dealing with Lin Hao's subordinates. After hearing Yan Tianyuan's proposal, everyone felt that the plan had a certain feasibility. After all, if Lin Hao were truly dead, his small faction would be unable to withstand the onslaught of the Heji gang. Moreover, everyone feared only Lin Hao. Thus, the leaders of various factions expressed their willingness to support Yan Tianyuan in taking over all of Lin Hao's territory. Once the meeting concluded, the Heji gang began to take action. However, they did not anticipate that Lin Hao's intelligence network had already infiltrated the Heji gang. That afternoon, a member of the Heji gang hurried to the Hauka security company. "Liga, how did today's meeting go?" Upon meeting, Lin Hao first offered a cigarette, and then casually inquired. The other party, named Zheng Li, was currently a member of the Heji gang. Zheng Li had been mixing in Beijiao, but after Lin Hao took over the Hongxing territory there, he started to have some friction with Lin Hao's faction. Initially, Lin Hao planned to have him eliminated directly. However, after conducting a secret investigation, he found that the man was no longer much of a threat. Not only was the other party addicted to drugs, but many of his territories had also been seized by other peers. As a result, he had always been quite dissatisfied with Gao Wenbiao from the Heji gang. He believed that the other party's unwillingness to stand up for him led to his current predicament. Upon learning of Zheng Li's situation, Lin Hao took the initiative to approach him and establish a cooperative relationship. Lin Hao first gave him some of Hongxing's territory to earn a little money, and then regularly provided him with benefits to help gather information about himself within the Heji gang. This time, Zheng Li came over clearly to inform him of something important. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Zheng Li slowly said, "Yan Tianyuan has convinced our boss Gao Wenbiao, and he promised many benefits to the leaders of various factions to unite against you." "Oh, this is about what I expected, but what is your detailed final plan?" At this moment, Zheng Li fell silent. He looked at Lin Hao without saying a word. His eyes revealed a hint of... Lin Hao understood, lightly snorting, "Tony, go fetch that black briefcase from my safe." Tony nodded and went out. After a moment, he returned to the room. "Brother Hao, I've brought the case. Open it for Brother Li to see." "All right." Tony deftly opened the case. In the next second, stacks of cash appeared before everyone. Looking at the full briefcase of cash, Zheng Li swallowed hard. "Brother Li, here is 1 million in unnumbered bills. Buying your information should be quite worthwhile, right?" "Worthwhile, extremely worthwhile," Zheng Li said excitedly. "Then please tell me, how do Yan Tianyuan and the others plan to get rid of me?" "Actually, it's quite simple. Yan Tianyuan will personally approach you for negotiations, and then set up assassins on site." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao coldly laughed. "I've long since grown tired of such a shabby trick." But Zheng Li shook his head. "Brother Hao, you're mistaken. Yan Tianyuan and the others have learned from the last lesson with Hongxing. Therefore, this time, they do not plan to send anyone on site to take action against you. Instead, they will use another method to ensure they can kill you in one blow. What do you mean? Lin Hao frowned and asked. They plan to use explosives to blow you up. Upon hearing this, even Tony beside him couldn't help but be startled. In Xiangjiang, there aren't many gangsters who dare to use explosives. After all, explosions are extremely serious incidents with severe consequences. Yin Tianyuan is so ruthless. This time to kill you, he is even willing to sacrifice some of his own subordinates. At that time, he will find an excuse to slip away, leaving his subordinates to stay at the negotiation site with you. Then they will detonate the bomb, sending you all on your way. Zheng Li's words made Lin Hao re-evaluate Yin Tianyuan. He considered himself to be ruthless as well. However, he never expected that he was still far behind compared to the other party. To avoid raising his suspicions, he was even willing to sacrifice a number of his loyal subordinates. This method is not only cruel, but also extremely perverse. No one with a sound mind would do such a thing. It seems this guy has gone mad, Tony muttered beside him. So if you really go to the negotiation this time, you're probably doomed. I advise you not to go to avoid any accidents. Zheng Li continued to remind him. He'll think this matter through, so you don't need to worry. Lin Hao didn't want to discuss it in front of Zheng Li, so he found a reason to send him away. Zheng Li was also afraid of being discovered if he stayed here, so he quickly grabbed his briefcase and slipped out. After Zheng Li left, Tony approached Lin Hao. Brother Hao, what do you think about this matter? Zheng Li's words don't seem false. It seems Yin Tianyuan really wants to... Then what should we do now? If they invite us, should we just not show up? Lin Hao smiled enigmatically. No, not only should we show up, but we should also give him a big surprise. Brother Hao, what do you mean? We can strike first while they have yet to act and eliminate him. But they must be prepared. Oh, when we took down Hongxing, we had someone secretly supporting us. Now that Zheng Li is not qualified to participate in the assassination, what should we do? Lin Hao shook his head. If we follow Yin Tianyuan's plan, they will definitely set up explosives in advance. Therefore, it's impossible for us to act on sight. The only place we can act is on the route they must take to their destination. If we really show up for the negotiation, then the entire Heji gang will naturally focus all their energy on the negotiation site. They will surely not suspect that we plan to suddenly strike on the way. Thus, this presents us with an once-in-a-lifetime. Lin Hao's explanation instantly enlightened Tony. Right, brother Hao, how did I not think of that? Lin Hao's expression hardened, and he said in a cold tone, tell your brother, Aja, to bring out all the heavy weapons from the warehouse. This time I want everyone in the Heji gang to go down together. Tony immediately replied, understood. That night, Lin Hao indeed received a call from Yin Tianyuan. Lin Hao, you are too inconsiderate. You collaborated with Tianhua Electric Power Co. Ltd. Without even informing me. How could you come to my territory and kill my men just because of a disagreement? What does that mean? Seeing the other party still complaining, Lin Hao decided to play along. Yin Tianyuan, in this world, one survives by their own abilities. Everyone knows how promising the development prospects are over at Siyun Mountain. If you also want a piece of the pie in the electric power industry, then it depends on who has more capability. The reason I called you today is not to continue our rivalry. Rather, I intend for us to join forces and collaboratively develop the project at Siyun Mountain. Faced with Lin Hao's provocation, Yin Tianyuan unexpectedly showed weakness and extended an olive branch. The other party's response further validated that Zheng Li was right. This only strengthened Lin Hao's resolve to eliminate Heji. That's a decent proposal, but I'm curious how you plan to divide this piece of fat meat with me. It's hard to explain over the phone. Let's meet for a banquet at the Yuguchi restaurant in Tsuinwan District tomorrow at noon. I hope you can come. Lin Hao deliberately probed. You say to go wherever you want. How do I know you won't play tricks? Rest assured, Yuguchi restaurant is under the protection of Lianxing, and Tsuinwan has always been Lianxing's. Moreover, directly across from the restaurant is the Tsuinwan police station. Even if I had the guts, I wouldn't dare make a move there. Seeing the other party say this, Lin Hao had no more doubts. He replied seriously. Alright, that place is a neutral location, plus the police station is nearby. If you really make a move against me, you won't escape unscathed. Exactly, I'm glad you understand. At this moment, Yin Tianyuan was secretly pleased. He thought to himself that by the time he left, no matter how the police investigated, they wouldn't find him. Then we'll see each other tomorrow at noon. Good, let's meet then. After hanging up, Lin Hao called over Aja. Are the weapons ready? Haha, boss, my batch of weapons is finally going to see action. What kind of weapon do you plan to let me use this time? M416 or a submachine gun? Or should we try a grenade? Lin Hao chuckled and shook his head. Aja grew anxious. Boss, you're not still planning to use a pistol, are you? That lousy weapon is boring. It's better to go big and establish our prestige. Aja had been following Lin Hao for so long and had some fame in the underworld, but it wasn't much. So he urgently needed a major battle to prove his strength to the various factions in the underworld. At this moment, Lin Hao unexpectedly said, "Don't you have a rocket launcher?" Boss, do you mean? Aja's eyes widened. Zheng Li said that ever since we took out his men, he immediately equipped himself with a bulletproof car. A regular pistol may indeed be of no use. So why not just take him out with one shot? Aja's heart began to race. The power of the rocket launcher was tremendous. Blowing up a bulletproof car was a piece of cake. However, he still felt a bit anxious about actually using it. Boss, what if something goes wrong? If you hit the wrong person and let that guy escape, you'll be held accountable for it. After saying that, Lin Hao's expression suddenly darkened. Aja couldn't help but shiver. He knew Lin Hao's methods and understood that he was a man of his word. After hesitating for a moment, Aja finally mustered the courage to say, "Boss, don't worry. He'll personally handle it, and make sure to send Yin Tianyuan on his way. Good, tomorrow morning you first send someone to scout the route to Yuguchi restaurant that Yin Tianyuan will take. Then find a place that's sparsely populated and has traffic lights to make your move. Remember, do not harm innocents easily, or you'll have to bear the consequences yourself." Lin Hao's tone grew serious. Aja promptly agreed. At 11 o'clock the next day, Lin Hao walked out of the hotel with Chiu Shuzhen. As soon as he stepped outside, he noticed that there were more strange faces than usual outside the hotel. With his keen counter-surveillance skills, Lin Hao immediately recognized that these must be Hege's people sent to secretly monitor him. At that moment, Tony also approached. "Boss, should I go deal with those guys?" "No need, we want Hege to see that we genuinely intend to negotiate." Lin Hao waved his hand, and then signaled everyone to get in the car. Unaware of the situation, Chiu Shuzhen didn't think much of it, and obediently got into the business vehicle, wrapping her arm around Lin Hao. As the vehicle left the hotel, Hege's people on the scene immediately called Yin Tianyuan. "Boss, Lin Hao's convoy has set off with a total of 4 vehicles and about 10 people." Hearing this, Yin Tianyuan's face immediately broke into a smug smile. "Good, you guys retreat. Don't let them discover you." After hanging up, he called his men, got into his newly bought bulletproof car, and sped towards Tsuanwan District. Hong Kong itself is not big, and the Wong Tai Sin District is adjacent to Tsuanwan District, so a single road can lead you straight through. After repeatedly scouting, Aja finally chose an intersection for the ambush. This intersection not only had few people, but also had long waiting times at the traffic lights. It was the perfect place to strike. Aja also arranged for several vehicles to be on standby nearby. If circumstances changed, he could intercept the other party's vehicle midway. Once everything was ready, Aja took out his rocket launcher and set it up on a high-rise building next to the intersection, quietly waiting for the target to appear. On the other side, Yin Tianyuan sat in the car, smugly puffing on a cigar. "Lin Hao, this time I want to see how you can escape from my grasp. To challenge me, you really have no chance." At this moment, a young woman with a stunning figure leaning on his chest immediately flattered him. "Yes, who would dare to go against our brother Yin? They simply don't know any better." Being teased like this, a surge of wicked desire rose within Yin Tianyuan. "I'm feeling quite uncomfortable right now. Before we head to the restaurant, you need to help me with something." After saying this, he directly pressed the woman's head down forcefully. Just then the car arrived at the intersection. According to the plan set by Lin Hao and Aja, the car encountered a red light at the intersection. The car came to a stop immediately. Just as Yin Tianyuan was still savoring the intense pleasure, Aja upstairs had already pulled the trigger. The rocket propelled through the sky, swiftly shooting towards the armored car on the road below. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed instantly. Before Yin Tianyuan could react, his entire body was instantly reduced to ashes. Flames erupted, and the entire scene was thrown into chaos. "Damn, there was an explosion. What happened?" "It seems that car spontaneously combusted." "Never mind, let's hurry and escape. Another explosion would be disastrous." The surrounding crowd quickly dispersed, and Aja took advantage of the chaos to escape the scene. After a while, Lin Hao's car arrived outside the Yuguchi restaurant. However, as soon as he got out of the car, he found the entire scene in disarray. Not only were there members of Hege, but even the police had mobilized, firmly controlling the entire area. Seeing Lin Hao get out of the car, several police officers rushed over. "Are you Lin Hao?" a police chief questioned. "I am." "What happened?" "Yin Tianyuan from Hege suddenly died on the way to the restaurant. We suspect this incident is a premeditated criminal case. You were invited to the banquet, so please cooperate and come with us to the police station for questioning." Lin Hao first feigned a shocked expression, then voluntarily responded, "Sure, no problem." At that moment, a swarm of reporters rushed in surrounding Lin Hao. "Mr. Lin, is it true that the recent frequent murders in the underworld are directly related to you?" "Mr. Lin, according to rumors, you had a conflict with Yin Tianyuan earlier regarding the Huang Daxian District's electricity project. Are you aware of the circumstances surrounding his death?" "Mr. Lin, do you have confidence in safely leaving the police station?" These gossip reporters were eager for drama, their questions sharp and pointed. If Lin Hao did not answer, well, he could easily be twisted into a story. He remained silent for a moment before slowly explaining, "First of all, I, Lin Hao, have always been a law-abiding citizen. If I were truly guilty, wouldn't the police have arrested me long ago? Why wait until now? Furthermore, Mr. Yin Tianyuan indeed had some minor conflicts with me, and the reason I came today was to discuss matters with him in person and resolve any misunderstandings. I was only informed of his unfortunate fate right after I got out of the car, so I express my deep regrets about this. As for whether I can safely leave the police station, I trust that our police will not wrong any good person." Lin Hao's explanation was flawless, effectively silencing all the reporters. At this time, the police also wanted to avoid further chaos at the scene, so they sent the reporters away. Lin Hao was then taken to the Tsuanwan police station for questioning. In the interrogation room, facing the questioning of the investigating officers, Lin Hao remained calm, shifting all responsibilities away. This left the police at a loss for what to do. At that moment, the commissioner of the Hong Kong police force, Lu Minghua, personally arrived at the Tsuen Wan police station. So how did the interrogation of Lin Hao go? Lu Minghua asked as he entered the police station. A responsible officer hurriedly reported, "Report Commissioner Lin Hao is cunning and indeed has sufficient alibi evidence, so we have no way to convict him for the time being. Commissioner, given your position, perhaps it's best not to meet him." Someone beside him quickly intervened. "Commissioner, given your position, perhaps it's best not to meet him." Someone beside him quickly intervened. After all, he was likely to succeed the role of chief of security in Hong Kong soon. Visiting a triad leader at this critical moment might be seen as sensitive. It would be best if Lin Hao could face justice. But if he failed to bring the man to justice, it could cast a negative shadow on Lu Minghua. If I can't handle even such a small character, what kind of police commissioner would I be? He then headed straight to the interrogation. There he met Lin Hao. When Lin Hao saw him, he couldn't help but be taken aback. "You are Lin Hao. Let me introduce myself, and my name is Lu Minghua." After meeting, Lu Minghua politely greeted Lin Hao. "If I remember correctly, you shouldn't be from this police station." Lu Minghua smiled. "That's right, but all police stations in Hong Kong fall under my jurisdiction, so it's only natural for me to come here." "I see. So may I ask why Officer Lu specifically came to Tsuen Wan to talk to me?" Lin Hao understood that Lu Minghua's visit was not merely for casual conversation. Clearly, he had come with some purpose. "You're a smart man. Oh, I want beat around the bush. We know all about your little escapades harboring 3 illegal immigrants from the neighboring country and training them to do your... Today's incident was orchestrated by one called a Jia behind the scenes. I am correct, aren't I?" Lu Minghua launched straight into the heavy artillery. This made Lin Hao, who was known for his composure, start to feel a bit anxious inside. He had not expected the other party to possess such ability to investigate these matters so thoroughly in such a short time. However, Lin Hao pretended to remain calm and replied, "I don't know what you're talking about. As for Jia, he is indeed my subordinate, but his position is that of vice president of my Haojia security company, and I have never given him any orders to kill Yin Tianyuan. You should know that I am here not because I care about Yin Tianyuan's death. In fact, I wouldn't care if 100 of these gang leaders died." Lu Minghua scoffed. "What you care about is the prosperity and peace of Hong Kong." Lin Hao retorted. Lu Minghua nodded. "I knew you were a smart person. Since that's the case, I won't waste more time. I need your help with something big." "What is it?" "Help me unify the entire underground world of Hong Kong and establish a new order." Lu Minghua's voice was not loud, but the words he spoke were powerful. In that moment, Lin Hao felt a bit lost. He did not understand what the other party was really thinking. To make himself the ruler of the entire underground world of Hong Kong. What benefits would that bring him? With many doubts, Lin Hao asked seriously, "Commissioner Lu, what exactly do you want to do?" "In the next election, I have a great chance of being promoted to the position of director of the Security Bureau. But the prerequisite is that the public security in Xinjiang must undergo a qualitative leap under my leadership. And I believe you have the ability to help me achieve this goal." Lin Hao sneered. "No way, Director Lu, you referred to me as a short mule. Besides, weren't you just criticizing me for causing trouble everywhere? In Xinjiang, there is no shortage of aspiring short mules. Even if one Yin Tianyuan dies, countless others will emerge after him. Therefore, rather than allowing a new Yin Tianyuan to appear and continue causing trouble, it is better to let capable individuals completely replace Yin Tianyuan's position and power. This way there will be much less conflict in the underworld." Lu Minghua's words suddenly brightened Lin Hao's eyes. He had fully understood the other's intentions. In today's world, the police simply do not have the capacity to eradicate all the gangs in Xinjiang. Therefore, Lu Minghua's visit to find me is to support my rise to power. As long as he dominates the entire Xinjiang underground world, and becomes the emperor of the underworld, wouldn't everything in the underworld be under his control? At that time, many things would be within his grasp. Moreover, since Lin Hao had already unified the underworld, violent incidents would naturally decrease significantly. No wonder you are destined to become the director of the Security Bureau. Your way of thinking is different from that of ordinary people. However, I do not want to be your pawn, as I am not fond of being controlled by others, nor do I want to work for someone else. Lu Minghua had long anticipated Lin Hao's rejection, so he immediately took out a document and handed it to Lin Hao. "As long as you sign here, you will transform into a justice of the peace." Upon hearing this title, Lin Hao gasped in surprise. While this is not a position of real power in Xinjiang, it is a special symbol of the upper class. Moreover, with this identity, Lin Hao would find it much easier to do many things. More importantly, once he became a justice of the peace, he could completely distance himself from the gangster life and clean up his act. Thus, this was an irresistible temptation for all gangsters. Lin Hao then realized that Lu Minghua was not only exceptionally intelligent, but also skilled in his methods. He knew what he desired most at the moment and was willing to take risks for it. This audacity made Lin Hao regard him with newfound respect. "Director Lu, what you are doing is playing with fire. If we truly tie ourselves to the same ship, it won't be easy for you to..." Lin Hao's words were loaded with meaning, implying that once the plan succeeded, he should not think of discarding him. Lu Minghua laughed heartily. I am not the kind of petty person who burns bridges after crossing them. Our cooperation is mutually beneficial. However, I must remind you that everything must have its limitations. If you truly go too far, even I cannot protect you. It seems you have great confidence in me. I never fight a battle I am not sure of. With your abilities and my protection from now on, won't you be able to walk with confidence in Xiangjiang? With Lu Minghua's statement, Lin Hao swiftly made up his mind. He understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. The title of Justice of the Peace could not be provided by the four major families. Moreover, with this identity, he could even have the chance to sit on equal footing with the Li family or the Guo family. Otherwise, he would end up as just a gangster in the eyes of others for his entire life. After careful consideration, Lin Hao finally picked up a pen and signed his name on the document. I've signed. What do you need? I'm sorry, but next you need to shell out 5 million to the government to build 2 welfare schools. After all, if you do not make a tangible contribution to society, I cannot have the government grant you the title of Justice of the Peace. Lin Hao had no objections to this. Given his current financial situation, 5 million was like a drop in the bucket. I can hand over the money tomorrow, but what else? Additionally, I need you to unify the major gangs in Xiangjiang within 3 months. Therefore, during these 3 months, you can use any means necessary to deal with the leaders of other organizations. However, you must not harm innocent people, and the impact must be minimized. Understood? Lu Minghua's actions could also be considered a last-ditch effort. If Lin Hao did not quickly resolve the other organizations, the entire Xiangjiang would face even more bloody storms ahead. Rather than enduring prolonged pain, it is better to opt for a brief but decisive pain. Thus, this time he had effectively wagered his own future. Seeing that Lu Minghua was all in, Lin Hao nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. I hope you won't disappoint me." "No problem. Can I leave now? Someone has to pay for Yin Tianyuan's death. You understand what I mean. Simple. Leave this matter to me." Lin Hao understood that Lu Minghua was asking for someone. However, at this moment, Lu Minghua suddenly added, "Do not look for people who are irrelevant to take the blame anymore. That won't work anymore. The Department of Justice will review the past of the suspects. If the other party had no previous interaction with the deceased and no interests in common before this incident, then the court will directly overturn all testimonies from the suspects. This way, both of us will have new troubles." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was momentarily stunned, but he quickly came up with a new strategy. Where there is a height in the path of virtue, the devil is even higher. It's a small matter. Seeing Lin Hao's confident demeanor, Lu Minghua couldn't help but feel worried. Will what I am doing really help myself and all the citizens of Xiangjiang? Will this man lose control completely at some point in the future? However, he quickly dismissed this thought. After all, Xiangjiang would soon return, and even if Lin Hao had great abilities, he could not possibly fight against the entire Xiangjiang government and the vast nation of China. After Lu Minghua left, the caseworkers at the Tsuanwan police station immediately released Lin Hao without charge. After being released, Lin Hao promptly called for Aja. "Go and capture a few of Yin Tianyuan's capable subordinates, no matter what means you use. This matter must be done quickly, otherwise I cannot guarantee your safety." Aja understood the seriousness of the situation and quickly agreed. He then took Tony and Ahu to act separately to kidnap people in the Wang Tai Sin district. After half a day, Aja had bound all of Yin Tianyuan's henchmen and brought them over. Upon seeing Lin Hao, the few of them were filled with rage. Even though they were tightly bound, they couldn't help but shout at Lin Hao, "Lin Hao, why did you bring us here? You killed our boss, and we of the G gang will make you pay with blood." One of them boldly declared, "If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will never let you go." Seeing their arrogance, Lin Hao was not polite. He picked up the handgun on the table and aimed it directly at the most. "Since you want to die, I will grant your wish." With that, he pulled the trigger. The silenced gun fired a bullet in an instant. The bullet pierced through the man's forehead, and he fell limply into a pool of blood. The process was swift and decisive without any hesitation. This bloody scene caused the remaining henchmen of Yin Tianyuan to break out in a cold sweat. Although they all had some blood on them, compared to someone as ruthless as Lin Hao, they were utterly insignificant. Drag the body away and find a place to bury it. Yes. Ahu nodded and signaled his men to remove the corpse. Then Lin Hao turned his attention to the other two. "You two are Yin Tianyuan's subordinates and his most capable assistants. I came to find you today because I want you to do me a favor." Upon hearing this, the two were completely bewildered. However, due to Lin Hao's imposing presence, they dared not voice any objections. "What do you want us to do?" "It's nothing much, just need you to take the blame for the recent car explosion incident." Lin Hao's words left the two, and one of them angrily retorted, "What? Do you think we're fools? Exactly. If the outside world finds out we killed our boss, how will we survive in this underworld?" But Lin Hao shook his head. "You may not have grasped the situation yet. Right now, it's not a matter of whether you can continue. It's about whether you can leave this office alive. Lin Hao, don't go too far. If you really want us to take the fall for this, then I'm telling you, dream on." One of them firmly stated his position. Lin Hao could tell from the other's eyes that this man would not compromise. The other, however, did not immediately respond, but kept glancing at his companion, seemingly waiting to see Lin. Noticing the difference between the two, Lin Hao immediately raised the handgun again. He swiftly shot the legs of the resolute. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. The man fell to his knees after being shot in both knees. The excruciating pain made him cry out in anguish. I want to see if your mouth is tougher or my bullets. Get him dragged to the next room. I want him to bleed out slowly. Ahu was commanded and immediately lifted him. Watching the bloodstains on the floor, the only remaining man in the room completely wilted. He quickly knelt and pleaded, Lin Hao, please spare me. I don't want to die. Seeing that the other was sufficiently intimidated, Lin Hao changed his tone and said gently, actually, this matter is you just need to be willing to testify in court, stating that this was all your plan from the beginning. The purpose is simple. You want to take your boss position while throwing the blame on me. However, in the end, the plan was exposed, discovered by me and your 2 brothers. While you killed your 2 brothers, I personally subdued you and handed you over to the police. Doesn't this script sound flawless with no loopholes? Lin Hao's words instantly chilled the man's heart. Not only did he have to take the blame for the explosion incident, but he also had to bear the deaths of the 2 brothers. With so many lives on his shoulders, it was undoubtedly forcing him into a corner. Lin Hao, you're pushing me to my death. The man lamented with a sorrowful face. If you take the blame, I will provide your family with generous compensation. Besides, you should know that there is no death penalty in Xinjiang. So even if you killed so many people, at most it would be a life sentence. After 3 to 5 years, I will find a way to help you apply for medical parole. After all, if he really disagreed with Lin Hao's proposal, waiting for him would be death. Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, he chose to agree to Lin Hao's outrageous request. I agree to do as you say, but you must give my family 2 million cash. If I don't see the money, I might just backtrack. Lin Hao sneered, I love dealing with greedy people, because everyone can get what they need. With that, he called Tony to prepare 2 million in cash. Tony was also very decisive and immediately took out a large sum of cash from the safe. Looking at the box of bills, Yin Tianyuan's top henchman, Lei Zai's eyes lit up. Now you should know what to do, right? Lei Zai nodded vigorously, and then said, Lin Hao, I trust your character. Please escort me to the police station now. No hurry, I'll take you home first to deliver the money to your family and confirm the testimony. We wouldn't want the police to investigate and find discrepancies in the statements. That would be troublesome. With that, Aja personally drove Lei Zai home. Once everything was settled at home and the testimony was confirmed several times without error, Lin Hao then escorted him to the Tsuanwan police station. When the police at Tsuanwan saw Lin Hao, everyone looked. Lin Hao, what are you doing here? A sergeant stepped forward to question. Haha, officer, you can't find the culprit of the explosion case, and I found him for you. It's him. The sergeant glanced at Lin Hao's companion and immediately recognized his identity. Aren't you Duan Lei who was with Yin Tianyuan? Duan Lei feigned a pitiful expression and said, it's me. What the hell are you doing? Lin Hao smiled and said to Duan Lei, you tell the officer who killed your boss. Duan Lei swallowed hard and then confessed in front of everyone present, I killed my boss, Yin Tianyuan. The moment he spoke, the scene erupted in an uproar. What nonsense are you talking about? The crime of murder is serious. Do you really dare to take the blame? The police chief, not a fool, immediately sensed something was off and warned him. What do you mean by that, sir? The person has already admitted to committing the crime. Why are you encouraging him to retract his confession? Could it be that you have some unspeakable relationship with him? Or do you want to hide the truth? After countering, Lin Hao made the police chief considerably more honest. Indeed, according to regulations, when someone comes to report a crime and confess, the police must immediately begin the process rather than forcing the person to retract their statement. Since you admit to killing Yin Tianyuan, I will now arrest you for premeditated murder. You have the right to remain silent, but every word you say from now on will be recorded and may be used as evidence. I haven't finished speaking yet, and not only did I kill my boss Yin Tianyuan, but I also killed his 2 subordinates just now. Duan Lei hurriedly continued his confession. He was afraid the police wouldn't know he had killed a few more people. At this moment, the police chief could no longer tolerate it. Lin Hao, what kind of potion have you fed him? Lin Hao shrugged. Don't get me wrong, I mainly want to clear my false suspicions, which is why I am trying every means to help you catch the real culprit. You should not only thank me, but also explain to the outside world and restore my reputation. The police chief was instantly infuriated, although he knew Lin Hao had played them. With Yin Tianyuan's right-hand man personally admitting to the crime, he had no choice but to take the person away for investigation. Subsequently, with Lin Hao's assistance, Duan Lei was smoothly detained and subjected to police interrogation. As expected, just as Lin Hao had predicted, only 2 days later the Tsinwan police station publicly announced the details of the bombing case. According to the police investigation and Duan Lei's confession, it was revealed that Duan Lei had long wanted to kill his boss and usurp his position. That day, he had personally hired someone to send his boss to the afterlife, taking advantage of the meeting between Yin Tianyuan and Lin Hao. However, this matter was later accidentally exposed as Lin Hao discovered a trace of clues. Finally, through Lin Hao's efforts, Duan Lei was successfully apprehended. Not only that, but the police also disclosed that Yin Tianyuan had attempted to plant a bomb at the Yugui restaurant to kill Lin Hao. Once the news broke, it immediately sparked heated discussions all over the island. Lin Hao transformed from a suspect doubted by everyone into a victim. Although the situation seemed absurd, the act of a subordinate wanting to kill his superior to take over is not uncommon in the underworld. Moreover, it was shocking that Yin Tianyuan intended to take the entire restaurant's patrons down with Lin Hao. Such behavior appeared even more atrocious in the eyes of the public. Thus, many believe that Yin Tianyuan does. Immediately afterward, Lin Hao publicly announced to all media that he intended to donate $5 million to Hong Kong's charitable organizations to establish 2 charity schools. As soon as the news broke, it garnered widespread applause and praise. Meanwhile, Lu Minghua also announced at an opportune moment through relevant departments his formal appointment of Lin Hao as a justice of the peace. Compared to the truth of the bombing case being revealed, Lin Hao's appointment as a justice of the peace undoubtedly delivered a tremendous shock to all Hong Kong citizens. Various gossip magazines and weeklies rushed to publish the story on their front pages. Upon getting the newspapers and seeing the content, Li Chaoren was momentarily taken aback. He immediately called his son Li Zeju into his office. "Is this appointment of Lin Hao as a justice of the peace something you helped arrange?" Li Zeju, looking confused, explained, "I don't know. I thought you were secretly helping with it." "That's strange. Could it be that Guideli is secretly assisting?" It was already common knowledge that Lin Hao and Guideli had joined forces to enter the electricity industry. Since the Li family had not ventured into that field, they had not paid much attention to it. It's highly likely he definitely has the ability to help Lin Hao with this. This guy is truly bold, helping a Triad member to clear his name. Li Chaoren snorted lightly. However, at that moment, Li Zeju suddenly expressed his concern, saying, "Father, I think Lin Hao is a talent. He is different from other Triad members. If we don't seize the opportunity to establish a deeper cooperation with him, I'm worried he will ultimately stand against us alongside Guideli." His son's words startled Li Chaoren. Previously, he had never taken Lin Hao seriously, but now everything Lin Hao did was truly incredible. Just when everyone thought Lin Hao would face a calamity this time, he not only emerged unscathed, but was also bestowed the title of Justice of the Peace by the Hong Kong government. After all, the highest honor Li Chaoren held in the Hong Kong government was also the title of Justice of the Peace. So from another perspective, Lin Hao was now on equal footing with him. After a moment of silence, Li Chaoren spoke again. "You are right, this person is indeed a rare talent. In this era, some things still require people like him to accomplish. Now that he has an official identity, our cooperation can be more legitimate, and we no longer need to hide or be cautious about each other's status." With his father's approval, Li Zeju immediately decided to find an opportunity to sit down with Lin Hao and discuss more project collaborations. After becoming a Justice of the Peace, Lin Hao's status experienced a qualitative leap. Especially for He, they no longer dared to provoke Lin Hao, easily fearing retaliation from him. However, while Gao Wenbiao and others did not intend to provoke Lin Hao was determined not to let He go. Not only because he had a deep-seated grudge against them, but also because after obtaining benefits from Lu Minghua, he naturally needed to make a statement. His first step plan was to wipe out He entirely and reclaim all their territories for himself. Thus, Lin Hao quickly set his plan into motion. His intelligence network had already spread to every corner of Hong Kong, making it incredibly easy to find prominent Triad members within He. Within just 2 days, 2 significant pieces of news circulated in the underworld. The He Shumui district's leader De Quan died violently at home in a gruesome manner. He Jis Sham Shui Pa district leader Shui Wen died in a car accident, losing his life on the spot. After several of the Jianghu brothers from Heji died inexplicably, everyone within Heji felt a sense of dread. A large group of subordinates gathered outside, leaving not even a fly able to escape. Although they all knew who was behind this incident, yet without evidence they could only passively choose to defend themselves. Fear began to spread across the skies while the police publicly stated they would do their utmost to capture the murderer, there had been no progress. At this moment, the most prominent red stick of the new generation of Heji, Lei Jia, openly declared to the gossip media reporters, "I know this was done by Lin Hao, and today, I, Lei Jia, put this on the record. You better be cautious when you go out, Lin Hao. If I catch you, I will definitely tear you to pieces." Lei Jia's words quickly stirred up a storm in the Jianghu. His fame surged swiftly, attracting countless young gangsters to rally around him. The elders within Heji pinned him. That night, as per usual, Lei Jia was entertaining himself at a nightclub in his territory, Chaiwan. After drinking into the late hours, he swaggered out of the nightclub with dozens of his subordinates. At this time, the entire street was already deserted. Due to his good mood, Lei Jia arrogantly approached a nearby. He took off his pants and began to act wild while not forgetting to boast to his subordinates, saying, "Is Lin Hao really that? If he has the guts, let him come to Chaiwan, and I will beat him so badly that his mother won't recognize him. Boss is mighty. Boss is domineering. What is Lin Hao? Our Jia Gu is the best." The subordinates around him began to flatter him. But in the next moment, a strange sound suddenly echoed in the silent night. With a whoosh, the entrance of the nightclub was suddenly filled with the deafening sound of an explosion. Boom! The violent explosion shook the entire street. This noise quickly startled all the residents nearby. As everyone rushed to the street to see what was happening, they discovered a massive pit had appeared in front of the nightclub. Near the pit, some unidentified objects had also appeared. Some dared to step closer to investigate, only to vomit uncontrollably on the spot. Minutes later, the police finally arrived and immediately cordoned off the scene. Although the police maintained high secrecy, the impact of the incident that night was simply too great. By the next morning, all the newspapers had published shocking news that captivated the whole island. Suspected Black Eat Black incident occurred again. Aegis Red Stick Lei Jie and over a dozen subordinates were killed in the dead of night in front of their own territory. According to the news, Lei Jie and more than a dozen subordinates were hit by rocket fire. Except for a few who were seriously injured, everyone else, including Lei Jie, was dead. And just when the remaining 2 seriously injured subordinates were on their way to the hospital, the ambulance encountered an accident. In the chaos, the 2 were shot again, and they immediately lost their lives. Such a heinous incident quickly drew national attention. A small newspaper even daringly published an article exposing the inner workings. Aja saw the newspaper and immediately sought out Lin Hao. Brother Hao, this news report says that we are the masterminds behind this incident and that we went on a rampage to eliminate Aegis assets. Lin Hao glanced at the newspaper and noticed the content was quite revealing. This guy seems to know the ins and outs of the... What kind of person is the newspaper owner? This newspaper is located in the Sheng Shui area. It seems the owner used to be in the Jianghu. However, he was later crippled by an enemy which forced him to withdraw from the Jianghu and start a small newspaper. Aja explained. After hearing Aja's words, Lin Hao snorted coldly and said, "Find a time for me to sit down with this newspaper owner and chat about life." Understood. Aja understood immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Hao called over 2 newly recruited high-ranking soldiers. "You guys can handle this matter, right?" Lin Hao was naturally referring to the Chai 1 explosion incident. The 2 high-ranking assassins had no complaints and readily agreed. After sending the 2 to the police station to report, the remaining task was to deal with the newspaper. That afternoon, Lin Hao arrived slowly at a house in the Sheng Shui area in a business car. Fruit Weekly Limited. After glancing at the sign above, Lin Hao walked straight into the company. The busy employees froze in place upon seeing Lin Hao, immediately tensing up. Many were so frightened that they began to tremble. However, Lin Hao had no intention of making things difficult for them, simply saying, "You all can leave if this doesn't concern you." The newspaper employees dared not linger, quickly grabbing their personal belongings and fleeing the company. At that moment, the door to the general manager's office suddenly opened. A bald, middle-aged man stuck his head out. Upon seeing Lin Hao, he almost lost his balance and nearly fell to. Lin Hao noticed the man's right foot seemed to be lame, indicating he had been injured. Lin Hao then approached and asked, "Are you the owner of this newspaper? What do you want? What, you don't recognize who I am?" Lin Hao mocked. Since the other party dared to slander him in the newspaper, he certainly knew him well. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, the other party immediately understood what Lin Hao was after. "I recognize you. You are Lin Hao. Since you recognize me, this matter will be much easier to discuss. Tell me, why did you slander me in the newspaper?" Lin Hao got straight to the point. The man swallowed hard and then gathered his courage to answer. "I was just stating the facts. Do you dare say these things are not your doing?" Facing the man's counter-question, Lin Hao remained unperturbed and calmly took out a photo from his pocket. "You recognize the person in this photo, right?" "This?" Upon seeing the photo, the manager was taken aback. It was indeed a family photo. In the photo were not only his wife, but also his children. "Lin Hao, what do you want? You and I both know the rules of the Jianghu. Family should not be harmed for one's own actions. Did I say I wanted to harm your family? I just happened to see this photo and like the children in it. So I thought I would look for them, hoping to invite them to dinner, nothing more." Lin Hao's words were crystal clear. Even a fool could grasp their meaning. At once, the newspaper editor standing opposite him lost all composure and collapsed to his knees before Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, spare my family. Grant them a path to survival. I swear I'll never dare defy you again. Tomorrow I'll order my editors to publish an article rehabilitating your reputation. Would that suffice?" Lin Hao shook his head. One may eat recklessly, but words once spoken cannot be retracted. Spoken words are like spilled water. Even 100 articles attempting to cleanse your name would change nothing. Lin Hao knew full well he had already been branded an evil force in the public eye. Redemption within a short span was now utterly impossible. Rather than endure further public condemnation, he chose instead to embrace total infamy. Only by instilling visceral, bone-deep fear in every soul could he ensure such challenges would never recur. The editor stood frozen in shock, then whispered cautiously, "What precisely do you demand of me?" "This pistol is yours, and I require that you never witness tomorrow's sunrise. Can you fulfill this request?" Lin Hao's tone was glacially detached. The editor's blood ran cold at once. "You're commanding me to take my own life?" he wailed, face contorted in despair. "If you live, no one will fear me. If no one fears me, they will continue testing my authority, and dealing with such defiance thereafter would grow infinitely more complicated. So consider yourself the sacrificial rooster, my warning to the flock. What say you?" In that instant, the editor grasped the magnitude of his transgression. Drawing upon his knowledge of Lin Hao's unyielding nature, he realized escape was impossible. What if I refused to take my own life? Lin Hao let out a chilling laugh, then replied with ironclad resolve, "Then I shall slaughter your entire family." The editor glanced at the photograph of his children and took a slow, shuddering breath. Finally, he spoke softly. "You have my word. I know exactly what must be done. I expect your death to bear no trace of my involvement. Given your intelligence, you'll manage that, won't you?" "Understood." The editor nodded solemnly. Lin Hao rose, placed a firm hand on his shoulder, and said, "In your next life, choose better fortune, and these $200,000 are your severance. Take them home." With that, Lin Hao tossed down a stack of banknotes and strode away. By dawn the following day, television stations abruptly interrupted programming with breaking news. Earlier this morning, police responded to a report of a suicide at a residential unit in Shuian district. The deceased ended his life with a handgun and left behind a farewell letter. Authorities conducted an immediate on-site investigation and conclusively ruled the death a suicide. No evidence of foul play was found. According to frontline reporters, the deceased held a singular position. He was the managing editor of Fruit Weekly. In this era of Hong Kong, death itself was commonplace. But the timing was staggering. Fruit Weekly had just published damaging exposés about Lin Hao, and its editor was dead by suicide the very next day. The coincidence ignited widespread speculation. Did you hear? The Fruit Weekly editor offended Lin Hao, and under unbearable pressure took his own life. An insider from the newspaper revealed that Lin Hao personally visited the editor the night before his death. Clearly, Lin Hao exerted overwhelming pressure. It's terrifying. No one will dare slander or provoke Lin Hao ever again. The incident sent shockwaves across Hong Kong's media landscape. Television commentators and print journalists alike launched impassioned debates. Yet astonishingly, not a single outlet dared utter Lin Hao's name regardless of network or publication. They seemed paralyzed by dread at even mentioning him on air or in print. And on the day of the editor's funeral, Lin Hao arrived in person at the Morning Hall. As his car pulled up, reporters and camera crews swarmed the venue. No sooner had he stepped out than a forest of microphones and lenses pressed toward him. "Mr. Lin Hao, what was your relationship with the late Mr. Li? And what brings you here today?" Though the reporter cloaked his question in diplomacy, everyone understood its true intent. Wearing dark sunglasses, Lin Hao's expression remained inscrutable. With grave sincerity, he declared, "Mr. Li and I were lifelong confidants. I visited him the night before his passing. He confessed immense pressure from plummeting circulation. So desperate to boost his paper's profile, he smeared me with malicious fabrications, declaring himself too ashamed to face me again. Far from blaming him, I personally gave him $200,000 to help his newspaper weather its crisis. Yet the next morning I received word of his suicide." His voice carried such raw authenticity that no ordinary listener could detect a single flaw. "So you assert you bear no connection to Mr. Li's death, and categorically deny every claim published?" And Lin Hao did not reply immediately. Instead, he asked gently, "Might I ask which publication you represent?" The reporter's spine stiffened, beads of sweat broke across his brow. After stammering for several seconds, he abandoned his question entirely and vanished into the crowd. Because Lin Hao was unlike any other man. He killed without hesitation, and yet stood unscathed before the world's gaze. This appearance cemented Lin Hao's supremacy within Hong Kong's underworld. Hardly had the dust settled when Gao Wenbiao called voluntarily. "Lin Hao, may we meet?" And Lin Hao replied with mocking disdain, "Are you planning to repeat Yen Tianyuan's failed gambit? Blow me up." Gao Wenbiao hastily clarified, "That act bore no relation to me. It was solely Yen Tianyuan's doing. And if you still harbor doubts, feel free to choose the venue yourself." Lin Hao sensed genuine intent behind Gao's over. Moreover, Lu Minghua had earlier urged him to curb indiscriminate violence for the time being. Thus Lin Hao accepted without hesitation. "Let us hold the meeting at Yuguchi Restaurant in Sunwan. No need to change venues." That works perfectly. News of Gao Wenbiao's proposed negotiation spread swiftly across both legal and criminal circles, especially alarming Sunwan police station. On the day of the meeting, the station chief himself led a team to conduct a meticulous room-by-room sweep of the restaurant. They feared any mishap. So when both factions arrived, the street outside overflowed with uniformed officers, patrol cars, and ambulances. Upon entering the tavern, Gao Wenbiao, along with a group of influential figures, had been waiting for a while. Seeing Lin Hao, Gao Wenbiao immediately approached him with enthusiasm. Lin Hao nodded slightly and gestured, saying, "It's crowded here, let's discuss in the private room." Without waiting for a response, he bypassed Gao Wenbiao and walked straight inside. Gao Wenbiao's face turned awkward as he felt openly neglected by Lin Hao. However, he had a request from Lin Hao, so he had no choice but to swallow his pride and follow behind. After sitting down, Gao Wenbiao hesitated before speaking. Eventually, Lin Hao took the initiative to say, "Gao Wenbiao, since you and your group asked me out, you must have something to discuss." Gao Wenbiao immediately replied, "That's right. We have had many unpleasant experiences with you in the past. So today I invited you out mainly to resolve these historical issues. Ideally, we can achieve harmony and prosperity, avoiding any further disputes." Gao Wenbio's implication was clear. He wanted to negotiate peace with Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao, being strong and powerful, would certainly not agree easily. After all, his primary goal was to swallow all the gangs in Xiangjiang and unify the underworld. So how do you plan to negotiate with me? It's simple. We will write off past grievances, and all the venues in the Wangtai Sin area will belong to you. From now on, we will not interfere with each other. How does that sound? Are you out of your mind? We have long taken control of Wangtai Sin's territory. For you to say that it now belongs to us is akin to pulling down your pants to fart. It's utterly pointless. Before Lin Hao could respond, Jia stood up to mock him. Lin Hao's expression remained calm as he coldly said, Gao Wenbiao, I feel that your group lacks sincerity in wanting to negotiate with me. It seems that the lesson you received was not deep enough. Originally, Yin Tianyuan had already been entirely taken over by Lin Hao and Wangtai Sin. Therefore, Gao Wenbio's statement was merely an attempt to give his group a way out while reaching a peace agreement. Having been insulted continuously, Gao Wenbio's face had turned extremely ugly. After all, he was the leader of a gang. Being mocked during negotiations gradually wore down his patience. Lin Hao, what do you want in order to coexist peacefully with our group? It's simple. I want the leadership of your group to be handed over to me. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell into a deathly silence. Even as Jia and the others beside him widened their eyes in disbelief. Such a negotiating style was unheard of. Who demands the other party's leadership right off the bat? Lin Hao's attitude instantly enraged Gao Wenbiao and others. One of the red sticks beside him slammed the table, standing up and shouting, Lin Hao, don't push your luck. We have plenty of people in our group. If you truly want to fight to the end, it will only end in mutual destruction. Lin Hao raised his head, looking at the other party, and asked in a calm tone, what is your name? How long do you intend to live? As Lin Hao's words fell, an overwhelming pressure suddenly radiated from him. The others were instantly shaken by Lin Hao's kingly aura. Recalling what had happened to their fellow gang members, they instinctively began to panic. Aye. Seeing his subordinate make a fool of himself, Gao Wenbiao quickly intervened, saying, Lin Hao, are you clearly indicating that you don't want to negotiate with us? With me and your group, only one can exist. So either everyone in your group submits to me, or we will have an all-out war. Whoever loses must withdraw from the underworld of Xiangjiang. Gao Wenbiao couldn't help but scold. Lin Hao, isn't what you're doing a bit too much? If you don't use your brain, while mingling around, you'll always be a thug. You wouldn't want your brothers to live every day with their heads tied to their belts, right? Additionally, let me make it clear here, anyone willing to follow me will be in charge of all the electric power projects in your jurisdiction. As for the profits earned, I won't take a single cent to consider it a welcome gift for you. Lin Hao knew that the power system was a lucrative opportunity, and in this era, seizing the initiative would lead to substantial wealth. With his connection to Guadeli, the other party would surely be eager to establish their power industry across the entire. The bait Lin Hao threw out was simply too enticing. Coupled with the current decline of the Heji, Gao Wenbiao had long lost his prestige within the gang. As a result, a few people expressed their willingness to follow Lin Hao. At this point, Gao Wenbiao was completely panicked. He felt that he would soon be collectively sidelined by his subordinates. At that moment, Lin Hao turned to look at him again. Gao Wenbiao, have you thought about it? If you accept my proposal, you will still be the face of Heji, maintaining a place in the underworld. But if you refuse to cooperate with me, I can't predict what will happen next. After being threatened by Lin Hao once more, Gao Wenbiao finally couldn't hold on any longer. Can we go back and discuss it, then give you a response? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao knew that he had successfully secured. Great, I'll wait for your good news. As the two walked out of the restaurant, the police officers standing guard on both sides of the they had anticipated many unexpected situations. However, they never expected such a scenario to unfold. Are they okay now? Is this a reconciliation? Is it over? You had me nervous for so long. Under the watchful eyes of the police and journalists, both sides quickly left the scene, leaving behind a bemused crowd. That night, Lin Hao received a call from Gao Wenbiao. On the phone, the other party clearly expressed a willingness to accept the reconciliation. However, the profits submitted must be reduced to 15%. Additionally, the entire gang must still be managed by Gao Wenbiao on the surface. If he has any needs, the gang will do their utmost to assist. This outcome was within Lin Hao's acceptable range. He also understood that completely swallowing Heji might not necessarily be a good thing. Many of his subordinates might not be wholeheartedly loyal to him. Moreover, he did not want those potential backstabbers who lacked intelligence. Therefore, rather than taking over Heji's mess, it would be better to let them continue managing it. As long as his strength remained, they wouldn't dare to disobey him. Just as this matter was resolved, Lin Hao received a call from, Congratulations, you've successfully taken over Heji, marking a good start. Upon hearing Lu Minghua's congratulatory words, Lin Hao felt no joy. Instead, he was taken aback. Director Lu, are you implying something to me? Oh, why would you think that? Lu Minghua retorted. It hasn't been long since I finished negotiating with Heji, and yet you already know the details. Does this mean you have extraordinary means, and have already planted spies around us? After hearing this, Lu Minghua burst out laughing on the phone. Lin Hao, you're overthinking it. in the police commissioner, and it's normal for me to be well informed. Moreover, we are partners. There are indeed some things you don't need to hide from me. Then can you also show me some confidential documents from the police department in the future? After all, you said we're partners. Lin Hao retorted. Don't say that. Oh, I actually do have a confidential document to show you, and I might need your assistance. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, asking in confusion, what could require my help? It's too complicated to explain over the phone. Let's meet at Hongfu restaurant tomorrow, and don't miss it. Lin Hao felt somewhat speechless. Every day, he was running to restaurants for business. He had just finished discussing with Gao Wenbiao, and now needed to meet with Lu Minghua. However, from Lu Minghua's tone, Lin Hao sensed that this matter was not simple. Thus, he didn't dare to be careless and arrived at the restaurant on time the next day. Just as he was about to enter the private room, two plainclothes men immediately surrounded him. Mr. Lin Hao, to ensure the safety of Director Lu, please allow us to search you first. We ask for your cooperation. After saying that, they reached out. But Lin Hao's explosive temper would not allow others to touch him freely. After all, today Lu Minghua needed something from him. As a result, he still had to be searched by the other party's subordinates. If this got out, where would his face be? Lin Hao immediately angrily shouted, search me. You are not qualified. Go in and tell Director Lu to come out and personally welcome me. Mr. Lin Hao, please don't make things difficult for us. One of the plainclothes continued to speak. Since you have no sincerity, then I think there's no need for us to discuss further. Tell Director Lu I'm leaving. After saying this, Lin Hao turned to leave. This made the two plainclothes anxious. They quickly blocked Lin Hao. Mr. Lin Hao, we're sorry. Oh, please come inside. Lin Hao glared at the two and then said, you should just do your job and not cause trouble for Director Lu. After being scolded by Lin Hao, the faces of the two plainclothes turned red. After all, when had they ever been lectured by a thug? But now their boss sought help from the other party, so they could only choose to endure temporarily. Once Lin Hao entered the room, Lu Minghua had already ordered a table of dishes. Haha, Lin Hao, you're here. Take a seat. Oh, Director Lu, is this a public expense for dining? Will it not attract investigation from the Independent Commission Against Corruption? Lin Hao teased. After all, I am the top figure in the police force. Who would dare investigate me? Lu Minghua laughed. Since it's public expense, I won't hold back. Lin Hao sat down and began to eat and drink with Lu Minghua. After a hearty meal, the two sat together. At this moment, Lu Minghua took out a document from his briefcase. Are you serious? When have I ever lied to you? Seeing that the other party was indeed about to give him confidential documents, Lin Hao's curiosity was piqued. He then pulled out a stack of materials from the document. After reading it, he immediately furrowed his brows tightly. The document merely introduced an antique that had been lost to the mainland years ago. According to the information, this antique will appear at an auction in Hong Kong next week. What does this mean? Isn't it normal for Christie's to auction off an antique? What's the problem here? Christie's is one of the world's top auction houses, so the items they auction are no ordinary antiques. What you are seeing is one of the 12 bronze animal heads that were lost overseas during the turmoil in the mainland. To outsiders, this animal head might just seem like a piece of art, but to the mainland it represents a precious history. Are you suggesting that I secretly steal this thing? This is no joking matter. You must be crazy. If someone dares to steal such a level of cultural relic in Hong Kong, not only will our police not let it go, but the mainland police will also get involved. Moreover, doing so would damage our image in the international community. After realizing that the other party was not asking him to rob this item, Lin Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, while he wanted to retrieve the animal head, robbing it was far too difficult for him. If he left any trace, he would immediately be wanted globally. I want you to bid on this artifact and then donate it to the mainland as an individual. Wow, you really thought this through. You'll bid on the animal head, and then you can facilitate the donation, gaining a good reputation in the process. By doing so, it will be much easier for you to progress further in the future. Lin Hao immediately guessed Lu Minghua's true intention. He wants to borrow flowers to present a Buddha, using this animal head to curry favor with certain high-ranking officials. As the director of the police force, whether he has money or not, his identity makes it inconvenient for him to bid personally, so he can only find an intermediary to operate in secret. Clearly, Lin Hao is quite suitable for this kind of task. At this moment, Lu Minghua was straightforward, reminding him, don't forget you are a justice of the peace now, and you have an obligation to contribute to Hong Kong and the motherland. You flatter me. You really are quite the character. What do you mean by that? It's nothing, just a compliment. Lin Hao waved his hand, signaling him not to dwell on the details. So what do you think? Are we going to proceed with this? If I do this, who will fund it? Of course it will be you. You must be joking. Do you plan to play a trick on me? While Lin Hao was willing to help, Lu Minghua's demands were too unreasonable, making him unable to refrain from complaining. With my salary, where am I supposed to get money to bid for you? You know this thing is in high demand, so various powerful figures will likely come forward to compete with me. According to Lin Hao's memory, some of these animal heads were eventually purchased by many patriotic citizens in the mainland and donated to the country. However, he couldn't remember if this particular animal head was among them. Alright, as long as the matter is successful, I will certainly not treat you unfairly. At this moment, Lu Minghua finally made a statement. You tell me, what benefits can you offer me? Do you want to get into the shipping business? Lin Hao was startled. This shipping business is not something just anyone can engage in. Usually only the top wealthy consortiums on the island are qualified to dabble in this business. Moreover, Hong Kong itself is a tax-free haven, and combined with its unique geographical position, the port shipping industry is extremely developed, yielding considerable profits. Seeing that Lin Hao understood his intentions, Lu Minghua no longer concealed anything. You're right. If you can support me to rise to power, perhaps I can make you the wealthiest in Xinjiang. You really dare to dream, but I like this statement. After all, if a person has no dreams, what difference is there from being a son? Lu Minghua took a puff of his cigarette and then extended his right hand. Then let's toast to our smooth cooperation in advance. Lin Hao extended his hand and said calmly, I will definitely fulfill what I promised. Just wait for my good news. All right, let's drink to that. After having another drink, Lin Hao bid farewell to Lu Minghua and went straight back to the security company. He then summoned the Aja three brothers. There's something I need you all to help me with. What is it? Are we going to take action against other organizations? No way. In a while, Christie's will hold a special auction in Xinjiang. At this auction, I want to buy a valuable however, I have heard that many forces want to snatch it, so I need you to find out who exactly wants to compete with us for this item before the auction begins. Then using some means make them retreat and not oppose me, understand? Lin Hao had already thought of a strategy since he left the restaurant. Since everyone wants this item, he must take some measures. Otherwise, even if he successfully bids in the end, he would still have to pay a huge amount, and this money Lu Minghua would not reimburse him. So the urgent task is to find out who else wants to get involved. Aja immediately patted his chest and promised, Brother Hao, rest assured. Give me 3 days, I will definitely clarify all the details of this auction. I await your news. Aja did not break his promise this time. 3 days later, he brought back a detailed report. I inquired with the relevant person in charge of the auction. There are 7 people publicly interested in that bronze head. Among them, not only are there local tycoons from Xinjiang, but also people from AO City and Treasure Island want to get involved. However, I do not know who is secretly bidding. After hearing Aja's words, Lin Hao immediately took the report and began to study it carefully. But when he saw the first name on the list, he was stunned. Li Chaoren. Indeed, among these 7, the wealthiest is Li Chaoren. I heard he has already entrusted his subordinates to participate in this bidding. Now this is getting interesting. With his relationship with Li Chaoren, he believed the latter would surely give him face. So Lin Hao did not take the other party to heart and continued to look down the list. But when he saw the second name, he became unsettled. The Hua family. Although the Hua family is not one of the 4 major families, the old man of the Hua family was a prominent figure in the past. It can be said that the combined strength of the 4 major families is no match for the old man of the Hua family. Although the old man of the Hua family has passed away, his family's influence is still formidable. Looking further down, each name on the list is quite significant. Not only are there several local tycoons, but even He Lao from AO City is involved. As for Treasure Island, the president of the Sanlian Association, Chinchili, is also making an appearance. Lin Hao took a cold breath. Each of these 7 people is formidable. He then realized that Lu Minghua had indeed presented him with a significant challenge. What's more, these are only the public participants. He has no idea who is lurking in the shadows. But one thing is certain, the mainland will also send intermediaries to participate in the bidding. Brother Hao, this water is really deep. Do we still have to compete? Of course it's nonsense to not compete. Let's start with the easiest. The weakest on the list should be a real estate company from Xinjiang, the Fully Group. This real estate company currently focuses its main business in the mainland, so Lin Hao judged that they want to bid for this cow head, likely to curry favor with the upper echelons of the mainland. Although the group has some fame in Xinjiang, it still falls far short compared to the 4 major families. So Lin Hao decided to make them retreat and give up competing with him. Soon Lin Hao approached the Fully Group. Upon learning that he had personally come, the chairman of Fully Group, Li Si, received Lin Hao in his office with great confusion. Mr. Lin Hao, your sudden visit, is there something you want to discuss with me? Li Si knew Lin Hao's identity, so he spoke politely. Chairman Li, I came to find you today for no other reason, but to hear that you are interested in an antique that Christie's is about to auction, so I specially came to ask if this is true. Upon hearing this, Li Si immediately frowned. Are you talking about the cowhead? Lin Hao nodded. Since you are indeed interested in this antique, I will be straightforward with you. I want this item, and I hope you will step back and not compete with me. Li Si became somewhat angry after hearing this. He thought a short mule actually dares to compete with me for something. With a dissatisfied expression, he said, I'm sorry, I really like this auction item, so I will compete with all my might. If you bid higher than me, I will naturally withdraw from the competition. Li Si's implication was that if you have the ability, then outbid me. Lin Hao was not surprised to hear this, as he knew the other party would not easily give him face. So he slowly took out a photo from his pocket and handed it over. Then he began to speak slowly. Your wife and child are living quite well abroad, especially the child who is attending a prestigious school. Upon seeing the photo of his wife and child, Li Si instantly exploded with rage. You dare to threaten me? Do you believe I will call the police right now? Lin Hao remained calm and made a gesture as if inviting him to proceed. Li Si quickly picked up the phone, but at that moment he hesitated. After a long hesitation, he finally slowly put down the phone. Mr. Li, see, I am someone who likes to make friends. If you give me face this time, consider it, as I owe you a favor. In the future, if you need anything in Xianjiang, you can come directly to me. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse. At this time, Lin Hao also conveniently gave the other party a way out. Someone like him, who has a prominent status, needs face the most. Now, not only did he threaten the other party, but he also immediately gave him enough face. Under such circumstances, unless Li Si is a fool, he will definitely follow the steps down. Sure enough. After hearing this, Li Si sighed and agreed. All right, I withdraw. After easily dealing with Li Si, Lin Hao felt quite pleased. He turned around and sought out Li Zheju. Upon learning that Lin Hao intended to acquire the cow head and transfer it to the relevant authorities in the mainland, Li Zheju showed no hesitation and decisively agreed to withdraw from the competition. This took Lin Hao by surprise. You're so straightforward. I thought I'd have to say a few more words to persuade you to give up. Li Zheju laughed heartily and said, what's there to be polite about between us? Moreover, everyone is aware of the relationship between us now. Even if you win the cow head, others might still think I secretly instructed you to do it. Besides, you're donating it to the mainland, which aligns with my original intention. So if I do need your help in the mainland in the future, I'm sure you won't refuse, right? After hearing his words, Lin Hao realized that experience speaks volumes. Although Li Zheju had once been kidnapped, he truly was a savvy businessman. He could analyze the optimal choice within the shortest time for any matter. Clearly, in the bidding for the cow head, there was no need for him to compete against Lin Hao. Furthermore, there were many strong contenders in this competition. Rather than personally offending various big shots, it was better to let Lin Hao take the heat. However, Lin Hao didn't mind. After all, those without shoes fear not the barefoot. He had already offended enough people recently and wasn't worried about a few more. All right, it's settled then. By the way, do you have a way to help me contact the Hua family? The Hua family has always been engaged in mainland business and rarely involved themselves in matters concerning Xianjiang. Thus, although Lin Hao's business was growing larger, he had no dealings with the Hua family. With the auction looming, he needed to contact them quickly to finalize the arrangements. Only then could he focus on dealing with the two fierce dragons about to cross the river, the Sanlian Society and the Gambling King of Ouching. The Hua family may not be willing to give me face, but since you asked, I'll give it a try and see if I can arrange a meeting with Hua. Seeing that the other party was willing to help with the introduction, Lin Hao felt relieved. As long as he could meet Hua Jinting, he was confident he could win him over. Just 2 days later, Li Zheju brought good news. That evening, the Hua Charity Foundation would hold a charity auction. At this auction, the entire Hua family would be present, and Li Zheju could bring Lin Hao in as a special guest. Upon hearing this news, Lin Hao immediately had an idea. He quickly agreed. Then Lin Hao returned to the hillside villa he had just purchased and pulled Qiu Shuzhen up from the bed. Tonight, wear the sexiest and most charming outfit you have and make sure to dress up well. I want to take you out to see the world. Qiu Shuzhen was instantly delighted at the prospect of going out with Lin Hao. What's the occasion and what type of clothes do I need to wear? It's a large charity auction dinner with many prominent figures from Xianjiang attending, so you mustn't embarrass me. After hearing Lin Hao's words, Qiu Shuzhen felt a wave of stress. She jumped out of bed and ran to the wardrobe, frantically searching for clothes. This one is too plain. This one isn't elegant. This one doesn't fit well either. After searching for a while, Qiu Shuzhen finally pulled out a dress that had been stored away. Lin Hao, what do you think of this one? Lin Hao turned around and was immediately captivated by the dress Qiu Shuzhen. The dress was a long blue and white gown. Although it would cover Qiu Shuzhen's legs, the slender waist would perfectly accentuate her shaped figure. More importantly, this dress was one Lin Hao had specifically bought for Qiu Shuzhen at the LV store, aiming to ensure she had a dress suitable for important occasions. Thus, combined with the LV brand and Qiu Shuzhen's appearance, it was truly a match made in heaven. Great, let's go with this one. Let's add some jewelry, and it should look even better. All right, I'll put some thought into it. That evening, Lin Hao took a shower early and changed into a clean suit. After all, tonight was an important occasion where he had to meet the head of the Hua family. If he dressed too casually, it would not only be impolite, but could also lead to the other party looking down on him. After Lin Hao put on a brown tie, Qiu Shuzhen was also ready in her dress. How do I look? Does this dress? When Lin Hao saw Qiu Shuzhen's finished product appear before him, his eyes instantly lit up. He had to admit his taste was quite spot on. This dress on Qiu Shuzhen radiated a fresh and refined aura, as if she were a flower about to bloom, stunningly beautiful. The only downside was Qiu Shuzhen's bare neck. What a pity I forgot to buy you a diamond necklace. How about I go find a fake one now? Since there will be many people there, no one will notice if I'm wearing a knockoff. Qiu Shuzhen suggested immediately, but Lin Hao shook his head. There's no need. Not having a necklace isn't embarrassing. Besides, the attendees will be social elites, including many socialites and nobles. They are sure to have heard of even the slightly valuable jewelry and diamonds on the market. If you randomly buy a fake, it will be easily seen through. After hearing Lin Hao's words, Qiu Shuzhen pouted and said, I've done my best already. Looking at Qiu Shuzhen's aggrieved expression, Lin Hao laughed. Haha, it's all right. When we get to the auction, I'll see if there's a suitable necklace to bid on for you, and then I'll put it on you right there. Isn't that better? Sounds good, but don't buy a necklace that's too expensive. Ooh, I can't afford it. Qiu Shuzhen reminded him excitedly. How much is considered expensive? Within 20 to 30,000, I suppose. In this era, 20 to 30,000 was equivalent to several months' salary for an ordinary worker. Thus, Chiu Shuzhen felt that a jewelry necklace worth 20 to 30,000 was already quite good. However, Lin Hao could only smile wryly, saying, 20 to 30,000. You probably can't even buy the box for a diamond necklace. Oh, is it that expensive? I thought they would auction off things that aren't very valuable. Chiu Shuzhen exclaimed in surprise. I actually don't know what great items will be available, but if there's something you like, I'll find a way to bid on it. Alright, we'll talk about it then. Thereafter, Chiu Shuzhen affectionately slipped her arm around Lin Hao's, accompanying him to the charity gala. Upon arrival, Lin Hao found the hotel's grand lobby flanked by an impressive array of luxury automobiles. Rolls-Royce limousines, Ferraris, and Lamborghinis gleamed under the lights, each a symbol of prestige and power. Their occupants were figures of extraordinary wealth and influence across Hong Kong, and Lin Hao even spotted several foreign faces among them. Wow, what kind of clout does the gala's organizer wield to gather such a spectacle? Chiu Shuzhen blinked in awe and asked curiously. The Hua family rendered immense service to the motherland decades ago. Their standing transcends that of ordinary tycoons. Tonight, I must seek assistance from the Hua patriarch, and our conduct tonight will be pivotal. Hearing she bore such weighty responsibility, Chiu Shuzhen instantly straightened her posture, radiating poise and grace. She resolved to present herself at her absolute finest, and indeed she did not disappoint Lin Hao. The moment she stepped into the ballroom, countless eyes turned toward her. Who was that woman? Her aura rivals that of A-list actresses. Could she be a former Miss Hong Kong? I don't recall ever seeing her before. Impossible. I know every Miss Hong Kong of recent years. If she were one, I'd certainly recognize her. Her beauty, her elegance. She holds her own against any celebrity present. As curious glances converged upon her, Chiu Shuzhen felt a flutter of nervousness, until she caught sight of a familiar figure. There, resplendent in a crimson off-shoulder gown that seemed to glow with inner light, Guan Zhiling strode forward arm-in-arm with Guideli. No wonder she's a top-tier star. Her entrance commands the room. Chiu Shuzhen murmured admiringly. Lin Hao smiled gently. Yet I believe your presence tonight rivals hers effortlessly. Truly. Her heart soared and a confident smile bloomed across her face. When have I ever misled you? Haha, what are you two discussing? Guideli greeted them warmly as he approached. Since Lin Hao had peacefully assumed control of Hutchison Whampoa, was power enterprise had surged ahead spectacularly. Not only had he secured all government infrastructure projects in Wong Tai Sin district, but he'd also established footholds across Hutchison's former territories, winning numerous public electricity contracts. In short order, Tianhua Electric Power Co. Ltd.'s market share in Hong Kong's power sector leapt from 24% to 52%. It surpassed the industry leader Hong Kong International Electric Power Co. Ltd., ascending to undisputed supremacy and filling Guideli's coffers beyond measure. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was no longer merely a street-level triad boss relegated to the shadows. He had been appointed Justice of the Peace. His status now matched Guideli's, and Li Zheju's, who had escorted him here, rendering their association entirely above reproach. Having learned in advance of Lin Hao's attendance, Guideli promptly sought him out, not only to greet him, but to lend. Just then Li Zheju arrived. The three exchanged brief pleasantries, a mere exchange of civilities, yet it sent shockwaves through the crowd. Who is this man? Two representatives of Hong Kong's four great families have rushed over to speak with him. Wait, isn't his name Lin Hao? The same Lin Hao, the gangster whose hands bear more than a few stains. Gangster no longer fits. He's now a Justice of the Peace, just like us. How peculiar. He's actually been granted official recognition by the government. Amid hushed murmurs, Li Zheju guided Lin Hao and the others to the main table. Only when Lin Hao saw his engraved nameplate did he realize Li Zheju had discreetly coordinated with Hua Jinxing well in advance. Moreover, leveraging his influence, Li Zheju had seated both Lin Hao and Chiu Shuzhen at the principal table, an act of quiet mastery. Lin Hao couldn't help but admire Li Zheju's deft art of winning loyalty. Soon, under the gaze of thousands, Hua Jinxing made his grand entrance, prompting thunderous applause. Hua Jinxing greeted the assembly with warmth and charm. After exchanging cordialities throughout the hall, he finally approached the main table, greeting Li Zheju and Guideli individually. Li Zheju then introduced Lin Hao formally. As Hua Jinxing turned toward him, his expression remained politely neutral. No warmth, no curiosity. He extended a courteous handshake, nothing more. It was clear he neither knew Lin Hao nor intended to cultivate it. Hua Jinxing's reserve came as no surprise to Lin Hao. After all, his current stature simply did not command such. Yet Lin Hao felt no anxiety, because his mere presence tonight guaranteed he would become the gala's focal point. And once the banquet concluded, Hua Jinxing himself would seek him out, without delay. Meanwhile, journalists from every corner of Hong Kong's media landscape had gathered, eager to uncover a headline-worthy revelation in this high-stakes setting. The main table naturally drew their sharpest focus. Feeling the glare of countless camera flashes converge upon them, Chiu Shuzhen grew increasingly tense. Clutching Lin Hao's hand, she whispered timidly, "I haven't embarrassed you, have I?" Lin Hao smiled faintly. You've done me proud tonight. Later I'll buy you a piece of jewelry. Hee hee, Her laughter was radiant. Her breathtaking beauty like that of a legendary beauty who stilled fish and made geese fall, captivating all who beheld her. This very moment was captured by numerous tabloid photographers. Shutters clicked rapidly, each flash freezing a flawless image. After a modest dinner, Hui Jinxing took the stage to deliver his address, thanking guests and affirming that all proceeds would fund education and medical care for children with intellectual disabilities across Hong Kong. Once Hui concluded his speech, the evening's centerpiece began, the live auction. One by one donated items appeared. Antiques and classical paintings dominated the lot. Yet Lin Hao held no interest in such treasures. Just then, following the successful sale of a painting, the auctioneer announced with theatrical flourish, "The next item demands your undivided attention. Please prepare yourselves." Hearing the host's words, the guests at the scene shifted their attention to the stage. In the next moment, a woman in a formal dress elegantly walked up from the audience. The woman was wearing a dazzling emerald necklace around her neck. Wow, this diamond necklace is huge. It looks like an emerald necklace. It must be worth a lot. I like it. A hubby, get it for me. As the woman stepped onto the stage, many guests below began to stir with excitement. The host then smiled and introduced, "This is an emerald diamond necklace produced by Bulgari. The necklace is set with rectangular and shoulder epaulette-shaped diamonds adorned with 12 teardrop-shaped emeralds and features a pear-shaped emerald on the clasp. Moreover, the total weight of this necklace is approximately 61 carats." Upon hearing the host's introduction, the audience erupted in astonishment. They never expected this necklace to be from the Bulgari brand. What's more, even under such intense spotlight, this emerald diamond necklace still radiated with a brilliant glow. Such jewelry is simply irresistible for women. Soon several elegantly dressed women in the audience were eager to participate. As the host announced the starting price of 1 million Hong Kong dollars, someone immediately raised their hand. "I bid 1 million. This lady bids 1 million. Is there anyone willing to go higher? I bid 2 million. 2 million. The latest bid is 2 million. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? I bid 3 million. 5 million. In no time, this grand piece of jewelry sparked a frenzy among the bidders. Lin Hao glanced at Qiu Shuzhen and asked, "So do you like this necklace?" Qiu Shuzhen wanted to say she liked it, and after all, she was deeply attracted to it at first sight. However, when she saw the price of the necklace had already soared to nearly 2 million, she completely abandoned the thought of having Lin Hao bid for it. Qiu Shuzhen lightly shook her head and smiled, saying, "I don't like it either. I feel the emerald looks a bit old-fashioned. Do you really not like it, or do you think it's too expensive?" "I really don't like it," Qiu Shuzhen said with a hint of insincerity. Although she acted convincingly, she still couldn't fool Lin Hao's discerning eyes. After all, he knew Qiu Shuzhen too well. Especially when the woman first appeared, Lin Hao had already caught a glimpse of Qiu Shuzhen's expression. So in his eyes it was clear that Qiu Shuzhen was reluctant to let him bid because she thought it was too expensive. Well, since that's the case, he'll bid and give it to another woman. Huh. Qiu Shuzhen looked at Lin Hao in surprise. But the next second, when she realized Lin Hao was teasing her, she rolled her eyes at him. "Just wait and see." Lin Hao then slowly raised his hand. In front of everyone present, he directly said, "I bid 5 million. 5 million. The host was also taken aback by Lin Hao's bid. After all, it seemed everyone had previously been competing in the range of 2 to 3 million. The bids had all been increasing by 100 at a time. Yet Lin Hao suddenly skyrocketed the price to 5 million. Instantly, all the guests' attention shifted to Lin Hao. Even the people at the main table turned to look. Guideli smiled and joked, "Lin Hao, you're something else. Starting with 5 million is a bit arrogant. It doesn't matter. I really like this necklace, and besides, the money I win from this auction will go to charity. So I don't mind spending a little more. Consider it a charitable act." Lin Hao explained lightly. His words were fully heard by Hui Jinting. From then on, Hui Jinting began to view Lin Hao, who came from a rough background, in a different light. Qiu Shuzhen quickly grabbed Lin Hao's arm and whispered, "What are you doing? I really don't want it. It's too expensive." Lin Hao waved his hand. "It's okay. If you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else." "You?" Qiu Shuzhen was somewhat at a loss for words. But since Lin Hao had already placed a bid, it was too late to back out. Just then a voice suddenly came from a nearby table. "I bid 1 million. Lin Hao looked over in response. Upon seeing the person's appearance, his expression suddenly stiffened. This guy, he never expected that the bidder would be a big shot from the Lianxing gang, the leader of Tsun Didi. Didi was wearing a white suit, sitting arrogantly in his chair, looking at Lin Hao with an air of superiority. Seeing that Didi could also attend this charity gala, Lin Hao felt a bit surprised. At this moment, Guideli also recognized Didi and lowered his voice to remind, "This guy has significant influence with Lianxing, especially in the new territories. It's best not to engage in a direct confrontation with him. Although I know Didi is powerful, since I've already made my move, I won't easily back down. Especially in this kind of setting, if I concede, how can I establish a connection with the whole family?" So Lin Hao shook his head, indicating it was no big deal, and immediately raised his hand. "I bid 6 million. The next moment, the scene erupted in an uproar. Although everyone present was either wealthy or noble, this diamond necklace, which originally had a starting price of 1 million, couldn't possibly be increased sixfold. Especially since this necklace wasn't a rare item, there were definitely better necklaces to replace it. Thus, many wealthy women shook their heads and gave up bidding upon hearing this price. Meanwhile, Qiu Shuzhen, who had originally been relieved that someone was taking over, was now completely stunned. Lin Hao, don't speak, let the man do his thing, women shouldn't interrupt. Seeing that Lin Hao seemed a bit angry, Qiu Shuzhen immediately closed her mouth obediently. At that moment, Didi also narrowed his eyes. He was naturally here to mingle with the powerful. More importantly, his wife really liked this necklace. He wanted to bid it as a gift for her. But unexpectedly, Lin Hao suddenly appeared midway. Others might still be somewhat unfamiliar with Lin Hao, but Didi was very familiar with him. Last time, Lin Hao had caused quite a stir in his Tsuanwan territory with He. Fortunately, nothing serious happened, and his turf remained unharmed. So he didn't pay much attention to the matter. Now seeing Lin Hao openly competing with him for this diamond necklace clearly showed that he didn't take him seriously. He immediately stood up, raised a finger, and loudly shouted, "I did bid 10 million. 10 million. This gentleman bids 10 million. At that moment, even the auctioneer lost all composure. Simultaneously, a wave of astonished gasps swept through the audience, followed by scattered, hesitant applause. 10 million. Has this man lost his mind? Humph. Li Zheju gave a faint, dismissive snort. Such a trivial spectacle hardly warranted his intervention. He had attended solely out of deference to the Hua family. Moreover, having no need to curry favor with the Huas, he naturally had no intention of bidding. Yet the instant his mocking words left his lips, Lin Hao raised his hand once more. This time Lin Hao declared an astronomical figure. Lin Hao bid 20 million. As soon as the number left his mouth, countless camera flashes pivoted instantly toward him. Reporters feverishly pressed their shutters, capturing this. The auctioneer on stage, utterly electrified, abandoned all restraint. Spittle flying, he roared, 20 million. This gentleman has just bid 20 million. Is anyone else prepared to bid? Dare anyone challenge this gentleman for this diamond necklace? Undeniably, the auctioneer possessed a masterful command of crowd psychology. Didi, previously wavering, was galvanized by the auctioneer's provocation and immediately raised his hand again, only to regret it the moment he did. After all, raising his bid now would truly brand him a fool. Yet every eye in the room had already fixed upon him. Pressure descended upon him like a crushing weight. Should you choose to exceed that sum, I shall withdraw from the bidding entirely. After all, we are all here to contribute to charity, are we not? Should you choose to exceed that sum, I shall withdraw from the bidding entirely. After all, we are all here to contribute to charity, are we not? Ultimately, who bears the cost matters little. Lin Hao's words struck like a dagger to the heart, leaving Didi even more bereft of resolve. For should he bid again, the necklace would inevitably fall into his hands. In the 1990s, spending 20 million on a diamond necklace worth perhaps only a few million. Clearly, Didi could not bring himself to commit such folly. I never intended to bid further. My arm was merely stiff, so I stretched it. A ripple of derisive laughter erupted instantly across the hall. It was plain to all that Didi had capitulated, and even his wife's expression tightened into mortified discomfort. Excellent. Since this gentleman declines to continue bidding, I hereby declare this Bulgari emerald diamond necklace is sold to him. Let us give our warmest applause to congratulate this gentleman. With that, the auctioneer led the ovation, and thunderous applause filled the entire venue. Even Hua Jinting, visibly stunned, rose and clapped vigorously. Then, under the collective gaze of the audience, Lin Hao ascended the stage and accepted the diamond necklace. May we ask your name, sir? Lin Hao, chairman of Haojia Security Corporation. Lin Hao offered a concise self-introduction. The auctioneer then continued, Mr. Lin Hao, may we inquire why you chose to spend 20 million on this diamond necklace? Does it hold special significance for you? Lin Hao's gaze shifted deliberately toward Qiu Shuzhen, seated in the audience. Firstly, I wish to present this necklace to my girlfriend Qiu Shuzhen. I believe she is wholly worthy of it. Secondly, supporting charitable causes has long been a personal aspiration of mine. Earlier, I donated several million yuan in my own name to philanthropy. To now join Mr. Hua in advancing Hong Kong's charitable endeavors fills me with profound honor, and I sincerely hope to continue collaborating with Mr. Hua to make ever greater contributions to Hong Kong's welfare. With just 2 sentences, Lin Hao seamlessly aligned himself with Hua Jinting, a move that left Hua visibly startled, his brow furrowing in surprise. Turning sharply, he asked Li Zheju, what exactly does this young man you brought intend? You'll see shortly, Li Zheju replied enigmatically. That only deepened Hua Jinting's curiosity, while downstairs Qiu Shuzhen had already dissolved into tearful, uncontainable emotion. Next, Lin Hao walked deliberately to Qiu Shuzhen's side before the entire assembly and, amid waves of cheers, fastened the diamond necklace around her neck. Do you like it, eh? Lin Hao murmured softly. Qiu Shuzhen nodded gently. Suddenly, playful cries erupted from the crowd. Kiss her. Yes, kiss her. In an age where spectators relish drama, countless voices swiftly joined the chant. Qiu Shuzhen's cheeks flushed with a delicate rosy hue, her entire demeanor softened into tender back. Lin Hao, however, bore the poise of one accustomed to grand stages. Without haste, he cradled her delicate porcelain-like face between his palms. Then he leaned in, his lips brushing hers with feather-light tenderness. Ooh, is this really free entertainment? How utterly sweet. That girl is so blessed. Meanwhile, Didi and his wife sat livid, faces drained of color. Had this not been a charity gala, they would have stormed out long ago. As Lin Hao secured the diamond necklace at its staggering price, the charity gala drew to a close, though Hua Jinting detained Lin Hao just before he departed. They retreated to a private lounge. Once seated, Hua Jinting cut straight to the point. Lin Hao, your exorbitant bid for this necklace surely extends beyond mere support for my charitable cause. Hua Jinting was no fool. Money was hard-won in this era, and no one spent it recklessly. Lin Hao's egregious overbidding clearly signaled an intent to win his favor. Thus Hua had deliberately detained him, to discern Lin Hao's true purpose. Lin Hao in turn wasted no time concealing his aim. He revealed his plan to acquire the bronze animal head and repatriate it to his homeland. Hua Jinting paused momentarily, speechless, then burst into hearty laughter. You sly young man. I assumed you sought some monumental favor, yet it's this modest matter. So Mr. Hua, you consent. Of course. I myself intended to bid for the animal head precisely to return it to the nation. Since you share this intention, not only will I refrain from obstructing you, I shall offer my full support. Hearing these words, Lin Hao was left momentarily dumbfounded. Why didn't you say so sooner? Haha. I truly must thank you for those 20 million you've just gifted me. Lin Hao's lips twitched faintly. He nearly blurted, I demand a refund. However, Lin Hao was surprised to find that Hua Jinting took the initiative to exchange contact information with him. I don't care what you've been through, but if you're truly willing to contribute to the charitable cause for Xinjiang, and even the whole world, I would be very willing to continue our collaboration. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao knew the opportunity had arrived. Hua Jinting's influence far surpassed that of the 4 prominent families. Therefore, Lin Hao immediately expressed, Mr. Hao, you are welcome to call me anytime. As long as it is within my capacity, I will certainly do my utmost. Great. With Lin Hao's words, a look of approval instantly appeared on Hua Jinting's face. The next morning, news about the charity gala from the night before immediately made its way to the cover of media magazines. And the center of attention that night was none other than Lin Hao. When society learned that Lin Hao had spent lavishly just to earn a smile from a beautiful woman, the entire Xinjiang populace began to gossip. Meanwhile, the powerful tycoons quickly realized that Lin Hao had forged a bridge of friendship with the Hou family through this charity gala. Additionally, he had previously established close collaborations with the Li family and the Guo family. At this point, everyone began to realize that Lin Hao seemed to have already entered the upper echelons of Xinjiang society. People gradually started to forget about his past identity as a lowly figure. After all, once someone achieves success, it is difficult for the outside world to remember their earlier struggles. After the Hou family decided to withdraw from the bidding, what remained were only the formidable gambling king from Aoqing and the Triad from the Treasure Island. Among them, Lin Hao did not take the Triad from the Treasure Island seriously. After all, their goal was to bring a national treasure back to their island and use it to promote the island's legitimate status while slapping the motherland in the face. Such actions would not be tolerated by the various sectors of Xinjiang, and the mainland would definitely not stand idly by. Therefore, Lin Hao did not need to show mercy when dealing with the Triad. That night, Lin Hao brought his subordinates directly to a nightclub's private room located in the Western District. As he and his men barged into the private room, they happened to encounter 2 middle-aged men in suits hugging several alluring women while singing. Upon seeing Lin Hao, the 2 men were instantly taken aback. Hey, what are you doing here? Just then the nightclub owner hurriedly walked in. Lin Hao held a very high status in the underworld, so the owner immediately greeted him with a smile, saying, Brother, how I didn't expect your esteemed self to visit my humble establishment tonight. Is there something you need? Are you the owner here? Lin Hao glanced at him indifferently. Yes, I am the owner here, the owner said cautiously after swallowing hard. These 2 came from Treasure Island. Their superficial identities are merchants, but their true identities are members of their purpose in coming here is singular. They want to participate in an auction hosted by Christie's in 2 days. So I'm asking you for a favor, please keep them from wandering around and have them stay in this private room for the next 2 days, alright? After hearing Lin Hao's words, the owner immediately understood everything. He then hesitated and explained, Brother, how I'm just a businessman. Asking me to illegally detain them may not be appropriate. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's expression suddenly darkened and his tone turned icy, as he said, If I see them at the auction, you should prepare for your family to collect your corpse, understand? Faced with Lin Hao's threat, the owner was instantly paralyzed with fear. After hesitating for just 2 seconds, he compromised. Alright, I'll have the security come over to control them and ensure they won't leave this place for the next 2 days. The owner's words thoroughly enraged the 2 members of the Triad. Although they had heard Lin Hao's name, they had never witnessed his methods. One of them immediately stood up and cursed, Who the hell do you think you are to detain us? I'm calling the police. Lin Hao glanced at him and then turned to his sidekick Tony, saying, I'm really in the mood to hit someone today. Tony immediately understood and rushed forward. The next second the private room was filled with screams reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. "Stop hitting me, I was wrong. Please don't hit me." This time Lin Hao gained several points of fear value. At this moment his fear value had already surpassed 10,000. If he wanted to, he could summon an army of over 10,000 death warriors instantly. However, in the small territory of Xiangjiang, possessing several thousand subordinates would undoubtedly attract the government's attention. By then, not only would the Xiangjiang government not tolerate him, but Lu Minghua would be the first to jump out and deal with him. Thus, Lin Hao had not chosen to continuously explode troops, but rather gradually elevated all his subordinates to high-level death warriors. As for his own skills, Lin Hao currently had no particular desire to learn anything. When he opened the system panel again, the data had changed. Host Lin Hao. Personal skills: close combat techniques, body enhancement. Number of death warriors over 2,000, junior death warriors over 2,000, intermediate death warriors, and over 4,000 high-level death warriors. Fear value 10023. Upon exiting the private room, Lin Hao took out the personnel list and crossed out the name of the Triad. At this point, only the name of the Gambling King from Aoqing remained on the list. Gambling King of Aoqing, it's time to compete with you. With only one day left until the auction, the Gambling King, He Lao, suddenly arrived in Xiangjiang on a yacht. His appearance immediately sparked heated discussions across various circles. Because normally, He Lao never left his own territory. But this time he parachuted into Xiangjiang, indicating that something significant was about to happen. Soon, when He Lao faced the visiting reporters, he announced that he would personally participate in Christie's auction. Upon hearing this news, Lin Hao couldn't help but be startled. He never expected He Lao to take such great interest in this cow's head and actually come to bid in person. However, for him, wasn't this an opportunity? After all, the premise of his collaboration with the 14K representative Chenju was to help him deal with He Lao. Although eliminating He Lao at this critical moment posed great risks, silencing him completely so that he no longer meddled in underworld matters would still be relatively easy. Thus, he immediately dialed Chenju, the 14K representative far away in Aoqing. Upon receiving Lin Hao's call, Chenju was also very excited. After all, He Lao had just arrived in Xiangjiang, and Lin Hao called him. This indicated that Lin Hao was likely preparing to take action against He Lao. "Are we going to make a move?" Lin Hao snorted lightly. "You don't mean to suggest that I should just take him out, do you?" "You can't be telling me you've lost your nerve, can you?" Chenju countered. Lin Hao's face darkened instantly. "Get your mind straight. He has various identities conferred by the state, and he also holds a legitimate position in the city of Ao. If I were to take him out now, do you think I could still stay in Xiangjiang?" Chenju seemed to find some logic in this and immediately pressed on. "So what do you plan to do?" "It's simple. Although the He family currently holds all the power in Ao City, if something were to happen to He Lao, like a sudden stroke or losing his wits, you wouldn't have to worry about his mood, would you?" Lin Hao's words lit up Chenju's eyes. "You can make that guy go mad. There are ways, but I need you to do me otherwise it will be very difficult for me to get close to him." "No problem, just say the word. I need you to create a scene at the casinos he operates in Ao City right now. And the bigger the commotion, the better. Don't worry about any consequences." "What?" Chenju nearly dropped his jaw. Lin Hao wasn't planning to take out He Lao, but rather sending him to wreak havoc on the other's territory. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of joke is this? If I really went to his place to cause trouble, wouldn't he have me torn?" Although Chenju was a notorious figure in the underworld, well known in Ao City in this day and age, people feared not death, but the lack of money. Especially in a gambling city like Ao City, where one could become rich overnight or wash away their past in a single night, there were always many desperate individuals who valued money over life. If he truly angered the Gambling King, He Lao, it wouldn't be surprising if the other party offered 8 to 10 million for his head, and his little brothers would probably betray him at the first opportunity. Thus, Chenju was very resistant to Lin Hao's proposal. But Lin Hao calmly said, "Right now there are countless bodyguards surrounding He Lao. If I want to approach him, I must resort to force. Once the situation escalates, even if we succeed, there will be no place for us in Xiangjiang or Ao City. So the best way at present is for you to create some small disturbances in Ao City to lure him away from Xiangjiang, so I can handle him effectively." After listening to Lin Hao's analysis, Chenju suddenly found some sense in it. Furthermore, the other party had recently been causing trouble in Xiangjiang, but remained unscathed, leading him to realize that Lin Hao was not an ordinary person. After hesitating for a while, Chenju ultimately decided to take the plunge. After all, as a local of Ao City, he had to embody the spirit of taking risks. If he succeeded, he might just transform into the true master of Ao City. "Alright, I'll take care of this." "Be quick, I only give you half a day," Lin Hao reminded. He needed to handle this personally, and there were only 2 days left until the auction. Thus, he had to deal with He Lao's matters within a day. "No problem, he'll send someone to create a ruckus right away." Chenju was a man of his word. After hanging up the phone, he immediately called a group of underlings and instructed them to act separately. They headed to various casinos in Ao City to cause trouble. He Lao had a total of 7 gambling licenses, each corresponding to a casino. So Chenju split his forces into 7 groups and swept through all of He Lao's casinos in one go. For He Lao, such a thing had never occurred in the past. When the casinos notified Lin, he was so agitated that he stood up from his chair. He exclaimed excitedly, "Quick, contact Chinju. I need to ask him what he is up to." But after multiple attempts to contact him, Chinju's phone remained unreachable. At this point, Lin realized that something was amiss. He worried that during his absence from AO City, Chinju might betray him, leading to chaos in his own backyard. To stabilize the situation and maintain morale in AO City, he immediately decided to take his private yacht back to AO City. That evening, Lin's yacht departed from the Causeway Bay Pier. The distance from Xianjiang to AO City wasn't far, it only took an hour by boat. However, after 2 hours of sailing with no sight of land, Lin couldn't help but feel puzzled. Shall we go out and see what's going on? Why haven't we arrived in AO City yet? Yes. The subordinate left immediately upon receiving the order. However, after a short while he returned. Upon seeing him, Lin unhappily asked, "I told you to find out what's going on, and why are you back already?" But at this moment, Xiaoli remained silent. Sweat began to stream down his face. Seeing this, Lin felt a sense of foreboding. Before he could speak, several men suddenly barged in. "Don't move. Raise your hands." Aja led a group of men armed with submachine guns directly into the room. The bodyguards around, Lin hadn't even had time to draw their guns before they were locked onto by Aja. One bodyguard, not believing in evil, attempted to draw his gun while the others were distracted. But his speed was still a bit too slow. Those who came with Aja were all elite assassins whose combat power was not to be underestimated. As soon as the other's gun was drawn, countless bullets shot into his body. Tat, tat, tat. In an instant, numerous bullet holes appeared on this bodyguard's suit. Then he fell into a pool of blood. This scene instantly frightened Lin into unconsciousness. When he woke up again, it was already midnight. At this time, the yacht had already deviated from its course and had entered the high seas. Lin, do you know where this is? Lin glanced out the window and was instantly struck with terror. This is the high seas. Then you should know what could happen here, right? Lin naturally understood what Lin Hao on the high seas killing is as easy as pie. It could be said that no one would notice if someone died here. So as long as Lin Hao lifted a finger, he could have him killed. Realizing this, Lin panicked. "You must be Lin Hao, right? I've heard your name before. Chinju often mentions you to me. I can offer you a way out, but you must hand over the operating rights of those casinos in your hands. I have already checked, and these 7 casinos are currently managed by your Ouching Spinach Limited. And this is the equity transfer agreement, so just sign it to transfer all the shares of this company to me, and you won't have to worry about the rest." Though he felt a deep reluctance, he knew that the man before him was fully capable of killing him right here. Once he was dead, even if someone sought revenge for him, it would mean nothing to him. Therefore, living was far more important than anything else. So-called wealth is merely fleeting clouds. Besides, he currently has numerous industries. Losing a few casinos would not shake his foundation. Then with trembling hands, he struggled to sign his name on the equity transfer agreement. From that moment on, all shares of Aocheng's largest spinach company belonged to Lin Hao. "I have transferred the shares to you, so can you let me go now?" he asked. Lin Hao shook his head. "If I let you go like this, I feel I will face even greater danger, so I plan to ask you for another favor." He said, somewhat displeased. "What else do you want?" "You'll find out soon enough." Soon Aja walked in and bound he tightly. "What are you doing? Let me go." "Lin Hao, if anything happens to me, the Ouching government will not let you off easily. Moreover, I have a powerful network of connections in the mainland and Xianjiang. They certainly won't sit idly by." At this moment, he still tried to leverage his reputation to pressure Lin Hao. But Lin Hao laughed heartily and said, "That depends on whether you can speak up, act." With Lin Hao's command, Aja directly hoisted he to the ship's railing. In this moment, he realized Lin Hao's intentions. "Given my age, what you are doing could truly cost me my life. How about we sit down and discuss this properly?" "No need, I am not greedy. The 10-year operating rights of 7 casinos are already enough. With so many wives and children at home, I should leave you some family assets, right?" Aja, throw him down. Aja nodded and directly hurled he overboard. He fell freely through the air and plunged deep into the sea. As the seawater infiltrated his facial features, he began to struggle violently. "Pull him up," Lin Hao shouted upon seeing this. Aja and the others quickly pulled up. In a short while, he was brought back to the surface. "Quick, let me go, I beg you. Whatever you want, I will agree." But Lin Hao remained unmoved. He understood well that he had to be dealt with, otherwise his own days would not be easy. A person who has achieved such a height must be someone who would stop at nothing. So today he must thoroughly destroy Then Lin Hao shouted again, "Throw him down." Subsequently, he fell once more, his body crashing hard back. After repeating this several times, he who was extremely frightened completely lost his mind. The next time he was pulled up, he no longer pleaded with Lin Hao, but instead wore a carefree smile. This is so fun, Seeing this, Lin Hao's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. Aja, pull him up and test him out. Understood. Aja understood the assignment and dragged he onto the deck. By this time, he was already crazy, constantly looking around on the deck. Occasionally, he would crouch down and bark like a dog. Brother, how it seems he really has gone mad. All right, get him a clean set of clothes and lock him up. Yes. Subsequently, Lin Hao headed to the control room. Here, several of his bodyguards were detained. Old he has gone mad now, so only you few will know about this matter. I now present you with two options. One is to listen to me and follow my instructions to resolve this matter perfectly. Upon completion, I will reward each of you with 1 million cash. When the time comes, you can take this money wherever you want. The other option is to continue opposing me, and you should know very well what will happen next. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, the bodyguards hesitated not at all, nodding crazily in agreement. They were working for money after all. Now that Lin Hao was willing to offer them a fortune, and with old he already gone mad, they naturally would not foolishly continue to be loyal to old he. Then Lin Hao gathered them together and devised a perfect explanation plan. According to Lin Hao's plan, after leaving Xiangjiang, one of the bodyguards on the ship suddenly took old he hostage, attempting to extort money. The other bodyguards seized the opportunity to save old he from danger. Although they killed the kidnapper in time, old he became deranged from excessive shock. This explanation, though full of holes, would naturally be accepted as fact in the absence of other eyewitnesses or video recordings as evidence. Once everything was explained, the ship had already arrived in Aoqing. Late at night, Lin Hao met Chenju in Aoqing. Upon learning that old he had gone mad, and that Lin Hao had taken control of all of old he's casinos, Chenju was both excited and somewhat displeased. After all, although old he was gone, these most profitable venues were seized by Lin Hao. Moreover, the other party had no power in Aoqing. Naturally, Lin Hao sensed Chenju's attitude. He then proactively suggested, Chenju, we are life and death friends. You played a significant role in this incident with old he. How about this? I will entrust you with the oversight of these 7 venues. As for the profits, we will split them evenly. What do you think? Originally, Lin Hao had no intention of fully entering Aoqing, especially since there were many matters in Xiangjiang that were still unresolved. So if he did not hand over the venues to 14K, the biggest local snake, these casinos would not be able to operate. Hearing that Lin Hao was willing to give up half the profits, Chenju finally smiled again. Haha, my initial decision was indeed correct. I didn't expect you to have such great ability. Rest assured, as long as I am in Aoqing, there will be no trouble with these venues. You just wait in Xiangjiang to collect your... Since the gambling king has gone mad, Chenju naturally spoke with more confidence than before. The negotiations proceeded smoothly, and by the next morning, Chenju's subordinates fully took over the 7 casinos in Ao City. Meanwhile, the news of Hilao's madness quickly spread throughout the city. Although the police intervened immediately and quickly locked onto Lin Hao, at that moment Lin Hao had already returned to Xiangjiang, leaving the police in Ao City to seek assistance from their Xiangjiang counterparts. Lu Minghua did not expect Lin Hao to act so ruthlessly, directly driving Hilao insane. However, for him, one was someone who could help him rise to power, while the other was already mad and of no value or assistance. Thus, he quickly made his decision. He ordered his subordinates to bring Lin Hao to the police station for a disclaimer statement, and then immediately released him. He then informed the police in Ao City that they had not yet gathered any factual evidence regarding Lin Hao's crime. For the time being, the Ao City police could not produce evidence to accuse Lin Hao of being the mastermind, especially since Xiangjiang was not their territory. As a result, the authorities in Ao City had no choice but to temporarily stand down, allowing Lin Hao to continue living freely. As for the 7 casinos, Lin Hao held a legally protected share transfer agreement. Thus, even the higher-ups in Ao City's government could do nothing to Lin Hao. They could only watch helplessly as all 7 casinos fell into Lin Hao's hands. However, Lin Hao was no fool. He knew that to run casinos in Ao City, he had to satisfy both the underworld and the legitimate side. He had already provided sufficient benefits to Chenju on the underworld side. As long as Chenju wasn't foolish, he would not betray Lin Hao. On the legitimate side, Lin Hao utilized his connections with Li Zeju and Guideli, quickly establishing links with certain powerful officials in Ao City. Although they had their reservations about Lin Hao's actions, considering the influence of the 2 families and the monetary aspect, they ultimately tacitly approved Lin Hao's legal status in Ao City. Thus, Lin Hao officially planted his flag in Ao City. After the matters were settled, Lin Hao personally arrived at the auction site of Christie's. Today, Lin Hao's competition with several wealthy individuals for the cow's head had already made a significant stir. Upon learning that Li Si had been forced to withdraw, both the Li and Hua families expressed their support for Lin Hao, while the Sanlian society suddenly went silent after Hilao went mad. At this point, no one at the venue had any intention of competing with Lin Hao for the cow's head. When the cow's head was brought out, the host announced the starting price. The starting price for this auction is $200 and the bidding begins. Please place your bids. In this era, $200 was already a considerable sum. However, for the cow's head, the market valuation was at least over $1 million. At this moment, Lin Hao gently raised a sign. I bid $25000. This gentleman bids $25000. Is there anyone else willing to continue bidding? Before anyone could raise their hands, Lin Hao spoke again. If anyone wants what I Lin Hao have my eyes on, they better weigh whether they have the life to take it back. Lin Hao's words immediately caused a stir in the audience. Wow, this guy is indeed arrogant. To be fair, he has the capital to be arrogant. Indeed, he has already brought down many capital tycoons. Others should not even think about it. The officials of Christie's were disheartened upon witnessing Lin Hao's behavior. However, they were merely an auction company, and naturally could not say much. They couldn't force other buyers to bid, thus the host could only watch as Lin Hao eventually bought this national treasure cow's head at the surprisingly low price of $250. After acquiring the cow's head, Lin Hao immediately left the auction site. However, just as he stepped out, someone contacted. Upon learning that the other party was a representative sent from the mainland, Lin Hao immediately met with them. Two middle-aged men in suits welcomed Lin Hao and the cow's head into a private room. After the meeting, one of them took the initiative to greet Lin Hao. "Hello, my name is Wang Ming, and I am an ordinary businessman. This is Deputy Director Shi from the Public Security Department of Guangdong Province." "Hello, I am Shi Wei." Seeing the stature of the other party, Lin Hao politely introduced himself as well. He knew that Wang Ming was certainly not just an ordinary businessman as he claimed. After all, a deputy director sure carried weight. Even as a deputy, he was not someone ordinary could compare with. However, Lin Hao would not pry into the other's identity. Some matters are better left ambiguous. After everyone sat down, they quickly began discussing the cow's head. At this point, Shi Wei took the initiative to speak. "Mr. Lin Hao, this artifact is very important to us. Would you be willing to grant us this favor and sell it to us?" Lin Hao snorted softly. "I enjoy making friends when I am out and about. If you truly want it, I can simply give it to you. After all, I am doing this to contribute to our country." Lin Hao emphasized the last sentence, implying that his actions were all for the sake of the nation. Before this, Lu Minghua had already communicated with the two. Therefore, they understood Lin Hao's intentions. Wang Ming immediately stated, "Rest assured, we are people who know how to repay kindness. If you encounter any issues in the mainland in the future, you can directly contact me or Director Shi." "That's right, but I must emphasize one point. I welcome you to invest and develop, but I do not welcome any trouble." Lin Hao understood that the environment in the mainland was incomparable to Xinjiang. Causing trouble there would lead to dire consequences. "Haha, I have always been a law-abiding citizen. You should have heard of this." "Good, then it's settled. Thank you for your support in our work. Don't mention it, it's a small matter." Afterward, Lin Hao signed a donation agreement in the private room. The agreement stated that Lin Hao in his personal capacity would donate this national treasure, the cow's head, to the National Museum of China without compensation. Lin Hao would also receive an official commendation certificate. After sorting out these matters, all that was left was to wait for Lu Minghua to assume office as the director of the Security Bureau. Things progressed as he expected. After doing a great service for the country with the full assistance of Deputy Director Shi and Wang Ming, along with Lu Minghua's connections within the high circles of Xinjiang. Ultimately, during the reshuffle, Lu Minghua was successfully appointed as the new director of the Security Bureau. Upon taking office, he directly intervened in the Customs Department. Citing issues with past contracts, he demanded that Customs immediately seek new contractors to sign new agreements. However, this behavior drew the dissatisfaction of the leading shipping company in Shangjiang Ocean Shipping Limited. Soon the company's chairman, Su Shiqiang, stood up. He openly criticized the Customs' actions as non-compliant in front of the media, while also expressing his intention to continue bidding for the dock shipping project. Although Su Shiqiang appeared very angry in front of the cameras, he knew very well that he could not force Lu Minghua out of office. Thus, he could only belong to the category of feudal lamentation. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was diligently preparing on his end, quickly registering to establish a hero shipping company. After obtaining the relevant qualifications, Lin Hao promptly reported himself to the customs authorities. By next month, he would be able to personally participate in the bidding for the shipping business at the largest international dock in Xinjiang, the Causeway Bay Dock. However, just after he successfully registered, a mysterious phone call came in. Upon answering, the caller coldly said, "Lin Hao, you truly have no fear of death, repeatedly opposing me, as if you don't take me seriously." Although the caller did not reveal their name, Lin Hao had already recognized the voice. "Big Brother D, the bidding at the last charity gala was all about merit. Besides, I have plenty of money on hand in this situation. You can't expect me to give up halfway, can you?" Seeing that Lin Hao recognized his identity, Big Brother D immediately retorted harshly, "I haven't settled the score from last time with you yet. But if you still want to bid for the Causeway Bay Dock shipping business this time, don't blame me for being ruthless." At this moment, Lin Hao finally understood the purpose of Big Brother D's visit. "Big Brother D, are you also interested in competing for the Causeway Bay shipping business? I haven't heard that your company is involved in this." Given Lin Hao's strong connections at customs, he was well aware of who had registered. So far, only his hero shipping company and Su Shiqiang's ocean shipping company had registered. As for other shipping companies, even if they managed to register successfully, they would have no chance of winning. At this point, Big Brother D laid his cards on the table. "Let me be honest with you, I have a partnership with Su Shiqiang. I have a stake in Ocean Shipping Company, do you understand?" As Lin Hao had anticipated, Big Brother D indeed had a vested interest with Su Shiqiang. This made the situation extremely tricky. After all, Big Brother D was backed by He Lianqing, who currently dominated the new territories. Moreover, Big Brother D had a high profile, within He Lianqing easily summoning a large number of supporters. However, Lin Hao had already invested a significant amount of manpower and resources to secure this business, and it was evidently impossible for him to withdraw at this critical juncture. He then spoke unceremoniously, "I don't want to waste time talking with you. This bid is mine to win. If you truly have the ability, then take this business from me. Furthermore, as long as the customs authorities hand this business over to you, Lin Hao will definitely not create any further complications. Lin Hao's words hinted that he would not let this lucrative opportunity slip away from his grasp. Naturally, Big Brother D's explosive temper could not swallow this insult, and he declared over the phone, Lin Hao, just wait. Big Brother D will not let this go. I'm always ready. After Big Brother D hung up, Lin Hao immediately began contemplating his strategy. Currently, Big Brother D's base was in Suanwan, and he had no power in Causeway Bay. However, apart from the 9 main factions of Lianxing, there were dozens of smaller factions boasting a claimed membership of up to 100,000. Although there were no official statistics to support this, the surface strength of Lianxing was undeniably formidable. Therefore, Lin Hao decided to instruct Jia and the others to strengthen their patrols in various territories during this period, ensuring that they would not falter. After giving these orders, Lin Hao personally contacted Lu Minghua. Upon learning that someone from Lianxing had approached, Lu Minghua surprisingly showed no signs of concern, but rather seemed quite pleased. Lin Hao, this is a rare opportunity for you. If you can take down Lianxing, wouldn't the entire underground world of Xiangjiang be yours alone? Lin Hao's face darkened upon hearing this. He thought to himself, this Lu Minghua truly dared to dream. Lianxing claims to have 100,000 members. Are you not afraid that a conflict between us would cause an earthquake throughout Xiangjiang? To tell you the truth, I have long planned to clean up the underworld forces in the new territories, especially in Taipu and Shatin, where drug issues are rampant, and Lianxing is the puppet master behind it all. So if you really have the means to take down Lianxing, I will fully support your efforts. Lin Hao felt increasingly uneasy as he listened. How could these words come from a security bureau chief to a gangster? But Lin Hao also understood that it seemed Lu Minghua did not intend to help him openly with this matter. Thus, if he wanted to secure the dock business, he would have to rely on his own strength. He then asked directly, can I launch a full-scale war against TJI this time? You can cause casualties, even more than a few, but someone must take the blame for these actions. Additionally, you cannot disrupt the normal lives of the citizens, nor can you harm ordinary civilians. Lu Minghua also laid down his bottom-line standards. After hearing this, Lin Hao felt that these standards were not too harsh. As for taking the blame, he had already thought of a strategy. It's just about sending someone to the police station to turn themselves in right. He currently didn't have much, but he had plenty of. Once he one day dominated all of Xiangjiang, even if these death warriors were imprisoned, he could turn the prison into a 5-star hotel. Okay, this is what you said, so I will go all out. Alright, if you have any issues, contact me anytime. By the way, there's something else I need to tell you. A heavyweight figure has arrived in Wanchai's organized crime unit, named Yang Jinrong, a senior inspector of the Security Bureau, who has been responsible for executing secret missions. This time the police department has assigned him to Wanchai with the primary purpose of maintaining stability in the entire Wanchai area and striving to capture all the local underworld leaders in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao could no longer contain himself. Wasn't this just telling him that Yang Jinrong was here to catch him? The Wanchai district includes Wanchai Causeway Bay, Happy Valley, the Peak Jardines Lookout, and Wanchai Gap. Among these, both Wanchai and Causeway Bay were his territories. Moreover, he also knew Yang Jinrong. This person would go to any lengths to achieve his goals, and could even collude with gangsters to exchange intelligence, so he was definitely not an easy opponent. Furthermore, as the other party held significant power, Lin Hao could not simply take lethal action against him. Consequently, he found himself in a very passive position. You, as the director of the Security Bureau, can't handle Yang Jinrong. After I left the police department, the higher-ups convened a meeting to appoint him. As a director, I can't just oppose a routine appointment from the police department without any reason. Lu Minghua. Lin Hao thought for a moment and realized that even if Yang Jinrong didn't come, another Yang Jinrong would still cause him trouble. Therefore, as long as he executed everything flawlessly without leaving any loopholes, he would be fine. Alright, let's do it this way. After saying that, Lin Hao hung up the phone without any courtesy. He then called Ajan. Brother Hao, what instructions do you have? Last time you managed to secure that batch of arms in Vietnam, though their quality was good, the quantity was still too small. So can you go to Vietnam again and get me more heavy weaponry? Upon hearing this, Aja immediately realized that his boss was planning something big. Brother Hao, who are we targeting this time? It's hard to say who we are targeting, but there will definitely be a fierce battle ahead. Ever since receiving Lu Minghua's covert support, Lin Hao had become bolder. After all, killing with a knife is still killing, and using a gun is the same. It is better to solve problems in the most convenient and low-risk way. Brother Hao, I will contact the people in Vietnam right away to see if I can get more arms. This time, by boldly get whatever you can. Money is not an issue. Understood. With Lin Hao's permission, Aja immediately took boxes of cash and quietly entered Vietnam by fishing boat. Just 2 days later, Lin Hao received good news from Aja. Following Lin Hao's instructions this time, Aja purchased several hundred handguns, over 100 submachine guns, and more than 100,000 rounds of various ammunition in one go. As for grenades and rocket launchers, Lin Hao also bought some as hidden treasures. Meanwhile, Aja casually asked, Brother Hao, there is also a big item here that I can't bring back to Xiangjiang. But if you want it, I can still negotiate with the other party. What is it? It's a small destroyer, a patrol vessel left behind by the beautiful country after their defeat back then. Although many heavy weapons have already been unloaded by the Vietnamese with some repairs and new weapons installed, it can still be effective. In the past, Lin Hao would never have dreamed of buying such a destroyer. After all, this thing can't be used to deal with gangsters. Moreover, Xinjiang is a place of law, and a destroyer without any legal documents from abroad simply cannot dock. However, Lin Hao was now very interested in it, because what he planned to do next was ocean shipping. In these times, maritime transportation is not peaceful, and there are many routes frequently plagued by pirates. Thus, acquiring this destroyer could greatly benefit his shipping business. With that thought, Lin Hao immediately ordered, "Buy it, but you must find a legal place for it to dock. Don't worry if they dare to sell this destroyer, they can help us get a legal identity. But I've also heard that even with a legal identity to enter Xinjiang, we still need to apply to the customs and get approval before we can dock at the port." Customs? That's a trivial matter. Then he'll place the order directly. A day later, Aja brought back the destroyer's identity proof to Xinjiang. At the same time, a large batch of weapons also returned with him. With this batch of weapons, Lin Hao felt he then sent the destroyer's proof to Lu Minghua. Upon learning that Lin Hao had actually acquired such a significant item, Lu Minghua was completely stunned. "Are you crazy? If your destroyer docks in Xinjiang, I might as well resign as the director of the Security Bureau." "Director Lu, I never said I wanted to dock in Causeway Bay or Tsim Sha Sui," Lin Hao said slowly. "Then where do you want to dock?" "There are many outlying islands around Xinjiang, and most of them are deserted, only visited occasionally by fishermen. According to what I know, there are only scattered coastal defense troops stationed on these islands. So if my destroyer can dock there secretly for a long time to resupply, wouldn't that solve the problem?" Upon hearing this, Lu Minghua twitched the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect Lin Hao to have thought this far. "What exactly do you want to do with that thing?" "In these times, the winds and waves at sea are growing stronger. If I don't get some heavy equipment to protect myself, how can I safely operate my maritime transport business in the future?" After listening to Lin Hao's explanation, although Lu Minghua was somewhat reluctant, he couldn't continue to refuse Lin Hao's request. "All right, I'll try to help you communicate, but as for where to dock, you have no choice." Then I will trouble Director Lu." On the other hand, at a meeting within He Lianxing, Di spoke to the older uncles present. "I've been thinking about making a push into Causeway Bay. Is anyone willing to collaborate with me and fight side by side?" Originally, his strength was not small, but soon it would be time for He Lianxing's biannual leadership election. He was worried that if he went all out against Lin Hao, his own strength would suffer a significant blow. So he simply sought to ally with other big brothers in the gang to share the pressure. Hearing that Di wanted to break into Causeway Bay, the several uncles present immediately showed signs of eagerness. One of them, who was eager to reach for the moon, jumped up first and said, "Di, I support your entry into Wansha. The profits in the new territories are dwindling. If we don't expand our territory soon, He Lianxing will be left with." The head of Taipei District, Taipei, also spoke up. "Di, I've long wanted to sell my pills in the Causeway Bay area. If you really want to take Causeway Bay, we can cooperate." Seeing that many people supported him, Di immediately felt elated. He then turned to a plump elder sitting in the main position and asked, "Uncle Deng, what are your thoughts?" Although Uncle Deng had stepped back for years, he held the most influence within He Lianxing. Even the current leader is merely a mascot within the gang, existing like a decoration. Thus, any major decision within He Lianxing must receive Uncle Deng's nod. After a moment of silence, Uncle Deng slowly spoke. "I don't oppose your desire to invade Causeway Bay. All right, then, it's settled. Chuan Bao and Taipei wait for my news." 3 days later, Di gathered Chuan Bao and De Pu He together. Among them, De Pu He's prize student Dongguan Zai also arrived at the scene. "I have summoned you all to enlist your help in taking down Lin Hao. Whoever manages to eliminate him will receive a generous reward from me to Di. Lin Hao is not someone an ordinary person can handle. Is it really appropriate to send us to risk our lives like this?" De Pu He asked with a cough. Chuan Bao, however, did not rush to express his opinion and simply closed his eyes, resting in his chair. "I can't mobilize my men right now. Otherwise, why would I come to you for help? Besides, if I could resolve this myself, why would I involve you all only to have to share the spoils later?" Di explained. But in reality, everyone understood that Di was eager to become the new leader of the gang during the upcoming election. His biggest rival was Lu. Although Lu was not particularly strong, he had the support of Deng Bo. Therefore, Di did not want to stir up trouble at such a critical moment. Getting embroiled in conflict could lead to unnecessary troubles. If Deng Bo found a reason to eliminate him, all the deals he had arranged with previous bosses would fall through. At this moment, Chuan Bao opened his eyes and asked, "Di, in this day and age, if you want others to risk their lives for you, you must offer sufficient incentives." "That's right." Chuan Bao's words resonate with me, De Pu He said in a hoarse voice. "Of course I know what kind of people you are, so I've thought this through. If anyone kills Lin Hao, I will lead my men directly into Tsim Sha Sui. All the revenue from Tsim Sha Sui for 2 years will belong to him. Moreover, you can sell your goods in all my current venues, and I won't take a single cent. All profits will be yours." The D deliberately shifted his gaze to Dupuhe as he had the most significant business in ecstasy pills. He had always sold ecstasy pills in his own venue, yielding considerable profits. Indeed, as soon as the D finished speaking, Deng Wanzai eagerly chimed in, "Boss, this business is worth pursuing." Dupuhe shot Deng Wanzai a glance, thinking he had agreed too hastily. But then he reconsidered. The conditions offered by the D were simply too tempting. Currently, he had to pay the D 60% of the profits from selling ecstasy pills. If the D took Sim Sha Sui, their business could quickly spread across all venues in the region. Conservatively estimating, the income could increase by at least 5 times. And the cost would just be to kill one person. Deng Wanzai asked, "Do you have confidence?" Deng Wanzai nodded, but then added, "I have one more condition." "Go ahead, I'm listening." The D replied leisurely while puffing on his cigar. "If you take Sim Sha Sui and become the leader of Heilian Sheng, then I want to be the leader of Sim Sha Sui. And during the next election, you must fully support my candidacy." The D did not expect Deng Wanzai to be so demanding. Everyone knew how lucrative Sim Sha Sui was. For Deng Wanzai, he recognized this as an excellent opportunity. According to the rules of Heilian Sheng, any elder who became the leader would no longer individually own any territory. Instead, they would comprehensively take over all territories of Heilian Sheng. Consequently, Sim Sha Sui would have to select someone from the lower ranks to become the regional head. Among the new generation of thugs in Heilian Sheng, Deng Wanzai was the strongest. Hence, he aimed to enhance his reputation in the underworld by taking control of Sim Sha Sui. This would provide him with more leverage and resources to participate in future competitions. For D, although Deng Wanzai's demands were somewhat excessive, they still fell within his acceptable limits. After all, once he became the leader of the gang, Deng Wanzai would also be under his command. As for what would happen in 2 years, no one could predict the future. What if Deng Wanzai encountered misfortune and met his demise? Therefore, D did not hesitate and straightforwardly nodded in agreement. "I accept your proposal as long as you eliminate Lin Hao." At this moment, Chuan Bao tapped the table. "What about me? I can also send someone to deal with Lin Hao. Moreover, D, do not forget that I have voting rights. If you want to run for leader, I can also cast my vote for you." Chuan Bao was the elder in the gang, second only to Deng Bo. His decision was crucial and could significantly influence the direction of the situation. Thus, the D naturally, "Chuan Bao, rest assured, as long as you fully support me and Deng Wanzai, I will give you a big red envelope once we succeed. Also, haven't you always wanted to replace Deng Bo and become the most esteemed elder? Once I take office, my first action will be to remove Deng Bo from the Elders' Council and let him retire at home. This way you can control the entire Elders' Council along with me as the leader and Dupuhe. If the 3 of us join forces, won't everything in Heilian Sheng be dictated by us?" Hearing the D's words, Chuan Bao's heart immediately stirred. He hesitated for a moment, but eventually revealed a satisfied smile. "Then it's settled. I will send someone to assist Deng Wanzai in taking action, ensuring we can eliminate Lin Hao in the shortest time possible. After all, the election for the leader is approaching. If you can kill Lin Hao and take Sim Sha Sui before then, your chances of winning will significantly increase. Even if Deng Bo opposes it later, it will likely be of no consequence. If it all depends on your performance." The D snorted lightly. After the meeting concluded, Chuan Bao immediately sought out his subordinate Yu Tu Biao. "Do you have anyone under you who is ruthless, skilled, decisive, and unafraid of death?" Yu Tu Biao thought for a moment and then mentioned a name. "There's one nicknamed Fei Ji. He usually seems a bit foolish, but he is extremely ruthless. I often assign him some tricky tasks. Moreover, he has little reputation in the underworld, so once he accomplishes the task, it will be difficult for others to find." Upon hearing this, Chuan Bao immediately decided, "Have Fei Ji contact Deng Wanzai. There's a significant matter for him to handle." "Boss, what are the benefits?" Yu Tu Biao was ecstatic, knowing that Chuan Bao must have taken on a substantial task. Chuan Bao did not answer directly, but instead sneered, "Fight Chuan Bao will soon rise again." Hearing this, Yu Tu Biao seemed to guess something and subsequently laughed along. After receiving the notification from Fish Head Mark, the plane immediately sought out Dongguan Boy, who was having a meal. "My name is Plane, and my boss Fish Head Mark sent me to find you, saying you have something to discuss with me about collaboration." Upon meeting, Plane introduced himself proactively. Dongguan Boy, who was already arrogant and conceited, immediately put down his chopsticks and disdainfully said, "You can go back, there's nothing for you here." He didn't want Chuan Bao to get involved in this matter. After all, if he could personally eliminate Lin Hao, his status within the gang would rise dramatically. In his eyes, Plane was merely a small pawn. Seeing the other party's attitude, Plane's expression also turned "My boss told me to do this, so I will definitely do it." Dongguan Boy was displeased. "If your boss told you to die, that also depends on whether the other party has the capability. If it's you, I guarantee the one who dies will be you." Dongguan Boy was getting angry, standing up and saying, "Have you heard of Lin Hao?" "I've heard of him." "That's good. Our plan now is to take down Lin Hao. If you have the ability, go and eliminate. If you can kill Lin Hao, I will admire your capability. Otherwise, just go back from where you came." After understanding the task, Plane no longer wasted words with Dongguan Boy and said lightly, "This is what you said." After saying that, he turned and left. Watching Plane's departing figure, Dongguan Boy sneered, "This idiot, who does he think he is?" Haha boss, don't mind him, just let him go. Sending him is fine, I'll let him probe Lin Hao's background first, and then we can plan our next move. The subordinates spoke one after another. After hearing their words, Dingguan Boy felt there was some truth to it, so he no longer paid attention to the matter. On the other side, Plain returned home, took out a handgun, tucked it into his waist, and then left on his motorcycle heading straight to Tsim Shui to look for Lin Hao. After wandering for a while and inquiring from various sources, Plain finally found Lin Hao's whereabouts. At this moment, Lin Hao was discussing business in a restaurant with a wealthy businessman specializing in international trade. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Plain immediately began to observe his surroundings. Although it was bustling with all the private rooms fully occupied, he still managed to pinpoint Lin Hao's private room through careful observation. Because outside only one private room had 2 men guarding it. He then positioned himself at the railing of the corridor near the private room and pretended to observe casually. Lin Hao would eventually leave the room, and as soon as he stepped out, Plain was confident he could shoot him down at the first opportunity. After waiting for about half an hour, Lin Hao finally finished eating and drinking. He walked out of the private room with the businessman. Given that Lin Hao had been very prominent lately, Plain immediately recognized. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, who had been laughing and chatting, also noticed Plain's presence at the first moment. Seeing a member of He Lianxing appear at this critical moment in Tsim Shui and coincidentally in front of him, Lin Hao felt a surge of ominous premonition. As expected, just as he had anticipated. When Plain saw Lin Hao come out, he immediately lifted his shirt to reveal the handgun at his waist. Lin Hao reacted, swiftly grabbing his senior assassin to shield himself, while reaching for the gun hidden at the assassin. In the next second, Plain raised his gun and fired. Bang bang. 2 bullets shot forward, accurately hitting the assassin in front of Lin Hao. The assassin had not even reacted before Plain killed him. However, during this time, Lin Hao had successfully grabbed the hand. Then, seizing the moment before Plain could shoot again, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A shot was fired, hitting Plain's right arm. The gun in his hand fell to the ground. Simultaneously, another assassin reacted and took out a handgun, wildly shooting at Plain. As the gunfire echoed, the entire restaurant fell into chaos. Everyone began rushing out of the restaurant, trying to escape the scene as quickly as possible. Plain, as expected, fell into a pool of blood after being shot multiple times. Meanwhile, Lin Hao quickly looked around. After ensuring that there were no ambushes in the restaurant, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He gently laid the assassin in front of him on the ground and stepped over to Plain. At this moment, Plain had not completely lost his life. Blood was oozing from his mouth, and his body was convulsing continuously. Who sent you to kill me? How many of you are there? Although he knew the other party was sent by He Lianxing, Plain was not a subordinate of Big D. Now, with Plain inexplicably coming to assassinate him, it made Lin Hao start to doubt. Could it be that He Lianxing had united to plan his demise? But if that were the case, how could they send just a small plane? Could it be that they wanted to avoid alarming the snake? Unable to figure it out, Lin Hao could only hope that Plain would provide some useful information before dying. But Plain completely ignored Lin Hao and turned his head away. Seeing Plain's stubbornness, Lin Hao no longer showed him any mercy. He picked up the gun on the ground and fired several shots at Plain's body. After several gunshots, Plain's body was riddled with bullets. Meanwhile, a patrolling PTU mobile unit arrived at the scene just in time. Don't move, drop your gun. Seeing the police arrive, Lin Hao did not continue to resist, threw away his gun, and complied with all police instructions. Just as the police were investigating the scene, a luxury car pulled up outside the restaurant. Immediately, a man wearing glasses and a neatly tailored suit, appearing very refined, stepped out of the car. Upon seeing him for the first time, Lin Hao's heart raced. This guy has indeed come. He walked straight into the restaurant, and a police officer approached to briefly explain the situation. After learning everything that had happened, he slowly walked up to Lin Hao. With a blank expression, he said, "Hello, my name is Yang Jinrong, the head of the O-Record anti-triad team in this area." Lin Hao remained unfazed and said, "Officer Yang Jinrong, you came just in time. I was just assassinated. Fortunately, I am quick on my feet, otherwise I would have been done for here. Additionally, I suspect this deceased is a gang member. I hope you can trace back through his identity to find out who the mastermind is." Yang Jinrong smiled slightly and said, "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Then Yang Jinrong announced on the spot, "Take all the suspects on site back. I want to interrogate them personally." Following this, under Yang Jinrong's orders, Lin Hao could only accompany him back to the police station. However, Lin Hao was not taken directly to the interrogation room, but was led by Yang Jinrong to his office. "Yang sir, why did you bring me here instead of taking me to record my statement?" Lin Hao knew that the other party had intentions, so he asked straightforwardly. Yang Jinrong chuckled. "Lin Hao, I started reviewing your profile on my first day in office. I spent an entire week just going through your file information. Moreover, your criminal evidence has piled up like mountains in our archives. So do you think I still need to interrogate you?" Hearing this, Lin Hao remained unruffled and asked, "If I truly have issues, feel free to arrest me directly. But if you're just trying to scare me, I'm afraid I'm not that easily intimidated." Lin Hao had seen this tactic many times. Even facing Yang Jinrong, he was not bothered at all. However, the next moment, Yang Jinrong handed a confidential file to Lin Hao. Lin Hao puzzledly took out the document. In the next second, his expression finally changed. because the content of this file contained matters between Lin Hao and Lu Minghua. It even included the fact that he bought the beast head for Lu Minghua, which Yang Jinrong had uncovered. Then Lin Hao looked at Yang Jinrong in shock. You actually investigated this too? You should know I used to be in the security department. Besides, in this world where can one find impenetrable walls? Therefore your matters have long been seen through by me. So why didn't you report Lu Minghua directly? Instead you let him rise smoothly. Yang Jinrong shook his head. Although I have the capability, I'm not foolish. Lu Minghua holds significant power. He won't fall from grace just because of a report. Moreover, if something happens to him, the political scene in Xiangjiang will surely be thrown into chaos, which does not align with my interests. Lin Hao had not seriously listened to all that Yang Jinrong said earlier. Yet he caught a hint in the final sentence. What are your interests? Actually, it's quite simple. Ooh, I want to be a good. Interesting, were you a bad person before, Yang sir? Lin Hao retorted. Sometimes to achieve certain things one must engage in actions outside the law. For instance, I've been caught with some dirt on me, and if this matter were to be exposed it might land me in hot. At this point Lin Hao finally understood Yang Jinrong's intentions. The reason he didn't report Lu Minghua was not only out of concern for his political future, but also because he wanted to use this leverage to have Lin Hao help him with something. Yang sir, you can't be asking me to help you with something underhanded, can you? Just help me out, we are friends, and you wouldn't want me keeping an eye on you every day, would you? Yang Jinrong said with a forced smile. What do you want me to do? Help me get rid of this person. He was my informant before, but now he has turned against me, so I don't want him to remain in this world. After saying this, Yang Jinrong took out a photo and handed it to Lin Hao. Lin Hao knew that Yang Jinrong was notorious for using any means necessary, even exchanging information with the underworld. Now wanting him to help eliminate someone evidently meant this person must know Yang Jinrong's secrets. Although Lin Hao was reluctant to assist Yang Jinrong, this was a great opportunity for him. Once he found this person and extracted information that could be detrimental to Yang Jinrong, he would be able to hold Yang Jinrong firmly in his grasp. After all, this person would be extremely difficult to deal with. Lin Hao then calmly said, so it's murder, that's not something I can do. But I can keep an eye on this guy for you. If I do find him, I will certainly persuade him to turn over a new leaf and become a... Lin Hao was not foolish enough to speak about murder in front of Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. He then extended his hand saying, I hope our cooperation will be as pleasant as yours with Director Lu Minghua. This statement concealed another layer of meaning which only Lin Hao could comprehend. Then Lin Hao decisively countered. Your thinking is correct. To completely silence someone, killing them is indeed the simplest method. So sometimes if we encounter someone who infuriates us or obstructs us, we might have to adopt some necessary measures. Yang Jinrong smiled. You wouldn't be bold enough to kill a high-ranking officer in the police department, would you? A cornered dog will jump over a wall. Oh, besides, I'm not a dog. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire scene, seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Yang Jinrong's expression changed, and he burst out laughing. Haha, Lin Hao, you're truly humorous. You are a human, how could you possibly be a dog? Besides, I'm not an ungrateful person. I was just making an analogy. By the way, how do you plan to handle this case? This case isn't difficult, but we've actually long identified the identity of the other party. He is indeed associated with Lianqing, but he is just a small fry, not well known. Thus the final outcome will likely be us summoning his boss to record a statement. Then their boss will firmly deny any involvement in this matter and push all the responsibility onto the deceased. They will claim that this guy was eager to achieve merit and rise in the ranks, which is why he took it upon himself to strike against another big brother. So, does that mean I shouldn't have any issues? Lin Hao was most concerned about himself at this moment. He did not want to be arrested by the police at such a critical juncture. I was a master report writer in the police force back then, so don't worry. Oh, I can not only ensure your innocence, but even apply for a good citizen award for you with the police civilian relations department. Lin Hao merely nodded slightly after hearing this. He knew that Yang Jinrong could turn black into white, and this person could even investigate the secrets of high-ranking police officials. Therefore, when dealing with him, he not only had to be cautious, but also had to guard against whether the other party would employ some unconventional methods to deal with him. After recording a statement, Lin Hao was temporarily released by the police station. Meanwhile, the news about the assassination attempt on Lin Hao by plane caused quite a stir in the city. Among them, Deng Bo from Lianqing was prominently featured in the media as being under investigation by the O department. Yet the final outcome was indeed just as Yang Jinrong had predicted. Whether it was Deng Bo or the boss of the plane, Yu Biao, they both completely denied any involvement in this matter. Moreover, since the plane had no background, it became the sole scapegoat for this incident. In the following days, Lin Hao not only strengthened his own security, but also dispatched a large number of assassins to secretly investigate the activities of Liansheng. One day, Asia called Lin Hao. Brother Hao, I found the person you wanted me to look for. He is hiding in Shao Kuwan's. Should I bring him over now? The person Asia referred to was exactly Yang Jinrong's contact. But Lin Hao decisively refused. Don't bring him here, let him stay there, I'll go see him myself. This person is very important to Yang Jinrong, so Lin Hao did not want to alert him. Alright, I'll send a car to pick you up right away. When Lin Hao arrived at the scene, he found a man lying on the floor covered in injuries. It was evident that Aja had already tortured him before he arrived. So did this guy provide any useful information? Aja shook his head. No, he keeps denying any connection to Yang Jinrong. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao frowned and slowly approached the man. Kid, do you know who I am? The man weakly lifted his head and replied softly, You're Lin Hao. Since you know me, let's not waste time. They'll tell you straight up Yang Jinrong ordered me to capture you and eliminate you to keep. The man showed no surprise. Instead, he coldly laughed. I knew Yang Jinrong was a treacherous little man who would burn bridges after crossing them. So you indeed have some unspeakable dealings with him. Do you know what my identity is? What identity? Lin Hao curiously asked. I was the head of the information division of the Hong Kong police force. My name is Du Wen. Lin Hao was taken aback upon learning that the man was actually a high-ranking police officer. He never expected Yang Jinrong would order him to kill his own colleague. Aja was even more shocked. After all, in these times he dared to casually kill ordinary people, but wouldn't easily kill a police official. However, Lin Hao quickly grasped the key issue and solemnly inquired. You said you were the head of the telecommunications division before. So what is your identity now? I later violated police regulations and was expelled from the force. Now, I am just an ordinary person. Damn, you scared me. I thought you had a more impressive identity. Aja cursed angrily. Meanwhile, Lin Hao narrowed his eyes. Du Wen, let me guess what your relationship with Yang Jinrong. First, both of you are mid-level leaders in the police force, both harboring ambitions to climb the ranks. At the same time, Yang Jinrong is in the security division responsible for collecting intelligence from outside. You, on the other hand, are in the information division tasked with surveillance and electronic devices. Thus, you two hit it off perfectly, with you utilizing your job's unique position to monitor the higher-ups of the police force comprehensively. Then you would hand over the collected information to Yang Jinrong, allowing him to validate the authenticity of these matters through his authority. Am I right? After hearing Lin Hao's words, a look of surprise finally appeared on Du Wen's face. Although he said nothing, Lin Hao could tell the answer from his eyes. Indeed, his guess was correct. Du Wen must have teamed up with Yang Jinrong before. Moreover, they were audacious enough to surveil the entire police force. This even included the police commissioner Lu Minghua. Since you aren't speaking, it means I haven't guessed wrong. Next, let me guess again. Why did you collaborate perfectly, but Yang Jinrong suddenly wants to eliminate you? Alright, stop guessing. They'll tell you, I did indeed cooperate with Yang Jinrong. But initially my intention wasn't to bring down the police force. Yang Jinrong told me that there were undercover gangsters among the higher-ups. So he wanted me to help investigate some people to see if they were innocent. However, later on I realized I was simply being used by him. I then wanted to cease cooperation with him and confess this matter to the relevant authorities. But unexpectedly, he acted first, framing me as having acted on my own to surveil the higher-ups. In the end, the higher-ups believed his words, not only fired me, but also locked me up for 3 months. Although Du Wen's account was somewhat exaggerated, Lin Hao knew that Yang Jinrong was absolutely capable of such actions. So he wants me to kill you. Oh, I suppose you have evidence of his crimes, right? Du Wen hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. At that moment, Aja couldn't hold back anymore. Then why didn't you just hand over his criminal evidence to the court? Instead, you foolishly got locked up for a few months. Do you think I didn't want to? At that time, the court concluded that I had attempted a crime, which is why I was only locked up for 3 months. If I submitted all that information, it would substantiate all my crimes. Moreover, this information is so explosive that if leaked, it would surely shake the police force. At that time, many people would want me dead, and I definitely wouldn't be able to leave the prison alive. Du Wen explained, I understand now you actually hold a lot of people's criminal evidence, but you dare not disclose it for fear of attracting a fatal disaster. But even after you were expelled from the police force, Yang Jinrong still doesn't plan to let you go. Du Wen chuckled bitterly. I never expected to be schemed against by that bastard Yang Jinrong. Hey, don't be anxious. Perhaps you still have a chance to turn the situation around. At this moment, Lin Hao spoke slowly. Du Wen looked at Lin Hao with some doubt. What do you mean? Hand over all the evidence you have to me. I will take you away from Hong Kong, and I can also give you a large sum of money to ensure you live comfortably for the rest of your life. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Du Wen's heart was stirred. After all, he had originally planned to face death heroically, but now a huge opportunity suddenly appeared. However, he also knew in his heart what Lin Hao's intentions were. He then spoke up. You want to use this evidence to blackmail them and profit for yourself, right? Not exactly, but it can serve as my protection. Lin Hao did not shy away, directly stating his inner thoughts. I am a police officer. How can I collaborate with someone like you? You need to understand that the police you speak of want, and I can not only save you, but also give you a large sum of money to help you escape. So who exactly is the bad guy? Lin Hao's rhetorical question left Du Wen somewhat dumbfounded. Indeed, Lin Hao's words made a lot of sense, leaving him unable to refute. Lin Hao then continued to coax him gently. Rest assured, only if you stay alive will the evidence I have be able to exert its maximum effect. Thus I will do everything in my power to ensure that you do not die. After a brief hesitation, Du Wen quietly asked, how much can you give me? That depends on the amount of evidence. If you provide a lot of evidence, I will naturally be willing to give you more money. Conversely, I might not be able to offer you much. Lin Hao said this merely to pressure the other party into revealing more information to him. Du knew he had no way out, so he decided to gamble everything and blurted out, "I know all the secrets of the entire police force." Lin Hao snorted coldly. "Bring it before discussing anything else." "Wait a moment." With that, Du turned and returned to his room, pulling out a document from a stack of materials along with several disks. In this era, there was no concept of portable hard drives. Having disks was already quite good. Thus, Lin Hao felt no surprise, but was eager to know the content of the disks. Du handed the materials and disks to Lin Hao, saying, "This information is what I intercepted, and the disk contains footage I secretly recorded." Lin Hao opened the materials and was instantly taken aback. The names inside, aside from the infamous Lu Minghua, almost covered the entire upper echelon of the police force. Among the people Lin Hao recognized were Senior Inspector Liang Ziwei from the Organized Crime, and Triad Bureau Chief Investigation Officer Zhang Guobiao from the Independent Commission Against Corruption, Senior Inspector Su Yongji, Deputy Leader of the Management Team, and Senior Inspector Kwang Zilla, Deputy Leader of the Action Team. Among the rest, there was even Senior Inspector Li Wenbin from the Eastern District, who had dealt with Lin Hao before. As for Senior Inspector Lu Jiahui from the Western District, Lin Hao did not find his name on the list. "You truly have covered most of the mid-level leadership. Now that Lu Minghua has taken office, the old generation of upper management is about to retire. Therefore, a new batch of mid-level officials will soon be promoted. The deputy positions here will theoretically soon be promoted to senior inspectors and take over the main posts." Du explained proactively. "Who among the deputy police commissioners here is likely to take over Lu Minghua's position?" Lin Hao continued to ask. "Zhang Xiangrong, as he is in charge of the Action Bureau, will theoretically take over Lu Minghua and become the deputy commissioner." "And what about Li Wenbin? What are his plans?" "He is a confidant of Zhang Xiangrong. Once Zhang Xiangrong ascends, he should be transferred to the police department as the assistant commissioner. With Li Wenbin about to be promoted, it also means that Lu Jiahui is likely to be promoted as well." If Lin Hao remembered correctly, several years later, but none of this was Lin Hao's primary concern. What he cared about most was Yang Jinrong. "Don't you have Yang Jinrong?" Du enforced a smile and said, "I initially collaborated with him, so it was naturally difficult for me to monitor him. Looking back now, I was too foolish and did not leave a backup plan. However, I have recorded our conversations. This can prove that he was also involved in this matter, and once it is exposed, he will certainly not escape responsibility." Although he did not obtain direct evidence of Yang Jinrong's crimes with Wen's materials and the discs in hand, Lin Hao could clearly manipulate the Hong Kong police force. "I really like this material, and he'll take the discs. So how much can you give me?" Wen had already handed over all his trump cards, and he was worried that Lin Hao would betray him, so he hurriedly asked, "They'll give you $1 million. That should be enough for you to live your entire life." After thinking for a moment, Lin Hao quoted a relatively reasonable price. Wen thought about it, realizing he would not only survive, but also receive money he could never earn in his lifetime. A smile immediately appeared on his face. Thank you. But you must remember, no matter where you go, do not reveal the matters between us. I can find your hiding place in Hong Kong, and I can find you in any corner of the world." Lin Hao did not forget to warn him. Wen immediately affirmed, "Rest assured, I will never return to Hong Kong in my lifetime. As for the matters between you, you can resolve them yourselves. I won't get involved." Wen was self-aware. He knew that the situation in Hong Kong would become even more chaotic in the future. He only needed to protect his own life. Then Lin Hao turned to Ajah and said, "Take him to the dock and find a snakehead to send him across to the other side. The next steps would depend on his own fortune." "Understood." Ajah knew the importance of Wen, so he immediately took him away from the scene. After returning to his residence with the materials and discs, Lin Hao immediately began researching them. An entire night passed, and only then did Lin Hao clarify the contents of the discs. Among these, Zhang Xiangrong posed the biggest issue with the most evidence of corruption. However, Lin Hao knew that even if Zhang Xiangrong fell, another Zhang Xiangrong would emerge. This was also why Lu Minghua chose to help him. He understood that relying on these guys from the police department could not solve the public security issues in Hong Kong. Once Wen safely left Hong Kong, Lin Hao took the initiative to approach Yang Jinrong. Upon learning that Wen had flown far away and no longer posed a threat to Yang Jinrong, he unexpectedly became furious and said, "You actually let him go? Do you know how much of a threat his existence poses to us? If he goes out and spreads rumors that I sought your help to kill him, what shall we do?" Seeing Yang Jinrong's angry expression, Lin Hao understood that he was still unaware that Wen had already handed all the evidence to him. Lin Hao then waved the file bag in his hand. "Do you want to know what is in this file, eh?" Yang Jinrong suddenly froze. Although he couldn't see the contents of the file, he said, "No wonder you let him go. It turns out you obtained these things." Yang Jinrong said with a grim face. "Haha, the contents in here really opened my eyes. By the way, there's also something about you. Do you want to know?" Lin Hao planned to, if Yang Jinrong was truly fooled by him, then he would firmly grasp the initiative in the future. Indeed, Lin Hao merely conducted a simple probe. "Lin Hao, let's talk nicely. It won't do you any good if this matter is exposed. I'm just an ordinary lowly person. What do I have to fear?" Now Yang Jinrong no longer pretended, directly laying his cards on the table. As long as you don't disclose this matter, I am willing to cooperate with you. Now Yang Jinrong no longer pretended, directly laying his cards on the table. As long as you don't disclose this matter, I am willing to cooperate with you. If you had said this earlier, I wouldn't have wasted my breath talking nonsense with you. However, Yang Jinrong added, although I have done many illegal things, I have no regrets toward the police force and all the law-abiding citizens of Xianjiang. If you want to force me to do something illegal that harms the police, I definitely will not compromise. Lin Hao scoffed. Do I look like that kind of person? On the contrary, not only will I not let you harm the police, but I will also help you maintain social order in Xianjiang, so that all citizens can enjoy a good living environment. After hearing Lin Hao's words, Yang Jinrong was utterly confused. He wondered if Lin Hao was speaking sarcastically. But soon Lin Hao provided his own explanation. There are many people on the streets who want my life. If I can help you find evidence of their crimes, won't you be able to take action against them directly? At that point, not only can you eliminate the threats to the people, but you can also gain recognition from your superiors. Isn't that a win-win situation? Now Yang Jinrong finally understood Lin Hao's true intentions. You want to use my hands to eliminate your rivals. Don't say it so harshly, it should be called cooperation between the police and the people. Yang Jinrong retorted, Then this isn't just a win-win, it's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Since you don't oppose it, then it's settled? By the way, I should inform you that I am going to deal with He Lianxing next, so don't get involved. Yang Jinrong shrugged and said, He Lianxing's main territory isn't in my area, so it doesn't matter to me. That's good, I like smart people like you who know how to assess the situation. With that, Lin Hao got up and swaggered out of Yang Jinrong's office. Watching Lin Hao leave, Yang Jinrong clenched his fist. He understood that Lin Hao was very astute, and that even this time, he took the initiative to approach him was part of Lin Hao's scheme. After all, many people in the bureau were aware of how close he was to Lin Hao. This inadvertently provided Lin Hao with an extra layer of protection in Wanchai. After leaving the O department, Lin Hao immediately called Tony over. The boss of the plane has called you Tudio, and I need you to lead a team to take down all his Venus immediately. Remember, anyone who dares to resist, beat them to death. Understood. After receiving the order, Tony quickly stretched his muscles and immediately led thousands of elite assassins towards the new territories. In the next 2 days, Utudio's territory suffered heavy damage. Even the stalls selling pirated discs were smashed to smithereens by Tony. Upon receiving the news, Utudio quickly hid in the countryside, not daring to show his face. This caused his boss Chuan Bao to become restless. He had originally intended to share a piece of the pie, which was why he had sent the plane to help him achieve success. However, he did not expect that not only did the other party fail, but they also created such a huge mess. Now his entire territory had been swept away by Lin Hao, and his income had plummeted to freezing levels. If this continued, he would lose not only his territory, but also his standing in the gang. Thinking of this, Chuan Bao immediately contacted Deng Bo, hoping he would intervene to help him resolve this matter. But Deng Bo coldly replied, This matter was caused by you and Didi, so go find Didi. Seeing that Deng Bo would not help him, Chuan Bao had no choice but to seek out Didi. At that moment, Didi was at a massage parlor. Upon receiving Chuan Bao's call, he not only did not comfort him, but also sarcastically said, What kind of little brother do you have? How could he go alone with a knife to attack someone? Now look, not only did you fail to accomplish your goal, but you've also leaked information. How do you plan to settle this? Upon hearing this, Chuan Bao became anxious. Did he end up losing more than he gained? Didi, you can't say that. You asked us to help you, and now I've gotten into trouble, and the venue has been swept away. You can't just sit idly by, right? If this continues, I will consider voting for a Lu in the next election for the speaker. You should know that Deng Bo is... Chuan Bao threatened angrily. But upon hearing this, Didi became even angrier. You dare to threaten me? What right do you have to act tough in front of me now? If you don't vote for me, just wait to collect your own corpse. With that, Didi hung up the phone. If he still needed Chuan Bao's support, before now Chuan Bao's words were practically like air. However, after finishing with Chuan Bao, Didi still called Dongguan Boy. Are you even capable? It's already this time, and you still let that kid run around outside. Dongguan Boy was also feeling quite frustrated at that moment. He was already prepared to act, but then someone named Plane unexpectedly jumped in. And this Plane didn't even know what was going on and got taken out. Don't worry, since I took this job, I will definitely get it done. Good, I'm waiting for your good news. After hanging up, Dongguan Boy knew he had to act quickly. He then called a few trusted subordinates and began plotting. 2 days later in Causeway Bay, Dongguan Boy arrived in front of Lin Hao's security company with a few subordinates. In the car, Dongguan Boy first put on a pair of white gloves, then took out a machete. The others followed suit. Once prepared, Dongguan Boy said seriously, That kid is said to have some skills, so you guys distract the people around him while I handle the rest. Dongguan Boy confidently believed that before a blade, any martial skill was merely fancy footwork. Moreover, he didn't believe Lin Hao would carry a gun with him. Thus, choosing to strike at the opponent's doorstep not only lowered their vigilance, but also made it easier to catch them when they appeared. Sure enough, after just half a day, Lin Hao indeed showed up. When Lin Hao's business vehicle stopped at the company entrance, Dongguan Boy immediately opened the van door. Go! At his command, several younger brothers rushed forward. The group quickly crossed the street. At this moment, Lin Hao also noticed the few people rushing towards him. Seeing that Dongguan Boy was in the lead, Lin Hao's face showed no signs of panic. Instead, he revealed a Dongguan Boy didn't think too much. After his signature hurdle move, he directly jumped over the railing and landed at the entrance of the security company. But just as he was about to charge into the building, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Dongguan Boy didn't even have time to react or figure out where the bullet came from before he collapsed onto the ground.